Word spreads that the chief just bit the dust, and without wasting a single second, one goblin instantly loots his weapon. Holding the club high, he declares himself the new boss, but another goblin immediately calls cap on his self-proclaimed promotion. Cue absolute chaos as the rest of the horde jumps in, throwing hands in a bloody free-for-all for the throne. With no boss left to keep them in check, the goblin swarm descends into absolute brain-rot chaos, biting, scratching, and tearing each other apart for the crown. Seeing some untouched prey left behind by the chief, a couple goblins figure it's free real estate and hype themselves up to steal it. That confidence immediately evaporates when they remember the absolute menace currently assigned to guard that prey. And to make matters worse, that exact monster is walking back right this second. Lin Tian pulls up in his hooded cloak, ready to delete anyone even thinking about touching his loot. The surrounding goblins immediately start talking trash, calling him a total weirdo for dressing like a human and accusing him of keeping all the loot to himself. Unable to mind their own business, the horde decides to stalk him through the shadows, plotting to jump him and snatch the prey away. The hooded figure stands silent in the shadows, keeping his presence completely on the down low. The goblins decide to hold their horses, whispering that some of their guys already went ahead to track down the prey. They plan to swoop in once the chaos starts, but realizing scouts are already on the move makes the hooded guy instantly curse under his breath. Sprinting through the shadows in complete panic, the hooded figure screams at the top of their lungs, begging for anyone, or anything, to not lay a single finger on them. Desperately praying to avoid becoming a goblin breeding pod, their cries for help go unanswered as claws grab hold, tearing into them while they helplessly scream for it all to stop. A goblin spots the commotion, while the helpless girl can only tear up in sheer terror. The horde instantly pins her down and tears at her clothes, leaving her screaming for anyone to save her. Out of nowhere, a hooded goblin intervenes, barking at the rest of the pack to let her go. The goblins immediately recognize the hooded intruder and lose their minds, calling him a total freak. With their chief officially dead, the head goblin claims the girl as his personal loot and warns the intruder that trying to snatch his prize is a one-way ticket to a beatdown. Completely feral, the swarm lunges at the hooded figure with bloodshot eyes, screaming for his death. Getting completely mobbed from all sides, he struggles to hold off the rabid goblins as pure rage flares in his bloodshot eye. He can't accept getting cooked by literal low-level fodder, desperately gritting his teeth because dying here is simply not an option. A sharp, bloody slice cuts through the noise, instantly freezing the rage-filled mob in pure shock. As bodies crash heavily onto the dirt, the brutal reality sets in. Sticking around here for even a second longer is an absolute death sentence. Armed with a jagged stone shard, the desperate goblin lunges forward screaming die. But the second the makeshift blade catches the light, pure shock and terror instantly set in. Realizing he's actually packing heat, the rest of the mob completely loses their minds and scatter for their lives, yelling run. He has a weapon! Massive figures lurk in the dark cave while chaos unfolds around them. Completely exhausted and panting heavily, the goblin collapses as the girl rushes to hold him, thanking him for protecting her once again and proving he is genuinely built different. He's definitely a different breed of goblin. As his system kicks into gear, he remembers the ultimate plot twist. He used to be a human too. Getting clapped by Truck Queen usually gets you a meeting with God, but instead, Lin Tian got dropped into another world with a budget system that hasn't even fully booted up yet. Aside from basic stat checks, the thing is basically running on dial-up. Still, he hasn't been slacking. By picking the pink-haired girl's brain over the past few days, he's finally pieced together how this world actually works. This world was forged by gods and packed with ridiculously powerful monsters. Against all odds, humanity managed to lock in and carve out their own domain through pure strength. As for our MC, he pulled the ultimate L, reincarnating as a goblin, the literal weakest and most filthy trash mob in existence. Lin Tian realizes his stats are completely cooked. With a combat power of just 30 and a pathetic rough stone knife at level 5, he's bottom tier even among goblins. However, with his racial skill gene Devour, he knows there's still a way to grind his way up and get stronger. Turns out the primary way goblins gain power in this world is by mating with human captives. Since goblins have 0 female counterparts, they constantly raid human settlements to reproduce and buff their stats. But as a former human himself, doing something that vile is an absolute non-negotiable for Lin Tian. She tries to reassure him, claiming that after spending these past few days together, she finally understands the situation. Looking up with maximum cope, she insists he's built different and couldn't possibly want to spend his life chilling with goblins. Lin Tian stays completely silent, just letting her ramble on. She reassures him that once the Night Order shows up to rescue her, she'll tell them he saved her so they'll let him live in the village. Honestly, she's not wrong. Even if his system stays glitched, surviving under human protection until he figures out how to activate it is actually a solid backup plan. Footsteps echo through the dark woods as the goblin and the pink-haired girl sense approaching danger, instantly putting them on high alert. Realizing the rest of the goblin horde is heading right back, the green guy completely panics and tells her to hide immediately, sending her scrambling for cover. While the pink-haired girl scrambles for cover behind the rocks, a goblin rushes right past her hiding spot. A feral goblin crawls out with glowing red eyes, completely down bad and screaming that a human is here, knowing that getting stronger is the only way to stay alive. Locking eyes on the target, the purple-haired goblin loses its mind and screams out in sheer excitement. A clean slash cuts straight through the goblin before it can even lay a finger on its target, instantly shutting it down. The goblin mockingly tells the human captive that her rescuers are outside, instantly giving her a desperate surge of hope. Believing her saviors from the Holy Order have finally arrived, the pink-haired girl excitedly scrambles out to check. Before it can even reevaluate its life choices, a massive sword she slashed tears through the air, sweeping through the mob in a wave of blue aura. The lone survivor is left frozen in pure shock as the armored warrior looms right in front of it. The armored knight throws a fit over the monsters, ruining his Holy Order uniform, revealing his status screen. Loader, a level 25 swordsman packing a solid 400 combat power. Watching from the side, the goblin is genuinely stunned, realizing these are by far the highest stats he's seen since arriving in this world. The girl rushes back shouting to her commander that they've made it, leaving the little goblin in pure disbelief after seeing how effortlessly these humans wiped out the goblin horde. Realizing just how massive the power gap really is, the goblin is left locked in absolute terror. Before she can even catch her breath, the pink-haired warrior panics and yells for them to stop as a massive blade comes swinging right at her, as a heavy slash rips through the battlefield, sending her diving straight into the dirt to dodge the strike. The force of the attack blasts both the pink-haired girl and the goblin straight into the dirt. Pushing themselves up in utter shock, they wonder if the rescuers are so blind in the dark cave that they mistook a human for a monster. Standing right over them is a massive knight clad in full silver armor, looking ready to finish what he started. Recognizing him instantly, the pink-haired girl desperately calls out to the commander, begging him to realize it's actually Kelia before he swings again. The commander hits her with a cold shutdown, admitting he knows exactly who she is. He logic leaps straight to assuming she's been defiled by goblins and might be carrying a monster's kid, declaring her too filthy for mercy and telling her to take her sins to the Holy Mother. Kelia desperately begs him to wait, screaming that even though she got captured, the goblins didn't actually do anything to her. Pointing straight at the little green guy, she swears to God that this goblin was actually the one protecting her. He isn't buying her story for a single second, calling her out for making up garbage excuses before throwing her right back down to perish alongside the goblins. Yanking the girl along, he yells at her to move her legs and head straight for the exit while they still can. The knight leaps down with his sword drawn, utterly losing his cool because things definitely did not go according to plan. A blinding flash of light slices down out of nowhere, leaving the goblin completely frozen in pure horror. Just as the knight is about to finish off a tiny goblin encased in a glowing barrier, someone shouts for him to hold up, leaving him standing there in dead silence. The holy maiden steps up glowing like a literal flashbang, taking one look at the scene and noting that this goblin is definitely giving off weird vibes. Down below, a panicked girl crawls across the dirt, begging the holy maiden to save her while the knight and the shielded goblin look on. She lunges forward and clings for dear life to the holy maiden's dress, desperately crying out for help while the knight stands there utterly speechless. The priestess steps up and directly addresses the glowing goblin, asking if it can actually understand her words. The little guy's eyes widen as he realizes she's Holy Maiden Ephraia, the temple spokesperson, and literally his only hope of escaping this place. He screams back at full volume that he can, in fact, understand her. He desperately tries to explain that he's actually an ice-eyed human stuck in a goblin's body by accident, begging the Holy Maiden to take him along so he can explain the situation. The knight admits the little guy is suspiciously smart, while the Holy Maiden starts convincing herself he might actually be a divine blessing sent directly from the Holy Mother. To double-check, they ask Kelia if the goblin harmed her, but she completely clears his name, confirming he actually protected her from other monsters and kept her fed. Deciding this little guy is way too unique to just leave behind, the Holy Maiden agrees to bring him back so they can study him thoroughly before making a final call. Glowing with a holy aura, she looks down at him and asks if he's actually down to come along. Lin Tian eagerly agrees to tag along, relieved to finally deal with someone who actually listens to reason. Since staying behind means guaranteed death anyway, heading back to prove his innocence is his best move. With a casual snap of her fingers, the magic barrier surrounding Lin Tian shatters into pieces. She gives the green light to move out, and the squad officially takes Loader along with them. Lin Tian hits them with the ultimate humble act, bowing low and promising he will definitely repay their kindness. She smirks and agrees with the casual. Of course, looking way too sinister about it. Without hesitation, the knight runs his blade straight through the girl's chest, leaving the goblin below completely traumatized. The little goblin stands completely paralyzed as the sudden strike shatters the air right in front of him. Time slows down as the sheer brutality of the moment leaves no room to process what just happened. Her lifeless body drops hard onto the cold floor, leaving the poor guy completely traumatized. The little goblin stands completely frozen in place, sweating buckets with his eyes practically popping out from sheer terror. Bells echo across Bright Town as a crowd gathers around Holy Maiden Ephraia and Loder, with Ephraia calling out to the villagers that the recent goblin raid has brought devastating harm to their town. Loder steps up in fury, shouting to the crowd that the goblins used despicable sneak attacks to slaughter 30 Bright Town residents. The crowd of villagers loses their minds with fury, shouting that goblins and humans are mortal enemies and demanding blood for blood. Loder dramatically gestures alongside Ephraia and Kelia, declaring that the Holy Order has already purged these goblins to avenge the villagers. Stepping forward in high heels, the directive rings out for everyone to keep praying devoutly to the temple. Raising her arms as a holy light flares up, Ephraia assures the crowd that the temple will always protect its loyal followers, getting the villagers hyped up and cheering for the knights. Meanwhile, inside a quiet study littered with books and documents, looking down at a scroll covered in strange diagrams, someone sighs in relief, thinking today's sermon was a total success and the crowd is as gullible as ever. Lounging back on her chair while swirling a vial of red liquid, Holy Maiden Ephraia smirked, confident that the gullible crowd would now pray even harder. Pinning the bleeding goblin down, Ephraia finds it absurd that a trashy creature like him dares to question human justice. She claims Kelia was bewitched into defending him, meaning her death was just her final act of loyalty after betraying humanity and the Holy Order. Standing against the backdrop of flames, she doubles down, declaring that goblins are nothing more than vermin on this continent. Raising her hands while golden magic flares around the pinned goblin, she tells him he should be grateful and use his tiny. With her hand wrapped in holy flames, Ephraia adds that his gross body should be useful for human and Holy Order experiments at least. Golden magic blasts down onto the trapped goblin, pinning him inside the glowing circle as he glares back up through the fire. As Lin Tian laments how foolish he was to hold on to human compassion after reincarnating from a human, Ephraia drags the masked goblin along the cold floor. After bringing him back to the human village, Loder and Ephraia tortured and toyed with him in every way possible, never believing a single word he said. Glowing purple magic circles erupt around the bound goblin, tearing his body apart. He didn't last long, straight up getting toyed to death by that sadistic bitch. Falling through a dark void among floating crystal shards, he vows that if he gets another chance, he'll never trust humans again, promising to straight up grind their bones and drain their. His glowing blue eyes snapped wide open in total shock, completely caught off guard. Floating midair through a starry cosmic void in his goblin body, he stares at his hands, wondering if he's somehow still alive and where the hell he ended up. A floating status screen pops up in the void declaring he died like a complete idiot for trusting humans, activating the goblin life simulation system and making Lin Tian realize his cheat system only triggers after he literally dies. Staring wide-eyed in total disbelief, Lin Tian realizes this system actually has the power to bring him back to life. Suspended in space, Lin Tian asks the system what picking yes or no actually means, and the system responds that choosing no means complete soul death, while yes lets him keep his memories and system while rewinding time back to the goblin cave 1 week ago. Lin Tian looks up in complete shock, processing the fact that he gets to keep all his memories while jumping back a full week. Grinning wickedly as the pieces click into place, Lin Tian finally realizes the insane opportunity sitting right in front of him. Reaching out to tap the holographic screen, he locks in the prompt without a second thought, determined to get payback on Loder and Ephraia. Floating in midair as a surging blue aura radiates around him, his body gets completely reassembled in the reset beam. A system screen pops up announcing that Goblin Life 2.0 has officially begun, his red eyes snapping open ready for absolute payback. System notifications flash across the screen transferring him straight to the Goblin Cave. Checking out his newly revived goblin form, Lin Tian admits the system buff is basically breadcrumbs, but better than nothing. Right on cue, a system warning alerts him that the human Holy Order is closing in fast, and with 0 extra revives left, he knows he can't afford to drop his guard. Checking out the interface, Lin Tian directly asks the system what it can actually do for him. The system reveals itself as the Goblin Life Simulation System, explaining it can project future events based on his choices and reward him points for items after every 24-hour run. Realizing he basically gets free future sight, Lin Tian's face twists into a smirk. Reaching out to the floating screen, Lin Tian commands the system to fire up the simulation immediately. A system window pops up setting the scenario: escape the Goblin Cave. Holy Knight Loder has tracked down their hideout, and Lin Tian needs to make a move to survive. 3 choices roll in. Option 1. Warn his fellow goblins and unite to fight Loder for 10 points. Option 2, abandon everyone and run for 5 points. Or Option 3, hide in the cave and pray he doesn't get found for absolute 0. Sizing up the looming threat of Loader, Lin Tian knows for a fact that even if every goblin in the cave teamed up, they'd still get cooked. Running away is literally his only play to stay alive. Tapping Option 1 to test the simulation, he plans to farm the highest score to buy a proper weapon for a sneak attack, only for the system to immediately hit him with a giant "you dead" result. Detailing how overestimating his goblin squad against Holy Knight Loader got him killed, though he still secures 10 earned points. Sitting in the dark with the holographic screen floating before him, Lin Tian confirms that relying on these fodder goblins is a dead end, but at least the point farm worked. Smirking with intent, Lin Tian commands the system to open up the exchange shop. Browsing through a massive array of high-tier weapons in the point shop, Lin Tian realizes he's basically broke with how low his balance is. Scrolling down to what he can actually afford, he finds an elven lightweight swift blade sitting right at his exact 10-point budget. Gripping his new swift blade with a plus 15 strength and 10% speed boost, Lin Tian admires how insanely sharp it is compared to crude goblin gear, noting a hit to a vital spot could easily be a one-hit kill. Calling up his system interface, he pauses to look around, wondering where Kelia went since he hasn't seen her anywhere. Visualizing Kelia happily strolling through the village with a bag of groceries, a system notification reveals that his rebirth altered the timeline, meaning she was never captured by goblins and gets to stay safe. Lin Tian stands quietly in the dim surroundings, staring blankly at the news for a second before cracking a low-key satisfied smirk. Smirking to himself, Lin Tian realizes he actually kept his promise to Kelia, leaving him with 0 regrets holding him back. Sprinting full speed down the narrow cave, he locks in on escaping and surviving, heading for the smallest exit where guards should be minimal. Standing guard right outside the cave entrance, the guards casually reassure each other that this shift is pretty much free money. As a goblin lurks silently on the rocks above, one guard at the narrow entrance brags about crushing any trash goblin that tries to run out, while his buddy reminds him of Lord Loader's orders to execute any girl trying to escape so news never reaches the village. Holding a serrated blade in front of his face, Lin Tian mutters to stop nagging, realizing the Holy Order slaughters their own innocent people without hesitation, meaning a goblin like him gets 0 mercy. Clenching his hand over his face, he locks in, knowing he has no choice left but to fight. 2 hooded guards wait outside the cave entrance as a fake distress call echoes from inside, claiming to be a captured girl from Bright Town, and the guards immediately fall for the bait, hyping themselves up to kill the straggler and score a reward from Lord Loader. Sneaking into the dark cave with a dagger in hand, the hooded guard puts on a fake friendly face, calling out into the cave that he's a knight sent to rescue them. Before he can even finish his pitch, a sudden brutal blow shreds him, spraying blood all over the place. Lin Tian surges forward with his massive glowing saw blade, wearing a full-on unhinged grin. A guy in a gray hood barks at his buddy to stop slacking and hurry up. Before he can even process what's happening, a goblin suddenly lunges forward in a blur, leaving the guy stammering in complete confusion. A brutal slash tears right across the soldier's chest, sending blood spraying into the air. He crashes heavily onto the ground, knocked completely off his feet. Clutching his bleeding wound, the man stares up in utter shock, stunned that a goblin can actually speak human language. Lin Tian stands over him with his blade drawn while the soldier pathetically begs for his life. Desperate to survive, the soldier pulls out a pocket watch featuring a picture of his wife and daughter, pleading that his family is waiting for him back home. Kneeling right in front of Lin Tian, the guy frantically begs for his life, swearing he was just following orders from the Holy Order and got dragged here against his will. Lin Tian just stands there silently while the dude keeps sweetening the bribe, offering extra gold coins and even promising a young human girl, all while secretly reaching for a hidden dagger behind his back. Thinking he caught Lin Tian slipping, his desperate begging instantly flips into a psychotic grin as he lunges forward, aiming his blade right at him and screaming for the stupid beast to die. Lin Tian dives in with a swift downward strike, cutting the traitor down mid-lunge. The guy's sword and shattered specs drop onto the dirt, completely done for. Lin Tian casually steps forward, barely even bothered by the quick execution. Standing over 2 downed guards, he freezes as he catches Loader's voice echoing nearby, realizing they're already giving chase. Loader kneels down to inspect 2 dead bodies on the forest floor with Holy Maiden Ephraia standing nearby. Loader looks up, visibly rattled, wondering what's going on and if some goblins somehow managed to slip through their net. Holy Maiden Ephraia looks down thoughtfully, reasoning that any goblin capable of killing those 2 must be a mutant. Loader agrees with a grim face, noting that if a mutant managed to escape, it's definitely a bad sign. Loader kicks one of the corpses in frustration as he walks off, cursing his dead squadmates for being useless enough to lose to a single mutant goblin. Licking her lips, Ephraia finds the idea of a mutant goblin low-key fun. If they manage to catch it, she fully intends to have a field day with it. Deep in the dark woods, Lin Tian sits back exhausted, breathing a sigh of relief after finally surviving the encounter. Aggressively biting into an apple, he vows to deal with humans the goblin way, using devouring and mating to boost his stats, spawn stronger offspring, and expand his domain. He swears to make every man crave death and force every woman to break under his feet. Hearing rustling sounds in the nearby bushes, he pulls up his hood, suspecting Loader and his crew haven't given up on hunting him down. Deciding to strike first to gain the upper hand, he leaps out with his blade drawn, startling the cloaked intruder. The target stumbles over a rock and falls backward with a yell, revealing their face and leaving him surprised to realize it's another goblin. Lin Tian sheathes his blade, completely taken aback by what just tumbled onto the ground. Writhed on the dirt, groaning that it hurts, is a female goblin, leaving him utterly confused since goblins are strictly an all-male species that can only reproduce with other races. Cowering on the dirt before Lin Tian, the girl stutters out a plea for him not to hurt her, claiming she was only trying to fetch some water. Lin Tian stares in absolute disbelief that a goblin can speak in complete sentences, right before a system screen reveals she's actually a level 3 fallen god whose mate will become the legendary goblin god. Lin Tian leans in close to the girl, slowly realizing what her fallen god status actually implies. Terrified out of her mind, the girl breaks down in tears, crying that her chief will beat her to death if she fails to fetch water while frantically apologizing. Gently patting the weeping goblin on the head, Lin Tian tries comforting her and tells her to stop crying. Crouching in the dim forest, he warns her that throwing a full meltdown will attract Loader and his squad. The girl looks up stunned, asking if he can actually speak too, which Lin Tian confirms, realizing average goblins can't talk and she's probably never spoken to anyone else in her tribe. Pulling on his cloak, the goblin girl tears up, explaining how other goblins only ever hit and scold her. Grateful for his gentle care, she offers to guide him back to her tribe. Lin Tian grabs her shoulders in excitement, asking if a goblin tribe really is nearby. He reminds himself that escaping Loader's group and finding a safe haven comes way before anything else. Blushing furiously under his intense grip, the flustered girl stammers that she'll take him straight there. Gleaming with a sinister smile, Lin Tian locks in, realizing he just stumbled upon the easiest way to recruit new subordinates. Demanding to be led straight to her tribe. Approaching the encampment at night, small goblins poke their heads out from the surrounding tents. Walking straight into the village, a crowd of goblins immediately surrounds them, roasting his human fit and laughing at his companion. Seeing just how packed this place is, Lin Tian decides it's the perfect spot to start. Standing tall amidst the crowd, Lin Tian casually announces that he's here to join up and demands to see their leader. The spear-wielding goblins laugh off his demand, deciding to jump the outsider first before dragging him to their boss. The mob starts cheering as their boss steps up, a level 25 goblin priest wielding a skull staff who aggressively asks who's making all the noise. Rocking an overall power score of 200, titles like Breeding Machine and God's Blessing, and stacked skills like Gene Devour and Thorn Control, even the protagonist is shocked to see a goblin at such a high level in this tribe. The goblin leader immediately confronts one of his tribe members for bringing a human outsider back into their camp. She timidly stammers that the guy had nowhere else to go. Without missing a beat, the leader orders his horde to slaughter the freak for dinner. The goblins instantly go wild, restraining GOBLIN while swarming in to tear him apart. Flashing a glowing serrated knife, the guy desperately shouts for them to hold on, promising he can craft powerful weapons and make their entire tribe stronger. Before the horde can tear him apart, the goblin priest suddenly shouts for everyone to freeze. Getting uncomfortably close, the priest sniffs Lin Tian, admitting he doesn't smell like a liar before demanding to know what weapons he can craft. Lin Tian promises that with some iron ore, he can craft basic tools and eventually upgrade to weapons far stronger than his current blade. Lin Tian promises that with some iron ore, he can craft basic tools and eventually upgrade to weapons far stronger than his current blade. The goblin horde instantly goes wild, completely hyped at the idea of using iron gear to dominate humans and hunt down elves. The goblin priest looks Lin Tian in the eye and gives him a strict 3-day deadline to find iron ore and craft tools, promising to kill him if he slacks off. To raise the stakes even higher, he points right at GOBLIN, letting him know her head is on the chopping block as well. Laughing maniacally, the goblins head back to their tents, leaving Lin Tian stuck with an impossible ultimatum. Realizing the old priest is an unhinged psychopath who wouldn't hesitate to execute his own kind, Lin Tian knows a direct fight is out of the question for now. His best play is to craft those iron tools, buy some time, and grind until he's strong enough. Night falls over the forest as birds scatter into the dark sky, marking their relentless march forward. Trailing at the back with a spear, GOBLIN pants heavily and begs them to slow down, completely exhausted after walking non-stop all day. The goblins mercilessly beat and kick the exhausted GOBLIN, laughing while she desperately cries out for them to stop. Lin Tian steps forward and unsheathes his blade, reminding the squad they were brought here to mine iron, not fight, warning that anyone who fails to find ore in the valley will be executed on the spot. Realizing Lin Tian isn't playing around, the remaining goblins start sweating bullets in pure terror. They scramble away in panic, laughing nervously while shouting that the boss won't spare him once they hand over the iron ore. Lin Tian knows they aren't lying. Forging iron weapons for the tribe higher-ups just guarantees his eventual execution. However, the system reveals an insane shortcut. If a male goblin mates with a female goblin, he will evolve directly into the legendary goblin god. Looking down at Goblin Yu sobbing on the dirt, he realizes it's time to get stronger, quietly telling her to stop crying. He crouches down right beside her, ready to make his move. Lin Tian gently wipes her tears and promises to protect her, feed her, and keep her safe from bullies if she stays with him, leaving her asking if he really means it. He assures her he keeps his word, but mentions they're currently too weak, and he needs her help to gain power. Blushing deeply, she wonders how she could possibly help him get stronger. Lin Tian drops the real condition straight up. If she's willing to have kids with him, he can unlock his true potential. Leaning in close to her face, she turns bright red and stammers that she's never done anything like this before. Lin Tian offers a reassuring smile, telling her it's completely fine as long as she's down. Lin Tian doesn't hesitate for a second and goes straight in for goal, leaving her so completely stunned her eyes start spinning. She grips onto the sheets for dear life as things immediately heat up between them. Blushing like crazy, she completely drops all restraint and begs him to make her a mother so he can become stronger. After a session of pure peak performance, the system drops the news that he's set to have a grand total of 7 children with Goblin Yu, instantly breaking his level cap and slapping him with a juicy stack of permanent stat upgrades. Inspecting his newly upgraded and ripped physique, his status window updates to level 7. With boosted strength and enhanced stats across the board, his odds of completely stomping out the goblin priest just went through the roof. Gently draping a cloak around her shoulders, Lin Tian holds her close and vows to protect her for the rest of her life, leaving her completely swooning in his arms. Distressed screams and manic laughter suddenly break the quiet outside. A goblin runs for his life clutching a chunk of rock while a demon wolf leaps down right behind him. Lin Tian realizes the goblin actually scored iron ore, but accidentally dragged a pack of demon wolves along with it. Drawing his dagger, Lin Tian tells Goblin to stay back while he goes to take care of business. A giant demon wolf lunges from behind, jaw wide open to swallow the poor goblin whole right along with his loot. But before it can take a single bite, Lin Tian drops in from above, riding the beast midair and driving his blade into its neck. The beast crashes down lifeless, leaving the goblin sweating bullets while clutching the rock for dear life. Lin Tian casually walks over, glowing with a terrifying red aura, and demands the iron ore he just retrieved. Lin Tian checks out the ore and gives it his seal of approval, promising to forge fresh weapons for the crew if they gather even more. A goblin urgently vouches for Lin Tian to the elder, swearing he took down a magic wolf with an iron spear that totally outclasses their stone junk. Holding his iron spear high, Lin Tian asks the hyped crowd if they want their own, and the goblins go wild begging for some. The tribe watches in utter disbelief as Lin Tian presents his forged weaponry. Slamming the spear into the dirt, the goblin elder finally has to admit the truth. The guy really can mass-produce iron gear. Sneering down, the goblin shaman demands 50 iron weapons within 2 days if Lin Tian wants to stick around. As the elder marches off, the goblins offer to help forge, but Lin Tian just hits them with a confident smirk. Come delivery day, a massive container gets dumped, spilling out dozens of freshly forged iron spears. Walking into the village, Lin Tian drops off the goods while the goblins swarm around chanting his name. Staring at the haul, the shaman grins wide, shocked that he actually pulled it off. Raising his staff, the elder calls for a meat feast to celebrate Lin Tian joining the tribe while everyone goes wild around the fire. A roaring campfire crackles as a slab of roasted meat sits prepped on leaves, ready for the feast. Handing over the cooked meat, the goblin girl happily tells Lin Tian that this special cut was saved just for him by the priest. Taking a bite, Lin Tian suddenly seizes up with bloodshot eyes and collapses to the dirt, sending the goblin girl into a panic as she asks what's wrong with him. The attacker sneers, telling Lin Tian to enjoy watching the traitor get sliced up with his own knife to wipe that smug look off his face. Lin Tian turns the tables and brutally counters the old goblin elder, leaving him stumbling back as his severed claw drops to the dirt. Clutching his fresh wound, the old goblin glares up in pure rage, screaming how Lin Tian could ever betray him. Flashing a wicked grin with his blade ready, Lin Tian calls the old man an absolute idiot for thinking he was slick. Lin Tian reveals the system already snitched on the poisoned food from the start, meaning he was just acting along to set this trap. Ripping off his skull pendant in a blind fury, the old man roars for Lin Tian's head and lunges forward with a deadly strike. Lin Tian effortlessly slips under the raging sweep, dodging the desperate counterattack like it's nothing. Lin Tian drops down from above with his dagger raised to strike. Unleashing a clean glowing slash, he slices straight through the skull-masked leader. The old boss drops dead on the spot, leaving the surrounding goblins completely paralyzed with fear. He's officially their new boss. Brandishing his blade before the pack, Lin Tian rallies the goblins, declaring he'll lead them on raids against elves and humans alike. Holding his sword high in the air, he hypes them up even further with promises of endless meat to feast on, and wild nights. The goblins go completely feral, howling into the sky and chanting for their new boss in pure hype. Meanwhile in the nearby woods, a cloaked elf girl leaps through the trees, completely blindsided by the sudden racket. Sprinting past her attendant in a hurry, the elf princess rushes in insisting she has urgent news for the clan mother. Looking entirely unimpressed, the clan mother questions what could possibly be so important about weak, bottom-tier goblins. Recalling her scout findings, the princess details discovering a ferocious giant bear carcass gnawed to the bone, suspecting the sudden goblin power spike is linked to the young goblin who recently executed their old chief. A smirk forming on her face, the clan mother questions the idea of this mysterious new goblin chief. Flashing a sultry grin, the elf queen offers her blushing daughter a male elf as a reward for her hard work, making the flustered princess sprint out in a panic to keep investigating. Meanwhile, crouching by the fire, Lin Tian promises 2 elf captives as a reward once they conquer the tribe, ordering the squad to sharpen their iron weapons as the goblins cheer. Grinning with unhinged excitement, the scout hypes up the crew and runs off to ready the boys with their newly sharpened weapons. Standing atop a rock with his spear raised, Lin Tian rallies his goblin squad, announcing that monster hunting in the enchanted forest starts today as the boys cheer in agreement. Taking down a massive tusked beast under the moonlight, Lin Tian scores a brand new skill, Giant Fawn Attack. Leading the squad against stone golems and forest beasts, the grind pays off with stone skin granting plus 15 defense alongside stealth. Slashing down a pale monkey creature leaping from the trees, he adds climb straight into his skill pool. Swarming a massive horned serpent with spears until it stops moving, the pack unlocks venom secretion. Checking the glowing status screen, Gene Devour boosted the whole squad stats, pushing a standard level 18 goblin up to 250 overall power. Peeking at an elf archer from the brush, Lin Tian notes that standard elves only sit around 200 combat power. Resting his chin on his wrapped hand as the simulation cooldown resets, Lin Tian figures his tribe officially outscales the elves. Chibi's simulation logs display his confident raid getting hard baited into an elf ambush, ending with him strung up by the elf matriarch for a flat 0 out of 100. Narrowing his eyes in thought, Lin Tian digests the simulation's cryptic summary about everything being under someone else's control. Looking over the squad, Lin Tian realizes there's only one logical explanation for why that simulation went so wrong. Expanding his sensory field across the forest, he locks in his goblin hearing and smell to sniff out whoever is spying on them. Targeting the rustling bushes, a volley of arrows rips through the trees and nails the hiding elf scout dead in the thigh. Collapsing to the dirt, the blonde elf scout completely loses all her strength as the goblin grunts rush in, hyped over their boss landing a direct hit. Paralyzed on the forest floor, she watches shadows loom over her, realizing too late that the arrow was coated in poison. Lin Tian smirks down at his prize, surprised it was actually this easy to bag them. Standing over the helpless captive, he casually mentions she showed up just in time. Wasting 0 time, Lin Tian barks out the order to drag every last captive back to base. A bucket of water gets dumped straight onto the captured elf to snap her awake just as the boss pulls up. Lin Tian looks over the prize while his lackey hypes her up, noting goblin fluids have a paralyzing effect that gives them a huge edge against matriarchal elves. Glaring up at him with pure rage, the captured princess demands to know how a lowly creature dares kidnap royalty and target her people. Held firmly by the chin, the elf princess bares her fangs, yelling that if it wasn't for her mother's mercy, goblins would have gone extinct ages ago, warning that touching a single hair on her will have consequences. Lin Tian just hits her with a sinister smirk. Looking down at her sprawled out on the dirt, he scoffs at the idea of elven kindness. Standing over her alongside his goblins, Lin Tian notes that her version of elves doesn't match what his minions report, and while his guys might be dumb, they don't lie. Thinking back on how easily the elves could have cleared the entire forest, he realizes leaving survivors alive definitely wasn't an act of mercy. Outside a quiet pagoda in the dead of night, a servant begs the Holy Mother to tap out, and she agrees to call it since her potion stash is officially empty. Wiping away sweat, the flushed Holy Mother laments not capturing more goblins to mess with earlier. Lounging beside her completely drained servants, she checks in on Kasana, only for her scout to admit she's long overdue. The scout proposes sending a squad to investigate, treating it as an easy goblin-slaying EXP run for their warriors. Massaging her forehead, she gives the green light to take some fighters and back up Kasana. Drawing his sword in pure panic, the warrior spins around as a menacing voice drops in to announce that Kasana isn't making it back tonight. Out of nowhere, glowing arrows streak through the dark, instantly dropping an elven scout with a shot straight to the dome. Grabbing the arrow from the fallen guard, the elf gasps in complete shock as she realizes they're dealing with goblins. Lin Tian looms over her with a menacing smirk, taunting that Kasana is already having his child, so they might as well get used to being family. Drawing her blade, the elf warrior angrily demands to know what was done to Kasana, only to be met with a cold, mocking smirk. Losing her cool, she lunges forward intending to kill him, but he effortlessly avoids the strike and tells her the tribe is already surrounded, urging her to surrender. Her blade clatters against the floor as her legs give out completely, leaving her trembling on the ground. Smirking down at her, he reveals the arrow she caught was coated with paralyzing goblin fluid, leaving her cursing under her breath as she completely loses control of her body. Holding his blade to the paralyzed elf's neck, Lin Tian calls out how the elves exploited goblins for potion upgrades, not expecting them to pull up and settle the score. He leans in and whispers that he still needs her to produce stronger goblin warriors, though whether she survives after that isn't guaranteed. Visions of her burning village and overwhelmed tribe flashing before her, Lin Tian reminds her that her fate entirely depends on her attitude as the Holy Mother. Collapsing to the floor and clutching his legs, she desperately begs him to spare her children's lives, swearing she'll do literally anything he wants. Slowly letting her outfit slip down, she completely surrenders, agreeing to bring her tribe over and bear his children. Locked inside a cage, the captured elf Kasana breaks down before her Holy Mother, who admits she severely underestimated the goblin's absurd power spike, and drops the bleak reality check that to keep their bloodline alive, their only path to survival is breeding with the goblin tribe. Lin Tian lays down the ground rules, telling the captives to stay put and wait to give birth while he handles their meals, adding that any funny business will get them wiped out. Looking down with a somber expression, the elf quietly accepts the terms. Gripping the wooden bars, she makes a sudden request, asking if she can take care of all her children. Instead of showing hatred, the elf mothers genuinely embrace the newborn goblin babies with open arms while Lin Tian watches on. Checking their stats, Lin Tian wonders if their sudden affection is triggered by the boundless maternal love attribute just as someone calls his name. Lin Tian listens as the elf mother admits she can't handle taking care of all the newborn goblin kids on her own. Assigning Gobiyu to help babysit, Lin Tian inspects his rewards from the Holy Mother and secures a qualification boost converting into 200 HP, 30 strength, and 30 defense. Staring at the status window, Lin Tian figures his qualification tier must already be maxed out since every boost is directly turning into raw attributes. Confident he's strong enough to take down Loader, he plans his next moves while half a month passes to the sound of even more goblin babies crying across the camp. Lin Tian locks in as an elf woman screams in pure agony, completely going through it from intense labor pains. Pulling up to the scene, Lin Tian finds Kasana crying out that she's at her absolute limit, while her attendant frantically urges her to push harder. With the panicked assistant begging him to step in before Kasana fades from her first delivery, Lin Tian takes charge immediately, and commands them to spread her legs. Stepping in to deliver the babies, Lin Tian tells the attendant he knows what he's doing, bluntly telling the resisting elf mother to pipe down since they're his kids too. Wiping the delivery fluids off his hands, Lin Tian casually announces that she's completely fine now. With the newborn goblin babies crawling around their resting mother, the attendant praises him for saving her, but Lin Tian shrugs it off like light work. Lin Tian turns around as an angry voice suddenly yells out, demanding to be let go. Two feral goblins pounce on an exhausted captive elf, fighting over who gets to go first. A clean, brutal slash instantly cleaves the disobedient goblin in half. Lin Tian glares down at the trembling survivors, coldly making it clear that violating his recovery rules gets you an instant death sentence. Standing tall over his groveling lackey, Lin Tian orders that every elf be given an extra portion of fruit. Looking up at him with softened eyes, the blonde elf admits he really is built different from ordinary goblins. Reassuring her that good behavior brings better treatment, Lin Tian launches a life simulation where expanding his goblin tribe with elven offspring leads him straight to Bright Town to hunt Loader. Spotting Loader and his party, the system prompts him to choose whether to assassinate them solo, lead a full goblin massacre, or just wait and observe. Lin Tian sits brooding by the campfire, calculating that while his stats match Loader's, jumping the guy's whole squad head-on is still sketchy. Confident his attributes can take Loader down in a duel, he taps option 1 on the system screen to launch a solo ambush. The simulation plays out where he almost takes Loader's life, only for Loader's master, the Sword Saintess, to pull up and instantly end him, netting him a measly 30 points and leaving him stunned by her sudden appearance. Standing outside the elf cages, Lin Tian realizes he needs to hurry before Loader's party bails from Bright Town and disappears for good. Sitting by the fire while Goblin Yu brings over some fruit, Lin Tian cooks up a plan. Standing up, Lin Tian tells Goblin Yu he is heading into human territory, and leaving the tribe in her hands, causing the captive elf to freak out about him getting hunted down. Walking away, Lin Tian claims he has personal beef with humans, prompting the panicked elf to offer him a stealth spell so he will not get spotted. Smirking at the trap working, Lin Tian lets her channel the blue stealth magic while teasing her for caring, though she claims she just fears the other goblins being worse if he dies. Leaning in close to finish the spell, she admits her kids are stuck here and they are only safe if he makes it back in one piece. Throwing on a dark cloak, Lin Tian notes how masterfully this holy mother knows how to survive before waving off Goblin Yu and heading out. We arrive at Bright Town, a bustling settlement packed with locals and armored guards patrolling the cobblestone streets. Our cloaked wanderer keeps moving through the alleys, noting to himself that despite gathering intel all day, he hasn't heard a single whisper about the Sword Saintess. Passing by the market stalls, he can't help but feel that something about this complete lack of information is off. Life seems completely normal around the central fountain, but the total absence of leads only deepens the mystery. Walking through the bustling streets, he reminds himself to hurry up and dig up more clues before his entire revenge plot falls apart. Suddenly, a boisterous voice echoes from a nearby tavern offering free drinks to everyone, bringing him to a dead stop. Underneath his hood, a wicked smirk spreads across his face. Talk about running into the right person at the right time. Right inside the tavern, chugging ale without a care in the world, is none other than Loader. Loader drops a massive flex, announcing that his master, the Sword Saintess, is already on her way so they won't even need capital reinforcements. The entire tavern instantly loses its mind, arguing over whether he's capping or about to become the biggest hero in town. Riding the hype, Loader slams down a fat bag of coins and announces drinks are on him to celebrate their future victory. Meanwhile, Lin Tian drops a coin on the counter, quietly plotting to make his move the second the dragons hit the town. Just as he tries slipping out the door, Loader spots him and calls out, inviting the mysterious guy to stick around for a drink. The hooded guy brushes them off, claiming there'll be other chances later before vanishing into the shadows, leaving Loader feeling like something is seriously off. Meanwhile, the streets of Bright Town are in full celebration mode, rolling out the banners to welcome the legendary Sword Saintess. Inside the Grand Cathedral, the Sword Saintess kneels quietly at the altar as Loader steps up behind her. Loader drops the urgent news. A dragon has been circling way too close lately, and at this rate, Bright Town is about to become ground zero. Standing up from her prayer, the Sword Saintess gets straight to business, asking Loader for an update on her orders. Loader reports that all 10 dragon-slaying crossbows have been built to her exact blueprints, and placed at key vantage points around town. But she coldly reminds him to deploy them properly, because if his men prove useless when the dragon strikes, it'll be a total embarrassment to her name. As they walk through the plaza, the crowd can't stop swooning over her noble aura, whispering that no man alive, not even the emperor himself, would dare try to pull her. Noticeably annoyed by all the gawking, she tells Loader to stop letting everyone loaf around and clear the crowd immediately, sending him scrambling to follow orders. A dragon suddenly swoops down from the sky, snatching an unlucky villager straight off the ground while everyone else scatters in pure terror. Drawing her blade, the Sword Saintess realizes it's just a scout, which means the main horde is right behind it. She instantly orders Loader and the rest of the squad to gear up and move to the wall. A goblin scout scrambles over completely out of breath, reporting that the dragon has finally shown up and the town's walls are crawling with soldiers. Panicking, he asks what the play is, but Lin Tian calmly turns around and tells him to just stay put and enjoy the show. Perched high on the rocks with his cloak whipping in the wind, Lin Tian looks down as his entire goblin army gets hyped for the bloodbath. A colossal dragon breath tears through the sky, leaving the command duo completely frozen in shock. Snapping back to reality, orders are barked across the wall to man the dragon-slaying crossbows immediately, and the squad doesn't waste a second falling into line. In a flash, the heavy artillery is loaded up and aimed, with every soldier locked in and calling out that they're ready to fire. With a command to fire, twin beams of energy tear through the sky, ripping straight into the horde of flying beasts. The soldiers on the wall cheer at the ridiculous power of their dragon-slaying crossbows, but their excitement is cut short when someone spots something wrong. A heavy purple storm engulfs the sky as a crushing wave of mental pressure hits the battlefield, instantly bringing the troops to their knees in agony. Even the high-ranking priestess and her knight freeze in sheer terror, realizing that whatever is coming down from those clouds is beyond anything they were prepared for. The massive purple-golden dragon mother descends through the lightning, and the guards instantly lose their minds as they realize their dragon-slaying crossbows aren't even going to scratch her. Her eye locks in, and without giving them a second to breathe, she charges a massive blast of golden energy right in her throat. She lets it rip straight into the fortress, completely pulverizing the town wall as everyone scrambles to run for their lives. The Sword Saintess steps up, ordering everyone to pull it together and defend the city while she takes on the Dragon Mother solo. Unleashing an advanced sword technique, she fires off a massive torrent of sword chi to block the incoming destruction. Against all odds, Her massive attack actually holds off the Dragon Mother's fire, keeping the defenses intact. Watching from below, the observer inspects the level 79 Purple Golden Dragon Mother's stats, boasting 4,100 health and an insane 2,900 overall power. Looking up from below, Lin Tian admits that this person is an absolute monster. Her status window pops up, revealing level 80 Sword Saint Alice Nia with a ridiculous 4,000 overall power score. Lin Tian silently thanks his lucky stars he isn't the one fighting her right now. Alice swoops down with another devastating slash on the dragon. Lin Tian analyzes the clash, noting that while the Dragon Mother is slightly weaker than Alice, her massive HP pool keeps her alive. Realizing the Saintess won't be finishing off the dragon anytime soon, Lin Tian grins. This chaotic deadlock is the perfect opportunity for his next move. Lin Tian drops the order to his forces, declaring that payback time against humanity is finally here. One team causes pure chaos in the city while the other sets up an ambush. The entire goblin horde roars back in agreement, fully hyped and ready to execute the plan. Moments later, the city's streets erupt into complete pandemonium as citizens scream that goblins are invading. The defenders refuse to buy it at first, claiming no goblin would ever be stupid enough to attack here, right before the screaming starts. A terrified civilian scrambles through the burning streets screaming for help as the town rapidly turns into an absolute war zone. Clenching his jaw in frustration, the commander curses under his breath as total chaos breaks out. Realizing they're dealing with a multi-front disaster, he orders 2 guards to hold off the remaining dragons while he and Yevlia rush to intercept the goblins. Without wasting another second, the 2 charge down the alley, heading straight toward the incoming goblin swarm. Loader and Ephraia charge straight down the alley to stop the ambush. Things go south instantly as Ephraia gets scooped up in a goblin net, while Loader gets pinned to the cobble by an absurdly large swarm of spear-wielding green creeps. From further up the block, their allies desperately fight through the madness, screaming for their captain to hold on as the entire street devolves into total chaos. A shadowy figure suddenly blitzes through the human front lines, tearing through armored guards as panicked shouts ring out to watch their backs. The sheer shock sets in immediately as they realize their entire unit was neutralized in a matter of seconds. Lin Tian casually steps over the fallen soldiers, thoroughly unimpressed that an elite squad got taken down this effortlessly. Refusing to accept defeat, the knight angrily screams that he's going to slaughter every single one of these lowly goblins. Before he can even finish his rant, he gets slammed face first into the dirt and told to read the room. Lin Tian orders his squad to haul the 2 captives out through the sewers, telling the rest to fall in line so they can storm the city walls and clear out the crossbowmen. Hearing chaos and goblin growls echoing across the rooftops, the Sword Saintess can't believe goblins actually had the audacity to launch a surprise raid right now. But before she can make a move, a purple dragon mother steps out of the purple haze, smirking at the human chaos and calling out the Sword Saint directly. The dragon mother roars in pure rage, demanding her enemy to die. Unleashing her advanced technique, Steel Gale, the Sword Saintess slashes forward, eager to see just how much more dragon blood she can spill. As the dragon mother screams in agony, the Sword Saintess notes the beast is almost finished, wondering if Loader has handled the dragons and goblins on his end. Before she can finish the job, a massive explosion erupts in the distance, leaving her questioning why the riot hasn't been resolved as the goblin horde arrives right on cue. A dark energy rift tears through the sky as the enemy bids the Sword Saintess a mocking farewell before slipping away into the mist. The escaping opponent retreats into the clouds vowing to return, leaving the Sword Saintess furious that her target managed to slip right through her fingers. Meanwhile, far away from the chaotic battlefield, the scene shifts to the quiet, peaceful rooftops of a distant city. The Sword Saintess struts into the area looking for Loader, already annoyed that these supposed elites can't even clear out a basic goblin horde. Before she can rage any further, a battered soldier drops to his knees with devastating news. The goblins actually captured both Loader and Ephraia. Her jaw drops in utter disbelief. Hearing that bottom-tier fodder monsters managed to drag off high-ranking fighters makes zero sense. The surviving guards groan on the floor, warning her that these goblins are built different. Their raw strength rivals high-tier races, and Loader never stood a chance. Furious, the Sword Saintess turns to leave, declaring she'll personally march into the enchanted forest and wipe out every last goblin tribe. But before she can step away, a desperate woman grabs onto her armor, sobbing and begging her to stay in case the dragons or goblins strike again. The crowd immediately falls to their knees, pleading with the Saintess to protect the temple and the empire instead of leaving them vulnerable. Hearing their desperate cries, she pauses, convincing herself that protecting these citizens takes priority over rescuing Loader, who was just too weak to save himself anyway. Meanwhile, back at the goblin encampment, a loud shout goes up across the field announcing that their leader has finally returned. The goblin scouts pull up to camp dragging 2 high-value human captives in chains, shocking the local goblins who can't believe their luck. Exhausted and completely drained, the holy maiden drops straight onto the dirt with a heavy thud. Before either of them can process what's happening, an armed guard steps up and barks at them to keep their mouths shut. Looking around, the male warrior realizes this isn't just a random raid. The goblins have an entire labor force of captive elves under their thumb. Sweating profusely with a flushed face, she realizes only a hero-tier goblin could have pulled off an operation this insane. When her companion whispers to check if she's recovered, Freya admits the toxin is ridiculously potent, and even her sacred constitution is gonna need time to flush it out. The goblin leader looks down at her, genuinely impressed that Freya's sacred body is already flushing out his potent poison. Panic hits her immediately as she stammers, asking how this creature could possibly know her name, right as his hand slides up her leg. With a wicked grin, he repeats her question back to her before digging his sharp claws deep into her thigh. Watching from the ground, Loader completely loses his mind and screams for the monster to stop. Before he can even finish, Gobu Kwang smacks him across the face for disrespecting his leader. Pinned to the dirt, Loader tries throwing out big names, warning that the Sword Saintess will wipe out their entire tribe in one strike. Lin Tian just smirks, revealing she's already on his hit list too, and with their tracks covered, no one's coming to save them. Lin Tian orders his goblin berserker to lead the second-generation goblins into the forest for a mass monster hunt. Knowing a move this big will draw human attention, they need to complete their evolution process before anyone tracks them down. Lin Tian pins Loader under his boot to start the interrogation, making it clear that uncooperative answers will cost him a few limbs. Crouching over him with a blade drawn, Lin Tian asks if he enjoys secretly hunting and torturing goblins. Loader angrily claims it's complete nonsense, but Lin Tian isn't playing around. His response was way too slow. Lin Tian doesn't hesitate to slice off his ear, sending Loader rolling on the grass in sheer agony as he curses out the goblin. Clutching his bloody head, Loader desperately tries to take the moral high ground, shouting that everything they do is to protect humanity and destroy monsters. Lin Tian scoffs at the hypocritical speech, pointing out it was never about duty. It was just about clout chasing to boost their hero party status. He exposes their dirty secret, revealing that they routinely slaughter human hostages along with the monsters just because saving them alive was too much work. Loader and Freya completely lose their minds, trembling in shock as they realize this goblin knows every single dark secret they've been hiding. Lin Tian just grins through the shadows, declaring that the chit-chat is officially over. Unlike these hypocrites who pretend to be holy, he's an evil monster and has zero problem acting like one. He moves in on Freya while Loader desperately screams at him to back off, leaving the terrified priestess crying out in sheer panic. Pinned down to the dirt by the goblin mob, Loader thrashes around helplessly, forced to watch and scream his lungs out while Lin Tian teaches her a lesson. Lin Tian smugly throws her own words right back at her, warning Freya that her little lesson is only just starting and she better brace herself. He pulls her close right in front of Loader, maliciously asking if her precious knight is going to enjoy having front row seats to the main event. He unleashes the horde of hungry goblins on her, leaving Loader to desperately cry out in horror as the swarm moves in. Forced to watch her get completely swarmed and torn apart by the mob, Loader completely loses his mind, screaming her name in pure agony. Don't worry, she's completely alive and well, even if Holy Maiden Freya is currently bound in chains with her priestess outfit practically shredded. Her captain, currently pinned under a goblin's foot, desperately begs her to hang on before things get worse, but Freya weakly tells him she's fine. While the goblins yell at the human prisoners to shut up, the captive elf women sit back with some fresh fruit, realizing the humans definitely have it way worse. The mother recalls Lin Tian mentioning his desire for revenge against humanity, making this brutal setup totally expected. She admits he never forgets a grudge and always keeps his word, calling him the most unique goblin she's ever seen. When she starts blushing while hinting at his other strengths, her daughter immediately calls her out for catching feelings. Before things get any more awkward, a goblin interrupts Lin Tian to report that the second-generation hunting party has returned. Lin Tian watches his group return, wondering why they're back so early. The second-generation goblins report in, having already broken through level 30 with stats nearly catching up to his. Lin Tian asks if the hunt was a success, but the warriors hesitate to answer. They explain that after clearing out nearby monsters, they pushed west and spotted hider goblins slaughtering other goblin tribes. Hearing this, Lin Tian immediately asks which tribe on the west side got hit. The report comes in, it's the Bloodfawn tribe, a faction of high-tier goblins actively raiding nearby tribes. Instead of worrying, Lin Tian gets ideas. Capturing their leader means breeding even stronger third-gen goblins to counter the human extermination squads. A captured human laughs in his face, boasting that no matter how strong goblins get, knights will always wipe them out. Lin Tian cold stares him down, noting he almost forgot the prisoner was even there. He calls the goblins over to handle the fresh human, leaving the terrified prisoner screaming in horror. One of them instantly grabs the knight by the face, giggling about how tender human skin is, while the guy completely loses his mind screaming that they're all monsters. As the cave fills with horrified screams, Alice can only sit there chained up in complete despair. Fast forward a few hours, and bro is lying on the ground looking like his entire soul got drained out of him. Meanwhile, Lin Tian is chilling by the bonfire when his companion asks if the Blood Fang tribe is next. He casually confirms they're taking over the whole territory and capturing their leader. Lin Tian casually announces to his companions that from now on, their newly formed group is officially called the Tian Quang tribe. The goblins immediately go wild with excitement, hyping up their boss for giving them an actual identity. The entire encampment erupts into a full-blown celebration, chanting the Tian Quang tribe name at the top of their lungs. When his companion worries about their target wiping out countless tribes already, Lin Tian just smirks and tells her to trust him. Even while bound in chains, the captive warrior reassures herself that she still has an unused trump card hidden up her sleeve. Meanwhile, Lin Tian finds a sweet vantage point to scope out the area and get a full read on the enemy's actual strength. Overlooking the demonic forest encampment, he notes that while there are a few high-tier goblins present, the threat still seems manageable. That is, until he notices the smaller goblins shaking in fear, terrified of whoever is about to step out of the main tent. Taking a closer look, Lin Tian realizes that the leader of the Blood Fang tribe is far from a standard target. It's a level 50 Warhammer goblin, a literal hero-class warrior wielding a massive bone hammer with an overall power score of 900. Lin Tian sizes up his target from above, noting their combat power sits at a manageable 900. A dozen goblin warriors could easily handle them, but capturing them alive is a different story, especially since their massive size renders paralytic poison useless. Realizing he needs a better method, he remembers the imprisonment spell Freya used on him in the past. Thinking that exact spell would solve all his problems right now, he decides it's time to go pay the Holy Maiden a visit. Meanwhile, back at the Goblin tribe camp, the settlement stays quiet as Lin Tian prepares his next move. The Goblin lackeys report that they carried out his orders, though their human prisoner is on the verge of dying. Lin Tian gives them props for a job well done. Barely clinging to life, Freya begs them to just end her so she can atone for her sins in the presence of her god. Lin Tian greets her calmly while gently wiping her down with a warm cloth, temporarily soothing her delirious mind. The second she realizes who's touching her, pure terror sets in, and she screams for the demon to stay away as the agony completely breaks her mind. Lin Tian pulls a completely worn-out Freya close before she can collapse. Holding her tight, he tells her that her daily punishment is officially over. Tears well up in her eyes as she looks at him in utter disbelief, asking if he's actually serious. He promises to keep his word, but adds one condition: she has to choose where her faith lies. Option 1 is simple: she can keep believing in God and endure whatever comes next. Or she can trust him, become his personal pet, and never suffer another day of torment. Completely broken and desperate for relief, she drops what's left of her pride and lets out a quiet bark. Lin Tian gives her a little praise, watching as the former Holy Maiden completely surrenders what's left of her dignity. He makes her new role official, declaring himself her one and only master before giving her a lovely new nickname, which she eagerly accepts with a woof. Satisfied with her total submission, he scoops her up right off the ground. He carries her through the woods, heading straight toward a steaming outdoor hot spring. And once she's getting washed up in the warm water, she's so overwhelmed by the sudden upgrade in treatment that she promises to give him every last bit of herself. Hearing her total submission, Lin Tian grins like a villain who just pulled off the easiest scam of his life. He leans in close and orders her to demonstrate a skill called Holy Light Cage, leaving her completely baffled since she doesn't even know what that is. Pulling out the magic book they looted from the elves, Freya steps out and starts chanting, summoning a brilliant golden aura right on command. Lin Tian gives her an approving grin as the giant golden spell flares into existence, praising Freya for pulling off the holy cage without a hitch. With her total obedience locked down, the two casually stroll over toward the holding cages together. The moment the trapped hero spots her, he desperately begs Freya to kill the goblin and heal his broken body, clueless that his saintess is under entirely new management. Lin Tian smugly points out that the Holy Order's very own saintess has already willingly submitted to him. Hearing this, the hero in the cage completely loses his mind, unable to accept that the daughter of the Holy Order's leader got tamed by a goblin. To drive the point home, Lin Tian asks her to confirm it herself, and Freya immediately drops to her knees, rubbing against him while declaring that everything was done completely of her own free will. Seeing the Holy Saintess act like a tamed pet breaks what's left of the hero's sanity. Clinging to the bars in a pure, unhinged meltdown, he screams that the Holy Church will wipe out every last goblin from the face of the earth. Lin Tian is genuinely caught off guard after finding out Freya's secret identity. He thanks his informant for dropping such useful intel and decides to reward him properly by ordering his goblins to make sure the poor guy doesn't get a single second of sleep for days. With that taken care of, he smirks and tells Freya it's time to get down to actual business. Walking side by side with the Holy Maiden, Lin Tian sets his sights on their next big target, wiping out the Bloodfang tribe. Over at the Bloodfang tribe's mountain stronghold, the Green Menace is gearing up for war. One of the shaman goblins steps up to report that all their preparations are finally complete. Hearing the news, their massive chief pumps up the crowd, declaring today is the day they wipe out the southern tribes. He brags about capturing all their elves for some post-battle entertainment, while his lackeys hype him up. Before they can march out, another goblin comes sprinting in, completely out of breath. He warns the chief that a solo goblin just barged right into their territory demanding to see him. Lin Tian casually strolls into their territory, leaving the guards confused why a low-level nobody just walked up. Shrouded in a dark aura, he calls out the Bloodfang leader, noting his hero-level status as the only reason he even bothered showing up. Completely surrounded by the horde, the big chief squints down and asks if he's some kind of mutant. Lin Tian just shrugs it off, claiming he's simply slightly smarter than your average goblin. Then he drops the polite facade, declaring himself the southern tribe leader who came specifically to claim their chief's head. Flaring his dark aura, he gives the rest of the tribe a simple ultimatum: submit to him, or get wiped out. Lin Tian gives them a simple choice: submit, or die right here. The enemy chief narrows his eyes, realizing this is the leader keeping all the captive elves. Looking him over, the huge boss smirks and demands Lin Tian come with him since his genes are good. Calling him an absolute fool, he suddenly grabs Lin Tian by the head in a death grip, yelling at him to shut his mouth. The boss brags that after killing him, all the elves and humans will belong to him. The lesser goblins go wild in the background, cheering for their chief to crush his skull. Completely unfazed, talking to these monsters was clearly a waste of time. Lin Tian coldly declares that if he didn't need the chief alive, no more words would be needed, delivering a devastating slash that tears right into him. Writhing on the floor in agony, the defeated boss desperately commands his minions to kill Lin Tian. As the enraged horde charges forward to avenge their leader, Lin Tian casually snaps his fingers and raises his glowing arm, summoning his own forces to the field. A blade pierces straight through a goblin's chest before he even knows what hit him. The enemy is confused by the sudden silence, unaware invisible assassins are right behind them. The stealth squad decloaks, explaining that silent step is why they didn't hear a single sound. The order is given to exterminate the entire Bloodfang tribe, and the army emerges from stealth. Panic breaks out as goblin warriors materialize out of nowhere and start impaling the Bloodfang forces. The enemy boss suddenly realizes he got completely played. Lin Tian never wanted to negotiate. He was just distracting them so his stealth squad could wipe out their forces unnoticed. Realizing the fight is lost, the boss decides it's time to cut his losses and bolt. But before making a run for it, he rears back to smash Lin Tian into a pancake just out of spite. Lin Tian doesn't even bother moving as a giant fist rushes toward his face, calmly calling out for Freya to step in. Right on cue, the Holy Maiden casts her spell, summoning a holy light prison. A massive golden cage slams down from above, trapping the giant boss in place right before his punch can connect. The boss recoils in shock inside the burning bars, completely baffled because there's no way a goblin should be able to use high-tier holy magic. Freya kneels like a loyal pet, calling him master. He praises her growth since turning dark, telling her to fall back and claim her reward. She flushes completely, chanting master over and over in pure bliss. Yeah, use your imagination on that one. Meanwhile, the Bloodfang leader is bound in golden chains, glaring in rage. But the guy just laughs, telling the chief he's about to become his new breeding goblin. Deep inside the wild tribe's camp, the dust from the battle finally settles. Lin Tian sighs in relief after successfully chaining down a massive beast that took way more effort than expected. Wiping the blood off his blade, he clears out the remaining busywork with all major threats handled. Behind bars, the captured prisoners watch in shock, unable to comprehend how he managed to bag a literal hero seed. Delegating the breeding duties to Goblin Moon, Lin Tian instructs her to supervise, knowing Lodal's arrogance will drag human reinforcements to Bright Town soon. Lin Tian realizes facing the Sword Sanctus right now would mean instant death. Since his hero seed goblins still need time to grow, he needs a powerful ally to stall her, setting his sights on the mother of the purple gold dragon on an island over 100 kilometers away. To reach Dragon Island fast, Lin Tian decides the best shortcut is just getting a dragon to carry him. He sets up a freshly killed beast by the shore, confident the heavy blood scent will lure one in. Right as a predator catches the scent, he cuts open the carcass and hides directly inside it. A massive flying dragon swoops down, scooping up the bait with Lin Tian tucked safely inside. Just like that, free Uber ride unlocked. The dragon glides through the canyon, carrying the carcass deep into its territory. Reaching its destination, it dumps the body onto a massive pile of bones inside a dark cavern. Lin Tian crawls out of the meat, confirming the dragons bring food back for the nest. Now he just needs to locate the dragon mother. Before he can move, A massive glowing eye opens behind him as the monster senses something strange mixed in with its meal. The massive purple dragon immediately recognizes Lin Tian as the goblin leader who raided Bright Town, demanding to know why he's trespassing in her nest. She gets right in his face, threatening to turn him into a quick snack if he doesn't give her a good reason. Lin Tian holds his hand up, completely unfazed, telling her he's actually here to propose a deal. Amused that a mere goblin has the guts to negotiate with her, she begins to shift her form. And just like that, the terrifying monster turns into a drop-dead gorgeous dragon woman, agreeing to hear him out since he technically helped her before. She looms over him, making it clear that if he can satisfy her expectations, she might actually hold off on making him her next meal. Lin Tian cuts straight to the point, asking if she wants payback on the Sword Saintess and proposing an alliance as payback for helping him escape. She's caught completely off guard that a lowly creature is targeting the Sword Saintess. She agrees without hesitation, but as her claws slide under his chin, she admits she's getting more intrigued by how ridiculously sharp he is. Biting her finger with a look that says everything, she asks if he'd like a little bonus reward for being such a good partner. And yeah, YouTube limits mean you'll have to use your imagination for what happens next. Lin Tian mutters about how intense female dragons get during breeding season, but the dragon lady scoffs, claiming his tiny body isn't even worth her attention. Instead, she decides to offer him alternative rewards, leaving him to weigh his options. Meanwhile, over at the Tianquang tribe, a tied-up human prisoner despairs, wondering why the knights haven't saved him yet as he desperately looks for a way to escape the surrounding goblins. He figures since goblins are short, reaching higher ground might actually give him a shot at surviving. That hope dies instantly when a red wyvern appears overhead, sending him into full panic mode as he begs not to get torched alive. The goblin guards scramble back in total chaos, terrified out of their minds as to why a dragon is crashing their camp. As the beast swoops lower, one of the captives notices something even crazier. There's someone actually riding it. The dragon glides in low, kicking up a massive gust of wind and stopping the entire village dead in their tracks. Turns out, it's just Lin Tian making his grand entrance. He calmly tells his giant dragon to sit tight and not wander off, leaving his goblin squad completely hyped. As Lin Tian soaks in the fanatical worship from his loyal goblin tribe, a bound and terrified Loader stares in sheer disbelief, internally begging the Night Order to pull up and save him. Meanwhile, over at Bright Square, heavy armored hooves clatter across the stone plaza as a massive battalion gathers in military formation. The lead rider tightens his grip on the reins, pulling his warhorse to a steady halt. The heavy artillery has officially entered the building. The Royal Night Order is locked and loaded. The knights drop to their knees in respect as the Sword Saintess steps forward. Bypassing the formalities, the Sword Saintess orders her troops to immediately prepare a rescue plan. Meanwhile, Lin Tian's system offers a 1-month time skip, guaranteeing no ambushes from the Sword Saintess, so he locks in option 3 without hesitation. Time acceleration kicks in immediately, with the system noting the enchanted forest can't give enough EXP anymore. Lin Tian gets caught off guard as the simulation wraps up, handing him 20 life points for a 20-point score. 1 month later, he wakes up on his bed, still adjusting to the weird feeling of skipping through time. He officially hits level 50 with a total power of 1000. But before he can figure out his stat growth, someone shouts for the boss. A frantic goblin girl bursts in with terrible news, shouting that something went wrong and almost all the newborn goblins were stillborn, instantly snapping Lin Tian to attention. He rushes outside to see for himself, finding the mothers huddled on the ground in total grief. Lin Tian stares at the tragic scene in complete shock, unable to comprehend what could have possibly gone wrong. He crouches down next to one of the mothers holding a barely surviving infant, desperately asking if she knows why this is happening. That's when a captured human tied to a post starts laughing, mocking the goblins for foolishly believing they could actually breed strong offspring. The tied-up prisoner laughs right in his face, dropping a brutal reality check. The higher a goblin's rank, the harder it is for their offspring to survive. He continues mocking Lin Tian for thinking he could conquer the world through simple reproduction, but Lin Tian just calmly thanks him for the free info. Then, with zero hesitation, Lin Tian hands the guy over to his goblin berserker as a personal plaything, telling him to just make sure he doesn't kill him too quickly. As the prisoner panics and promises to haunt him, Lin Tian tunes out the screams to focus on his main problem. Without a massive army of hero goblins, they're doomed against the Sword Saintess. He starts wondering if there's a way to forcibly upgrade the goblins they already have, right as a terrifying red aura suddenly manifests behind him. Turning around, a massive red beast looms directly over his shoulder, huffing out a low growl. Lin Tian is completely confused as the massive dragon begins to shift, realizing a female dragon in heat is actively transforming into a demi-human right in front of him. The creature shrinks down into a stunning dragon girl, blushing heavily and looking at him with pure, unchecked desire. He puts 2 and 2 together, realizing this special case was probably the exact convenience the dragon mother left behind for him. Before he can even finish that thought, she pounces, tackling him straight to the ground and pinning him down. And yeah? Use your imagination, because the next thing he knows, a system alert pops up congratulating him on a promotion and a massive stat boost. Lin Tian catches his breath, realizing the dragon blood successfully evolved him into a hero class, though surviving her ferocity was a trial in itself. Before he can even enjoy his new stats, she comes charging back at him with terrifying intensity, ready for round 2. Panicking, he points straight at his goblin squad and tells her to go empower them first, throwing his clueless minions right into the firing line, while he makes a break for it. Around a roaring bonfire, the goblins go wild as dragon blood triggers a clan-wide evolution into massive hero-class units. Lin Tian confirms the dragon blood boosted his entire tribe straight into hero status. Realizing raw stats aren't enough without proper gear, Lin Tian decides it's time to shop and commands his system interface to open. Checking his balance of 180 credits, he plans to spend every point on high-grade equipment to keep his prestige as clan leader intact. Browsing the system shop, Lin Tian spots an elemental crossbow that shoots infused arrows, right next to a skill called Blade Stealer that lets you catch weapons barehanded. Since Blade Stealer is a rule-based ability that could save his life against the Sword Saintess, he doesn't hesitate and hits buy on both. With his shiny new weapon locked into his inventory, he realizes he needs a live test dummy to see what it can actually do. And lucky for him, his eyes land straight on Loader, who's still tied up and sweating absolute buckets. Lin Tian casually walks over to name him the official target, leaving Loader screaming in pure terror as he becomes the very first victim to taste his new firepower. Deeper into the enchanted forest, distant cries for help echo through the woods. A squad of adventurers wanders through, with their mage complaining about how weak and boring the local monsters are. While some wish they were hunting the dragon mother instead, the leader reminds them the Saintess dumped these goblins on them as easy pickings. He tells the crew to lock in and stay sharp so they don't blow this opportunity. Before they can take another step, the mage freezes, spotting something lurking right ahead. A massive, spiked spider drops down with glowing red eyes, turning their easy mission into an absolute trap. The giant spider fires a massive beam straight at them. The archer stays unfazed, scoffing that a class 3 bug is nothing to freak out over. But the knight senses something far worse lurking in the shadows right behind it. The party freezes in horror as a massive hero-class goblin towers over them, radiating pure menace. Realizing this brute is the leader, the adventurers immediately get cocky, already celebrating the fame they think they're about to score. Rallied for battle, the frontline leader announces the start of the crusade and demands cover fire from the archers as they charge ahead. Unbothered by the chaos, Tank asks his captain to let him take the final blow so he can add a hero-class goblin to his personal kill count. With the captain's permission, Tank surges forward clad in brilliant blue aura, completely confident he's about to one-shot his opponent. Tank unleashes his raging vortex spear skill with everything he's got, screaming at his target to die. But the massive monster effortlessly catches the attack barehanded, leaving the entire squad stunned in disbelief. Realizing the sudden turn of events, the captain frantically yells for their tank to activate his shield. Before they can brace themselves, the beast hurls the knight straight back down, smashing into the newly raised barrier. The shield cracks under raw force, leaving the squad stunned that a single blow almost shattered their ultimate defense. Assuming they can just kite a pure power-type enemy, the archer prepares her bow to snipe from safety. Out of nowhere, a stealthy goblin assassin sneaks up and drives a blade straight through her from behind. Panic hits the squad as the archer goes down, with the captain shouting for everyone to immediately protect their long-range units. Before they can even lock down their formation, the mage gasps in terror, warning the captain to look back. Chaos erupts as the goblin horde swarms in from every direction, leaving the squad in absolute despair. Coughing up blood, a fallen warrior begs for help, but two massive goblins loom over him to claim their prize. One of the goblins snatches up a female captive, eagerly claiming her as his personal prize. Before he can even celebrate, a larger commander grabs him, reminding him that all captives belong to the tribe on the boss's orders, and since he messed up earlier, he gets nothing. Furious, the goblin protests that they've killed plenty of humans, and earned the right to keep their own spoils of war. The surrounding goblins quickly take his side, agreeing that as the strongest among them, the tribe should be following their rules now. The lower-ranking minions join the hype, immediately bowing to him as their new top dog. Staring silently into the reflection of his blade, the commander chooses not to pick a fight just yet, telling everyone to head back to base first. The village erupts into chaos as the hero classes march back into camp, dragging and captured human prisoners while everyone chants Goblin Tian's name. Seeing the overwhelming mob, she nervously asks Lin Tian if he's really certain he can keep these wild monsters under control. Proving her point, a massive jacked goblin hoists a helpless prisoner into the air, roaring that he's claiming the human as his personal meal. Before he can take a bite, Lin Tian steps up and commands him to put the guy down, explaining that this captive holds crucial information. The massive goblin refuses the command, demanding Lin Tian hand over his women in exchange for the prisoner. The ladies are instantly horrified by the wild trade proposal. Lin Tian glares back, reminding the mutineer who actually runs the tribe. The rebel scoffs, declaring that Goblin Kwang is stronger and taking over, forcing Lin Tian to address the mastermind directly. Before the rebel can finish blabbering, a massive hand grips his head while he screams about taking over the tribe. A sickening crunch echoes through the area, terrifying the elf captives. Goblin Kwang casually drops his ally's lifeless body, admitting that leveling up gave him a whole new perspective. Towering under the moonlight, Kwang tells Lin Tian that while he respects him, he respects raw power even more. Kwang reminds Lin Tian that he became chief by taking down the old boss, implying it's now his turn to claim the throne. Flexing his newly evolved form, Kwang hits level 50 with a massive 1,200 total power, officially challenging his father. Lin Tian just smirks, realizing the kid only got confident after hitting 4-digit stats, though he's proud to see the growth. Erupting in a terrifying aura of golden flames, Lin Tian asks if he's truly ready to suffer the consequences. The spectator goblins start wilding out, hyping up Goblin Kwang to finish the job, crush Lin Tian, and claim all the loot for themselves. Lin Tian isn't even fazed, casually smirking as he notes that Kwang seems to have quite the fan club backing him up. Igniting a blazing inferno right in his palm, Lin Tian drops a final ultimatum. Any hero-class goblins who still want to serve him better step over to his side right now, or get purged with the rest. Pinned to the ground, a captive knight watches the goblin drama unfold and realizes they're in the middle of a literal civil war. He figures this internal chaos is their best ticket to escaping alive. Planning to make his move as soon as the old leader bites the dust, he listens in as Goblin Kwang flexes, mocking Lin Tian for barely having any followers left. The enemy leaps into the air and unleashes a massive slash, but his target effortlessly dodges out of the way. Watching from the side, the spectator is completely stunned by his insane speed, admitting the guy actually isn't bad. Pulling out a strange glowing weapon engulfed in flames, he pulls the trigger without hesitation, launching a stream of pure fire straight down at his enemy. Staring down the incoming blast, the beast is caught completely off guard by a weapon he's never seen move so fast. Realizing he can't dodge the blast, he pushes through the fire and charges in with a roar, but his opponent dodges the strike with ease. Goblin Kwang brings down a massive full-force swing, only for Lin Tian to casually catch the giant blade with his bare hands, leaving Kwang utterly speechless. Lin Tian admits it was a solid attempt, but reminds him who he's fighting before activating Blade Stealer, a skill that lets him catch weapons barehanded. A sudden flash of eerie power follows, sending Kwang screaming in pain. Under the moonlight, a heavily bruised Kwang collapses to his knees. When Lin Tian asks if he wants to keep going, Kwang surrenders completely and accepts his death penalty. Lin Tian mutters to himself, wondering where Kwang even learned to be so stubbornly loyal. Meanwhile, the rest of the rebellious goblins break down, groveling on the ground and begging Lin Tian to spare their lives. Disgusted by their instant spineless betrayal, Lin Tian looks down at them while they desperately promise to serve him forever. He acknowledges Kwang's genuine courage, promising that as long as he stays loyal, he won't be killed, an offer that catches Kwang completely off guard. However, Lin Tian isn't feeling generous toward the traitors. He commands Kwang to step up and execute every single one of them. Swearing lifelong allegiance, an empowered Kwang steps up to handle the purge while the helpless traitors beg for mercy. Lin Tian then calls out to the rest of his loyal tribe, ordering them to feast on the rebellious goblins so they can grow stronger. Bound to a post, Loder listens as his defeated ally on the ground panics, asking who he pissed off to bring down a monster capable of shaking the whole empire. Lin Tian casually strolls up, mockingly apologizing for making him miss the show while asking if Loder really thought those weaklings could save him. Looking down at them with a smug smirk, he dryly adds how naive that was. Loder completely loses it, screaming that it's the Sword Saintess's fault for hiding in town before hysterically calling everyone absolute trash. The fallen knight admits they underestimated Lin Tian, but warns that once the Sword Saintess slays the purple gold dragon mother, she'll return with the royal knights to wipe out every monster. Lin Tian laughs, revealing the dragons didn't attack on their own, relieved to know the dragon mother is doing just fine. Bitterly realizing the entire knight's order got played, the defeated knight tells Lin Tian to drop the insults and finish him off. Terrified of suffering the same fate as Loder, he begs for a quick death. Staring down cold-heartedly, Lin Tian accepts his request. A guard frantically calls out for the Sword Saintess, startling her awake. Lounging in bed, she casually asks why he's in such a panic. Aren't the dragons already dealt with? When she pushes for answers, the guard drops the bombshell. The entire knight order got wiped out, with only one survivor. She stares in absolute shock and rage, completely unable to digest the news. An urgent shout for the Sword Saint rings out, immediately catching the blonde woman's attention as her eyes snap open. Chilling in her room looking way too comfortable, she asks the guarded knight why he's stressing, since the dragons were just repelled and the knights should be back. The knight nervously confirms they are back, but hints that things didn't go as planned. Not in the mood for suspense, she demands he stop stalling and spill the bad news right now. The guard drops a massive bombshell. The entire unit was wiped out with only one survivor making it back. The Sword Saintess loses her mind in complete shock. Meanwhile, inside the Holy Cathedral, panic is already setting in. Geared up in her armor, she rushes to the infirmary where the healer warns that healing potions aren't working on the survivor anymore. Looking down at the broken knight, she demands to know how he took this much damage and where the rest of the force is. Coughing up blood, the dying knight begs her to save the captain, revealing they were ambushed by a squad of hero-class goblins. Struggling to keep his eyes open, the dying knight warns the team that these aren't normal opponents. There's something far more dangerous. Right after dropping that ominous warning, he passes out cold. The healer panics, screaming at him to stay strong while trying to wrap her head around goblins causing this level of carnage. Hearing this, the giant armored tank turns around in a rage, ready to go obliterate those low-level pests regardless of their hero status. She points out that dragon raids are spiking, and leaving now guarantees an ambush. Plus, she can't hold the line alone. Sword Saintess demands immediate support to protect Bright Town, swearing to personally butcher the goblins and the purple gold dragon when the time comes. Kasimov, the captain of the Reaper Knights, offers to head out alone to rescue the survivors and wipe out the goblins. The Sword Saintess glares back in disbelief, asking why he thinks he can solo a threat that just wiped out an entire team. Kasimov laughs off the warning, boasting that he previously survived 4 Titan warriors all by himself. Pulling up his mask over his scarred face, he insists that hero-class goblins don't stand a chance against him. Telling everyone to sit back and await good news, the focus shifts over to the goblin settlement. Lin Tian opens his system simulation panel, which warns that Kasimov will sneak into the clan and inflict severe losses before being stopped. Lin Tian finds it naive for one man to pull off a solo raid, but acknowledges the potential threat. Scanning the choices, he sees that attacking first to kill Kasimov yields the highest rating score. Lin Tian checks the simulation results, which recommend a preemptive strike on Kasimov to minimize casualties. Realizing Kasimov isn't just some random fodder, he decides to gather intel on him first. Meanwhile, back in the village, a tied-up prisoner starts laughing maniacally, gloating that Kasimov has finally arrived to take care of business. He smugly taunts the group, declaring they're dead meat because Kasimov has fought multiple Titan warriors in the past. Lin Tian isn't even flustered by the hype, casually noting how much the prisoner trusts the guy before asking what a Titan warrior even is. A massive Titan gene mutant looms overhead as the prisoner explains these enemy soldiers can rip Class 5 beasts apart with their bare hands. The prisoner bursts into manic laughter, gloating that it's completely over for everyone. As the guy keeps barking threats, Lin Tian calmly acknowledges that Kasimov actually brought a serious threat to the field. Hand on his chin, Lin Tian decides to play it safe and send someone out to gather intel first. Deep in the misty forest, a masked rider on horseback sits ready to handle the recon mission. Riding through the eerie woods, the masked scout notices something off. Not a single beast is around. Spotting broken gear on the ground, he recognizes the Silver Blade team and scoffs at their weak showing. Shattered shields and a bloodied sword sit embedded in the dirt, showing someone got completely wiped out. Smelling fresh blood in the air, he laughs to himself, eager for a little action. His eyes gleam beneath his hat, hoping this mission won't end up being a total bore. Continuing down the dark trail, frantic cries for help echo through the forest. He pauses, trying to pinpoint where the desperate begging is coming from. Riding at breakneck speed across the desolate wasteland, a masked traveler gallops forward. His ride comes to an abrupt stop when he spots a distressed, barely clothed blonde woman collapsed in the dirt. Pulling up right beside her, he looks down and asks who she is. She looks up at him through tears, and the moment he gets a clear look at her face, he freezes in utter shock. Ephraia reaches out crying, begging Kasimov for help, leaving him stunned that she's even alive. Kasimov looks down from his mount, asking how she survived and where Loda went. Clutching her chest in tears, she claims she barely escaped the goblin tribe and that Loda didn't make it. Kasimov barely reacts, asking her to point out exactly where these goblins are. She trembles and warns him they're nearby and terrifying, but he just scoffs. The girl begs Kasimov to take her to safety, but he tells her to kick rocks and go back the way she came since he has actual work to do. Riding alone activates his solo knight class skill, granting him an instant 30% elemental boost plus 20% extra damage for every enemy he slays. With Loda dead, Kasimov realizes nobody can hold him back. As long as he starts stacking kills early, not even a hero-class tribe will stand a chance. Before he can start grinding stats, his horse snags right on a tripwire, sending him flying in total shock. The sudden tripwire completely wrecks his horse, hurling him straight off his saddle. Quickly catching his balance midair, he realizes he's landed right into an ambush. But as a familiar figure steps out from the tree line, he's shocked to see Ephraia and asks why she hasn't left yet. Instead of replying, she leaps into the air and blasts him directly with a holy light strike. Dropping to one knee, he clutches his chest in disbelief, completely baffled by her sudden betrayal. Freya steps forward with dead eyes, plainly stating that her master ordered her to end him. Without missing a beat, she drops a massive holy light blast, smashing a pillar of divine energy right onto the ground. However, dark purple aura surges through the smoke as he responds with Soul Reaper. Snatching her by the neck from behind, he snaps, furiously asking what kind of spell she's under to pull a move like this on him. The masked assassin sneers, warning he won't hold back and would love to skin her alive. Instead of panicking, she gets excited, seeing this as the perfect chance to stack her buffs. Suddenly, the assassin senses something wrong and turns pale. Lin Tian appears right behind them, casually mentioning how annoying his class skills and gear are to deal with. Inspecting the stolen black steel sword, Lin Tian notes its massive critical damage boost, admitting an ambush would have wrecked his tribe. The assassin turns in utter shock, unable to comprehend how a low-class goblin snatched his weapon instantly. The blonde girl rushes to Lin Tian, calling him master. On the ground, the beaten assassin realizes she set him up, enraged that she sold herself out to goblins just to survive. Lin Tian casually pats her head, telling him that she's just a good dog. Staring down with total disappointment, Lin Tian mentions he expected a real fight, not some random sneak attacker. Refusing to take the L, the assassin flares up with a dark purple aura and forces himself back up. His eyes glowing red with fury, he vows that even without his main weapon or buffs, he's still sending this goblin straight to hell. The assassin lunges forward, charging in with his dagger to finish the job. But he instantly regrets every life choice when Lin Tian steps up, backed by an entire squad of massive monsters. Flashing a psychotic grin, Lin Tian lets him know he's eager to see who's actually going to hell first. Before the guy can even process what's happening, a massive pillar of scorching flames gets unleashed right at him. The enemy is completely engulfed by the inferno, screaming in agony as he gets cooked alive. Over at the Tian Quang tribe, everything seems calm for a moment, until the squad spots their leader returning, hyping each other up as they realize he dragged back fresh prey. The target in question is sitting on the floor completely battered, looking like he just survived a severe reality check. He expected a legend, but instead got a guy who learned the hard way that overestimating yourself against the boss ends in immediate regret. A battered fighter curses the sword Saintess, calling her strategy useless since sending weak guards to Bright Town just gives the goblins free XP. Looking over the field of corpses, Lin Tian decides to use the human bodies as prime nutrients to cultivate rare goblin variants. He offers the fresh catch to Gobshan first, telling him to leave whatever remains for the rest of the pack. As the goblins bow in thanks, Lin Tian notes that Gobshan has the highest potential to successfully evolve into a rare type. Grabbing an apple, Lin Tian plots his next move. The captive's sadistic nature makes her prime fuel for breeding rare goblins. Plus, with the Silver Blade squad already down, the Sword Saintess only has 2 knight squads left. Lounging back on his throne, he knows news of Kasimov's downfall will completely break the Sword Saintess's morale, forcing her to make a desperate play. As digital code envelopes his throne room, Lin Tian fires up the simulation system to peek into the future. Inside the simulation, Lin Tian laughs at the Sword Saintess's greed, confident he's already won this game. Back in reality, he orders Gobquang to gather all the goblins for a massive move the following day. With a sinister grin, he vows that this time, he will be the one doing the eradicating. Meanwhile, at a grand human estate, word of a recent discovery starts reaching the higher-ups. A knight kneels before the Sword Saintess inside the cathedral, delivering grim news alongside Kasimov's charred body found outside the city. Looking down at the corpse, she's stunned that lowly beasts managed to take out someone like Kasimov in just a single day. Reflecting on their failed goblin exterminations and constant dragon raids, she realizes these attacks aren't mere coincidences. Gritting her teeth in anger, she realizes the dragons and goblins are colluding using Bright Town's civilians as leverage, declaring they can no longer stay passive. Taking decisive action, the Sword Saintess commands the Battle Roar squad to immediately ride out to the capital for reinforcements, with the team quickly answering the call. Rushing out on warhorses at full speed, one of the knights points out that even a sprint will take 4 whole days, leaving the city's defenses wide open if everyone leaves. However, another member clarifies that sending the full squad is precisely the Saintess's plan, ensuring that if a goblin ambush hits them on the road, someone will manage to escape and bring back help. The team breaks down the cold hard facts. While the Saintess could easily wipe out either side herself, leaving Bright Town unguarded would just invite a surprise raid, urging everyone forward since breaking out for backup is their only shot at keeping both the squad and the town alive. Hearing the logic finally click, the squad's heavy hitter realizes their captain isn't just riding blindly into danger. Suddenly, Captain pulls his horse to a dead stop when he spots a destroyed bridge blocking their route. Seeing the wreckage, the mage panics and suggests taking a detour around the canyon, but Captain shuts her down instantly, suspecting a detour is an obvious trap and that staying put is actually their safest bet. Instead of walking into an ambush, he orders the squad to chop down trees and patch the bridge up before dark. By nightfall, they manage to build a makeshift crossing and prepare to push forward. With the makeshift bridge set up, the armored knights waste no time and charge across, urging everyone to hurry before they run out of daylight. As the squad makes their way across the bridge, the sky suddenly dims out of nowhere, leaving them wondering why it instantly went dark. The armored knight tilts his head up, sensing something is deeply wrong. Realization hits him instantly. This isn't a natural storm. A massive dragon swoops down from above, looming right over the bridge as everyone freaks out. Then they spot something even more absurd on its back, a goblin casually riding top-tier monster transport. The knight yells in frustration, realizing the dragons and goblins are officially working together. Lin Tian just chuckles, mocking them for building a whole bridge just to avoid a potential ambush on the detour. Connecting the dots, the knight snaps and vows to personally end Lin Tian for wrecking the original rope bridge. Before he can even move, the dragon opens its mouth and unleashes a massive stream of fire directly below. Flames engulf the wooden bridge, sending the knights into a full-blown panic as they scramble to escape. A massive wave of fire erupts across the cliffs, setting everything ablaze. The mage panics, screaming to her commander that their bridge is gone. Watching the canyon burn below, the captain curses the goblins in absolute frustration. Losing his mind, he vows to catch them and torture them to death. Lin Tian taunts the human squad from atop a massive dragon, daring them to take on his goblin horde and the incoming dragon mother. As green skins surround them on all sides, the soldiers panic, realizing the wyvern corps might be right behind them. While his warrior warns they stand zero chance against wyverns, the commander insists holding out here is their best shot at saving Bright Town. He orders Bane to activate sprint, break through enemy lines, and send for backup while the rest stand their ground. The commander swings blindly through the flames, cursing out the monsters for deliberately grouping up on them. He smashes through the front lines, desperately trying to open up a path. As Bane charges through the gap, the commander shouts that they'll wipe them all out the moment the Saintess arrives. But the mage notices the goblins aren't actually trying to stop him, warning her commander that something is dead wrong. Watching the greenskins drool and snicker, she realizes this isn't a breakout. They're intentionally letting Bane escape. She looks up in horror as a massive dark dragon shadows the burning sky, realizing they walked right into the trap. Standing atop his dragon, he gloats that the dragon mother was just a fake rumor to draw the Saintess away from Bright Town. He smirks, sinisterly pondering what tragic fate awaits the now defenseless city. Down on the burning battlefield, soldiers scream in sheer panic as chaos breaks out. Desperate knights attempt to target the dragon rider, praying they can hold out until the Saintess returns. Their rallying cry is useless as monstrous forces slice right through the armor, turning the battle into a total massacre. Realizing their physical power matches his own, he stares at the weapon holding him back in sheer disbelief. Meanwhile, the battlefield down below turns into a complete inferno as the enemy commander calmly oversees the chaos from the ridge, flashing a cocky smirk, pointing out that the Holy Knight isn't nearly as tough as he acts. Not wanting to drag this out, he pulls out a catalyst, and reminds his squad that time is running short before instantly vanishing back into action. Diving right back into the fight, the enemy commander orders his squad to finish off every last knight before their Saintess arrives. Down on the ground, the battlefield is reduced to a complete inferno, with fallen soldiers scattered across the burning land. Meanwhile, outside the burning zone, the Sword Saintess leads her heavily armored unit through the quiet forest. But as distant screams echo through the valley, she stops in horror, realizing they might already be too late. A surviving warrior collapses over a pile of bones, swearing vengeance for his wiped-out squad. The Saintess steps up to inspect the aftermath, disturbed that there are barely any bodies left. The survivor yells out that a goblin was actually controlling the dragon and leading the entire assault. The Saintess gasps as he explains how the goblin ordered the dragon to destroy the bridge and incinerate their commander. Connecting the dots, she realizes the small burn radius means this was a goblin feast, not a full-scale dragon invasion. Realization hits her instantly, her eyes widening in pure shock. Oh no! It's a decoy strategy! She realizes they fell into a trap as smoke rises over the ruined city. Surrounded by absolute carnage and dead bodies, her legs give out and she drops straight to her knees. How could this happen? It can't be true! She breaks down on the ground, completely unable to accept the nightmare in front of her. A young boy breaks down over his father's lifeless body, screaming in pure grief while the Sword Saintess stands in the background, completely paralyzed by guilt. When the Saintess steps in to comfort him, the traumatized kid snaps, screaming that she's a fraud who disappeared the moment the goblins actually arrived. He slaps her hand away in disgust, and the surrounding villagers join in, showering her with venomous hate for failing her duty as their protector. The Sword Saintess stands frozen, her mind completely shattered as she stammers, unable to defend herself. The overwhelming guilt literally makes her cough up blood. She drops to her knees while the enraged villagers swarm her, screaming that she's a useless fraud who failed to protect them. Meanwhile, observing the breakdown from above, a demon dragon woman admits Lin Tian is terrifying. He managed to completely destroy the human race's top powerhouse without even showing his face. Grinning with malicious curiosity, she reveals she can't wait to meet Lin Tian in person. Meanwhile, back at the goblin settlement, the night starts off deceptively quiet. Lin Tian strides into camp, and the guards immediately raise the alarm that the boss has returned. Getting straight to business, Lin Tian checks in with Gabi to see how the day's assignment went and if they ran into any complications. Gabi proudly points over to a cage packed with compliant captives, boasting that the city raid went perfectly and some even surrendered voluntarily just to save themselves. Gabi adds that they followed orders, giving Karya a cart full of gold and escorting her family safely out of the city. Lin Tian commends his work, allowing Gabi and Gob's Hannah to prioritize devouring magical creatures next. He remembers Karya as the only person who believed in him in his past life, so saving her from the impending chaos is his way of repaying that favor. With a subtle smirk, he assumes the sword Saintess has completely broken down by now. Meanwhile, high above the forest and rivers, winged creatures begin soaring through the sky. Deep inside a dark cave, the dragon mother meets up with Lin Tian to discuss their next moves. She gleefully gloats about hearing the Saintess is completely bedridden, finding the news absolutely gratifying. She insists they keep pressuring Bright Town with relentless dragon attacks, though she complains about how exhausting all the flying is. Leaning in dangerously close to Lin Tian, she decides it's time to claim her personal compensation. Getting right in his face, she boldly declares that the Lin Tian she wants is him. When Lin Tian tries to play it off in disbelief, she pins him to the ground and warns him that rejection isn't an option. Lin Tian tries playing the humble card, asking how a weak little goblin like him could ever be worthy of the dragon mother. She completely shuts down his excuse, assuring him that he carries the potential of a true goblin king. Licking her lips, she reminds him that the ancient dragon race has always revered pure strength above all else. Pinning him down, she makes her intentions clear. It's in her nature to pair with the strong, and well, you can guess what happens next. Seeing she won't take no for an answer, Lin Tian decides to humbly accept. Once the deed is done, a system notification pops up, granting him a massive stat bump, 1900 health, 600 attack, and 1400 defense, completely for free. Not wanting to stick around for round 2, he quietly sneaks past her sleeping body to make a quick exit. Flying off into the sky on his dragon, he acknowledges just how dangerous she is, knowing if she grabs him again, he's in serious trouble. Back in the cave, the dragon mother watches him leave with a satisfied smirk, confident he'll eventually lead the goblins to forge a brand new world. A shocked shout echoes across the entire village. The elf girl flips out, angrily demanding to know if he's actually trying to kick them out. Lin Tian calmly explains that since he has human captives now, they're free to go, privately gambling that gaining their genuine loyalty is worth more than keeping them forced. He officially tells Kasana and the rest of the elves they can leave whenever they want, leaving them completely speechless. Recognizing he's anything but an ordinary goblin, the elf matriarch drops to her knees and asks to stay by his side. Lin Tian accepts, knowing full well she's only sticking around because she sees him as a high-value asset for her people. Her daughter is completely shocked by the decision, but it instantly sets off a domino effect with every single elf shouting that they're staying behind too. Looking at the eager crowd, Lin Tian just smirks slyly, knowing everything is going precisely according to plan. Lin Tian officially promotes the elves from captives to his direct subordinates, promising to protect them as long as they stay loyal. With the sword Saintess defeated and no external threats left, he realizes it's the perfect moment to focus on rapid population growth and building a whole army of elite hybrids. However, logistics immediately hit a wall when one of his massive warriors complains that the tiny human captive assigned to him isn't physically compatible. Seeing the issue, the elf lady steps up with a modern solution, suggesting they pivot to artificial breeding to bypass the size difference. Before they can even process the idea, a panicked goblin comes sprinting over, yelling that Gobelin has suddenly died and begging Lin Tian to come check it out. Arriving at the scene, Lin Tian demands to know what happened, only for the squad to reveal that Gobelin was hiding here, scratching himself like crazy until he literally scratched himself to death. But before anyone can make sense of it, the corpse's neck begins to mutate violently, sprouting sharp spikes through the skin amidst a glowing purple aura. Before anyone can process what is happening, a monstrous mutated arm stretches out with a cackle, leaving the squad stunned that he actually came back from the dead. Gobelin emerges completely revived as a level 50 mutant goblin berserker, sporting 1,200 health, bone transformation skills, and monstrous physical stats. Lin Tian breaks a sweat just looking at him, realizing that if he hadn't absorbed all those extra stats from the Golden Dragon Mother, he might not have survived that ordeal. Gobelin proudly flexes his upgrade to his leader, and Lin Tian commends his boosted stats before immediately ordering him to focus on breeding the next generation of goblins. Over in Bright Town, folks gather at the local tavern to catch up on recent events. The patrons debate whether the Sword Saintess will ever recover, with most laughing it off and assuming she's already lost her mind. Interrupting the chatter, Sir Earl, the diamond-ranked Blizzard hero captain, arrogantly dismisses the goblin threat as child's play for elite heroes like him. 3 months of non-stop breeding later, Lin Tian is now sitting on an army of 150 third-generation heroic goblins. But the royal family just slapped a 100 gold coin bounty on his head, sending adventurer guilds of all ranks rushing to Bright Town to wipe his tribe off the map. The system wraps up the simulation with a perfect score, handing him 10 life points while skipping the timeline ahead a full month. But with diamond and epic ranked hunters on the way, Lin Tian knows he's in deep trouble, especially since epic ranks are somehow even stronger than the Sword Saintess. Slumped on his throne, he sweats profusely upon realizing the system isn't giving him any hints or cheat prompts this time around. He has to figure out how to survive this entire raid completely on his own. Before he can even process the panic, a scout rushes into the camp to deliver an urgent report. Lin Tian looks down at his subordinates and asks what the issue is. They report that the growing goblin population is running out of food, while depleted iron mines leave most of their troops without proper gear. Realizing this location is drained and sensing trouble brewing in Bright Town, Lin Tian decides they need a better, resource-rich stronghold. He stands up from his throne, ordering an immediate full-scale relocation. Though stunned by the sudden command, his subordinates quickly obey and rush off to prepare the move. Outside, a pristine waterfall masks the entrance to a hidden underground cave system. Lin Tian leads his tribe into the pitch-black cavern, declaring the deep tunnels the ideal spot for their new home base. Raising his torch, he barks orders at his squad leaders, ordering Gabakang and Goboldi to clear out the rubble and set up security while Gabimun takes care of the kids and captives. The tribe immediately gets to work, shouting their compliance as they haul torches and swing pickaxes to carve out the tunnels. Standing high above the crowd, Lin Tian announces to the entire horde that prosperity awaits those who obey his rules, while treason means instant death. The goblins cheer in absolute unity. With his tribe finally settled, Lin Tian plots his next move, heading into Bright Town to gather intel on the local adventurers. Meanwhile at a tavern, the bartender slides a freshly poured beer down the counter. He questions why Prince Dronzer is wasting time hunting low-level goblins instead of high-ranking monsters. Picking up his mug with a smirk, Dronzer admits he only stepped in to bail out his completely useless cousin, Loader. The bartender nods along as the picture finally comes together for him. Just then, an old mage named Gru struts in demanding his slice of the goblin bounty, or 1,000 gold to step aside. The patrons immediately freak out, recognizing him as the diamond-rank Grey Hat party leader. Sir Earl calls out the old mage for his inflated ego, but Gru isn't about to let that slide. Gru bursts out laughing, warning them that even if the Sword Saintess has weakened, the cold-blooded epic adventurer Lysalina is in town. The patrons instantly panic, whispering that Lysalina is a ruthless mercenary who slaughters everyone for cash, desperately shushing each other before they draw her wrath. Sir Earl then turns to a mysterious cloaked figure, asking if he's after the goblin bounty too, but the guy casually boasts that he's only here to hunt a dragon for fun. The masked guy grins, boasting that if he manages to slay a dragon, he might finally rank up to an epic-level adventurer. Another patron chiming in warns him never to sleep on goblins, since their evolutionary speed is terrifying, especially the mutant types. A seasoned veteran agrees, claiming in his 100 years of living he's seen more goblins than women, yet the species refuses to go extinct. Chugging down his drink, the old man mutters that clearing them out is a total hassle, and the only reason anyone even bothers is for the bounty. Sir Earl agrees that caution is necessary, recalling that even the Sword Saintess and several Night Orders took heavy losses against these goblins. He turns to the old wizard and proposes a team-up, offering him the entire bounty once the job is finished. The old man cackles and accepts immediately, secretly planning to let Sir Earl's squad handle all the danger while he sits back and saves his energy. With the alliance locked in, the focus shifts to planning the operation. Looking over the map, one of the fighters suggests taking a squad and charging straight into the forest to solve everything with pure violence. Sir Earl immediately shuts that down while studying the layout, insisting they scout the area and build a proper strategy instead. An old wizard scoffs at Sir Earl's cautious planning, claiming they can handle things themselves. Earl stays silent, unimpressed by the old man's attitude. Watching the armored knight walk off, Earl marks him down as a complete weirdo. The wizard suddenly calls out to the knight, asking if the goblin slayer wants to talk. Hearing that infamous title, Earl freezes in pure shock. Realizing who he's standing in front of, Earl quickly apologizes for the disrespect. But Goblin Slayer cuts him off, stating he prefers staying unrecognized anyway. Earl frowns, thinking this guy is a complete weirdo for disguising his voice. Meanwhile, the old wizard hypes him up, bragging about how he once slaughtered thousands of goblins in a single battle. Hoping to recruit a powerful asset, Earl officially invites Goblin Slayer to join their squad and wipe out the rest of the horde together. Goblin Slayer shoves right past them, declaring he doesn't need a team that'll only slow him down, leaving the old wizard fuming and wishing the goblins capture him. The old mage urges Earl to strike immediately before Goblin Slayer steals all the glory, though Earl questions if they should prepare a bit more. Meanwhile, the party begins marching up the path toward the fortress. Watching them from a high cliff, Lin Tian activates his sharp eyes skill to scope out the intruders. He inspects Goblin Slayer's status screen, but gets completely baffled by a volatile power range between 1 and 3,000, wondering if his system is glitching out. The system promptly confirms that there are no technical glitches on its end, meaning those bizarre stats are 100% real. Looking down at the fortress gate, Lin Tian notices a heavily armed squad marching inside and realizes something big is going down. He inspects their leader, Xizer, a holy knight sitting at 1,300 power with skills specifically designed to suppress monsters. Next up is Gru, an archmage with 1,400 power and a versatile toolkit, though Lin Tian figures these two diamond-level figures won't be too hard to handle. Arriving at the ruins of the Skyfury tribe, an old wizard finds it suspicious that a goblin force this massive went unnoticed for so long, especially given all the battle scars scattered around the area. Sir Earl calls the old wizard over to check out a strange item he found on the ground. He hands a thin strand of golden hair over for the old man to examine. The wizard takes a close sniff, carefully inspecting the strand. He reveals it's elf hair, leaving Sir Earl stunned by the idea that elves could be helping goblins. Dropping the hair into a jar, the wizard explains the elves likely covered the goblins' tracks and helped them relocate. The old wizard unseals the jar, releasing specialized butterflies that are naturally drawn to the scent of elves. He reckons these glowing insects will lead them straight to where the elves and goblins are hiding out. However, once they reach the riverbank, the butterflies suddenly lose the trail, making them suspect the targets crossed the water. Sir Earl suggests waiting for Goblin Slayer to show up and make the first move, but the old wizard scoffingly shuts that down as completely unnecessary. The old man points across the river toward the forest edge, spotting movement in the distance. Sure enough, a goblin is scuttling around the river rocks. The warriors immediately leap across the water to give chase. Standing beside a massive red dragon, the mastermind smugly notes that the prey took the bait. However, his confident look quickly fades when he senses something unexpected. Down near the riverbank, a solitary armored figure radiating a purple aura steps into view. He planned to handle the other two first, but this armored warrior showing up with that smug grin wasn't in his calculus. His eyes widen in complete disbelief as the warrior begins stripping off the heavy armor piece by piece. The heavy gear comes off, revealing a blonde beauty taking a dip in the river to cool off. His shock instantly turns into a sinister smirk when he realizes the notorious Goblin Slayer is actually a woman. She gives a devious look, clearly planning to savor every bit of whatever is coming next. Meanwhile, a lone goblin scout suddenly collapses onto the grass, completely out of breath. Seeing the downed monster, Sir Earl orders his squad to stay sharp, convinced the goblin tribe is right around the corner. Before they can even prep for battle, a lethal rain of spears comes flying down directly toward their squad. An old mage spots the incoming attack and yells for everyone to pull back. A massive blast tears through the ground as he warns the squad they're being ambushed. Earl barely dodges and jokes about the near miss, but the old guy tells him to stay focused because the assault isn't over. Right on cue, a massive goblin warrior leaps down from above, crashing directly into their ranks. The old mage unleashes a massive fireball spell straight at the goblin, expecting an easy incinerations. Instead of flinching, the monster smirks right as the fiery explosion hits him head-on. As the smoke dissipates, the goblin stands completely unscathed, leaving the mage absolutely stunned. The smoke clears to reveal the giant beast walking forward completely unbothered, leaving the mage panicking over how it survived a direct hit. Sir Earl turns around only to realize things are way worse. A horde of elite goblins is closing in fast. Noticing the monsters are fully equipped with iron armor, the old man panics and immediately dumps the whole situation onto Cecil. Sir Earl activates Fountain of Life, unleashing a massive healing magic circle that instantly restores his team's energy. Fully recharged, the backline mages rain down mid-tier spells, ice spikes, quicksand fields, and rain of judgment, trapping and wiping out incoming goblins. Up front, the fully buffed knights charge into the chaos, swinging their long swords directly into the goblin frontline. Lin Tian orders Gabudi to create an opening so Gabikong can charge in, and Gabudi gets right to work. Without hesitating, Gabudi leaps straight off the cliff and dives into the battlefield below. Coated in an aura of speed, he rockets across the ground directly toward his target. Before the old man can react, Gabudi grabs him straight by the face with his sharp claws. He unleashes a roaring wave of violence, charging straight through the chaotic battlefield alongside the swarm. Seeing the front lines crumble, Sir Earl shouts at his shield bearers to hold the line. The goblin force crashes directly into the defense, brutally smashing through armor and shields. Raising his blade to the sky, Sir Earl prays for divine power to smite the creatures. He triggers the advanced magic, Holy Light Enchantment, engulfing the entire battlefield in a massive swirl of holy fire. Sir Earl rallies his squad to form a blizzard formation, heal their wounded, and wipe out every last enemy. Lin Tian admits this diamond-ranked party is far stronger than expected, acknowledging they'd easily annihilate any normal goblin tribe. Smirking in the dark, he warns they picked the wrong playground as his terrifying horde and dark beasts charge into the fray. The old man completely loses his cool the second he realizes what they're up against, screaming out in panic as a mutant goblin enters the fight while someone clicks their tongue at his pathetic fear. Watching the chaos unfold with a smirk, she casually remarks on how fascinating and ridiculously powerful these goblins truly are. In a single brutal strike, the giant mutant goblin impales the old mage, forcing him to cough up blood as it rips right through the human forces. Above them, a sinister goblin grins with glowing red eyes, savoring their sheer terror. Crushed under the dark aura, Xiza drops his sword and clutches his chest in total agony. Desperate for a lifeline, the old mage crawls through the dirt, begging Xiza to rescue him. He stumbles back in absolute horror, his bloodshot eyes locked on the dying man reaching out to him. Xiza scrambles away in pure horror, screaming that these aren't regular goblins. They're literal demons. Behind him, a creepy nightmare creature effortlessly drags a helpless old mage across the ground. The victim shrieks for Xiza to save him, but he is hyperventilating in sheer panic, completely overwhelmed. He sprints for his life while dodging a deadly shower of arrows, cursing himself for not realizing elven snipers were lurking in ambush too. Seeing the goblin slayer standing before him, he reaches up from the dirt, begging goblin slayer to save them. But before he can even catch his breath, a group of goblin attackers drops down from above with weapons drawn. In an instant, the goblins were defeated by the goblin slayer. Desperate, he grabs onto the armored knight's cloak, repeatedly thanking him and promising to repay the favor. With a sinister red glow from his visor, the goblin slayer tells him the best way to repay him is to stay as far away as possible. Xiza yells a warning that a dangerous goblin overlord is lurking nearby, but the knight only gets more hyped at the prospect of a real challenge. Without looking back, she marches straight into the rocky canyon to hunt his next mark. Goblin Kwang brutally pulls the old mage up by his hood, ready to finish him off. Before it can do anything, a blade pierces straight through its back, turning its eyes blank instantly. The massive beast crashes dead onto the dirt, leaving the surrounding goblins completely stunned. Right into the middle of the camp, a heavily armored knight steps down with a heavy thud. Looking at the fallen monster, Goblin Slayer mockingly asks if this dumb-looking guy was supposed to be their leader. Enraged by the disrespect, a red-eyed goblin screams for the pack to attack and kill him. The beast horde swarms in, screaming to tear the knight apart. With one effortless swing, he cuts through the entire crowd in midair. Observing the fight, he checks their system stats in confusion, wondering how basic strikes are dealing magic-level damage. Suddenly, the monster activates its Mad War transformation, swelling up with red energy and spiky armor. It charges straight at him like a raging bull, but the knight isn't even fazed. The beast rushes in with full force, but the knight casually sidesteps the wild strike with a chuckle. Tightening his grip on his massive weapon, he readies himself to finish the fight. Refusing to back down, the monster leaps down from above, screaming for him to just die already. Instead of a clean blow, a thick, sticky sludge splatters straight onto his armor. The brown goo expands and hardens on impact, trapping his limbs completely. Flying overhead on his dragon, Lin Tian orders his goblin squad to pull back, circle up, and spam long-range rock attacks from safety. Covered in sticky sludge, the knight can't believe a goblin is taming dragons, hyped that this raid is actually giving him a challenge. A barrage of massive boulders rains down like artillery, aiming to bury him under tons of solid rock. Refusing to get crushed, he draws his blades and slices straight through the falling boulders in a flash. An hour into the fight, he's down on one knee panting from exhaustion while Lin Tian smirks, watching him reach his absolute limit. Reaching up, the armored warrior unlatches their full-face helmet. With a heavy clatter, the helmet drops straight onto the ground. Seeing her face, the goblin horde immediately starts panting and drooling like absolute creeps. Lin Tian suddenly pauses, a drop of cold sweat running down as he senses something terribly wrong. She plunges her hand straight into an enemy's chest, ripping out their heart and devouring it on the spot, calling it the ultimate nourishment. Realizing he massively underestimated her insanity, Lin Tian watches in horror as Goblin Slayer goes on an absolute rampage across the battlefield. Stunned by her terrifying force, Lin Tian realizes she even possesses the devouring trait of goblins, deciding that an immediate retreat is their only chance at survival. Swooping down on his flying mount, he orders everyone to pull back instantly and grabs Freya to pull her out of harm's way. So now it's time for her to heal his allies like she promised. Licking a sharp needle with a teasing smirk, she promises to keep her word, right after he satisfies her first. Leaning down with a smirk, Goblin Slayer admits that while he might look like a basic low-tier goblin, he's got the brains of a goblin king, and turns out, that's exactly her type. She finds the whole thing thrilling, teasingly calling him out for tricking her all along. Sweating profusely as he grips his cloak, he curses himself for letting his guard down and walking straight into this crazy woman's trap. With the entire army placed under mind control, no one can see what is happening. Goblin Slayer presses himself tightly against Linter with a mischievous smirk, telling him to relax because she promises not to kill him. She gets right in his face, offering to stick around just to see how he evolves, before pinning him straight to the ground. Leaning in close, she makes her move, leaving Lin Tian completely stunned that she's actually dead serious. Meanwhile, a warrior hiding in the nearby bushes happens to catch the entire scene unfold. He nearly loses his mind, realizing the legendary Goblin Slayer is actually a woman, and she's with a goblin. But before he can digest the situation, a massive clawed foot stomps down directly behind him. He looks up in sheer horror, screaming as his life flashes before his eyes. As his tribe carries their loot back, Lin Tian warns the warrior girl that following him into a goblin den carries real consequences. She stays totally unbothered, replying she's fine with it as long as he can handle the heat. Lin Tian glares at her, demanding to know who she is and how she used that weird power to control both his crew and him. She looks back at him slyly, asking if he'll let her tag along if she lays all her cards on the table. Brushing past her, Lin Tian coldly tells her that completely depends on what she has to say. Dropping her composure, she reveals her sharp fangs and drops a bombshell. She's a direct descendant of the Goblin King. Lin Tian stares in utter disbelief, unable to wrap his head around how a descendant of the Goblin King looks completely human. She casually reveals her mother was human, laying out her wild origin story without batting an eye. Turns out her mom was captured by a goblin horde years ago, making her the king's rare half-breed child who somehow survived. A decade back, when the old king tried to target her too, she flipped the script and ended him right then and there. After devouring his remains to steal his bloodline power, she went full rampage mode and wiped out the entire dungeon. Lin Tian puts the pieces together, while she smugly explains that her blood-forged weapons act like a remote control gene for anyone she cuts. She decides to return to Bright Town as his spy, casually adding that since he belongs to her now, protecting him is just standard protocol. Lin Tian stands there utterly baffled, completely lost for words. Lin Tian checks out his updated stat panel, pretty satisfied with the generous boost he just gained from absorbing royal blood. Down in the pit, the bound pink-haired knight immediately starts mocking his relative, pointing out how much of a disgrace he is and why the sword saint never bothered saving him. The cousin just laughs back, telling the noble to check the boiling cauldron behind them since he's getting cooked first. Before he can finish talking trash, a massive goblin hand lifts the noble into the air, making him instantly panic and offer up a harem just to survive. Watching his cousin get hauled off, the chained prisoner yells out, demanding an immediate audience with their leader. Lin Tian looks down at the chained prisoner in amused surprise, mocking him for finally opening his mouth after staying silent for so long. Without flinching, the prisoner offers a deal, promising to agree to any request if Lin Tian just lets his cousin go. The terrified cousin instantly breaks down begging and calling himself a dog, but Lin Tian just laughs at the idea of a captive trying to bargain. That's when the prisoner reveals his insane true plan: chop off one of his cousin's legs and use him as bait to lure their entire family, and the sword saintess, right into Lin Tian's trap. Driven completely mad by hatred, the prisoner vows to see everyone dead, and seeing how dead serious he is, Lin Tian happily agrees to the deal. Back at a crowded city tavern, a panicked scout bursts in shouting that everything is ruined. The bartender calmly wiping a glass tells the man to chill out and explain. The scout screams that Sissel was spotted fleeing toward the royal city on a carnivorous horse with a missing leg. The entire tavern erupts in shock, terrified that Sissel's strike force actually failed. A hooded mercenary gasps, realizing the Grey Hats and Blizzard Braves might have been completely wiped out. Goblin Slayer bluntly confirms the grim news. Walking further into the tavern, he drops the bomb that the entire squad was wiped out, leaving only Sissel alive. He casually pulls up a chair, acting like it's just another ordinary day. A panicked warrior rushes over to ask if he was in that bloodbath, and Goblin Slayer gives a deadpan yeah. When asked about the remaining monsters, he casually claims he personally handled hundreds of giant, mutated goblins. The stunned patrons stare in shock before bursting into laughter, hyping him up for living up to his legend. Inside the local tavern, the bartender serves up a free drink while the patrons shower the Goblin Slayer with praise for clearing out a massive horde of mutated monsters. A massive swarm of shadowy bats floods straight into the tavern, sending the patrons into an immediate panic. Giant dark figures with glowing red eyes loom over the terrified crowd, instantly turning the party into a total nightmare. Looking up at the ceiling, the armored warrior sarcastically commends the cold-blooded mercenary troupe for making such a fucking grand entrance. Hanging upside down, the giant bat monster addresses Goblin Slayer, asking if he's managed to find the goblin nest yet given how deep those bastards usually hide. Unbothered at the bar, Goblin Slayer casually mentions he hasn't found the nest and only returned after slaughtering a batch, while a voice asks if he can handle the crowd. The giant bat offers to handle finding the nest and suggests teaming up. Without a word, the armored knight simply stands up from the table. Walking away, he shuts down the offer, stating he doesn't work at night or with others. Gathering in the dark trees, the bats prepare to hunt down the nest on their own. Scouting the area, the bat monsters notice no major army outside, but their captain confirms the blood trail leads right inside and orders them in. The squad immediately confirms the order. Looking down at the sleeping goblins below, the bats start questioning if this is really the right place since it looks like a small tribe. Their leader reassures them this is the spot, and orders the swarm to drain every single one dry while they sleep. The bat swarm dives straight down, shouting for the dive bomb attack to drain every creature dry. One massive bat opens its fangs wide, preparing to unleash chaos on the nest below. Before it can strike, a sudden burst of divine light burns through the darkness, forcing a shrieking retreat. The creature crashes straight into the dirt, stunned by the holy energy. The bat leader stares in utter disbelief, unable to grasp what kind of person would be inside a goblin nest. Standing right before them is a holy nun, wielding a massive staff radiating divine magic. A wall of roaring flames erupts, completely blocking off the escape route for the bat creatures. Realizing they're trapped, the bat monsters panic, demanding to know what their captain plans to do now. Lin Tian stands above them with his forces, mockingly challenging the bloodsuckers to show what they've got. Cornered, the bat captain locks eyes on his opponent, and shoots forward in a lethal blur of shadowy dark magic. Since their cover is blown, Lilith decides to just wipe everyone out, revealing her stats as a level 61 vampire countess with an overall power score of 2,800. Looking at her ridiculous numbers, Lin Tian is just glad the system warned him about the cold-blooded mercenary troops ambush ahead of time so he could prepare. Lilith immediately leaps into action, tearing through the goblin fodder while mocking Lin Tian to see if the spreading flames will kill them first or if she will. Unbothered by her overwhelming speed and strength, Lin Tian just smirks, asking if she's really that confident. Lin Tian activates his holy power, bathing his entire jacked goblin army in a blinding divine light. The intense holy aura immediately scorches the succubi, catching them completely off guard as they scream in pain. Clutching her head in utter shock, one of them screams out how a lowly goblin could possibly cast holy magic. Unable to withstand the divine burns, she crashes straight to the ground, completely neutralized. With the upper hand secured, Lin Tian calmly approaches them, suggesting they sit down and talk things out instead. He casually assumes she's here for the bounty too, genuinely wondering why a blood-sucking vampire would even need cold hard cash. Her head drops in complete embarrassment as the reality of her broke life hits her. She blushes furiously and rants that thanks to the Holy Church and Sword Saint enforcing a strict no-sucking humans rule, she's forced to get a job just to buy blood like a normal consumer. Lin Tian sits back with a deadpan expression, immediately thinking that if he recruits her clan, it might just upgrade the goblin bloodline. Lin Tian looks over at the weakened succubi and proposes a deal, asking if they'd rather cooperate than starve. He gestures to his goblins and offers to supply them with all the blood they need to survive. The succubus leader struggles to stand up, pointing out that his small group won't last long as a permanent food source. Lin Tian hits them with absolute biological facts, explaining that male essence acts as a perfect substitute for human blood according to ancient documents. The succubus ladies stand there completely frozen, with massive question marks floating over their heads. They exchange baffled looks, trying to process the absurd proposal he just dropped on them. Lin Tian clears his throat, maintaining a totally serious face after delivering the wildest pitch of his life. Lin Tian drops a bit of monster lore, explaining how succubi don't actually need blood to survive. They just need a specific type of vital energy. There's zero need for slaughter when they can get all the nourishment they'll ever need through continuous extraction. He flexes his goblin tribe behind him, pitching the ultimate deal. Goblins might lack resources, but when it comes to stamina, they've got an endless supply. The succubi exchange shocked looks, debating whether this guy is completely insane or actually onto something, before their leader decides there's only one way to find out. Before her panicked subordinate can even stop her, she grabs his clothes to put his wild theory to the test. One of her sisters frantically tries to pull her back, arguing that with the count sealed, doing something this extreme is way too risky. But the leader shuts her down instantly, pointing out that sisters have been dying for centuries, and if this wild method actually works, they can finally stop risking their lives. With her mind made up, she leans in to test his theory firsthand, leaving the crew in the back clutching their faces in utter disbelief. And yeah, safe to say the theory was valid, leaving her completely overwhelmed by the results. Seeing that it actually works, the rest of the starved vampire girls lose their minds and start tackling each other just to get a turn, forcing the others to desperately maintain order. Completely drained from the ordeal, Lin Tian raises his trembling hand and calls out for Leah to hold him up. Leah quickly catches him before he collapses, praising his effort while Lin Tian internally curses at just how utterly starved these vampires really were. Stepping forward, the vampire leader officially agrees to form an alliance with him, asking what his next command is. Lin Tian lays out the job description. All she needs to do is guard the cave and keep any unwanted intruders out. She takes a brief second to weigh her options in silence. Satisfied with the arrangement, she officially accepts the deal. With that settled, she strolls off happily, leaving Lin Tian smirking as everything falls right into place. Meanwhile, back in the city, the adventurers lose complete contact with the cold-blooded mercenary troop, assuming the goblin extermination failed once again. Outside a local tavern, furious shouting echoes into the night as someone gets chewed out for being a total fraud. Inside, two guys are at each other's throats, calling out a supposed diamond rank adventurer who's too terrified to even fight goblins. Their heated argument gets cut short the moment the tavern doors suddenly creak open. In walks the legendary sword saintess herself, turning every single head in the room. The patrons immediately freak out in excitement over her return, before the scene jumps a few minutes forward. An adventurer gasps in disbelief when the sword saintess reveals her plan to hit Dragon Island solo while leaving the goblin army to them. The remaining adventurers immediately start sweating, wondering how regular rankers are supposed to survive a goblin raid without top tier support. Just when panic sets in, a sharp-dressed gunner steps up, ready to take charge. It's Ellison, a diamond rank gunner hero, who vows to organize the group and wipe out the goblins in the forest. The sword saintess gives him her stamp of approval, officially handing off the goblin extermination mission to his team. She then turns to a hooded magic user, asking if he'll use his object manipulation magic to boat her over to Dragon Island. The mage bows deeply, declaring it an absolute honor to escort the sword saintess into battle. Behind his respectful mask, Bro is already celebrating the massive rank promotion he's about to score after this job. A massive swarm of dark wyverns fills the sky above the canyon, circling as if something major is going down. Deep inside a dark cavern, a horned demon woman tightly clutches a giant dragon egg as the ground begins to violently shake. Debris falls around her while the entire cave threatens to collapse, leaving her screaming out in total confusion at what's going on. Watching the massive dragon soar through the open cavern sky, everything finally clicks into place for her. She scowls in frustration, admitting she never expected that woman to recover from her injuries so quickly. Gently running her sharp claws over the heavy scaled egg, she curses the absolute worst timing possible. Pressing a tender kiss against the shell, she holds her unborn hatchling close one last time. Burying the egg safely under the dark soil, she leaves her child with one final life lesson, that its father is a very special goblin. Surrounded in a wild surge of pink fire, her power completely erupts, leaving the dragon above staring in utter disbelief at how far she's willing to go. Refusing to back down, the beast dives straight down for a head-on collision, shouting that it's time to settle things once and for all. Blood slowly drips from the tip of a blade onto the cold ground, revealing a silent battlefield littered with defeated bodies. Alice steps onto the quiet field, moving forward step by step. She abruptly comes to a halt as the ground beneath her grows heavy. A massive surge of dark purple energy erupts, bringing a massive beast into view. Unbothered, Alice confronts the creature, calling out the amethyst dragon mother for finally showing her face. The dragon immediately starts talking trash, amazed that someone who got clapped by goblins is still alive and acting brave. Alice flares her aura and raises her blade, warning the dragon that targeting her people was its final mistake. Telling the beast to swallow its pride, she swings her blade to unleash a massive sword energy surge. The dragon retaliates instantly, opening its jaws to spit out a devastating blast of flame. Both apocalyptic attacks collide head-on in midair, obliterating the surrounding landscape from the sheer force. The shockwave from the collision rips through the battlefield, sending debris flying while Edward huddles behind a rock just to survive the blast. As the dust settles, a colossal dragon limb looms over him, leaving Edward in pure panic as he realizes this beast is absurdly massive. Before he can even process the scale of it, he gets yanked back by his hood right as the dragon's scaled body smashes through the ground. Alice steps into the fray with her light engulfed blade, pulling the clueless hooded guy out of the dragon's splash zone just in time. She grabs Edward and screams at him to get out of the way so he doesn't become dead weight. Behind them, the colossal beast lets out a low hum as dark purple energy surges through its throat. Runic magic circles instantly manifest around its gaping jaws, locking in a full power blast aimed right at them. Bright slashes of energy carve right through the massive purple crystals blocking the arena. Edward completely loses it, screaming in terror as the stray energy explodes right next to him. The dragon activates its magic arrays while the warrior darts through the air, deflecting every incoming projectile. Closing the gap instantly, she prepares to land a transcendent sword skill right on the dragon's face. Unleashing Steel Tempest, a flurry of luminous slashes shreds straight through the massive dragon's hide without giving it a single second to breathe. The sheer force of the battle sends shockwaves blasting through the sky, scattering flocks of birds out of the forest below. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, a massive dragon egg suddenly snaps open, spilling slime onto the dirt. Out steps a freshly hatched black baby dragon, standing proud on a rock and letting out its very first roar. The newly hatched baby dragon struggles to balance on the crumbling cliff, frantically flapping its tiny wings. High above on a rock pillar, the sword saintess cold-eyedly looks down at her opponent kneeling in pain, clutching a bleeding eye. With a minor cut on her own cheek, the sword saintess casually complains that she was aiming for her target's head, disappointed she only took out an eye. Furious and dripping blood, Purple Dragon Mother grabs her weapon and screams that she'll fight this crazy bitch to the death today. Before another strike can land, the baby dragon swoops into the fray, roaring at the top of its lungs for no one to dare hurt its mom. A sudden Alice knocks the green dragon completely off balance. As the young dragon tumbles across the dirt, its mother steps in to hold off the sword saintess. Bleeding out, the mother yells for her child to run to the safe place in its memories while the young dragon screams out in terror. A fatal strike tears through her body, leaving nothing behind but a spray of blood. The dragon lets out a deafening roar, taking to the sky right above the battleground. Seeing it airborne, the hooded mage steps up, telling the master swordsman to handle the main target while he cleans up this small fry. He fires off a series of glowing energy blasts straight into the air. Unbothered, the young beast dodges the incoming shots and spits back a stream of green fire. Acid sizzles directly onto Edward's face, melting his skin in seconds. He drops to the ground, writhing and screaming in agony while Alice stands by. Alice casually pours a healing potion over his head to stop the burning. Now sporting fresh scars, Edward vows to stew the beast, but Alice reminds him the creature escaped and orders them to move out toward Bright Town. Meanwhile, sinister purple dragon fire continues to spread across the vessel. With the dragon flames eroding their magic power and immobilizing the ship, the crew is forced to start manually rowing. Standing beside the lifeless body of the purple dragon mother, the young dragon desperately tries to wake her up. Determined to save her, he tries dragging her massive corpse all the way back to the dragon's lair so they can revive her. But he quickly realizes he lacks the physical strength to move her even an inch. Losing his footing, he gets thrown backward onto the bloody ground. Panting heavily and out of options, he makes a grim decision, apologizing to his mother before realizing he must devour her body to gain enough power to eventually bring her back. With a deafening roar, dark green energy bursts around him as he begins consuming her power and undergoing a massive transformation. Welcome to the Dragon's Nest, a towering structure rooted right in the middle of a fiery volcanic wasteland. A green dragon holding his mother's head dives straight toward the scorched canyon below, lets out a roaring flex to assert its dominance. Before it can even finish, another wild dragon dives down from above and slams it straight into the rocks. His mother's dragon head tumbles across the scorched terrain. A guard dragon slams the intruder into the rocks, reporting to their leader while the captured beast cries for its mother. Sensing the commotion, a massive fiery eye snaps open. The blazing dragon mother steps forward, recognizing the head as Philba and demanding to know who the trespasser is. Locked in an intense stare-down, the young dragon explains it found this nest using inherited memories, desperately begging her to save its mother. The dragons instantly recognize Philba's signature energy, identifying her as the purple dragon's mother. They grumble that she inherited the former Dragon King's crystal power, only to waste it by wandering alone into the outside world. The massive red dragon inspects the little newcomer, agreeing it's definitely her offspring, though its bloodline is clearly diluted, and demands to know who its father was. The young hybrid looks up and casually drops a bomb, admitting he never met his dad, but his mom always said his father was a goblin. The surrounding dragons freeze in complete horror, repeating the word goblin like they just heard the absolute worst insult in existence. Losing his entire mind over the disrespect to their noble lineage, one of the giant beasts roars furiously, asking the Dragon King for permission to eat the kid alive. The colossal Dragon King sits in heavy silence for a moment before casually raising his voice, telling everyone to hold on. The Dragon King reveals the kid is actually the late Dragon King's grandson, carrying the last crystal dragon bloodline. But since he's still technically a goblin, he has to prove his worth. If he wants to save his mom, he has to defeat the giant beast standing right next to him. Hearing the offer, the gigantic dragon cackles in delight, thanking the king for bringing him a fresh warm-up toy. With its eyes glowing crimson, the massive monster lets out a deafening roar, ready to tear him to shreds. A massive dragon inhales deeply, devoured the green baby dragon whole. It lets out a satisfied belch in front of its squad, thinking it just secured an easy meal. That satisfaction vanishes instantly as intense flames explode from its throat from the inside out. Panicking in midair, the dragon screams that something is biting its stomach and begs for help, but the others immediately back away. Refusing to step in, one of the dragons cold-heartedly reminds him that the king ordered him to win this fight on his own. Before he can even respond, his stomach ruptures as a glowing figure blasts straight through him. Flying high after surviving the brutal fight, the small black dragon shouts in triumph, convinced he's finally earned the power to save his mom. The giant red dragon formally welcomes him into the dragon's lair, dubbing him Nidhogg. But Nidhogg cuts right to the point, demanding to know how they're going to bring his mother back. Looking down at him, the red dragon instructs Nidhogg to take Filbuz's head and seek out the world tree. Lightning crackles as the elder explains that Filbuz's head was grafted onto the world tree's roots to construct a wooden dragon, revealing it's the sole method to resurrect his mother. Lin Tian wraps up his simulation run, bagging 80 points and 80 life points after holding off the adventurer invasion alongside his elf and vampire allies. Knowing hundreds of adventurers are coming for a total cleanup, he decides to skip the wait and fast-forward the progress to the day of success. Tapping the screen, he instantly hits crossover to jump straight into the simulation's results. He arrives to his surviving goblin horde wildly cheering on top of a mountain of corpses. A ton of high-level goblins died in the battle, but all these bodies are prime snacks for the remaining goblins to rapidly evolve into heroic species. Lin Tian looks down as his goblins feast on over 100 corpses, instantly leveling up to 50 and triggering their evolution. The survivors evolve into glutton goblins, gaining a massive 1100 strength boost alongside 2 exclusive skills, Meat Shield and Gluttony, which increases their health the more they eat. The horde's evolution spree keeps rolling as the bigger guys turn into giant hammer goblins, gaining 1000 strength boost and unlocking giant hammer fury. Right behind them, the stealthy units transform into dark goblins, snatching 1200 strength along with the razor hand skill. Looking down at a loader, Lin Tian points out the harsh reality. Humans only need kills to level up, but goblins are despised because they actually have to devour their prey. The vampire girl beside him is thoroughly impressed, admitting she didn't expect him to bring in such top-grade snacks. Licking the blood off her fingers, she admits it's been way too long since she had a meal this satisfying. To return the favor, she reveals her scout tracked down the Sword Saint, who just left Bright Town on a carnivorous horse after hearing about the slaughtered adventurers. She warns Lin Tian not to take her lightly, since she's mobilizing a legendary hunter group to hunt him down. Instead of stressing out, Lin Tian just grins, excited that she left town so he can finally step outside and get some fresh air. She's completely thrown off by how calm he is. Instead of panicking over her threat, he just casually grins. Before they can finish talking, a goblin scout comes sprinting in, yelling that something bad is happening. The scout reports an enemy goblin squad heading straight for their cave, sending everyone on high alert. Lin Tian finds it odd since no other tribes live nearby, wondering if the original owners came back for their cave. His minions scramble to secure the area and prepare for contact. Looking down from the ledge, a level 50 beast goblin leads the squad. Seeing its stats, Lin Tian is impressed by its raw power. If a high-tier hero is just leading a small team, he realizes the main tribe behind them must be huge. He orders his crew to capture the unit alive for questioning, and his top fighter promises to deliver. A squad of goblins wades through the cavern waters, weapons at the ready. The Beast King goblin suddenly stops, catching a faint scent of blood in the air while his minion stands there clueless. Glancing toward the waterfall cave, the leader chuckles, figuring free food just walked right into their lair. The ambush lands instantly, carving right through the mob and striking the big guy before anyone can react. With blood flying, the boss barks at everyone to prepare for battle as his loyal lackeys rush in to shield him from the shadowy attacker. A massive mutant goblin suddenly crashes in, tearing through the cave as the regular goblins immediately lose their minds, screaming at everyone to run for their lives. The mutant brutally impales the fleeing goblins, turning the area into a quick slaughterhouse. Sprinting into the forest in complete panic, one surviving goblin realizes their nest has been completely taken over, scrambling to get back and report to his lord. Lin Tian effortlessly drains the soul out of another victim while the enemy panics, unable to comprehend how these supposedly low-level goblins are wiping them out. Watching his men break ranks and run in fear, the high-level beast goblin grits his teeth, furious at his squad's cowardice. Before he can even launch an attack, the level 50 beast goblin collapses face first onto the dirt, completely paralyzed by the poison infesting the land. After a while, Lin Tian approaches a beast goblin who thrashes violently against his heavy chains, screaming for him to get lost. He threatens to eat him alive for daring to question a superior beast. Unbothered, Lin Tian casually picks his ear, deciding this captive needs a proper beatdown. The wild goblin scoffs in defiance, boasting that a fierce alpha predator like him could never be scared of a weakling. 10 minutes later, brutal thuds echo through the cavern as a set of blood-stained tools sits quietly on the table. Completely broken and crying his eyes out, the beast goblin immediately begs for mercy and agrees to answer everything, while Lin Tian calmly wipes the blood off his hands. Lin Tian just gives a smug smirk, casually confirming that he's completely right. Bound in chains and crying his eyes out, the beast goblin spills everything, explaining he was sent back by his tribe to retrieve something from their old hideout. Lin Tian leans in, asking what class of goblin their leader actually is. The prisoner bawls, revealing their boss is a goblin lord on the verge of evolving into a dominant lord, and desperately mentions a crucial treasure hidden nearby. Hearing the word treasure, Lin Tian's interest is instantly piqued. They locate the chest, uncovering the level 7 Feta magic ring, an item capable of sealing a target's soul using their blood to grant massive power boosts. Equipping the ring, Lin Tian is impressed by the find, while the captive begs him to honor his word and set him free. Lin Tian casually agrees right before clamping his hand onto the goblin's face with a deadly grip. Blood drips down onto his newly equipped ring while the captive monster nervously asks what he's planning to do. Lin Tian flashes a sinister smirk, reassuring him that he'll technically keep his word and let his body go, though his soul is a completely different story. The ring's green seal ignites with dark magic, locking onto the captive's spirit. Green flames erupt across the chamber as Lin Tian activates the Feta magic ring's extraction skill. The helpless victim panics, screaming in absolute horror as he realizes what's about to happen. With a violent pull, his soul is ripped straight out of his mouth and swallowed into the ring. The lifeless shell slams onto the ground while Lin Tian stands engulfed in dark green aura. A system notification confirms a 200-point boost to his overall strength, leaving him grinning as he realizes how broken this ring will be once he feeds it a truly powerful soul. Lin Tian looks over the chained creature on the floor, noting that the Beast King tribe's total strength easily rivals an entire human city. Since he's holding onto their property, he knows they'll be coming for him eventually, giving him the perfect chance to bait them into wiping out the human army hunting him. While Lin Tian ponders how best to use this to his advantage, the goblin slayer glares at the creature, asking if it's a goblin from the Beast King tribe. Surprised she actually recognizes it, Lin Tian asks if she knows what it is, and she confidently replies that of course she does. Trembling in sheer panic, she frantically warns him that the Beast King tribe is a terrifying force he seriously cannot afford to offend. She panics, warning him that the Beast King tribe answers directly to the Great Tomb, a force so terrifying that not even the Lionheart Empire dares to cross them. Realizing he just killed the guy, she freezes in horror and asks what the Great Tomb even is to be this scary. She explains it rules over thousands of miles of the demonic forest, home to a level 12 world-class monster. Lin Tian stammers out, level 12, clutching his head in utter disbelief at the scale of the threat. Until a light bulb suddenly goes off in his brain. He begins channeling blood magic over the corpse, telling a confused Alice that he needs her help to puppet the body. The plan? Send the puppet back to the Beast King tribe to deliver a report on who stole the ring. And naturally, the report won't mention them. It's going to pin the whole robbery straight onto the Lionheart Empire's royal aristocracy. She looks completely thrown off, asking if he's seriously referring to Stemmen and the pheromones. Lin Tian confirms his master plan, standing alongside his goblin slayer ally as a green-flamed beast growls in the foreground. He deliberately let Xizer escape earlier just to bait the enemy right into an advance ambush. With a sinister smirk, he reveals the ultimate goal: use Loader as a hostage to wipe out incoming reinforcements for massive experience points, letting the two factions weaken each other so he can reap all the profits. Over at Lionheart Capital, things look grand on the outside, but inside the main hall, absolute chaos is unfolding. The family patriarch is blowing a fuse, screaming at his defeated son for bringing complete disgrace to their noble name. The beaten-up Xizer frantically begs for mercy, blabbering that those goblins aren't normal. They're insanely smart, powerful, and wiped out their entire elite force. Lord Pheromone isn't buying a single word, his face contorting with pure fury as his son makes excuses. He points directly at his pathetic heir, roaring that two major noble families were humiliated by simple monsters, making them the laughingstock of the kingdom. The sheer terror and shame hit the Xizer so hard that he literally wets himself right on the floor, weeping and begging for forgiveness. Haunted by the nightmare of Lin Tian's terrifying goblin horde, he clutches his head in total madness, his spirit completely broken. The enraged lord screams at his trembling son, declaring him a complete disgrace and ordering the guards to drag him out. Just then, a suave noble casually strolls into the room, telling him there's really no need to be so furious. Walking right past the weeping heir on the ground, he offers a proposition: team up so both families can wipe away their shared humiliation. Pheromone hesitates, reminding him that royal orders strictly ban high-ranking nobles from mobilizing troops at will, especially with the Sword Saint already dispatched. Twirling his mustache, the noble smirks, pointing out that if the Sword Saint solves everything alone, the king will just view both their houses as totally useless. Hearing that, Pheromone freezes, completely stupefied as the reality hits him. A few days pass, shifting the action to a peaceful waterfall hidden deep in the mountains. Scenes shift to where Lin Tian is target practicing with Loader. As Lin Tian lowers his weapon, the trembling Loader collapses to the floor, terrified by the monster standing in front of him. Lin Tian admires his crude homemade pistol, glad his gunpowder experiment worked, while Cassandra watches with absolute wonder. Unable to control her excitement, Cassandra tackles Lin Tian and begs for shooting lessons, which he awkwardly agrees to. Their moment is cut short when a breathless scout rushes in to announce that a massive, fully armed human force is assembling at Guangming Town. On top of that, another hostile goblin army from the Beast King tribe is also rapidly approaching their territory. Instead of stressing over the incoming double threat, Lin Tian just smirks, ready for the chaos to begin. A shadowy monster looks down at a beaten warrior lying on the cracked earth, dismissing him as a total waste while a horde of goblins looks on. The monster lets out an ear-splitting roar that rattles the entire cave. It commands the goblin swarm to gather, feast on human flesh, and reclaim the ring. Meanwhile, outside a human fortress, armed knights stand guard along the battlements under the full moon. An armed procession arrives at the gates, where the new mayor of Guangming Town bows alongside his staff to welcome Lord Pheromone and Lord Stanon. A noble commander on horseback immediately demands to know the location of the Sword Saint. A man steps up to the mounted earls, questioning why they're causing such a fuss when the Sword Master isn't even around. The noble dismisses him instantly, prompting him to angrily remind him that he's a dragon slayer who fought alongside the Sword Master. Unbothered, the Earl gives a smug smirk and mockingly apologizes, stating they only came to deal with the goblins. Before anyone can say more, a massive dark streak crashes down from the sky directly into the area. Before the guards can figure out how the heavily fortified walls were breached, an entire horde of red-eyed goblins comes charging straight at them. The Imperial commander loses his mind the second he sees the enemy, yelling that the goblins walked right into a trap before ordering the lions of the Empire to massacre them. Without missing a beat, the armored cavalry surges forward at full speed, screaming for blood as they clash into the front line. Leading the charge himself, the commander rides straight through the chaos and slices the goblin cleanly in half. The fight turns into an absolute meat grinder as heavy knights impale goblins on lances and steamroll right over the horde. Even the spellcasters join in on the beatdown, blasting nearby goblins into the air with purple magic explosions. The whole village descends into utter chaos under the full moon as battle cries echo through the night. Standing proudly over a fallen monster, the nobleman scoffs at how goblins are nothing more than weak, low-level trash. Watching his soldiers easily hold the line, he smugly boasts that the entire battle will be wrapped up in less than an hour. Out of nowhere, red energy slashes burst across the field, instantly slicing through a mounted knight right before his eyes, triggering a system panel for a level 79 Beast King Goblin with a total power score of 3000. Watching the monster unleash its terrifying aura, Lin Tian breaks into a cold sweat, stunned by its overwhelming strength. That's when Lorna steps forward, calling out to her father as she gets ready to take action. Lorna Loder takes charge, proposing a plan to lure the monster away while the soldiers clean up the rest. She hurls a quick insult at Glordal before rushing out, leaving him to bark back a sharp order. Without hesitation, Lorna and her team sprint right toward the massive tentacled nightmare. Opening the assault, the team mage unleashes a blazing fireball straight into the creature's gaping mouth. The group barely keeping their distance from the pursuing monster. Lin Tian watches the scene from above, observing the chaos with a grim expression. Down on the battlefield, wounded fighters lie motionless in pools of blood. Undeterred, the shadowy tentacle creature shrieks viciously, preparing to slaughter anything standing in its path. An enraged elven warrior snarls, declaring their enemy's teeth will be their first trophy. He shouts at his squad to press the assault and break the siege, creating an opening for Luna's fatal strike. Lorna lunges directly into the fray, determined to be a role model for her college. Glowing golden energy surges around her as she unleashes an advanced martial technique. She thrusts her holy spear of evil breaking straight into the monster's mouth. Watching from the shadows, Lin Tian notes her 1700 power level easily overshadows her allies. Furious from the strike, the monster roars in anger at being caught off guard. The giant creature begins absorbing massive streams of dark purple energy into its body. Fully transformed with glowing red eyes and razor fangs, the monster bursts through the terrain. It unleashes the roar of the Beast King, blasting a colossal purple shockwave across the entire battlefield. As purple energy ripples tear across the sky, the intense soundwave hits hard enough to shake even a dragon flying high above. Gritting his teeth against the raw pressure, he realizes the sonic attack is far more vicious than he ever anticipated. With his beast losing control from the noise, he desperately shouts at Xiao Huan to calm down. Down on the ground, the force of the blast slams fighters straight onto their knees, leaving them completely wrecked and screaming in agony on the dirt. Slid down on the ground among her fallen comrades, Lorna can't even process the nightmare unfolding before her, wondering how on earth a mere goblin could possess such terrifying power. Crying out in sheer desperation with blood dripping from her mouth, her outfit completely torn apart, she realizes this isn't a battle they can ever hope to win. Falling onto her knees as her body gives out, she breaks down completely, desperately calling out for her father and teacher in a last-ditch plea. Because towering directly over her is the colossal dark silhouette of the monster, completely blocking out the light. Looking up at the terrifying creature in pure horror with tears streaming down her face, all she can do is scream out for help. Distant red flares light up the night sky over the forest as dark energy surges across the field. Back in the courtyard, panic spreads among the remaining troops, with the commanders desperately trying to regain control as news of the front lines reaches them. One of the guards points toward the horizon, spotting a massive dark entity emitting a heavy crimson aura in the distance. Emerging from the darkness is a giant tentacled beast, holding the defeated female warrior in its massive grip. Seeing their elite fighter completely captured and battered, the commander reacts in pure shock and horror. Enraged, the royal father rushes blindly into the fray demanding his daughter back, ignoring his men shouting that they're about to win. Shadow tentacles burst forward, completely shattering the noble's desperate defense. Before he can recover, Beast King's massive fist crushes him into the ground with brutal force, leaving the noble instantly knocked out cold. Taking advantage of the opening, nearby guards thrust their spears straight into Beast King's skin. Yet even behind a wall of shields and spears, the giant monster looms over them undeterred. Desperate, the commander screams for their hero to hurry up and strike a fatal blow. Determined to pull his weight, a so-called dragon slayer resolves to give it everything he's got, channeling fiery magic into his hands. Fusing his spells together, he casts advanced magic, energy ball, building up a massive sphere of raw power. He hurls the blazing blast straight at the goblin boss, catching the monster completely off guard. The spell detonates into a blinding pillar of light that incinerates the boss, sending the rest of the goblin army running for their lives. Completely drained after unleashing all that mana, Dragon Slayer is left panting heavily, barely able to keep himself upright. Kneeling before the Beast King he just brought down, Dragon Slayer can barely catch his breath as steam rises from its corpse. Exhausted and trembling under his hood, a low chuckle starts bubbling up in his chest. He throws his head back and breaks into full-blown unhinged laughter, completely losing it over surviving the fight. Striding out in front of Sir Earl and his knight, Edward spreads his arms wide, screaming that he won and claiming to be a true epic adventurer. But before anyone can process what's happening, a towering flesh monster with rows of razor-sharp teeth manifests right behind him. With glowing red eyes glaring over a terrifying maw, the Beast King leaves Lord Pheromone and his guard frozen in pure terror. Suddenly, red energy surges as the Beast King begins evolving into a level 80 brutal goblin. Its power skyrockets to 3,100, reaching overlord status as it grabs and crushes its victim in a single bite. Watching from above, Lin Tian realizes this monster is stealing all his tribe's experience packs, forcing him to step in and handle it. The giant brutal slams its massive foot down, completely flattening a helpless little goblin into the dirt. Instead of fleeing, the rest of the goblin squad gets hyped up, shouting that they won't run away anymore. The brutal threatens to punish anyone who dares step out of line, forcing the goblin mob to charge straight ahead. As the green tide pushes in, the panicked human commander orders his knights to push back, but the goblins aren't stopping. Realizing their front line is collapsing, Lord Pheromone completely changes his tune, screaming at his men to retreat into town and seal the gates. The brutal roars for the horde to keep pressing, ordering them not to let a single human break away. Watching the chaos unfold from above, Lin Tian notes that the entire human force has just trapped themselves inside the city walls. Lin Tian smirks to himself as he prepares his next move. He whistles loud and clear before leaping onto his flying mount, taking off into the night sky. Down on the battlefield, the goblins hurry to clear the area, shouting at each other to gather all the fallen bodies without delay. Suddenly, violent shockwaves erupt through the distant woods, scaring off flocks of birds. Blinding beams of golden light tear through the terrain, destroying everything in their path. Realizing the danger, he doesn't hesitate to command a full withdrawal, shouting for his army to retreat as the goblins obey instantly. A cloud of dust clears as the brutal beast grabs the noble, demanding to know why he didn't pick up the ring. Before he can even respond, a massive arc of holy energy comes flying out of nowhere. The golden slash pierces right through the monster's limb in a flash. A glowing holy crest hovers in midair right above the creature's massive gaping maw. A colossal beam of divine light slams into the ground, completely obliterating the area. A sword saintess with glowing red eyes perches gracefully atop the weapon, looking down at the chaos below. The giant monster roars in rage and slams its massive claws onto the ground. Before it can do anything else, a blinding cyan slash cuts right through the air and slices into the creature. The dark-armored warrior is revealed as Marshall, calmly wielding his spear. He steps down cleanly into the clearing, completely unbothered by the giant monster behind him. Austin steps up alongside the archer Emma, asking if it's really necessary to bully a goblin like this. The guy bursts into tears of absolute joy, yelling at the top of his lungs that the Master Sword Saint and the rest of the hunter squad have finally arrived. As dawn breaks over the city, a distant thud echoes through the morning air. High above on a rooftop, Lin Tian watches the chaotic situation below. He didn't expect the Hunters Guild to show up this early. He was ready to jump in and handle the brutal goblin himself, but now he can just kick back. Down in the city square, the Hunters Guild raid team forms up to surround the massive, mutated monster and its horde. The giant beast snarls with glowing red eyes while a panicked smaller goblin recoils in absolute terror. The giant beast grabs one of its own and shoves it straight into its mouth. It bites down without hesitation, tearing through its kin in a bloody mess. A system alert pops up as brutal nature triggers, using cannibalism to kickstart its regeneration while its body steams. Lin Tian watches, realizing devouring its own kind grants it high-efficiency healing. Though with wounds that bad, it won't recover instantly. Instead of being concerned, a smirk creeps onto his face. This delay makes things even better for him. Sword Saintess can't believe this Lord-class monster survived a stab to the neck and chest, but she gets ready to finish him off with one last swing. Brutal instantly backs off, begging for mercy and claiming he's just a peaceful goblin who'll leave forever if they let him return to the tomb. Sword Saintess pauses immediately, locking in on his mention of the Great Tomb. Brutal throws the Count under the bus, claiming this whole war started because he stole their artifact, triggering the noble to angrily deny stealing from low-level trash. Alice suddenly senses something isn't right, realizing a certain troublesome mastermind might actually be pulling the strings behind the scenes. Her ally looks at her in confusion, asking if she isn't just talking about the goblin standing right in front of them. She points out the massive red flag. This goblin claims to hail from the Great Tomb thousands of miles away, yet he's raiding local towns like a nearby monster. The marshal realizes someone might have deliberately set a trap to pit them against each other, though he doubts a simple goblin could plan something so complex. The noble interrupts their debating, shouting that he doesn't care about their theories. Since this goblin killed Count Stanman and the wandering hero, he can't be allowed to leave alive. Hearing this, Austin lets out a menacing smile. Dark aura erupts around his armor as he steps forward, ready to handle the goblin himself. The brutal suddenly freezes, sweating bullets as a sudden sense of danger hits it. Sword Saintess launched a massive golden whirlwind erupts on the battlefield. The raging tornado tears across the ground with insane speed, sweeping right past the brutal and throwing the whole area into absolute chaos. Sensing immediate danger, the brutal turns tail and desperately tries to flee the roaring storm. Alice shields her eyes from the blinding wind, but something overhead catches her attention. Looking into the sky, she spots a shadowy silhouette and wonders if a flying dragon has arrived. Sure enough, Lin Tian comes riding in atop a massive red beast. Watching from the shadows, Lin Tian smirks. He shouts out to Xiaohuan, giving the order to go after the brutal goblin right now. A massive red dragon spreads its wings and swoops down through the sky at full speed. Alice locks eyes with the flying beast and firmly declares that she won't let them escape. Swirling gales wrap around her boots as she leaps into the air, launching a wind strike that leaves the rider completely caught off guard. She can't believe her eyes, questioning how a mere small goblin could possibly harbor this much power. Deciding she's had enough, she locks onto her target and channels a surging aura into her blade. Leaping into the sky, she unleashes Steel Tempest, sending massive crescent blades of wind tearing through the air. Lin Tian spots the incoming strike at the last second and frantically orders Xiaohuan to dodge. The attack detonates against the terrain with an explosive boom, leaving pure destruction in its wake. Lin Tian and his dragon barely dodge the incoming blast in midair, knowing that taking a direct hit from that would have been absolute agony. She stands alone with her sword drawn, watching him flee into the distance. Furious, she screams into the sky, swearing she won't rest until she kills him with her own hands. Glancing back from under his hood, Lin Tian acknowledges she's terrifyingly strong, deciding he'll just figure out a way to mess with her when the time is right. Suddenly, violent rustling sounds echo across the forested terrain. Brutal bursts through the trees, tearing past the rocky landscape at insane speeds. Refusing to back down, it decides to head toward Dong Fufeng to hide out before Fu Hui's squad catches up. With a heavy thud, the brutal slams onto the rocky ground right outside a cavern opening. It pauses, sniffing the air as its glowing red eyes lock onto a scent drifting from the cave. Since checking the area, it realizes other goblins are nearby, recalling how a human nobleman had whined about the Lord of the Rings being snatched by the army. Realizing someone else is trying to snag the ring, the brutal flashes a terrifying grin, determined to snatch it first. The brutal roars at the top of its lungs, telling whoever is hiding inside to get the hell out. Deep inside the cave, the huddling elf girls freeze in fear as the roar echoes shake their hiding spot. Panicking hard, Gobiyu nervously wonders if the beast is about to break right through. Elf Mother Liao offers to just step outside and finish him off herself, but his daughter Cassandra quickly stops her, reminding everyone that Lin Tian explicitly ordered them not to expose themselves. Just as the tension peaks, and Goblin Slayer steps up with a chill smile, telling them all to relax. She reassures the girls with complete confidence, knowing Lin Tian would never let anything happen to them. The Brutal snaps its head back, sensing a presence from above and questioning who just showed up. Below, water erupts as the target scrambles away, but Lin Tian tracks his target from high above on his dragon, noting he's running fast. Lin Tian's eyes narrow with pure malice, confident the prey won't escape his hunting circle. Without wasting a second, Lin Tian and his dragon dive down at breakneck speed. They morph into a blazing meteor of fire, locking directly onto the creature below. Brutal glares in utter shock, its glowing red eyes locked onto the mystery figure standing ahead. Stepping right out of the dense smoke, Lin Tian with glowing red eyes casually stands his ground. Looking down at the skull ring on the guy's finger, the Brutal immediately recognizes it as the maiden ring. Enraged, the Brutal fumes with aura, screaming at him to hand back its stolen ring immediately. With a smug grin, he looks the Brutal dead in the eye and asks what it's gonna do if he just says no. Brutal completely loses its cool, roaring at its enemy to die. With a deafening crash, it slams onto the snowy ground, lunging straight toward the dark figure standing ahead. Brutal dives from above, aiming to crush the dark-haired elf underneath. It smashes its fist directly into the ground, causing a heavy shockwave. However, the Lin Tian casually leaps into the air, leaving the monster hitting pure dust. Smirking down, he mocks the creature, asking how such a bulky body could ever keep up with him. Before the beast can react, a Lin Tian warps directly above its head. Right then, a system window pops up, granting the super-level skill, Remnant Howl. Throwing his head back, he instantly triggers his newest skill. He unleashes Residual Howl, blasting a massive beam of energy straight down. The attack slams directly into the beast, crushing it into the ground. With the monster completely flattened, he quietly stands over its defeated body. Checking out his hands, he smugly admits he was just testing his luck, but actually managed to pull off the skill. Lin Tian looks over the fallen monster and suggests leveraging its ties to the Great Tomb so that faction takes out the hunters for them. Goblin Slayer warns that poking the Great Tomb is playing with fire, but Lin Tian stays firm that it's their cleanest option. Without second thoughts, Lin Tian drops the ring directly onto the Brutal's claw to set his trap into motion. The dying Brutal begs for word to reach the Great Tomb to avenge them, leaving Goblin Slayer with no choice but to go along with the plan. Without flinching, she draws a blade and cuts into her own hand. Chanting an ancient spell, dark blood drips down to ignite the reanimation. Green flames burst around the massive claw as she commands the fallen beast to rise. Meanwhile, back at the camp, the goblins are kicking back around a campfire and roasting meat. A system notification pops up, confirming Lin Tian just banked 300 accumulated life points. While the squad kicks back and roasts meat over the campfire, Lin Tian stands off to the side, completely locked in as he reviews his system interface. While his goblin crew is busy roasting meat by the campfire, Lin Tian stands back in deep thought. Browsing his system rewards, he spots an option to summon a level 6 monster that obeys his every command, wondering if it's worth getting for extra defense. He quickly dismisses it though. A level 6 beast is barely Brutal Goblin level, and even 3 of them wouldn't scratch the Sword Saintess. Upgrading his own strength is the real play, so he swipes the summon away. 2 skills catch his eye: Distortion Fusion, which lets him steal enemy body parts for attribute boosts, and Blood of Ruined, which nullifies sacred abilities while shredding enemy stats. Distortion Fusion might look simple on paper, but combining it with his gene engulfment ability could be insane, like grafting on a fusion dragon's wings. Weighing his options, Lin Tian realizes Ruined Blood is his best shot at countering the holy system. Since there aren't any monsters around to fuse with using Distortion Fusion, he decides to just lock in Ruined Blood. A surge of dark energy flares up as the system confirms the exchange. But then a sudden jackpot triggers, awarding him the Life Miracle effect and instantly refunding 300 life points. Overjoyed by the free refund, he screams praises at the system, leaving the nearby goblins looking at him like he's completely lost his mind. With his extra points, he snags Distortion Fusion anyway. Realizing it completely bypasses the limits of his devouring gene, he grins at landing both skills. Hearing his wild outburst, his companions call out to check on him, asking what in the world is wrong with him. Lin Tian quickly plays it off with a laugh, assuring them that everything is totally fine. Gobu blushes furiously, completely misinterpreting his sudden burst of emotion. Shyly fidgeting with her clothes, she timidly asks if he wants to do something about it. Lin Tian is completely drained, begging the girls to leave him alone since his body physically can't handle being chased multiple times a day anymore. Interrupted mid-complaint, a goblin minion bursts in to report that their human prisoner is causing trouble and just stole 2 weapons. Lin Tian's face turns serious as he orders the minion to lead the way. Footsteps echo through the stone hallway as they approach the cell. Inside, Loader is on his knees in chains, pulling his hair out while sobbing apologies to his father and sister. His breakdown is abruptly cut short when a heavy foot steps down right beside him. From the floor, the chained Loader stares up at Lin Tian, desperately shouting his name. Tears stream down his face as he begs Lin Tian to tell him if his father and the others are still alive. The devastating news hits the loader like a physical blow, leaving him completely paralyzed in shock as blood drips from his lip. Unable to process the grief, his mind snaps and he bursts into hysterics. Grabbing his head in total agony, he laughs maniacally through his tears, deeply regretting ever trying to act clever or provoke Lin Tian. Holding Afreya close, he tells her to stay strong, praying that the church will come to rescue her before it's too late. He slumps heavily against the cave wall, leaving a streak of fresh blood behind. Looking down, Lin Tian mutters to himself, wondering why all this endless torture is making him so emotional instead of letting it go. Raising a pristine dagger, he decides that after all this time his hatred has finally faded, hoping this merciful blade will end the guy's suffering. He drives the knife home, sending a harsh spray of blood across the dark chamber. Meanwhile, out in Great Grave Forest, the leader of the Beast King tribe approaches a dark cave, Brutal calling inside to check if Mr. Neo is home. A Minotaur looms over the Brutal, asking why he's being called brother. The Minotaur explains he just wanted to get back what humans stole, but they killed his kind instead. Brute presents the ring to the Minotaur Neo. He pulls out a ring engulfed in green ghost fire, offering to return this ancient Shiki artifact to its rightful owner. Minotaur Neo inspects the floating ring and asks the Brutal Goblin what he wants as a reward. With bloodshot eyes, Brutal begs him to take it and slaughter every last human. The Minotaur stands tall, holding his massive axe as he looks down at the green monster. He drops a bit of political lore, reminding him that they actually have an agreement with the Holy Church where this land isn't human territory. Still, he offers a workaround, promising to personally present the case directly to the Lord. He gives the green light to go take revenge on the humans, confident the immortals will completely agree with the plan. Plus, he clenches his fist with a grin, admitting it's been way too long since he's had a taste of fresh meat. High above, the afternoon sun bakes the jagged mountain peaks. Deep inside the cave, Lin Tian opens up his system UI to review his growth. He's hit level 70 with a total power score of 3,100. He realizes that after days of grinding, he's finally managed to master the Blood of Ruined. Even with his gains, he knows the Sword Saint clocks in at 4,000 power, meaning he'll have to team up with Kanman and the crew since he picked Held difficulty. Just then, a goblin slayer approaches him near the waterfall to report that the Brutal Goblin and his horde are waiting outside. Lin Tian casually tells that he already knew they were here. Lin Tian tells her to stay back, explaining that fighting the Sword Saint is a solo job. If things go sideways, he can easily run, but having her tag along will only drag him down. Leaning in dangerously close with a sly smirk, she lets him know she's already ordered the Brutal Goblin to follow his every command, warning him that if he fails, his punishment will be severe. Lin Tian casually walks along with his hand in his pocket, resting his other hand on her head as he brushes off her threat, smirking that it's far from certain who will end up doing the punishing. With that cheeky parting word, Lin Tian turns around and walks off toward the misty waterfall, leaving her standing there watching him head out solo. Goblin Slayer watches him leave with a predatory smirk, humming to herself like she's already plotting her next move. After some time, the scene shifts to Brutal as he arrives with the forces of the Great Tomb. The Minotaur questions Brutal, asking if the friend he's looking for is Lin Tian, just a weak goblin with low blood flow. He comes face to face with a colossal, horned Minotaur towering above him. As the massive Minotaurs leap into the distance, the goblin reassures Mr. Neo that Lin Tian's strength is roughly equal to his own. With a shady look in his eye, Lin Tian clearly thinks he's got everything under control. Meanwhile, back at the fortress, a line of heavily armed guards stands at the ready along the battlements. Surrounded by a squad of Minotaur, the goblin drops one final heads up. There's a woman inside with a sword, and she's dangerously strong. Minotaur Neo dully declaring that he prefers his meals nice and strong. Heavy footsteps rattle the entire landscape, shaking the earth beneath them. On the town walls, the armored guards feel the heavy tremors, wondering if an earthquake just hit. They watch in sheer panic as a massive horde of giant Minotaur storms directly toward the city walls. As townsfolk flee in terror, Lin Tian casually notes that intelligent goblins are far scarier than any Minotaur. Minotaurs swarm every corner of Guangling town, knowing that taking this city gives them control over the entire region. One of the Minotaurs snatches up a helpless human like a snack, chuckling at the thought of fresh meat. Before it can bite down, a blinding flash of light cuts across the battlefield and forces the beast back. Relief washes over the battlefield as the human elite arrive, led by the Sword Saintess herself. Looking over the chaotic battleground, Austin grumbles in disbelief, asking why there are so many Minotaur. As the dust settles, Marshall snaps his attention toward a familiar figure standing in the wreckage. Recognizing Brutal from the Great Tomb, they grimaces, realizing he brought this disaster and cursing that they didn't kill him earlier. Blue flames ignite in her eye as she vows to make up for her mistake, charging forward with her sword ablaze. The Sword Saintess trades heavy blows with Neo Gui as their clash tears through the air. GOBLIN slams down with full force, triggering a violent explosion of energy. As the massive dust cloud begins to disperse, he finds her completely unharmed, leaving the demon totally stunned. Across the town, shockwaves rattle the buildings as the chaotic fight continues. Watching from high on a roof, Lin Tian calculates that while GOBLIN is slightly weaker than the sword saintess, keeping her occupied gives him the perfect window to act. With his plan coming together, he locks eyes on the battlefield, ready to make his move. Marshall dives into the ground, activating an earth skill right in front of the massive beast. Watching from above, Lin Tian smirks. Turns out earth walking was the exact move he was waiting for. He activates Earth Elemental to completely take control of the environment. A massive explosion erupts across the battlefield, shattering the earth and sending debris and bodies flying in every direction. Marshall ends up flat on his back, screaming in agony as steam rises off his wrecked body. Before anyone can even process what's happening, the Brutal snaps its giant jaws right around the warrior, leaving him screaming in total horror as he gets devoured in a single bite. Seeing Marshall get swallowed whole, Emma completely loses her mind in panic, screaming out in utter horror as the sheer gravity of the situation hits. Driven by absolute rage, she draws her bow to its limit and charges up her ultimate skill, Super Archery, Wind God's Arrow. She lets the fully charged wind arrow fly, crashing head-on into the clash with a brutal impact. Perched on the roof, she stares down at the aftermath in utter shock, completely unable to comprehend what just happened. Wreathed in a blazing aura, Lin Tian takes stock of the situation. Elves? Luckily for him, he's got the sharpness skill ready to put to work. He tells the Brutal to leave Marshall to him and focus on helping the Minotaurs. With leaving Marshall laid out on the ground, Brutal drops low in a submissive pose, showing total respect and loyalty to its master. Casually strolling forward with his hands stuffed in his pockets, he glances down at his defeated enemy, noting that Brother Killer's Wang Ling is actually turning out to be pretty useful. Licking his lips with a sinister grin, he looks like he's ready to devour his target whole. Watching the nightmare unfold right in front of her, she claps a hand over her mouth in absolute terror, barely holding back her tears. Austin leaps from above, unleashing his high-tier martial art, mountain-splitting strike, to slam a fiery, explosive strike right onto Lin Tian. Lin Tian stares down coldly from under his hood, ready to reveal what true despair feels like. A system notification pops up, activating the skills without a knife. He dives down at blinding speed, fiery aura blazing around his claws as he locks onto his target. Caught completely off guard, Austin gasps as Lin Tian instantly closes the distance. Lin Tian flash of a sinister smirk, chillingly announcing his super magic skill. He unleashes cruel howl, sending a massive wave of destructive energy slicing straight through the area. Watching the absolute slaughter unfold, the girl collapses into tears of pure horror. In the aftermath, Lin Tian stands silhouetted in blood and darkness, leaving total ruin in his wake. Watching the carnage from afar, she panics, unable to fathom how someone as strong as Austin was just eaten alive. Meanwhile, Lin Tian casually perches on top of the ruined stone wall, coolly taking in the chaos. Right on cue, a system notification pops up, announcing that his grind has officially paid off. He smirks at the pop-up, thrilled to hit level 75 and watch his overall strength shoot straight up to 3,200. Before he can even celebrate, Emma pulls back her glowing bowstring, aiming a lethal light arrow right at his head. The volley of light arrows rains down from the sky, cutting through the air at terrifying speeds. The beam slams into the stone right next to him, forcing Lin Tian to brace himself as the impact shatters the wall. Lin Tian grits his teeth, barely suppressing his rage as the pressure keeps mounting. Golden arrows rain down like artillery, blasting into the stone floor right where Lin Tian was standing. Barely dodging the lethal strike, Lin Tian takes a breath, relieved he managed to move in time. Up on the roof, Emma doesn't give him a second to breathe, instantly launching another barrage. Lin Tian skids across the ground, stunned. He wonders if she turned a regular bow into an anti-material sniper rifle, realizing he only survived because the stone wall slowed it down. Realizing he can't dodge forever, Lin Tian orders his beast monster, Brutal, to go tear down that bell tower. Brutal instantly charges in, slamming straight into the base of the tower and sending stone debris flying everywhere. With the entire structure crumbling beneath her feet, Emma curses as her high ground gets completely wiped out. With the archer's high ground completely wiped out, Lin Tian takes his cue, leaping forward with a glowing wand and shouting that now is the time to strike. She barely dodges the incoming strike in midair, landing on her feet with her bow ready. Watching her evade it, Lin Tian realizes he can't hit her while her evasion skill is active, so he'll have to wait out the cooldown. Deciding to buy some time, he immediately books it through the ruined streets. But she isn't letting him slip away that easily. Drawing her bow, she locks onto him and warns that he can't hide from her eyes. She releases a massive beam of energy, nuking the ground where he's running. However, spamming high-tier skills takes a heavy toll, leaving her completely drained and desperately telling herself to hold on. Gritting her teeth through the fatigue, she tries to force her body to stay standing just a little longer. The knocked-out Emma lies helpless in the rubble, while a Brutal and Lin Tian close in. Glowing with dark energy and blood-red eyes, Brutal looms right over her body. Brutal turned toward Lin Tian for permission, but Lin Tian aggressively barks, "Get out of the way, this is mine!" Lin Tian crouches beside the unconscious Emma, noting her powerful spirit, and deciding it'd be a waste to just eat her. Without hesitation, he scoops her up and tosses her over his shoulder. He quietly carries her off through the middle of the ruined city. Her gaze snaps wide in absolute panic as full awareness kicks in. Looking up, she's greeted by a ridiculously shredded goblin standing over her. She desperately tries to reach for her weapon, but her body is bound tight and completely paralyzed. Horrified, she screams in pure panic, demanding to know what that goblin did to her. Lin Tian just grins down at her, telling her she'll find out soon enough as she screams in agony. Meanwhile, the sword saintess steps up and cleaves the air with a blinding arc of holy light. The glowing slash cuts straight across the massive bull monster's chest. With a heavy impact, the beast crashes into the shattered rubble beneath her feet. Sighing in annoyance, she mutters about what a pain in the neck he was to defeat. She turns around in shock. Emma stands battered and bruised, holding a blade aimed directly at her own chest as her hands shake uncontrollably. Realizing what she's about to do, the sword saintess desperately reaches out, screaming for her to stop. Before she can step in, flesh tears and dark blood splatters across the scene. Alice rushes over and catches Emma in her arms, screaming at her not to die. Coughing weakly, Emma confesses that Marshall and Austin have already been wiped out, and her own time is running out. Tears streaming down her face, Emma begs Princess Alice to avenge them and spare her the horror of giving birth to a goblin child. With her tragic final request spoken, Emma's hand drops limply to the floor as the life leaves her body. Watching her die, the surrounding monsters go wild, roaring that whoever devours her body will become their next boss. Erupting in a terrifying golden aura, Alice stands tall over her fallen comrade, ready to butcher every single monster in sight. With a sinister red light flaring from her eye, Alice fixes the crowd with pure murderous intent, coldly declaring that every single one of them has to die. The sword saintess suddenly unleashes a surge of ominous energy, crouching low as power explodes from her blade. The surrounding knights completely freeze in place, paralyzed by the terrifying pressure radiating off her. Even the beastly monsters nearby hold their breath, sensing that something far worse than them just woke up. Without warning, a massive pillar of light shoots straight into the heavens, leaving a panicked soldier yelling out to ask what the sword saint is doing. Wreathed in blinding golden flames, she warns all nearby troops to run for their lives before they get turned into collateral damage. The soldiers take the advice instantly, sprinting away in pure panic while screaming that she's way scarier than the actual monsters. The entire city district begins to rumble violently as her aura shakes the foundations of the buildings. Hearing the commotion, Lin Tian turns around in utter shock, completely baffled by what just went down. Lin Tian immediately senses the sudden spike in energy, his eyes widening in pure panic. High above the city, Sword Saintess unleashes a blinding surge of golden energy across the entire district. Realizing he's standing right in the strike zone, Lin Tian braces himself as the light comes crashing down. The Minotaurs completely scatter in chaos, with half of them screaming to run while others yell to stand and fight. Before they can even make up their minds, a beam incinerates one of the bull monsters mid-scream. Activating her super sword skills, the Sword Saintess flares up a massive aura, surrounded by wings of pure divine energy. Her eyes light up with holy power as she unleashes a decisive downward slash. She drops Holy Inquisition, sending a catastrophic light beam crashing straight down onto the enemy line. The divine impact completely crushes the bull monsters, pinning them into the broken ground. She steps down lightly right beside a defeated giant beast's face. Standing victorious over the fallen monsters, she casually finishes her attack. Her system stats display, revealing her overall combat power sitting at 5,000. Slinking behind a wall, Lin Tian breathes a sigh of relief for surviving, questioning if pushing for extra power is really worth risking your life. Nearby Lord Pheromone can't stop glazing the Sword Saint, calling her an undefeated guardian whose power is totally unreal. The knights cheer in celebration, chanting "Long live the Sword Saint." However, behind the scenes, the Sword Saintess drops to her knees heavily injured, her combat power crashing down to 2,500. Noticing her extreme exhaustion, Lin Tian sneers, realizing her weakness is wide open. Grounded and badly wounded, the Sword Saintess grits her teeth, warning everyone that the real killer is still out there. Refusing to give up, she reaches into her gear to pull out a health potion to patch herself up. Before she can even pop the cap, a massive beam of fire slams right into her gut, blasting her across the field. The shockwave completely wrecks the surrounding area, sending guards and debris flying everywhere. Standing casually on a roof above the wreckage, Lin Tian looks down as the surviving soldiers spot him in horror. Furious, Lord Pheromone screams up at him, cursing him out for pulling such a dirty sneak attack. He draws his blade to defend the bleeding sword saintess, telling her to rest while they handle the intruder. Lin Tian just flashes a dark, sinister grin, asking the guy to repeat whatever he just called him. Lord Pheromone charges forward in a rage, screaming that Lin Tian is utterly despicable. Before he can even finish his sentence, Lin Tian cuts him down without a second thought. Lin Tian just smirks under his hood, reminding them that he's a little goblin, so trying to lecture him on ethics was stupid from the start. Seeing their leader fall, the remaining knights fly into a panic, screaming for everyone to kill him and avenge the Duke. Lin Tian grips his blade with glowing red eyes, utterly unfazed by their desperate shouts. In a single flash, he tears through the armored guards, carving them up before they can even react. Terrified, the surviving soldiers scream at everyone not to hold back, desperate to buy enough time for the sword saint to recover. The soldier pumps up his squad, screaming at the top of his lungs for everyone to give it everything they've got and dedicate their hearts to the battle. Before he can even finish his battle cry, a lethal strike tears straight through his chest, spraying blood everywhere. As the soldier gasps in sheer terror, Lin Tian coldly answers that if he's offering up his heart, he'll happily take it off his hands. Sword Saintess unleashes a raging tide of sword chi. Glaring through the smoke, Lin Tian realizes this chick is an absolute headache. Even with her strength nerfed down to around 2500, she's still insanely dangerous. Lin Tian powers up a super magic skill, wrapping himself in an intense aura of blue energy. He unleashes Residual Howl, sending a massive shockwave tearing through the entire street. The blast completely destabilizes the enemy forces and forces the Sword Saintess onto the defensive. Shrugging off the pressure, the Sword Saintess retaliates instantly with her holy sword intent. Golden slashes carve up the ground around Lin Tian as he barely dodges the incoming light blades. Glaring at her, Lin Tian realizes throwing standard monster skills at her isn't going to get the job done. Since her holy attribute naturally suppresses his powers, dragging this fight out will only end badly for both sides. Refusing to back down, the Sword Saintess readies her heavy blade and vows to end their duel once and for all. Lin Tian smirks, mockingly asking if she actually enjoys the taste of constant failure. Refusing to get baited, the Sword Saintess screams at him to shut up and leaps into action. She swings down with a massive blow, shattering the ground beneath them. Glaring through the rubble, her eyes burn with pure rage. Rallying her squad, she commands all her knights to jump him together. But before the knights can even surround him, Lin Tian instantly snatches one right by the throat. He casually hurls the armored knight across the stone floor like a ragdoll. Lin Tian slams another armored knight directly into the dirt. Before the remaining guards can react, fast shadow slashes burst right through their armor. Frustrated, the Sword Saintess yells at him to stop hiding and face her, but Lin Tian is already moving at blur speeds. As she furiously chases him down, Lin Tian plans to stall until her faith collapses, which will lower her defenses and open her up for his ruined blood attack. On the ground, her tortured comrades lie writhing in agony, begging their sword saint to kill them and end their misery. Lin Tian holds another guard hostage, mockingly suggesting they call it a day since she's guaranteed to lose this battle anyway. Enraged beyond reason, the Sword Saintess refuses to let him get away. She swings her massive glowing blade without hesitation, ready to slash straight through her own soldier just to reach him. Lin Tian effortlessly slips back into the shadows, completely unbothered. With a red gleam in his eye, Lin Tian grins as everything goes according to plan. At this rate, she's going to go completely insane. The Sword Saintess goes mad and starts slashing her own people. Meanwhile, Lin Tian just stands back and watches the chaos unfold, exactly according to plan. He even hits her with a sarcastic compliment, noting her human slaughtering skills are way better than her monster killing ones. Her eyes go completely vacant, face splattered in blood as the last bit of her sanity evaporates. She stands frozen in the middle of a literal pile of her own slaughtered knights, completely consumed by madness. Alice drops her sword, her mind going completely blank as reality sets in. Staring at her blood-stained hands, she breaks down in horror, realizing she just slaughtered the people she was supposed to protect. Clutching her head in total despair, she completely freezes up, giving the nearby monster the ultimate opening. Seeing her guard completely down, the beast grips its dagger and readies a lethal strike. He throws the blade, and it drives straight into her chest.
Alice Nia dropped to her knees without warning. Her strength was vanishing, draining from her body like water from a broken vessel. Worse yet, she could feel the divine power within her flickering, fading, slipping beyond reach. Lord God, don't forsake me. It's not my fault. I swore I'd protect everyone, Her trembling hand reached desperately toward the sky, pleading with a power that no longer answered. She believed it, that heaven had turned its back on her. That God, watching her spill the blood of her own people, had cast her aside and stripped her of her blessings. Dark clouds swallowed the sky above. A soft rain began to fall, gentle at first, like tears from the heavens. In the midst of pain, loss, and shame, Alasnia finally lost consciousness, her injuries too severe to bear. Lin Tian stood over her motionless form, gazing down at her with a complicated expression. A strong woman, but with fatal flaws, he muttered, a trace of pity flickering in his voice. With the blood of ruin coursing through her, she wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. Lin Tian crouched beside her, his gaze dark with hunger, not just for conquest, but for the ruin of something far purer. This is far from enough. The thought coiled in his mind like a serpent. She was broken, yes. Her holy power had been severed, her faith shaken. But true corruption required more than mere defeat. It demanded surrender. A slow, predatory grin curled his lips. Why resist? His voice was a velvet whisper, laced with poison. Why don't you just be my woman? Join the goblin army. Help me tear down the blind faith that chains this world. Once, he had dreamed of bending her to his will, of making her his puppet, his plaything. But Alasnia was no ordinary woman. She would have chosen death over submission, her spirit too fierce to be leashed. Yet now things were different. The blood of ruin had done its work. The divine light that once coursed through her veins had been extinguished, leaving her hollow. Abandoned. And if she truly believed her God had forsaken her, then perhaps, just perhaps, she would fall. Not just to her knees, but into the abyss. And that was all he needed. This isn't enough, Lin Tian murmured, his fingers trailing along the edge of her broken breastplate. Let me plant the seed of corruption within you. One by one, he peeled away the remnants of her armor, each piece hitting the mud with a heavy, final thud. The sacred metal, once a symbol of unshakable devotion, now lay discarded, as worthless as the faith she had clung to. Beneath, her skin was untouched by battle, pale, smooth, still carrying the faint scent of sacred blossoms. Every curve of her body was a masterpiece, sculpted by divine hands, now laid bare before him. Alasnia, the sword sanctus, the untouchable paragon of light, reduced to this. Helpless. Exposed. His plaything. The rain fell harder, as if the heavens themselves wept for her downfall. Mud splattered across her porcelain skin, staining what no blade had ever marred. Lin Tian watched, entranced, as filth claimed her, not just her body, but the very essence of who she had been. And when the last shred of resistance faded from her eyes, he took what he wanted. Just as Lin Tian sank into his thoughts, a sudden, stabbing pain tore through his chest. His instincts screamed, danger. Then, a familiar voice rang out, laced with panic. Lin Tian. Run! Brutal, who had previously fled, now came charging back, his face pale with terror, eyes wide. It's the church. The church is here. Lin Tian blinked. The church? Yes. The Holy Church. Brutal cried. There's a bishop with them. He didn't even spare a glance at Alasnia, he ran past Lin Tian at full speed, utterly terrified. Under the oppressive gray sky, Lin Tian looked toward the horizon. Figures were approaching through the rain, just over a dozen. But even in the gloom, their presence was unmistakable. Suddenly, crack! A bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating the battlefield. And Lin Tian saw them clearly. Tall figures in heavy armor, each wielding massive swords, walking in unison with chilling discipline. Their armor gleamed with a symbol that carried divine weight, a great cross etched across the chest. The Holy Cross Guardians had arrived. Lin Tian backed away from Alasnia, standing tall to meet them, though every instinct told him not to act rashly. At their front, the bishop's eyes landed on the unconscious sword saintess. He sighed, voice heavy. To think, even she has fallen. And by the hands of a mere goblin. He turned toward Lin Tian, eyes narrowing. A pitiful form masking boundless malice. This is a textbook demon. With deliberate grace, he lowered his heavy sword to the ground, the point striking with a solid thud. Then his voice rang out like a divine decree. Holy guards, hear me. In the name of God, lend your strength to peace. Expel the demon. Hallelujah. In an instant, 10 holy guards surged forward, weapons raised. They moved like thunder, heavy, but swift, blindingly fast. Lin Tian barely blocked the first strike. Then the second. And the third. His heart raced. These warriors were far stronger than he'd anticipated.
A flicker of irritation crossed his face. These weren't mere foot soldiers, each moved with the precision of a veteran, their strength far beyond what their polished armor suggested. These guys are far more powerful than you might think. Bah! But so what? One knight lunged, his blade a silver flash in the gloom. Lin Tian twisted mid-step, dodging with a predator's grace. Before the man could react, Lin Tian's knife slashed across his wrist, a shallow cut, but enough. Enough for the blood of ruin. He flicked the crimson droplet straight into the soldier's eyes. The effect was immediate. The man's divine aura shattered like glass. His scream tore through the night as holy power drained from his veins, leaving him writhing in the mud, his faith rendered useless. The bishop's voice boomed behind them, laced with warning, "Do not chase forbidden things." But Lin Tian was already gone, a shadow melting into the labyrinth of the city's rooftops. Behind him, the bishop's grim murmur followed like a curse. "That goblin is truly a demon." Lin Tian leaped from one rooftop to another, muscles burning, mind racing. "MD, is this the strength of the church? Even the soldiers have a strength of 3,000? His teeth clenched. It seems the plan needs to be changed. Meanwhile, the bishop raised a hand, signaling his knights to halt. "Let's get ready to go back." A young cleric rushed forward, desperation in her voice. "Bishop, are you not going to deal with the goblin plague? And the divine servant Evelia?" The bishop's grip tightened slightly as he helped her up, his gaze distant. "It's already too late." A heavy pause. The rain filled the silence. "As for Evelia, the archbishop said the gods have already chosen a new servant." His voice darkened. "Unexpectedly, she also met with an accident." A bitter scoff escaped him. It turned out to be a little goblin. His fingers curled into a fist. The weak and harmless appearance hides a terrifying power and face. On the other side of the city, Lin Tian finally slowed, dusting off his clothes as he reached his hiding spot. Below, freshly turned earth marked where the bodies had been buried. All the corpses were disposed of, but fortunately, the cow ghost's body was still there. A slow, wicked grin spread across his face. His tongue flicked out, tasting the air as if savoring what was to come.
Wasting no time, Lin Tian organized a grand feast that raged on for an entire day and night, consuming nearly every bit of meat available. He ate to the point of nausea. Still, he pressed on, and at long last, he broke through to level 80. Unlike other races, goblins didn't gain experience through battle. The goblin race evolved only by utilizing the gene devour skill, an ability that relied solely on absorbing and consuming prey. Fortunately, the skill never caused the sensation of fullness. If it had, Lin Tian would have likely eaten himself to death long ago. Back at the cavern, Lin Tian was immediately surrounded by the girls of his tribe. Seeing him return unharmed filled them with joy and hope. "How did it go? Did you win? Boss, come on, tell us everything. What happened out there? Wait, do you feel that? He's definitely stronger now." The aura he radiated was overwhelming. Lin Tian couldn't hide the smug grin spreading across his face. He chuckled and declared, "When I take action, you already know how it ends." "The Sword Saint? She's been tamed." Gasps echoed all around him. The crowd stood in stunned admiration. But none were more shaken than the Goblin Slayer girl. Eyes wide, she stared at Lin Tian. "Impossible. You didn't just defeat her, did you? You completed mating with her?" Lin Tian wore a regretful expression. "Of course I did. But I didn't get to enjoy it for long. The church's people came and took her away too soon." Despite his words, Lin Tian's mind lingered on the intense, unforgettable experience he'd had with the Sword Saint. Suddenly, the Goblin Slayer girl threw herself at him, wrapping her arms around his body and rubbing her face affectionately against him. "I knew it. You're the greatest. The most perfect. Come on, it's my turn now." Lin Tian sighed, raising his hands in protest. "No, not today. I'm exhausted. Please have mercy, I've been through a lot." Moments later, his expression turned serious. It was time to discuss strategy. This victory bought us time. But we need to find a safer place. One where the humans won't retaliate. Surprised murmurs rippled through the group. "Where will we go?" Lin Tian smirked. "To a place even the church fears to enter. The Great Tomb." The following day, Lin Tian assembled all the tribe's capable fighters. Each one was given a massive hand-woven sack from the elf tribe, so large, 2 people could fit inside comfortably. Glancing over his forces, Lin Tian thought to himself, now that the Great Tomb and the Church have agreed to a non-aggression pact, there's no threat of invasion. This is the perfect chance to build a massive goblin empire. And to do that, we'll need tools for reproduction. Holding the map tightly, he took flight on a dragon's back. Remember, he commanded, our goal is capture, not slaughter if they're young women. Bring them along. Even if they're children, they'll grow into usefulness. As for the men, kill those who resist. The rest, deal with as you please. With his orders given, Lin Tian dispatched his army. The goblin horde moved like a devastating storm, overwhelming village after village. In just a few days, they had raided 10 villages and captured 250 women. To Lin Tian, this was disappointing, far below his expectations. Still, there were 19 more villages and 2 towns between them and the Great Tomb. He was confident he could capture at least 1,000 more. Before long, a small town appeared at the foot of a mountain. Lin Tian gave the order, prepare the sacks. The town would be taken swiftly. Inside Corsolaro, anxiety buzzed in the air. Rumors of goblin raids had reached them. Mayor Frank acted fast. He mobilized every soldier and adventurer in the town. Soon, the central square was packed with armed men and women. Some scoffed at the danger. Mayor, isn't this overkill? They're just goblins, right? From the dust emerged berserker goblins, towering, 4-armed beasts with grotesque muscles. Just looking at them froze the blood. Behind them came bone-spike goblins, bodies bristling with deadly blades. Then shadows moved behind the dust clouds. Above, a dragon soared through the sky. Panic hit like a hammer. People dropped to their knees. Is that a real dragon? Why is a dragon with goblins? Run! Chaos broke loose. Even Ace turned white as a sheet. Wait! Wait for me, he screamed, fleeing in terror. High above, Lin Tian observed the town below. They prepared. Doesn't matter. He gave the order, attack. The people of Corsolaro scattered like ants. Resistance crumbled instantly. Some villagers tried to stand their ground, shouting as they fought. One man spotted Ace cowering under a table. You coward! Didn't you say you could take them all alone? Ace trembled, muttering to himself. Why are these goblins so terrifying? Are they even goblins? Then one of the bone-spike goblins approached. Its footsteps thudded, slow and deliberate. Its jagged mouth twisted into a wicked grin. Hide well, little man. It's my turn now. Ace stared up in horror. His heart gave out. A scream tore through the air. And Ace died, overwhelmed by sheer terror. The goblin looked down at the corpse, disappointed. I thought he'd be more fun. The chapter opened with a flashback when Alice Nia, the sword saintess, was pregnant with her first child. Alice Nia lay on the carpet, pale and drenched in sweat. Her golden hair clung to her skin as she groaned in pain. It hurts, why does it hurt so much? She cried out. The Holy Mother knelt beside her, speaking in a gentle, soothing voice. She assured Alice Nia that the pain was normal for a first childbirth and encouraged her to endure a little longer. Tears glimmered in the Holy Mother's eyes, her sympathy genuine. As the pain reached its peak, Alice Nia felt herself nearing unconsciousness. Then, in a final push, the child emerged, and she collapsed, panting heavily. It was not just the agony of childbirth that overwhelmed her. Her body, inexperienced and unaccustomed to intimacy, had not yet adapted. She had never been with anyone before Lin Tian. When the newborn appeared, a slick, green-skinned goblin, the room fell silent. Several nuns gasped in horror and stepped back, disbelief etched across their faces. This grotesque creature was the child of the sword saintess? The Holy Mother's face hardened with resolve as she moved to take the goblin away. But just as she reached for it, slap! A powerful force gripped her wrist. Exhausted yet fierce, Alice Nia locked eyes with her and said coldly, "Don't touch him." The Holy Mother froze. It was not the goblin that frightened her, but the killing intent in the sword saintess's gaze. The nuns instinctively retreated. The small goblin whimpered, unable to form words yet somehow managed to utter, "Mama." Then, crawling weakly, it made its way toward Alice Nia's chest. In disbelief, she slowly sat up, staring at the creature she had just birthed. The saintess gathered him into her trembling embrace. The little goblin, his mouth full of tiny, jagged teeth, latched onto her breast. A sudden sharp pain startled her. Panicked, she drew back and asked aloud, "What is he doing?" The Holy Mother, still unsettled, replied that the infant seemed hungry. She added, with visible unease, that the child was not only capable of speech but had instinctively known where to find milk. Alisnia hesitated, then, blushing slightly, cradled the child in her arms and allowed him to nurse. She watched the surreal scene before her, one she never thought possible, and after a long pause, let out a small, almost silly laugh. "Look at this little guy, he must be starving." The nuns watched in silence. Outside, Charles II rushed forward the moment he saw her. His voice trembled with concern as he asked, "How is she? Is she all right?" The Holy Mother hesitated, her composure shaken. "Your Majesty, she gave birth safely, but it's better if you see for yourself." When his eyes landed on the scene before him, Alisnia nursing a goblin, he stopped cold. He stood frozen, as though struck by lightning. Shock, disbelief, and sorrow warred across his face. He struggled to maintain composure and finally said, "Alisnia, may I see your child?" Without looking at him, her eyes still fixed on the infant, Alisnia replied softly, "I am still nursing. You can look from there." Her detachment hit Charles II harder than any blade. She, the Empire's holy sword, had not only given birth to a goblin, but now held it in her arms as though it were her most precious treasure. He had imagined several possible outcomes. Perhaps she would reject the child in horror. Or silently allow it to be taken away. Or, in a moment of clarity, end the infant's life herself. But never, not once, had he thought she would embrace the creature. His composure shattered. Face darkening, voice cold, he issued his command. "Give me that goblin infant. This is an order from the Emperor." Her defiance left the Emperor both furious and helpless. He reminded her that he had watched her grow up, that he had personally entrusted her with the holy sword. He was still the sovereign of the realm, how could she, of all people, stop listening to him? To that, Alisnia had replied humbly, insisting she would never dare disobey him. But this, she claimed, was the will of God. Cradling the goblin cub in her arms, which now slept peacefully after a full meal, Alisnia's demeanor changed. She no longer identified as the Sword Saint, instead, she saw herself merely as Alisnia, a broken woman burdened with the task of raising a goblin child in a world that would never offer her forgiveness. Her voice was laced with bitterness when she demanded that the priests, and even the king, leave her chamber. She told them she was weary of their endless talk of justice and righteousness. All she wanted was for them to leave. Although the king was both enraged and bewildered by her words, he could not ignore the condition she was in. It became clear to him that something within her had shattered during the battle with the goblin leader. Charles II echoed the sentiment. He promised to send Duke Klein to lead an army and exterminate the goblins responsible. Justice, he declared, would be done. Charles II prayed that the crisis would soon pass. He returned to the palace sanctuary and seated himself upon the throne, majestic and imposing like a lion surveying his kingdom. He summoned Duke Klein. A red-haired young man stepped forward. His silver armor gleamed under the high windows. Though he appeared only in his early 20s, his presence was commanding. His features were striking, possessing both masculine strength and an undeniable beauty. A rare combination, handsome and beautiful all at once. Despite his young age, Klein had already ascended to the rank of duke, not by relying on noble lineage or political connections, but solely through the merit of his formidable strength. Additionally, he carried the distinguished bloodline of being Austin's grandson. Charles II regarded him with evident satisfaction before addressing him. He asked Klein if he knew the reason he had been summoned. In response, his expression resolute and tinged with a deep, simmering rage. He declared that he would suppress the Goblin uprising, avenge Alice, honor the memory of his grandfather, and seek justice for the citizens who had fallen. Klein's hatred was not born solely of duty, it was deeply personal. Having grown up under Alice's mentorship, he had long admired her as both a guiding light and a source of inspiration. The Emperor nodded solemnly, then asked whether Klein feared the dangers of the Great Tomb. Intelligence reports had confirmed that Lin Tian and his group had already entered its depths. Klein, without hesitation, replied that he feared nothing, not even those within the Great Tomb. His voice rang with unwavering conviction. Charles II smiled approvingly and announced his decision: he would grant Klein 10,000 elite soldiers and 12 holy guards to accompany him. Whether by siege or storm, Klein was to obliterate the Goblin tribe. Though surprised by the magnitude of the forces at his disposal, including support from the church, Klein quickly composed himself. He bowed and vowed not to fail in his mission. Meanwhile, deep within the Tian Quan tribe, Lin Tian had meticulously arranged all tribal affairs. The first month's breeding cycle had reached its critical point, the time of delivery. With so many first-time births occurring simultaneously, he found himself personally involved in assisting the process. He instructed Lia to rally all the elves to help with the deliveries. The valley buzzed with activity. The cries of laboring women echoed through the air, drawing the attention of prowling monsters from nearby lands. The tribe was under strain, balancing between delivering new life and defending their territory. Amidst the chaos, Brutal rushed in with a grave report. He informed Lin Tian that the front lines were faltering and urged him to take a look for himself. Alarmed, Lin Tian mounted his dragon and flew swiftly to the valley's entrance. The sight that greeted him was staggering. Swarms of monsters blanketed the terrain beyond the valley walls. A quick scan by his system identified several sixth-tier beasts, bloodthirsty ghosts, corpse tigers, black-scale horned pythons, and ghost-eyed blood spiders, alongside dozens, if not hundreds, of fifth-tier threats. The rear lines were faring no better. Gobu Kwang and the others struggled to keep the beasts at bay. Only the muskets that Lin Tian had crafted held the monsters off, barely. Without them, the defenses would have already crumbled. Frustration boiled over. Lin Tian cursed aloud, wondering how so many monsters had gone undetected despite his extensive scouting. He realized with bitter clarity that he had overlooked this possibility. After months of meticulous planning and cautious preparation, he had made a critical mistake. He had relied too heavily on the assumption that the Great Tomb's presence would deter surrounding threats. Now, with the situation spiraling out of control, he gave a decisive order. All goblins were to evacuate through the cliffs immediately. As for the breeding tools, he told them to abandon those, more could be captured later. In the end, he reminded himself coldly, they were only consumables. If those humans died, then so be it, Lin Tian thought. He could always spend another 10 days or half a month capturing more from the outside world. But at that moment, he suddenly raised his head and froze. A dark figure had appeared above him. It was a birdman. Its blood-red eyes glowed ominously in the dim light as it stared directly at him. The creature's wings were wide and majestic, roughly the size of a human's. Its form was bizarre, a bird's head atop a humanoid body, entirely covered in sleek, black feathers that blended with the shadows. Its feet ended in razor-sharp talons, easily capable of crushing a human skull. As Lin Tian's eyes adjusted, an interface appeared before him, revealing the creature's identity. Cannibal Eagle, LV-90. Race, Cannibal Eagle Demi-Human. Profession, None. Title, Black Meteor, Monster Lord, Sky Overlord. Health, 2700. Strength, 880. Defense, 730. Skills, Meteor Flash, Stormfeather, Skyfall, Call. Equipment, None. Overall combat power, 4000. Upon seeing its attribute panel, Lin Tian immediately understood this was the monster lord ruling over this region. He vaguely recalled Brutal mentioning this creature before. The cannibal eagle studied him with clear intrigue and remarked, seemingly in disbelief, that a lowly goblin could ride a dragon. Its intense gaze made Lin Tian's skin crawl. It then narrowed its eyes and questioned him further, asking whether he was the leader of the goblin tribe. Lin Tian respectfully confirmed and swiftly tried to plead his case. He asked if the Lord could help disperse the horde of monsters that had gathered nearby. There was still a chance to salvage the situation, he thought. If the monster lord gave the order, the others would retreat. But the eagle merely tilted its head, its tone cold as it asked why it should help. Grinding his teeth, Lin Tian made an offer, 10 humans in exchange for aid. In his mind, the trade-off was worthwhile, 10 lives to save over 1,000. The cannibal eagle narrowed its eyes, considering the deal. After a moment of silence, it rose into the sky. With a deep breath, it let out a piercing cry, sharp and shrill, echoing across the valley like a banshee's wail. By the time they arrived at the Great Tomb, the goblins were completely spent. After all, they had just captured over 1,000 people. Just then, Lin Tian spotted something. A dark shape hovered in the sky, a bird-like figure. Its eyes glowed blood red in the shadows. It stared at Lin Tian with sharp focus. The creature had broad, majestic wings, a humanoid figure covered in black feathers, and talons sharp enough to crush bone. A scan revealed its stats. Cannibal Eagle, LV-90. Race, Cannibal Eagle Demi-Human. Titles, Black Meteor, Monster Lord, Sky Overlord. Health, 2700. Strength, 880. Defense, 730. Skills, Meteor Flash, Stormfeather, Skyfall, Call. Overall rating, 4000. Lin Tian's mind snapped to clarity. This was the regional monster lord. He recalled Brute mentioning it before. The cannibal eagle eyed Lin Tian with curiosity. A goblin, riding a dragon? Its intense gaze sent chills down Lin Tian's spine. Are you the leader of this tribe? The eagle asked. Yes, Lord, Lin Tian answered quickly. Please, could you help disperse these monsters? If the monster lord issued an order, the creatures would retreat. It wasn't hopeless yet. But the eagle tilted its head, coldly replying, Why should I? I can give you 10 humans, Lin Tian said through gritted teeth. It was a steep price, but worth it to protect the rest. It let out a piercing cry. And instantly, the monsters scattered in every direction like startled mice. Relief flooded him as he watched the monster horde disappear. The scent of humans draws monsters from 100 miles away, Cannibal Eagle said. Is this your first time in the Great Tomb? Lin Tian understood now. The fear humans held for this place made perfect sense. Sweat and birth fluids gave off a scent that goblins couldn't mask. We didn't know, he replied, embarrassed. Thank you, Lord. Come, I'll keep my word. The eagle gave a small smirk and followed him into the valley. He ruled the enchanted forest to the east, a fearsome presence cloaked in mystery and power. Never in his life had he consumed so many people. Just a goblin tribe, yet their numbers were staggering. Do you not understand the treaty between the Great Tomb and the church? Are you trying to get yourselves killed? The cannibal eagle barked, snapping out of his stunned silence. Right after, Lin Tian ordered his men to bring out 2 large sacks and give them to the falcon. Receiving the gift with clear satisfaction, the falcon looked back at Lin Tian and said before leaving, If you run into any trouble in the future, feel free to contact me. I'll guarantee your safety here so you can grow steadily. Lin Tian was a bit surprised. Then smiled, Thank you for your concern. Lord Falcon, if you're ever craving more, I can offer a few more humans. The carnivorous falcon flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Ha ha ha, then I won't be polite about it. I'll go report the situation to the higher-ups for now. Lin Tian let out a quiet sigh of relief. Finally, he could focus on development without worry. After a while, watching newborn goblins squirm in nests, Lin Tian turned to Gobuyu. Have you counted how many were born? 3,000. There'll be more next cycle. But none of the 10 mutant or overlord-type offspring survived, she replied, recording numbers on a crude wooden slate. She had picked up writing quickly. Lin Tian had only taught her a little while explaining maps, but her aptitude was exceptional. Lin Tian frowned slightly. It seems mutants and overlords are still too rare to replicate reliably. Still, this would suffice for now. Their next goal was to capture animals and monsters to breed more first-tier goblins. Weak as they were, sheer numbers could tip the scales in battle. Returning to his tent, Lin Tian commanded, Activate the life simulation system, he muttered to himself. No need to risk lives, simulating would be faster. Life simulation system activated, scenario, first entry into the Great Tomb. After enduring many hardships, you've finally secured a foothold for growth. Your next step, breed a powerful goblin army. You lead your forces into the enchanted forest to capture new creatures. Day 1, encountered several 4th and 5th tier monsters. All slain and brought back to feed the newborn goblins. Next few days, captured 500 first tier monsters. Carnivorous rabbits and crying face monkeys. Return journey, a 7th tier thunder mane bear appeared, strength level, 3000. Being female, you captured her to improve tribal stock. Following successes, several more 7th tier monsters captured and imprisoned as breeding stock. The tribe's quality rose dramatically. After 1 month, breeding efforts resulted in 3,000 low-tier goblins. The plan had succeeded. But just when all seemed well, humans launched a surprise attack on the tribe. Lin Tian looked at the options with a concerned expression. Options. Face them head-on. Rating, 30. Hold your ground. Rating, 20. Negotiate to uncover their motives. Rating, 0. He wasn't concerned with the rating. He wanted answers, so he chose option 3. Simulation continues. No response came. Then, soldiers began descending the cliffs, launching a brutal massacre. Holy guards appeared, flanking you. After a vicious battle, you barely escaped, suffering devastating losses. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. He understood now. The Lionheart Empire's soldiers along with the church's holy guards. To think they dared march into the Great Tomb, they must be truly desperate. He immediately halted the simulation to strategize. Simulation summary. When a lion is enraged, ensure it cannot bite. Rating, 10 out of 100. Reward, life points plus 10. Duration, 1 month. Brutal, Lin Tian called. Do you know where the Lord of the Forest lives? The last encounter had been too rushed to get directions. Brutal paused, then replied, highest forested peak around here. That's where their tribe resides. That was enough. Lin Tian had a plan now. If he summoned the cannibal eagle in time, even the Lionheart Empire and the church would be forced to back down. Peace would hold long enough for them to grow stronger. But the empire and the church had become thorns in his side. One day, they would have to be cut away, completely. 1 month passed swiftly. It was the day of the anticipated ambush. Lin Tian had already located the cannibal eagle and warned him. They wouldn't dare, the eagle said, incredulous. The church has a pact with the Great Tomb. Lin Tian kept it simple. I saw their army approaching from outside. Based on earlier events, they're coming for me. The cannibal eagle's expression darkened. Understood. We won't let humans trample the Great Tomb. Not just me, none of the other lords will allow it either. I'll go alert them. Thank you, Lord, Lin Tian said, before hurrying back to his tribe to prepare. Time passed slowly. Outside the Great Tomb, an imperial army assembled, over 10,000 elite soldiers, a force capable of razing cities. Klein, mounted on a savage carnivorous steed, rode before the troops, sword at his hip. Warriors, he bellowed. Today, we don't return until the goblins are wiped from existence. Are you ready? Klein spotted a shadow streaking across the sky. Lin Tian descended, mounted atop a dragon. With fury burning in his eyes, Klein raised his voice. Are you the goblin leader who razed our villages? The sight of Klein's massive army gave Lin Tian a moment's pause, but not fear. You dare forget the pact between the church and the Great Tomb, he called. Is this your declaration of war? You're nothing but a rat skulking in darkness, Klein spat. You're not worthy of a contract. Klein raised his sword, aimed directly at Lin Tian. Do you see the tens of thousands of lions behind me? I won't give you a chance. I'll charge in and grind your bones to dust, for my grandfather and for Alice. Lin Tian, hearing this, raised an eyebrow, a twisted grin curling across his face. Oh? So that's how it is? Let me tell you a little secret. The taste of the sword Saintus was smooth. You shut your mouth. Klein's rage nearly suffocated him. Even the soldiers behind him roared in fury. The sword Saintus, an honored figure across the empire, was beyond reproach. Yet now, she had been vilely insulted. Lin Tian burst into laughter. Oh, you're angry? What, trying to silence the mouth that's tasted those sweet lips? Sweeter than honey, I assure you. You. Klein's eyes turned bloodshot. Your Highness. Let me lead the charge, I swear, I'll crush him right here. Klein's noble facade cracked entirely, a bulging vein on his forehead betraying his boiling fury. Your Highness. Wait, Duke, a holy guard interjected gravely. Our scouts haven't returned. Charging blindly into the Great Tomb could be catastrophic. These elite guards had seen the horrors of the Great Tomb firsthand. Young and hot-blooded, Klein had no idea what truly awaited them. His fury had all but consumed his reason. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. He lifted a corpse with his right hand and tossed it forward. Are you talking about this one? 10 minutes earlier, on the cliffs above, 2 Imperial scouts had secretly approached Lin Tian's tribe. Looking at the scene below, one whispered in panic. Damn it! Intel said this tribe only had a few hundred goblins, but looking at this, it's at least a few thousand. They've even imprisoned women and monsters. No wonder the Sword Saint fell here. We need to get out and report back, this place is too dangerous. Just as they turned to climb back up the cliff, they were met with a pair of glowing eyes in the darkness. Their hearts clenched in terror. They had been surrounded, Gobu Tian and a group of hero-rank dark goblins clung to the cliffside like spiders, silently watching. Moments later, the desperate screams of the unfortunate scouts echoed through the canyon. Back on the battlefield, when Klein saw the corpse of her scout, she couldn't take it anymore. All troops, hear me, she screamed. Advance, wipe out every last monster in the Great Tomb. The Imperial army stirred like a waking beast, its vast ranks trembling with fury. Each synchronized step echoed like a grim countdown to bloodshed. Ha ha ha. Afraid now? Klein laughed madly. This is the cost of provoking the lions. I'll break every bone in your filthy body. Spurring his warhorse forward, he prepared to storm the forest. But then his eyes drifted past Lin Tian toward the trees. He froze. From the trees, a cannibal eagle emerged. Klein felt his skin go cold. His instincts screamed this creature was death incarnate. Its mere presence was like a blade hovering over their necks. But the eagle ignored Klein. Its chilling gaze turned toward the holy guards. Church. It's been a while. Have you forgotten our pact? One of the holy guards gasped, it's the cannibal eagle. Be on guard. The squad leader, the guardian of the sanctuary, stepped forward, sword drawn. By order of the Pope, we are here to cleanse the goblin. Your interference ends now. He pointed his massive sword toward the tomb. His aura was like a divine wall, unyielding. But the cannibal eagle only sneered. That old fossil still breathing? When he finally keels over, I'll crush your skull myself. Humans lived mere decades. Monsters, especially the undead, could live forever. And in the deepest part of the great tomb, one of the undead ruled supreme. No matter what comes next, I'm here by the Pope's command. Those goblins committed crimes, stepping into the tomb won't shield them. Get in our way, and you die, the sanctuary guardian said coldly. His aura snapped Klein out of his fury. Reigniting the fire, Klein shouted, all troops advance. The army surged like an unrelenting tide. But the cannibal eagle lifted off, wings spreading wide. So you really think the great tomb is yours to trample? Countless blood-red eyes blinked open in the gloom. They weren't alone. Dozens of cannibal eagles soared into the sky, joined by the feathered serpent tribe, creatures with the body of a snake and wings of a bird. Most were Tier 7 beings. Legends spoke of a 12th tier feathered serpent god. More monsters stirred. The tiger clan. Goblins. Undead. Even low-intelligence beasts answered the call. 100-legged centipedes. Razor mantises. Spore fiends. Rock giants. Nearly 20 Tier 7 monsters. Thousands of creatures assembled into a monstrous wall of death. The Imperial soldiers, tens of thousands strong, were frozen in terror. Lin Tian's eyes swept across the forest. This wasn't just a show of force, it was a declaration. Klein gritted his teeth, raised his sword again, ready to scream another charge. But the sanctuary guardian spoke first. So, the great tomb has chosen to protect the goblins? The cannibal eagle grinned. You could say that. The guardian paused, then turned. Duke, withdraw the troops. Klein's eyes widened. Your Highness, what? Withdraw? We're lions, we never retreat. I want to kill that monster. The guardian's voice was low but resolute. This isn't retreat. It's regrouping for a far greater battle. Klein felt his rage subside, as though he just glimpsed a deeper truth. He turned back to his army. All troops, retreat. Remember, lions don't flee. We return stronger. Lin Tian watched them disappear, slightly moved. They really did all this, for me? The cannibal eagle chuckled. Not just for you. Your situation gave us the perfect chance to show the church they no longer scare us. I see. Lin Tian began to understand. This cannibal eagle wasn't just reliable, he was political. As Lin Tian turned to leave, the eagle added, grow your tribe quickly. Someone very important in the Great Tomb is watching. They said if you become Goblin King, you'll earn the right to enter the true Great Tomb. Lin Tian nodded, more curious than ever. Maybe there was something extraordinary hidden there. But for now, he had finally secured a golden window for growth. In a year, he could forge an army capable of challenging the empire itself. The Great Tomb, it truly is overflowing with opportunity, he murmured. Lionheart Empire, Imperial City, 5 days later after Klein's withdrawal from the Great Tomb. On the wide Grand Avenue before the cathedral, a massive crowd of furious citizens had gathered. Their shouts thundered like crashing waves, a chorus of rage swelling with every passing moment. Whispers had become wildfire. The Sword Saint had borne a child with a goblin. Public fury had exploded across the capital. Thousands demanded swift justice, no blood. Especially outraged were the villagers from regions ravaged by goblins. Years of grief and loss now surged forth with vengeance. Kill the goblin. Let the nobles lead by example. No monsters in human lands. Avenge my child. She's not worthy to be the Sword Saint. At the heart of the storm, King Charles II was unraveling. Exhaustion clung to him like steam from a boiling pot. Rage consumed him as he stormed toward the Sword Saint's residence. This is madness. We haven't even solved the goblin crisis, and now this. A nun trailed behind him, her voice hushed but desperate. Your Majesty, she's torn between the people and her own child. She needs your guidance. Please, help her choose the right path. Charles II had not slept in days. His face had aged under the weight of his crown. As he entered the cathedral, he asked with tired gentleness, "Alice, have you been well these past few days?" But his words died mid-breath. In the corner of the room, a small goblin rode a wooden horse, joy lighting his tiny face. He clutched a little sword, waving it with innocent glee. Nearby, Alice tended to him gently, brushing his hair with quiet affection. The king stood frozen, unable to fathom what he was seeing. Because of a goblin, she's changed this much? A pang of regret twisted in his chest. If only I'd acted sooner, maybe it wouldn't have come to this. Then came the cold hiss of steel. With a sharp ring, Charles II drew his golden sword. His eyes turned to ice. "Alice, step back. I don't want to harm you." The blade surged forward toward the unsuspecting goblin, whose wide eyes blinked up in confusion. A drop of blood fell to the floor. But before it could strike, Alice caught the sword barehanded. Blood trickled from her palm, but her gaze was unflinching. "Your Majesty, what are you doing?" The king roared, torn by grief and fury. "For the people. For the future of this empire. I must correct your path." But a gleam flashed. Alice's sword was out. The tip now hovered at the king's throat. The entire cathedral fell into suffocating silence. Even the air seemed to recoil. Though Charles II possessed mighty strength, around 5,000 in battle power, he stood paralyzed before the woman he had once loved. Alice's tears streamed down her cheeks. The proud sword saint now resembled a mother on the brink, desperate to protect her child. "Must I carry your judgment forever? Must even you turn against me?" Suddenly, a golden light burst through the cathedral entrance. It struck Alice like a divine hammer, sending her flying. A robed figure entered, his presence sharp and absolute. It was the cardinal, the church's highest voice. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and chanted, "Divine radiance, holy imprisonment." A radiant column of sacred light descended, trapping Alice in a glowing prison. Her holy power vanished. Her sword lay useless beside her. The king turned away, his face twisted with turmoil. Without a word, he walked toward the exit. As he passed the cardinal, he murmured, "She's in your hands now. I can't do it. Not when I look at her." Alice collapsed to her knees, tears bursting forth. "No, don't kill him. I'll bear the punishment. Just don't take everything. I've already lost my divine grace." The cardinal gazed at her coldly, unmoved. "The Lord did not forsake you. You turned your back on him." Then he turned to the goblin. "I'll deal with this creature." The child looked up, blinking with confused innocence. The cardinal didn't flinch. To him, standing above law and mercy, this was merely duty. A golden beam pierced the goblin's head. Alice's scream tore through the cathedral. It was not a sound, but a soul unraveling. And in that moment, she knew the divine would never forgive her again. Outside, the sea of protesters still roared. "Kill the goblin. The saintess is no longer fit for the sword. She raised a goblin? Disgusting. She's fallen. I used to admire her. Now she's filth." Their cries boomed like a storm over the square. Then Charles II emerged from the cathedral, his expression grim. In his hands was the goblin's lifeless body. As he reached the grand staircase, silence swept over the crowd. All eyes locked onto the corpse. He dropped it before them like a discarded relic. And then the square erupted again. Finally. It's over. What about the saintess? Is she dead too? Good. Let her rot. But Charles II's voice cut through like a blade. You wanted an answer. Here it is. From this day on, anyone who insults the sword saint will face punishment. The crowd froze. Mouths shut. Words vanished. He turned and walked away, shoulders heavy with guilt. Even he could no longer predict who Alice would become when she awakened. The following day, Charles II sat alone in the royal sanctuary, drowning in remorse. Then the Holy Mother burst in, breathless and panicked. Your Majesty! Alice, she's gone. The king leapt to his feet, frantic. What? It was a disaster unfolding beyond control. If anything befell the sword saint, it wouldn't just be his heart that broke, the entire kingdom could fall with her. Meanwhile, Klein's forces continued their retreat from the Great Tomb. Back in the Goblin lands, a terrifying transformation was underway. A berserk goblin writhed in agony on the ground. Master! I think I'm evolving. His bones cracked and reformed as smoke rose from his skin. Flames licked his body, but he didn't burn. Instead, new skin grew dark purple, veined with glowing blue webs. From 4 arms, he now had 6. I can use magic now. Berserk Goblin. Level, 70. Race, Goblin. Class, Dark Mage. Titles, Reborn, Demonized, Insatiable Glutton, Blessed by the Gods. HP, 2000. Strength, 501. Defense, 540. Combat Power, 3100. Skills, Evil Hand, Demon Flame, Forceful Impact, High Pressure Domain. Equipment, none. Nearby goblins grumbled enviously. What's so great about that? We want more meat too. Level 70 sounds nice. Lin Tian lounged on a rock, amused. The forest is full of prey. Hunt, gain experience. Or do you want to be useless forever? One goblin mumbled, but it's dangerous out there. Flames surged around Lin Tian. And you think I live in safety? Right. Got it. We'll hunt. Please don't roast us, master. The berserk goblin stepped forward, burning with eagerness. Master, let me guide them. I feel power inside me that's ready to explode. Lin Tian scoffed. Food isn't free. The provisions are for the young, to keep them from being eaten before they grow teeth. Just as the group prepared to depart, a familiar shadow swept across the sky. It was the falcon. He landed and grinned awkwardly. Lin Tian, I brought someone. A lord I'd like you to meet. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. More allies? Good. If I ever offend someone strong, I'll need some bodies to throw in front of me. The falcon nodded. He's right behind you. Lin Tian turned, and there it was. A 3-meter-tall creature, like a golden-scaled lizard from a superhero film, loomed behind him. Its scales glimmered like treasure, its gaze locked on the human enclosure with ravenous hunger. Its tongue flicked through the air, seeking scent. Lin Tian quickly opened his interface. Golden Mane Lizard. Species, Demi-Human. Level, 88. Combat Power, 3990. This lizard's strength isn't all that impressive. Though Lin Tian did ask if the Lord had any interest in humans. The golden lizard ignored him and continued looking at the humans in the cages. Then it turned to the cannibal eagle. These humans look so delicious, Birdman, let's split them 50-50. Hearing this, the cannibal eagle was a bit dumbfounded. 50-50? Didn't you say just one would be enough? Originally, it had brought him here after much pleading to eat a human, but now he wanted half. Hearing this, Lin Tian's already unhappy face turned even gloomier. At this moment, the golden lizard said, in our territory, aren't all the things inside ours? Besides, this is just a goblin tribe, a low-level monster tribe of trash. Even if a goblin becomes a king, its strength at most would be like ours now, but we are different, we can still grow. The cannibal eagle's expression wasn't good either, lizard, but here I call the shots. Please return to your southern territory. Stop pretending. Many in your tribe haven't eaten humans, right? And you still call yourselves cannibal eagles? I've been fair enough, 50-50. Let's fight now, how about it? The golden lizard continued, eyes full of greed. Lin Tian finally spoke coldly, hey, where did this reptile come from? Half, can you even eat that much? Suddenly, the golden lizard let out a hiss sound, very creepy. It looked at Lin Tian with aggression and hostility, its eyes filled with murderous intent. Are you talking to me, you low-level trash? However, the cannibal eagle suddenly blocked Lin Tian. Lizard, I'll say this one last time, leave now, or you won't be able to handle the consequences. He had heard about Lin Tian's feats. They even took care of the sword saintess, provoking humans to send an army of 10,000 to exterminate them, and even the church got involved. It was evident that this was not an ordinary goblin tribe. The golden lizard still wouldn't let it go. You just want to hog these humans for yourself. Fine, I don't want them anymore. Let me kill that small goblin. Suddenly, the cannibal eagle let out a screech. The powerful sound wave forced the golden lizard to take a half step back. It wasn't joking around. Seeing this, the golden lizard backed away and snarled. Alright, Birdman, you're strong now, but you won't always be here. When you're gone, I'll slaughter every last one of them. After saying that, the golden lizard disappeared into the darkness. Sorry, I didn't expect that guy to be so greedy. The cannibal eagle looked at Lin Tian apologetically. Lin Tian didn't mind, no need to apologize. I was thinking, if I kill him, what will the people in the Great Tomb do? The cannibal eagle was slightly surprised, astonished that he truly had such power. Then it said, they might expel you, kill you, or perhaps make you the Lord of the South. I'll take my leave now. Becoming the Lord of the South? Lin Tian thought about it, feeling that being a lord was useless. It just allowed one to call on monsters. The key was that as a lord, he couldn't wantonly kill monsters like he could now. He wouldn't want it even if it was given to him. In the enchanted forest. Gobushan walked at the front, looking around as if entering a buffet and selecting ingredients. The iron-skinned rhinoceros is too tough, not tasty. The poisonous porcupine, it pricks the mouth. The devil dragonfly, not much meat. As they walked, Gobushan kept complaining, oh, why isn't there anything delicious? What do you think, Gobutian? Humans are still the best. Gobutian said, leaping through the trees. Suddenly, they realized something was wrong, as if someone was missing. Turning around, they found Gobu Kwang gorging himself. He evolved into a hulking goblin, wielding a massive axe and a shield strapped to his arm. He shaped a massive bone shield from his left arm. A sharp bone blade from his right. He slashed at a thick tree. It fell in one clean sweep. Then he rammed it with the shield, same result. He was far stronger now. Time to find something for Gobutian to eat next, he grinned. The trio pressed onward. Eventually, they reached a clearing filled with white bones, corpses of many beasts. They crept closer, spotting a damp swamp ahead. Dozens of large grass huts were built on the muddy banks, clearly a tribal settlement. Gobutian narrowed his eyes. Look over there, something golden. Looks like an iguana. Gobu Kwang grinned. Looks tasty. Let's eat. They had found the lair of the golden iguana tribe, domain of the southern forest lord. A young golden iguana was chasing a dragonfly nearby, wandering far from home. Its round eyes scanned the reeds curiously. It flicked its tongue now and then to test the air. Something smells strange. Just then, two black hands shot up from the swampy ground and yanked it down. Gobutian emerged slowly, holding a limp iguana corpse. Looks like a young one, but it's over a meter long. Let's give it a taste. Gobu Kwang tore off a leg, crunching it. Tender. Fresh. Slightly fishy. Sweet undertones. Incredible, almost better than human meat. Gobushan's eyes lit up. A silent consensus passed among the three. Child? Where are you, sweetheart? A female iguana called anxiously back at the tribe. Mealtime had come, but her gluttonous baby hadn't returned. An iguana poked its head out from another hut. That brat's always wandering. Maybe it got eaten? My husband's the lord. Who would dare touch my child, she hissed. Just then, Gobushan's voice rang out. Looking for this? He tossed the juvenile's shiny head at her feet. She froze, then screamed, Who are you? Do you even know where you are? How dare you? The Lord's tribe? Never heard of it, Gobu Kwang said, leaping over a hut, licking his lips. But you're quite the beauty. An angry iguana male charged from the hut, weapon raised. You'll pay for this insult. He didn't finish the sentence. A bone spike pierced his heart clean through. Gobushan pulled him into a fire pit and roasted him on the spot. His meat was gone in minutes. The tribe's strongest males averaged around 2,000 strength, only slightly above that if they were elite. But by custom, only one male could be dominant, the lord. The others were deliberately kept weak. Help! Someone save me, the iguana mother screamed. Gobu Kwang grabbed her, eyes gleaming. Just as he was about to proceed, he paused. Oh, right. Gotta save this one for the boss. He knocked her out cold. Gobutian, eat up. You're next to evolve. He tossed a slab of roast meat over. Monsters! We're under attack. The Lord isn't here, what do we do? Why would monsters dare? Isn't the Lord feared by all nearby? They're goblins. It's the goblin tribe. No matter. Arm yourselves. We fight. Within moments, over 100 iguana warriors had gathered, but most were barely 2 meters tall, much smaller than the iguana lord. The iguana tribe quickly assembled over 100 males. Yet despite their numbers, they stood barely 2 meters tall, far smaller than the towering iguana lord. Their strength was less than half of his. Seeing the mob converge, Gobu Kwang sneered and raised his hands. Demonic flame, he roared. Twin spheres of ghostly blue fire burst to life in his palms before being hurled into the crowd. They landed with a violent hiss and exploded amidst the iguanas. Aha! Screams pierced the air as over a dozen iguanas were engulfed in unquenchable flame. No matter how fiercely they rolled or buried themselves in the mud, the blue fire clung to their flesh, burning straight through to the bone. Bones melted. Flesh disintegrated. This was the brutal nature of demonic flame, its fury akin to white phosphorus used in modern warfare. Meanwhile, on the battlefield's opposite end, a horde of iguanas had swarmed Gobushan, pinning him to the ground. They pummeled him with hammers and stones, trying to shatter his defenses. But it was pointless. His bone armor, stronger than forged iron, regenerated instantly with every blow. Realizing he couldn't move, Gobushan stopped resisting. Instead, he focused on reshaping his armor. In a flash, sharp bone spikes jutted outward from his entire body, transforming him into a monstrous porcupine. A dozen iguanas were impaled instantly, shrieking in agony. Gobushan began devouring the fallen without hesitation. He ripped through sinew and bone with mindless hunger, crimson smearing his face like war paint. As he gorged himself, an injured iguana crept up behind him, dagger trembling in hand. The creature lunged. Swish! Gobushan didn't even turn. With a sickening crunch, he twisted around and bit the iguana's head clean off, savoring it like a snack. Crunchy, he muttered, chewing thoughtfully. Beside him, Gobutian moved methodically, collecting corpses and devouring them one by one. The energy coursing through him triggered an evolution. Though his small goblin body remained compact, two thin antennae extended from his head. He now resembled something between a cockroach and an iguana. His tongue had changed as well, long, forked, and tuned to scent in the air. Even invisible enemies could no longer escape him. As Gobutian marveled at his transformation, the antennae on his head twitched sharply. 3 grotesque goblins feasted amidst the carnage, even gnawing on those not fully dead. Burp. I'm stuffed. Let's head back. The boss said not to wipe them all out, leave a few to repopulate. We'll come again later, Gobutian said, rubbing his stomach in satisfaction. I'm full too, Gobushan added, nodding. I've evolved. The boss will definitely reward me. Then let's move out. Gobukwang slung the mother iguana over his shoulder and grabbed the smaller one with his free hand. Gobushan looked puzzled. Why are you carrying those? We don't need leftovers. Gobukwang grinned smugly, finally feeling smarter than someone else. You ungrateful pigs only care about eating. Did you forget the boss? I'll report this when we get back. Hey, don't. Next time we catch humans, I'll let you have more, okay? Lord, where are you? A dark shadow approached from the forest. The golden iguana lord trudged forward, his expression grim. Damn birdmen, damn goblins. Once I rid myself of the birdmen, I'll make humans my cattle. And as for those goblins. Hatred twisted his face. I'll massacre them all. How dare they disrespect me? As he neared his tribe's territory, he slowed. But the moment he stepped inside, his confident stride faltered. He blinked in disbelief. No, this isn't right. Everything was in ruins. Corpses littered the ground, burnt, mutilated, and defiled. Some were so mangled, he didn't recognize them at first. That looks like my uncle. And that's my third brother. What is this? Filth covered the dead. Children's skeletons lay stripped of flesh. Some bodies had been defecated on. A few battered survivors peeked from the reeds. The Lord has returned. We're saved. Injured iguanas limped toward him, tears streaming down their bloodied faces. At last, the iguana lord accepted the truth. He threw back his head and roared to the heavens. Who did this? He couldn't fathom how his territory had been defiled in his absence. The attackers, they were 3 strange goblins, and iguana cried. High tier, we think. We couldn't stop them. They even took the madam and the young lady. Goblins? The iguana lord's pupils contracted. His mate and daughter, taken. He immediately suspected the Tian Quang tribe, but quickly dismissed it. No, I was just there. They wouldn't dare, and they couldn't have struck so quickly. His mind raced through possibilities. His southern territory had 3 goblin tribes under his command, mostly overlord types. It couldn't be them. The east had only Tian Quang, and the west and north were too far. No matter how he reasoned it, he couldn't make sense of the audacity or speed of the attack. Furious, he growled, hide yourselves well. I'll chase them myself. He sniffed the air, his forked tongue flicking out. His eyes sharpened. I smell them, my wife and daughter. Without hesitation, he charged in the direction the goblins had fled. I'll kill every last one of them. Back at the Tian Quang tribe. Boss. Come quick, I brought you a gift. Gobu Quang called out cheerfully. Lin Tian, deep in thought over how to cultivate new goblins, looked up. At first, he paid no mind to the two captured iguanas. His focus locked instead on the goblins before him. Each had evolved. Especially Gobu Shan, his form had changed so drastically, Lin Tian barely recognized him as a goblin. But then again, goblinhood wasn't defined by appearance. It was about behavior, instincts, and loyalty. Gobu Shan, LV 71. Race, Mutant Goblin. Profession, Battlebone. Title, Bone Warrior, Mutant Goblin, God's Blessing. Health, 1700. Strength, 580. Defense, 700. Skills, Evil Bone Growth, Gene Devour. Equipment, Evil Bone. Overall, 3000. As Lin Tian reviewed Gobu Shan's stat panel, he nodded with approval. The numbers were solid though, to his slight surprise, still a notch below Gobu Quang's. Well, that made sense. Gobu Quang had always been a bit of a monster. Even as a mutant, Gobu Shan hadn't quite caught up. He turned his gaze to Gobu Tian, who stood quietly nearby, his presence barely noticeable like a lurking shadow. Lin Tian blinked in surprise. Despite weaker individual stats, Gobu Tian's overall strength matched Gobu Shan's. Likely due to his specialization as an assassin, speed, precision, and skill synergy could close the gap. With proper equipment, Gobu Tian might even surpass his peers. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, a shrill, furious voice broke the moment. Unhand me, you filthy goblins! I am the Lord's wife. When my husband finds out, he'll crush you all. You'll pay for this. The female iguana, who had been unconscious, had come to. Her eyes blazed with rage, and her voice was sharp and unrelenting. Lin Tian frowned. Who is this? What lord? Where did you even find her? We're not sure, Gobu Quang replied, scratching his head. We stumbled upon an iguana tribe while exploring. Grabbed a few captives. Then, with a toothy grin, he added, we thought you'd want first pick, boss. One young, one seasoned. All up to your taste. Lin Tian coughed awkwardly. Let's not be too reckless. If she really belongs to the Iguana Lord's tribe, things could get complicated. His brow furrowed with unease, a rare crack in his confident demeanor. Catching this, the female iguana smirked coldly. That's right. My husband is the Southern Lord. Scared now? It's already too late. But instead of fear, Lin Tian's expression twisted into something darker. His lips curled into a cruel smile. So you're the reason my people are being hunted down? You think declaring your name will save you now? His tone dropped, low and venomous. You've just volunteered to deliver a message to your dear husband. He stepped forward, power rolling off him in waves. The female iguana stiffened, eyes widening as Gobu Quang's grip tightened. Relax, lady, he growled. Struggle too much, and someone might get hurt. Before she could retort, a sharp whistle pierced the air and elemental hand crossbow had fired. A poisoned bolt embedded itself with surgical precision. The female iguana gasped, her limbs giving out as the toxin overtook her. She slumped, barely conscious, her voice trembling. No. I'm the Lord's wife, this can't be. Lin Tian stood tall, a wicked grin curling on his lips as he looked over his eager tribe. With a casual wave of his hand, he declared. These two lizards are yours. A roar of excitement erupted instantly. Thank you for your gracious reward, boss, someone shouted. Long live the boss, another yelled, their voice brimming with fanatic loyalty. Chaos followed as the goblins surged forward. Out of the way. Me first, me first. I want this one, a goblin barked, already grabbing at the smaller iguana. Hey, leave some for me, another growled, shoving his way into the fray. The two lizards could only tremble as the tribe descended on them like a pack of starving beasts, fueled by blind devotion and savage hunger. Lin Tian asked. What did you three do to his tribe? Just captured these two? Gobu Tian replied, no, we pretty much slaughtered and devoured most of them. Left a few alive just to breed. Lin Tian shot up in disbelief, startled by how they had taken advantage of the Iguana Lord's absence to decimate his entire clan. Gobu Quang and the others braced themselves, expecting a scolding. But to their surprise, Lin Tian grinned and said, nice work. Especially you, Gobu Quang. I didn't raise you for nothing, you even brought me a gift. All he could think about now was how the Iguana Lord would react once he learned who the real culprits were. And as if summoned by fate, he appeared. Damn goblins! Get out here! Return my wife and daughter! Outside the Tian Quang tribe, the Iguana Lord had followed their scent to this very place. He never expected it to be them, the Tian Quang tribe. They had barely ended their alliance, and in such a short time, these monsters had annihilated his people. It was unforgivable. He stormed in, smashing the entrance and sweeping his massive tail, killing several powerful variants. Coldly, he snarled, "None of you will leave here alive. Blood for blood." With a roar, his eyes locked onto his wife and daughter's skeletons lying on the ground. The sight stopped him cold, like being struck by lightning. He froze in place. "What a coincidence," Lin Tian said with a wicked smile. "Speak of the devil, too bad you're late." Lin Tian sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. The Iguana Lord's eyes blazed with fury. With a deafening roar, he opened his jaws wide and bellowed. "Today, I'll wipe your entire tribe off the face of the earth. A blood debt must be paid in blood." In that instant, a sickly green gas erupted from his mouth, a corrosive, noxious cloud that surged forward like a tidal wave, hissing and swirling as it tore through the air, aimed straight at the heart of the Tian Quang tribe. The Iguana Lord seethed with rage. He instinctively wanted to summon reinforcements, monsters under his command, but quickly realized this was the eastern region, outside his dominion. With a disdainful snort, he hissed, "I don't need other monsters to kill you. Necrotic cells." As the words left his mouth, he lunged at Lin Tian with terrifying speed. Thick, black-green saliva dripped from his jaws, losing malevolence. With a savage snarl, he spewed the toxic fluid at Lin Tian. Each droplet teemed with billions of aggressive bacteria. In a world without antibiotics, just a smear on the skin meant a death sentence within 3 days. The infection couldn't be washed away. No amount of bathing, burning, or freezing would help. Even a single surviving bacterium would replicate rapidly and consume the host. But Lin Tian didn't flinch. He unleashed his skill, brutal roar, sending out a thunderous shockwave that shattered the oncoming saliva midair. Not a single drop reached him. The Iguana Lord, caught completely off guard, stood motionless, his eyes rolled back in shock. Lin Tian saw his chance. He dashed forward, dagger in hand, aiming straight for the creature's heart. The first stab barely scratched the Iguana Lord's thick scales. But Lin Tian didn't hesitate. With a swift follow-up strike, the blade plunged deep into flesh. Blood burst forth like a geyser, spraying in all directions. He had struck the heart. The searing pain jolted the Iguana Lord back to his senses. Staggering back, he roared, "You filthy goblin! What just happened?" "I blacked out." He clutched his bleeding chest. 1 second passed. 2, 3. Then, he pulled his hand away, revealing that the massive wound had already healed. Gobu Tian and the others stared in disbelief. Lin Tian, however, remained calm. Oomph, super regeneration. But it only works once. It was a rare survival trait, much like a gecko regrowing its tail. The iguana species could endure a single fatal injury and bounce back. Gritting his teeth, the Iguana Lord growled, "Then I won't give you another chance." Hormone growth. In an instant, his body began to swell. He shot up to over 5 meters tall, his physique exploding with bulging muscles like boulders welded to his frame. His once small scales transformed into gleaming golden armor, encasing him from head to toe. Even his eyes were shielded by a thin, translucent white membrane. "I feel it, the power," he bellowed. "Overwhelming strength. How will you fight me now?" Every inch of his body was now armored with formidable defense. The only exposed weakness was beneath his tail, an area virtually impossible to target. Gobu Quang and the others tensed, their faces grim. Gobu Tian especially looked wary, his instincts screaming that this enemy was unlike any they had faced before. Lin Tian also felt the mounting pressure. Quietly, he began channeling the earth element, planning to use it to slow the beast down. His strategy: inject the blood of decay into the creature's system, rendering him powerless from within. Swish! Suddenly, a rusty longsword pierced through the Iguana Lord's back. Blood erupted once more, staining the air. Everyone gasped, eyes wide with shock. No one had seen who attacked. The crude blade was clearly a goblin weapon worn in basic. Even with Lin Tian's own finely forged sword, breaking through the golden armor would have been uncertain. Who are you? Birdman? No, let me see." The Iguana Lord choked on his blood, struggling to twist around and identify his attacker. But before he could finish, slash! The sword twisted sharply. In a clean, upward arc, the blade sliced through the iguana lord's body like a knife through cake, cutting him in half from the abdomen to the crown of his head. The iguana lord didn't even get the chance to scream. He died instantly. Everyone stood frozen in shock, their expressions tense and wary. Whoever could kill so decisively had to be unimaginably powerful. Could it be the cannibal eagle senior? Lin Tian speculated aloud. Realistically, he was the only one who might come to their aid. The iguana lord's corpse split apart, falling heavily to the ground. Behind him stood a figure. Clad in a tattered white nightgown streaked with dirt, the stranger's long blonde hair was wild and unkempt, as though it hadn't seen a comb in weeks. They appeared frail and fragile. She has brilliant blue eyes, wide with disbelief, locked onto Lin Tian. Finally, found you. With that, her eyes rolled back and she collapsed from sheer exhaustion. Stunned silence followed. Then chaos erupted. A wave of goosebumps swept through the goblins. Panic set in. It's over. The sword saintess has breached the tribe. Boss, you run. I'll hold her off. Wah! We're doomed. Every goblin had their own way of expressing fear, most involved running or shouting. Lin Tian instinctively stepped back, disbelief plastered across his face. He raised his hand and barked, "Get a grip. Are you all blind?" That crazy woman passed out. At that, Ko Bukwang blinked. Oh, so she did. She tracked us down in that state? Took down the iguana lord with a rusty blade while barely standing? Thank the heavens she fainted. Lin Tian muttered, still rattled. Looking at her pale, grimy face, still beautiful despite the grime, he was momentarily caught in a memory. Now, the once revered sword saintess looked more like a fallen angel, dragged into the dirt. Ko Bukwang readied his weapons, an axe in one hand, a black iron sword in the other. We should finish her off while she's out cold. Gobu Tian, here, you do it. I'm not doing it. It's your sword. Gobu Tian shuddered. Both turned to Gobu Shan. He pretended to be deeply interested in the stool in front of him. Boss, check this out. Isn't this stool the most stool-like stool you've ever seen? Idiots. Lin Tian snapped. She's unconscious and you're all scared stiff? Who said anything about killing her? She's more valuable alive. Tie her up. His eyes gleamed with scheming intent. An angel in the dirt, a fallen angel indeed. And if she had truly fallen, perhaps he could make her his own. The sword saintess was quickly and thoroughly bound. Gabuyu and several others gathered around, watching the scene with curiosity. Boss, don't you think this is a bit excessive? Ropes tightly secured her limbs, leaving no room to struggle. Better safe than sorry. She's the strongest of the Empire's youth, nearly equal to the Lionheart Emperor himself, Goblin Slayer said solemnly. She'd spent the most time among humans, and her words carried weight. Lin Tian nodded. Exactly. We'll talk when she wakes up. The entire group stood on edge. This was the sword saintess. And they had her tied up. A tale worthy of legends. It was sheer dumb luck. A full day and night had gone by. Everyone remained on edge, waiting. Lin Tian had already devoured the iguana lord's corpse, but their gazes stayed fixed on her. The passing hours felt eternal. Lin Tian finally lost his patience. Damn it, is she asleep or just out cold? Hearing this, Gobiyu glanced at the sword saintess's peaceful face and hesitantly reached out to poke her. Eat? A shiver ran through Gobiyu. So soft, like jelly. That single poke shattered the sword saintess's dreamlike trance. Slowly, her long lashes fluttered open. Her clear, beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she took in her surroundings. Watch out! Gobu Shan and the others instantly leapt back a full 10 meters. Even bound, the sword saintess radiated danger. No one wanted to be too close. Lin Tian, though less dramatic, kept his distance and stayed alert. He eyed her cautiously. Long time no see. Sword saintess. Once fierce enemies, this was their first face-to-face exchange. Last time they'd been close, she had been unconscious. Now, her gaze locked onto his, and a spark lit up her eyes. Goblin! I've finally found you, Goblin. Finally! Her sudden outburst startled Lin Tian. He instinctively stepped back. What do you want? If it's a fight, forget it, you don't stand a chance anymore. Goblin! Goblin! Alicinia's voice was desperate, relentless. Though tied up, she writhed like a determined caterpillar, inching toward him. Despite being bound, she moved with shocking speed. Panicked, Lin Tian turned to his allies. Hey! I've been feeding you this whole time. Hold her down. Without hesitation, Gobu Kwang and the others scrambled behind her, reaching for the ropes. But in their frenzy, they tugged at the wrong spot, the knot. The ropes slipped off her in one smooth motion, as if they'd been sealing her power. In a flash, she was free and already by Lin Tian's side. It's over. You're all useless. Lin Tian's face paled as dread sank in. He'd walked right into a trap. He had one life left, but next time, he swore, he'd kill her for good to avoid future threats. Gobu Tian slapped himself in frustration. Sword Saint was on her knees before Lin Tian, pleading not for forgiveness, but for love. Of everyone present, no one was more stunned than Lin Tian himself. He stared at her and exclaimed in disbelief, asking if the legendary Sword Saintess was truly serious. He had suspected that she might one day fall from grace. But this? Falling from grace didn't usually entail begging someone for a child. He couldn't help but think, is she mistaking me for the god of childbearing? Then, with unwavering determination in her voice and a threatening glint in her eye, Alasnia confirmed her intentions. She declared that their enmity could be settled, but only if he granted her another child. Otherwise, she claimed, she could never forgive him. Lin Tian did not give an immediate answer. Something about her words felt off. Calmly, he asked what she meant by another child. Had she already given birth to one in the past? If so, where was that child now? At his question, Alasnia began to tremble. Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed at him with remorse. She confessed that she had failed to fulfill her punishment. The child was lost not by her hand, but because of the actions of the villagers. She begged for another chance, vowing to bear and raise a goblin child this time. Her focus was absolute. Everyone else faded from her awareness, as if she were consumed by a divine calling. In her heart, this was her penance for having slaughtered dozens of imperial soldiers. The sacred sword she once wielded, an heirloom passed down through the church for generations, had never before been used against her own people. She had become the first to break that taboo. After losing her holy powers in what appeared to be an unfortunate coincidence, Alasnia had come to believe that it was a punishment from the divine. Lin Tian began to piece it together. He repeated her words to himself: punishment, redemption, a second chance, and bearing another goblin child. So that was it. She truly believed he was some kind of god of childbearing. He told her to rise, remarking on how far the proud Sword Saintess had fallen. He added pointedly that after taking so many innocent lives, it was no wonder the gods were furious. His words weren't meant to comfort her, they were meant to deepen her conviction, to further entrench her in the belief that this was her divine punishment. Desperation crept into Alasnia's voice. She pleaded with him again, swearing she would do whatever it took. She even began removing her white nightgown, but Lin Tian raised a hand to stop her. He reminded her that he hadn't agreed to anything yet. If she truly wanted this, there would be conditions. Alasnia eagerly asked what those conditions were, insisting she would accept anything. Her mind, unstable and driven by guilt, focused only on the idea of bearing a child as a path to salvation. To her, this was not about desire, it was a desperate escape from the burden of her sins. Lin Tian considered his words carefully. He told her she would have to obey him throughout her penance. After all, wasn't that also a kind of divine punishment? From his perspective, it would be a waste not to make use of someone with such formidable strength. Without hesitation, Alasnia agreed. She vowed to complete her punishment faithfully and begged him to act quickly, she couldn't wait any longer. Taking her hand, Lin Tian dragged her toward a small hut. Since she had accepted the terms, Lin Tian no longer held back. To him, a body like hers was a rare blessing. Inside the hut, Alasnia lay in the straw, her white nightgown cast aside. Her cheeks were flushed, her blue eyes dreaming and shimmering with a strange, misplaced affection. Though her spirit seemed impatient, her long pale legs remained tightly shut, perhaps the final act of resistance from a woman who had once been a noble and revered saintess. When Lin Tian finally parted her legs, that titled saintess was lost to the past. Outside the hut, Gobuyu and the others huddled near the door, listening intently. The sounds from within had caught their attention and that of others. Even Lilith and her entourage of vampires had been drawn to the scene. Rubbing her eyes, Lilith asked curiously, a slight blush on her cheeks, if something had happened while she was asleep. Had they been attacked? No, she added shyly, the sounds didn't seem like those of battle. Goblin Slayer, grinning mischievously, leaned in and asked if she could guess who was making those noises. Goblin Slayer had just finished her statement, her expression calm and unchanging. She declared, with quiet satisfaction, that the sword saintess Alasnia, the woman renowned as the guardian holy sword of the empire, was currently inside the shack before them, pleading with Lin Tian to give her a child. When Lilith, she utterly stunned. Almost in unison, she denied it. "Stop joking," she protested, visibly shaken. Who would believe such a thing? The sword saintess is someone she deeply admire. Her unwavering sense of duty, her mission, her strength, she stands above all sword saintesses in history. "See for yourself," Goblin Slayer said coldly. "Look. Who is she?" What Lilith saw next shattered her beliefs. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The figure before her was unmistakably Alasnia. It was her. Lord Sword Saintess. "How could you?" she murmured, her voice trembling. Her entire worldview began to crumble. Alasnia, hearing the voice, didn't respond. Her eyes were glazed over with passion, transformed completely into heart-shaped pupils. Her pale, delicate hands clutched at the weeds beneath her, crushing them in handfuls, one after another, lost in overwhelming emotion. Lilith instinctively backed away, retreating several steps out of fear. She stumbled out of the shack, her mind spinning. How is this even possible?" she stammered. "And the sword saintess, she's enjoying it?" Desire filled Alasnia's gaze, unmistakable and consuming. Time passed slowly after that. The next morning, Lin Tian finally emerged from the shack. His appearance was somewhat disheveled, but his expression was one of utter satisfaction. Though he looked invigorated, his legs wobbled with every step, as if even the wind might knock him over. He sighed to himself in frustration. These damn legs. Too many incredible things had happened at once. He needed time to process it all. Not only had he won over the sword saintess, but he had gained her complete body, mind, and allegiance. Lilith, still in disbelief, rushed to the shack once more. What she saw only deepened her shock. Alasnia lay sprawled inside, barely conscious, her eyes rolled back. Her voice, faint and trembling, whispered, "Lord God, please forgive me." Lilith recoiled. She covered her mouth, unable to watch any further. She could no longer deny the truth. If the people of the Empire ever witnessed such a sight, the imperial family and the church would likely go mad. Around this time, Goblin approached Lin Tian and asked what they should do about the sword saintess. It was clearly not acceptable to let her remain in that filthy, unsanitary shack. The conditions were simply appalling. After a brief pause, Lin Tian responded, instructing Goblin to arrange for her to stay with him. He told you to take her to bathe and change, noting that there were some human clothes that had been collected for such purposes. He reasoned that placing her somewhere else without proper supervision might lead to trouble, she could escape or cause other issues. Goblin acknowledged the instructions and went off to begin the preparations. As she was leaving, Lin Tian asked Goblin, "Wait, how many people have died of illness recently?" Lin Tian then considered the need to inform the cannibal eagle about the death of the iguana lord. Concealing such an event might invite suspicion and lead others to believe something was amiss. Shortly afterward, he made his way to the giant forest, bringing along two humans who were on the brink of death. Just then, the cannibal eagle spotted Lin Tian and descended from a tall tree, a fat white worm clenched in its left claw. The eagle remarked that it had just dug the worm from the tree and claimed it was a delicacy unique to the giant forest. Lin Tian, however, felt queasy at the sight of the squirming, hairy maggot and quickly declined the offer. He told the cannibal eagle that he wasn't hungry and had come with news, neither good nor bad, but important nonetheless. The cannibal eagle's eyes lit up at the sight and, without hesitation, flung the worm aside, suddenly losing interest in it. The bird urged Lin Tian to speak. Lin Tian hesitated for a moment before asking if the eagle remembered the iguana lord it had previously brought with it. The cannibal eagle nodded and responded that it certainly remembered. It assumed Lin Tian was still angry, acknowledging that the iguana lord had crossed the line. The eagle offered to help Lin Tian deal with him immediately, expressing outrage at the threat the iguana lord had made against Lin Tian and his kin. It emphasized that it wasn't called the cannibal eagle for no reason. But Lin Tian interrupted, calmly revealing that he had already killed the iguana lord and his kin as well. At first, the cannibal eagle didn't seem to grasp the full weight of what had been said. Then it froze, stunned, and exclaimed in disbelief that Lin Tian had actually killed the southern lord. For a moment, the eagle's appetite vanished entirely. It stared at Lin Tian, wide-eyed. Lin Tian was about to explain himself, but the cannibal eagle waved it off, saying there was no need. If it had the strength to kill the iguana lord itself, it wouldn't have hesitated either. It acknowledged the situation was troublesome but insisted there was still a way to manage it. If Lin Tian were to assume the position of Southern Lord, they could present a plausible explanation to the Great Tomb. Lin Tian immediately declined the offer. That wasn't his intention. Instead, he suggested telling them that one of his subordinates was responsible. As he spoke, he smiled and glanced meaningfully at the two half-dead humans, implying that any favor came with its price. Surprisingly, the cannibal eagle was agreeable to this plan, though it sighed in resignation. It noted that Lin Tian's tribe was still in the early stages of development and required his leadership, so they would have to send his subordinate instead. However, it warned that there would be risks. Lin Tian questioned what sort of risks the eagle meant. The cannibal eagle explained that while it believed Lin Tian could defeat the other contenders for the title of Southern Lord, it wasn't confident in the abilities of his subordinate. With the Iguana Lord gone, a new competitor, the Dream Demon, would almost certainly step forward. This creature had coveted the position for over a century, though it had never succeeded in unseating previous lords. Intrigued, Lin Tian asked about the Dream Demon's nature. The cannibal eagle described it as an 8th-tier monster born from nightmares, capable of invading and manipulating dreams. Although it lacked physical strength in direct combat, its ability to influence others through dreams made it extremely dangerous. That very trait, however, had always prevented it from becoming the Southern Lord. Lin Tian fell silent, deep in thought. A dream demon that could control dreams? That sounded extraordinary. In fact, it was exactly the kind of power he had been looking for. Lin Tian eagerly asked Lord Cannibal Eagle if he could take him to see the dream demon quickly. He expressed his desire to collaborate with the entity, visibly excited at the prospect. In Lin Tian's mind, if the dream demon could manipulate the Sword Saintess's dreams, making her believe the voice of God was guiding her, she would follow its commands without hesitation. That would allow Lin Tian to fully control her, essentially turning her into a puppet. He also had another plan in motion, to capture a city in order to obtain magical books that could help Ifreya improve her magical capabilities. Having the Sword Saintess lead the attack seemed like the ideal strategy. Meanwhile, the goblins had been suppressing their natural urge to plunder for far too long. Though somewhat confused by the request, the cannibal eagle complied and took Lin Tian southward. This is where the dream demon resides, the eagle informed him. At that moment, a massive eye suddenly illuminated the mist, casting an eerie glow across the landscape. From within the fog, a hollow and otherworldly voice echoed, asking in a chilling tone, "Let me see who is in need of a sweet dream." The eye gradually moved closer, its full form slowly emerging from the haze. It revealed itself to be a footless, ghost-like creature that hovered ominously above the thorny ground. Draped in a tattered black robe, it resembled a wraith. Where a head should have been, there was only a single, oversized black eye with a glowing red pupil, partially hidden beneath a sagging hood. It had no true head, just that monstrous, head-sized eye. Its hands were shriveled, gnarled, and purple, resembling the twisted branches of an ancient, dying tree. A resentful black aura radiated from its form, saturating the air with an oppressive presence. Recognizing the creature, the dream demon let out a haunting laugh and spoke mockingly, asking if the cannibal eagle had come seeking a sweet dream. Lin Tian, however, interrupted with a firm tone. He stated that he had no such need. Instead, he proposed a collaboration. He told the dream demon that he wanted to make it the Southern Lord and, in return, asked for its assistance in controlling the dreams of others. The moment Lin Tian mentioned the title Southern Lord, the dream demon's expression, or rather, its pupil, tightened sharply, narrowing to a pinpoint as it locked its gaze on him. In a voice laced with disbelief and contempt, it questioned how a mere goblin dared to speak of such authority. Before the dream demon could react further, the cannibal eagle interjected. With a hint of mockery, it reminded the demon that the golden iguana, which had remained undefeated for years, had been completely destroyed by Lin Tian. Though clearly skeptical, the dream demon paused. The eagle's words carried some weight, and after a brief moment of silence, the demon broke into manic laughter. It declared its willingness to cooperate and eagerly asked whose dream Lin Tian wished to control. Lin Tian, remaining calm and indifferent, replied that it was just a human, nothing particularly special. Pleased, the dream demon agreed with unsettling ease, its eerie laughter echoing ominously through the thorn-covered forest. As the sound faded, the cannibal eagle turned serious. It announced that it would return to report to the Great Tomb but hesitated briefly. Casting a glance toward Lin Tian, it asked if he was truly certain about appointing the Dream Demon as the Southern Lord. The eagle warned against underestimating him, reminding Lin Tian that had he faced the Iguana Lord in the south, his chances of victory would have been non-existent. He subtly hinted that the true strength of the Iguana Lord lay in his ability to summon a multitude of monsters. Just then, Lin Tian raised a hand, stopping the eagle. "Wait," he said. "I've come up with a new plan." The sudden declaration caused the Dream Demon to instinctively retreat a few steps, sensing an immediate threat. Wariness crept into its voice as it asked what Lin Tian was planning. The cannibal eagle, who was all too familiar with goblin tactics, quickly warned Lin Tian. He reminded him that the Dream Demon was a spiritual entity, one whose powers couldn't be consumed through ordinary means. If Lin Tian betrayed the demon, their alliance would be over before it began. It was clear to the eagle that Lin Tian had other motives. However, Lin Tian offered no response. Instead, he examined the Dream Demon's attribute panel with a calculating gaze. As expected, the powers of the Dream Demon were beyond the reach of an ordinary goblin. But Lin Tian was no ordinary goblin. He had another ability, one that defied conventional rules. He had a skill known as abnormal fusion. Merging the Dream Demon directly into his own body, Lin Tian believed, would allow him to acquire the rare skill of dream control, an ability that was almost unrivaled in the right situation. Dream Demon, level 84. Race, undead. Profession, none. Title, born from nightmare. Health, 2000. Strength, 690. Defense, 492. Skills, dream control, bewildering eye, etherealization. Equipment, none. Overall combat power, 3800. Despite the intimidating stats, the demon's strength wasn't particularly high for an 8th-tier monster. In fact, it was no match for creatures like the Iguana Lord. Yet, what made the Dream Demon dangerous was its skill set, especially the dream control ability, which could prove fatal in an ambush unless the target possessed extraordinary willpower and could recognize the illusion. Without hesitation, Lin Tian had lunged forward, gripping a dagger and closing the distance in a flash. Reacting quickly, the Dream Demon had activated etherealization, one of its innate abilities as a spiritual entity. This skill allowed it to phase through physical attacks, rendering conventional weapons useless. Only magic could affect it. Suddenly, the cannibal eagle had shouted in warning, "Don't look into his eyes." But the caution came a moment too late. By then, Lin Tian's gaze had already met the Dream Demon's. The demon wasted no time. Its bewildering eye activated instantly, sending a hypnotic wave through their locked eyes. Lin Tian's body stiffened, his expression blanking out as he fell into a trance. The demon's second ability, dream control, followed seamlessly. Its massive eyes glowed with a powerful red light, which flooded directly into Lin Tian's mind. Within seconds, Lin Tian's body collapsed, asleep. Seeing this, the cannibal eagle flapped its wings violently, launching a rapid assault against the demon in a desperate attempt to intervene. But the Dream Demon simply scoffed and said with disdain, "He's finished, Cannibal Eagle Lord." And with that, it plunged into Lin Tian's dream. Inside the dreamscape, Lin Tian awoke clutching his head in pain. As he staggered to his feet, he realized the world around him had changed entirely. Confused, he looked around. Where am I? A volcano? Without warning, a deep rumble echoed through the air. The volcano nearby began to tremble, and molten lava surged from the crater with a deafening roar. The heat was overwhelming. Streams of lava burst from the mountaintop, flooding the terrain with blistering heat. The lava consumed everything in its path, and eventually, it engulfed him too. As the boiling lava swallowed him whole, Lin Tian watched his own flesh vaporize in an instant. The agony was indescribable. It felt terrifyingly real. High above the scene, the Dream Demon laughed maniacally. "Perish in your own dream. You think you can kill me? Pathetic human." But before it could finish gloating, a fire arrow suddenly shot through the air and struck it directly. The demon hadn't even had time to react. It let out a shriek of pain. Impossible. How? Below, Lin Tian emerged, completely unscathed, swimming casually in the lava, as though it were a hot spring. His voice echoed with calm defiance, "That kind of illusion might fool others, but it's far too early to think it'll fool me." Despite the earlier torment, Lin Tian had turned the dream against the demon and reality had shifted in his favor. If a person's will wasn't resolute, Lin Tian realized, they might genuinely believe they had died and would never wake up again. He had a rough understanding of the dream demon's power. If someone believed they died in the dream, they would truly perish in reality. The creature had attempted to manipulate Lin Tian into thinking he had been burned alive by lava. However, not only did Lin Tian survive, he managed to seize control of the dream. He soared through the air as heavenly thunder rained down, shattering the illusion entirely. A pained scream echoed through the dream realm. The dream demon, wounded within the dream, suffered actual harm and was forcibly expelled from Lin Tian's body, covered in deep gashes. As Lin Tian opened his eyes and returned to the real world, he saw the creature still dazed from its expulsion. Without hesitation, he launched an attack using the fire element of his elemental hand crossbow. The dream demon, unable to activate its etherealization skill in time, was struck and engulfed in flames. Severely injured, it could no longer use etherealization to evade. Screeching in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tian dashed forward and began devouring the creature, bite after bite. Eventually, he absorbed the skill dream control. However, despite consuming the demon, he failed to acquire etherealization, a divine tier ability he had coveted. Disappointed but undeterred, he extended his hand toward the demon's charred remains and muttered, "Abnormal fusion." A burst of dark energy radiated from his palm, compressing the remains into a glowing orb which he promptly absorbed. It became one with his body. From that moment on, he gained the ability to transform into a spirit and enter the dreams of others to control them. This was not a skill that could be used freely, it required specific conditions. Even if a common goblin had devoured the dream demon and gained dream control, they would still be unable to enter the dreams of others. Suddenly, the cannibal eagle appeared, exclaiming in astonishment, "Little Tian, you're actually fine? You survived the dream demon's power?"
The cannibal eagle had descended from the sky. Upon seeing Lin Tian alive and unharmed, he was visibly shocked. He remarked with disbelief that Lin Tian had actually survived the dream demon's power, something even the Iguana Lord had failed to endure. He recalled how the Iguana Lord, after emerging from the dream demon's realm, had gone completely insane, slaughtering everyone in sight. Whatever horrors it had faced were beyond imagination. But Lin Tian had come through it seemingly untouched. Lin Tian merely shrugged and replied that he was fine, adding that it was time to move on. He then stated that the harvest from this venture had been significant and that he had retained his lordship. He felt it was appropriate for GOBLIN to inherit the role of Southern Lord. Moreover, using abnormal fusion for the first time had left a strong impression. He felt more undead than goblin now. Hearing this, the cannibal eagle nodded in understanding and agreed to support Lin Tian's decision at the Great Tomb. After parting ways with the cannibal eagle, Lin Tian returned to the Tianquang tribe. His plan was to bring GOBLIN to assume the Southern Lord's position. At that time, the Sword Saintess had not yet awakened. She had depleted too much of her energy and ended up sleeping for an entire day. Her sleeping posture appeared graceful, though her expression was tormented, as if she were having a nightmare. Lin Tian paid little attention to her physical state and immediately activated dream control. In the next moment, his body became weightless, transforming into a wisp of black smoke that drifted into her mind. As Lin Tian entered her dream, he found himself hovering above the scene, observing it from a high vantage point like a ghost in the sky. His eyes were soon drawn to a chaotic gathering below. A cacophony of angry voices rose up to meet him, shouting, condemning, full of rage. The noise was deafening, and it filled the dreamscape with a sense of fury and unrest. "Kill that goblin. Punish that whore, the Sword Saintess. She cannot be forgiven. How could someone holding a holy position commit such acts? It's unforgivable. This is the greatest shame in the history of the Holy Order." Floating above the scene, Lin Tian observed a city below, where a large crowd was protesting and shouting. Amid the chaos, he heard someone sobbing softly. Upon closer inspection, he saw a young woman at the center of the mob. She was dressed in a dirty nightgown, her hair tangled, her figure curled on the ground in despair. Covering her ears and crying, she looked completely broken. Recognizing her, Lin Tian noted that it was the sword saintess herself. He found it curious that she would have such a dream. He remembered her mentioning how the residents had wronged her. From this, it became clear that they had likely forced her to kill the goblin she had given birth to. However, driven by guilt and a desire to atone, she had been unable to go through with it. This, he presumed, was the cause of the conflict and the protests. The very people she had once protected were now turning against her, driving her to fear and tears. Lin Tian smirked. It was the perfect opportunity to corrupt her completely. Suddenly, a golden beam of light split the sky above the city. At that moment, Lin Tian altered his form. He manifested within the golden light as a divine figure, adorned with angelic wings and a glowing halo above his head. Looking down upon the crowd, he manipulated their actions. The people dropped to their knees in reverence. Lord God! The Lord God has appeared. Hallelujah! God has come to bless us. We have finally seen the Lord. What a miracle! As the dream continued, Alasnia slowly ceased crying. Though she still sobbed faintly, she gradually raised her head. Her soul seemed moved by the divine light. Having devoted half her life in pursuit of holiness, this was the first time she had seen God. She was deeply shaken. Seeing this response, Lin Tian knew his plan was working. He further manipulated the crowd. One of the protesters suddenly glared with fury and pointed at the sword saintess. There she is. The witch who defiled the holy order. The Lord God has come to judge her. Kill her. She must be punished. She's beyond forgiveness. Their hatred was palpable, and their eyes cut into her like blades. Driven back step by step, Alasnia eventually found herself standing at the edge of a cliff. Trapped between the fury of the crowd and the abyss behind her, she had nowhere left to run. At last, overwhelmed by fear and despair, Alasnia fell to her knees and cried out, her voice trembling with desperation. She pleaded with the Lord God to save her, to have mercy, and to grant her forgiveness. Lin Tian, still in his divine guise, waved his hand. The furious mob froze in place, though Alasnia could still move. Then, in a calm and holy tone, he asked her, Holy One, Alasnia, do you understand the sins you have committed? Choking back tears, she admitted, I killed the people I was supposed to protect. But Lin Tian shook his head. Killing imperial soldiers and the deaths of your comrades are minor transgressions. If you accept your destiny and bring goblins into the world, I shall forgive you. At first, Alasnia was overjoyed, but then she grew uncertain. Lord God, have I committed other sins? She asked hesitantly. Pointing to the crowd, Lin Tian replied, You are protecting demons, selfish, petty beings who crave power and wealth. They indulge in violence and lust while enjoying resources that never belong to them. These people are not innocent, they are demons in disguise. This sin can never be forgiven. Alasnia was stunned. She could not believe what she was hearing. The people she had protected all this time, were they truly demons? As her thoughts spiraled, she recalled all her suffering and loss. Indeed, without those people, her companions might have lived, and she would never have been cast down or punished. When Alasnia looked again, the crowd before her had grotesquely transformed. The once familiar residents now appeared as hideous, red-skinned demons, their faces twisted into snarls, bearing fangs and claws. They didn't just glare, they mocked her cruelly. They jeered that she wasn't a saint at all, just a parasite hiding behind holy armor. Some accused her of conspiring with the goblins, while others shouted that she should be thrown to them as food. The voices grew louder and more venomous. The mob surged toward her, their bloodthirsty chants echoing through the dreamscape. Panic rose in Alasnia's chest, but then, amidst the chaos, something shifted. A sudden, fierce realization struck her like lightning. Stop talking, she screamed, her voice ringing out with defiance. In that moment, she realized she was no longer helpless. Her hands rested her holy sword. The polished steel pulsed with divine energy. Without hesitation, she charged into the demonic mob, shouting, You demons, silence yourselves. Her sword cut through them like fire through dry grass. Blood poured freely, forming a river as the so-called demons fell in agony. When the carnage ended, Alasnia stood, panting, atop a heap of corpses. But then, her eyes widened in horror. The demon corpses had reverted to human form, the residents she once protected. She dropped her sword, trembling, and cried, No, it wasn't me, how could this happen? Sensing her distress, Lin Tian stepped forward and offered comfort. Why do you fear, my child? He asked. I killed people. I didn't mean to, she sobbed uncontrollably. Lin Tian, towering and godlike, extended his hand to her and spoke gently. I told you, they are no different from demons. You saved them time and again, but they sought your death in return. Who but demons would act this way? His words dug deep into her fragile mind. As he spoke, Alicinia's sorrowful expression shifted. Her tear-filled eyes began to clear, filling instead with hatred and a dark, corrupt resolve. She stopped crying. Raising her hand, she reached out to him and declared, I understand, Lord God. In that moment, she willingly stepped into the abyss of true corruption. Lin Tian's eyes gleamed with triumph. From now on, he instructed, you shall cleanse this world of demons. Alicina, still clutching at some form of redemption, asked anxiously, then, how can I regain my holy power? Lin Tian pondered for a moment before replying, when all the demons are eradicated. And you must assist the one beside you, he is my messenger, sent to execute divine punishment. Remember this. With those words, the dream collapsed. Alicina stood there silently in the darkness. The silence was heavy, haunting, but within it, a grim resolve began to take root.
The peaceful ceremony shattered when gunshots erupted. The elves had already scaled the walls. Armed with long-barreled muskets crafted by Lin Tian, they effortlessly picked off the defending soldiers, including the scout. Lia couldn't contain her admiration. These are far better than bows and arrows, she exclaimed. A thunderous boom echoed as the thick oak gate groaned under the impact. The reinforced battering ram, tipped with an iron spike, shattered it in a single strike. The goblins, cackling with glee, surged inside. Unlike their usual reckless rampages, these goblins moved with discipline. Clad in full plate armor, even the lowliest among them, they resembled an elite imperial force rather than a ragtag horde. The vast, untapped resources of the Great Tomb had allowed Lin Tian to equip them beyond anyone's expectations. Instead of looting and pillaging immediately, the goblins held back, obeying orders to secure the city first. Their heightened intelligence made controlling their savage instincts easier. Lin Tian, soaring on his wyvern, barked commands. Destroy their major weapons first. Then regroup at my position. With a roar, he unleashed a torrent of dragonfire, reducing a ballista to ashes. The attack finally plunged Klin Castle into chaos. Enemy attack! It's a dragon! A soldier screamed, triggering panic. Civilians scrambled for shelter while guards rushed to form defensive lines. On the platform, Avril remained composed. Stay calm! All civilians, head to the shelters. Soldiers, prepare to engage, she ordered. White Hat Klin's expression darkened. How dare they disrupt my granddaughter's succession? He hissed. Continue the ceremony. I will deal with this. The soldiers hesitated, glancing at Avril. Though the Elder Lord had spoken, she was now their rightful ruler, and her command took precedence. Avril bowed respectfully to her grandfather. Thank you, she said calmly. Let the ceremony continue. Today remains my birthday, and I will distribute food and gifts to everyone in the Klin family's name. However, when Klin stepped outside the castle and surveyed the city from a high vantage point, his blood ran cold. Something was terribly wrong. A massive goblin army was silently advancing through the streets. The southern gate had already been breached, yet inside the castle, the noise of celebration had drowned out the sounds of battle. All soldiers, to arms! Klin bellowed, abandoning all concern for the wyvern. Goblin invasion! From atop his wyvern, Lin Tian studied the white-hatted mage. His system identified Klin's combat power at 3,900, impressive, though likely higher in his prime. Even Avril, the young new city lord, boasted a strength of 3,500. No wonder she had secured her position. Hearing Klin's warning, Avril paused in surprise. Goblins? She called to her troops. Disperse these vermin quickly, then return for the festivities. The gathered citizens relaxed. Goblins were nothing to fear, certainly not compared to a dragon. Soldiers mobilized, splitting into units to secure different streets. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had already destroyed the city's heavy weaponry. His goblins now massed in the streets below. As enemy troops advanced, he gave the order. Attack! Go Bukwang roared, hurling fireballs to block one street before leading a crushing charge. It made no difference. The slaughter had begun. Klin's gaze locked onto Lin Tian. A goblin, controlling a dragon? He muttered. So you're the one who brought down the sword's saintess. Lin Tian smirked. My reputation precedes me, it seems. He kept his wyvern circling Klin, ensuring the mage couldn't intervene below. Magic was devastating. One spell could wipe out his entire force. Klin's eyes darkened. Clever. Distract me to protect your filth. But have you considered the cost? He raised a glowing white crystal. Your life. The incantation rolled out like thunder. Super tier magic, meteor from beyond. The sky trembled. A massive meteor, wreathed in flames, hurtled toward Lin Tian with terrifying precision. Klin's lips curled. Homing spells couldn't be dodged, only endured or outrun. Lin Tian didn't panic. Wheeling his wyvern, he streaked toward the castle. As long as Klin maintained the spell, he couldn't cast another. Run all you like, Klin sneered. Killing this goblin would make him a legend, the one who avenged the Empire's greatest shame. Lin Tian urged Xiao Huan to move faster as the scorching heat from the meteor closed in behind them, threatening to strike at any moment. With a cold smile, he glanced at the distant castle and its inhabitants, declaring he had a big gift for them before signaling Xiao Huan to dive downward. Panic erupted among the residents as they spotted the dragon and the massive meteor trailing behind it. Screams filled the air. Some cried out about the dragon, while others warned of the even deadlier meteor. Desperate to escape, they scrambled in every direction, but there was nowhere safe to run. A meteor of that size would obliterate everything within 100 meters upon impact. Just before they hit the ground, Lin Tian reminded Xiao Huan of his earlier lesson. The dragon roared, unleashing a burst of flames downward to create a nitrogen break, abruptly slowing their descent. With a powerful flap of its wings, Xiao Huan narrowly avoided the meteor's path. Goblins rampaged wildly outside the city, slaughtering defenseless civilians within the fortress. The common people, unable to resist, fell under the relentless strikes of the goblins' massive swords and axes. The air was filled with agonized screams and wails as chaos consumed the stronghold. A one-armed soldier and the old city lord Green stood in urgent debate. The soldier begged, Sir, city lord, open the gate now. We must rescue our people. But Green, grim-faced and lost in thought, stared into the distance. If we go out now, we will surely die. This is the last bastion we have left. He muttered, his voice strained with panic. He clenched his teeth, unable to comprehend how the magic barrier, years in the making, had been so easily destroyed by the goblins. The prolonged inaction ignited unrest among those inside the castle. A soldier cried out, My family is outside. I have to save them. Who's with me? Others, though unarmed, scavenged for makeshift weapons and joined the uproar. Come on. I'm coming too, let's go now, they shouted. Driven by desperation, they surged toward the gate, dismantling barricades of wood and stone to force it open. More and more joined, chanting in unison. 1, 2, push! 1, 2, push! From above, the city's young lady, Abel, shouted. What are you doing? Stop! I can protect you from here. But her pleas were drowned out by the crowd's determination. Suddenly, strange noises echoed behind her. Without turning, she cast a terrified glance over her shoulder, her face etched with dread. When she finally faced the source, she saw the 3 great mages who guarded the castle lying motionless, their magic spent. Vale, paralyzed with shock, could hardly process the devastation. Barely an hour into her rule, tragedy had struck. Father! Abel screamed, her voice piercing the darkness of the goblin-overrun fortress. Elsewhere, the matriarch stood relaxed and triumphant, blowing on the still-warm barrel of her weapon. She exuded the confidence of a victor. Leading her daughter and the elves under her command, she efficiently directed their forces as a supporting army for Lin Tian, her satisfaction evident as she gazed toward the citadel. Eyeball rushed to her grandfather Green, her face twisted in anguish, breath ragged. Why are the elves allied with the goblins? She demanded. And why is their assault so precise? Their power is overwhelming. Green, straining to hold back the elven army with his magic, replied bleakly. I do not know. But the elves see humans as enemies too. At the foot of the fortress, the matriarch elf raised her voice, ensuring all could hear. Sisters! In the past, humans have kidnapped our tribe members time and again, selling them as slaves. Her finger stabbed accusingly toward Genya and Belle, who stood frozen. The time has come to settle accounts with our weapons. Enough is enough. From above, Green summoned all his remaining energy, arms trembling as he roared. High-level magic! A colossal wall of pure energy, the heavenly gate, slammed down upon the fortress, replacing the ruined gate. Gritting his teeth, the old man shouted to his granddaughter. Abel, run! I can't hold this much longer. Desperation laced his voice. He knew the goblins would soon break through. Suddenly, a soldier sprinted forward, face pale with terror. My lady Eyeball! The fortress's rear exit is completely blocked by goblins. Eyeball's expression turned to stone, her eyes brimming with tears. All traces of her former arrogance vanished. The steadfast old man Green bellowed in disbelief. How can this be? How are those goblins so strong? The desperate civilians, unarmed and defenseless, watched in horror as the hulking goblins advanced, brandishing their massive weapons. Even the strongest young men trembled, pleading, My lady Eyeball, please do something! Who can save us? Amidst their despair, a dark shadow appeared atop a nearby rooftop, a figure swaying gently in the wind. Someone shouted, Look! Up there! Is that the Sword Saint? The cries multiplied. Alice! Alice! We're saved! But when the Sword Saint appeared, her expression was cold and distant. She gazed down at the citizens she had once protected, her eyes devoid of warmth. Our Sword Saint has finally arrived! You're our only hope! They cried. Perched on the roof's edge, Alice vanished in an instant. Her sword descended in a blazing arc, striking the white barrier Green had conjured. The iron slash of the wind tore through the shield, corroding its energy, but the backlash also struck the civilians who had cheered for her. They had not expected their savior to become their doom. Her final blow landed on Green, who struggled to reinforce his weakening barrier. The old man mustered the last of his strength, conjuring a feeble personal shield, but it was no match for Alice's power. The barrier shattered like glass, and Green staggered, defeated. His body plummeted from the building, his magician's hat torn away by the wind. He crashed onto the ground, his strength spent. The city lord's pride had been crushed. Alice descended gracefully onto the steps below, her expression unreadable. The wounded survivors stared in disbelief. How could their protector raise her sword against them? Elder Green, clutching his bleeding abdomen, forced himself upright and shouted hoarsely, Sword Saint! What are you doing? But Alice, her soul consumed by rage and Lintian's influence, only glared at them with icy contempt. Her lips curled in disdain as she surveyed the people she had once sworn to defend. Green, barely standing, turned to his niece Ale and gasped, Something's wrong with the Sword Saint! Everyone, retreat to the fort! Now! Without hesitation, the city lord and the old castle lord fled, abandoning their people. The citizens cried out in despair. You're closing the gates? You promised to protect us! But the rulers were deaf to their pleas, their only concern their own survival. As the crowd wailed, Lentian stood beside Alice, his hand resting on little Juan's shoulder. He murmured, These people are devils, Alice. Remember? They wanted to nail you to a cross as a sacrifice. Lentian's words stoked Alice's fury like a raging inferno. She suddenly crouched, pressing her palm hard against the ground as a surge of power erupted from her body. Gripping her sword, she stepped forward with chilling authority, her presence now no different from a devil's. Terrified, the citizens scrambled to justify themselves, their voices trembling. Holy Sword Saint, don't listen to the goblin's lies. We never wanted to nail you to the cross. Yes, yes, another cried. It was that woman, she said it to gain prestige. She's the vile one. If you must kill someone, kill her. We still adore you. A soldier, desperate to calm Alice's wrath, forced a smile and spoke up. Sword Saint, we're sorry for what happened. We can. Before he could finish, Alice's blade flashed. His head rolled to the ground, silencing him mid-sentence. The crowd gasped as blood pooled at their feet. Alice's voice was low, heavy with contempt. Demons disguised as humans. I have endured enough. I will use the same techniques I wield against monsters to purge you all. As the soldier's body collapsed, the remaining citizens realized their fate. They turned and fled, screaming. Alice advanced with measured steps, her sword gleaming under the dim light. Pleas and sobs filled the air. Please, Holy Sword Saint, spare me! I'm sorry! I beg you, have mercy! But their cries fell on deaf ears. From that moment on, Alice was no longer a divine protector, she was a fallen angel. Lin Tian observed from a distance, his sigh heavy with resignation. The scene felt hauntingly familiar, like the tragic tale of God, a lifetime spent redeeming humanity, only to be betrayed and crucified by those he had saved. But there was one key difference. Alice bore none of holy mercy. She would never submit to martyrdom. If humanity sought her destruction, she would drag them all into oblivion with her. Blood drenched her robes as she strode toward the castle, her gaze sharp as honed steel. Every step radiated cold, unrelenting fury. An explosion rocked the castle walls. Mage Avril stood trembling before the gaping hole in the shattered wall. But her triumph was short-lived. Exhaustion weighed on her limbs as she surveyed the battlefield beyond the rubble. Alice had truly betrayed them. Avril cursed under her breath, furious at the betrayal. She couldn't believe that wretched woman had sold out humanity. How else could she have fallen into such a state? Through gritted teeth, she swore that once she became a grand archmage, she would settle every debt, one by one. With no hope of winning, she gathered her supplies and turned toward a hidden escape route. As Avril pushed through the passage door, she froze. A small goblin cowered behind it, trembling so violently its tiny sword clattered to the ground. Tears and snot streaked its face as it wailed. "Please don't kill me! I won't do it again, just let me go!" Avril's lip curled in disgust. The creature was pathetic. Revolting. "Humph, consider yourself lucky today," she sneered. "If I see you again, you won't be spared." Killing such a pathetic thing wasn't worth dirtying her hands. With a cold glare, she turned away in disgust. Killing the creature would have only stained her hands. Filthy vermin weren't worth the effort. The soldiers were dead. No point lingering. She moved swiftly toward the basement. If goblins swarmed in now, things would get bloody. But as she passed the last corpse, the small goblin's eyes shifted. No longer fearful, cold, calculating, lethal. Before she could react, it lunged. Razor-sharp teeth sank into her neck. Avril gasped. "Ah, what the hell?" A sharp, searing pain shot through her. Avril screamed, her voice trembling with terror. She clutched her neck, staggering backward until her back hit the wall. Blood gushed between her fingers, warm and relentless. Her vision blurred as dizziness overwhelmed her. Completely uncontrollable. A dizzying thought clawed at her mind. Am I going to die? The goblin laughed, its voice twisting into something smooth, mocking. "My lady, your mistake was arrogance." Its form rippled, flesh reshaping. Lin Tian stood there, smirking. He'd planned this. A direct fight would have been too loud, risk drawing attention. The cramped basement? A perfect kill box for her. Scene 5, Desperation. Tears streaked Avril's face. The pain was white-hot, her vision tunneling. Fear choked her harder than the blood loss. Damn it. Damn him. She'd fallen for it, the pitiful begging, the trembling act. A lie. And now? She was bleeding out on the floor, betrayed by her own mercy. Lin Tian smirked, his eyes glinting with amusement. He remarked that he still hadn't found the magic book, but stumbling upon something even more interesting wasn't a bad consolation. Avril shuddered, her mind clouded with fear. She didn't understand his words, only the terror creeping up her spine. Desperate, she pleaded, her voice trembling. "Please don't eat me, I'm not tasty. Let me go. I can take you to where the magic book is hidden. I don't want to die." At that moment, she was no different from a frightened child, begging for mercy from a monster. Lin Tian sat beside her, tilting his head as if studying prey. He asked slowly, almost mockingly, "Why so scared? Weren't you just boasting about capturing the Sword Saint and wiping out all goblins?" Avril shook her head wildly, her voice breaking. She claimed she'd only said those things to gain public support. None of it was real. She begged again, tears streaming down her face. Lin Tian's smile turned icy. "You're a two-faced liar. With words that flip so easily, how could I ever trust you?" Before she could react, he seized her wrists and slammed them against the wall, pinning her in place. His voice was a dark whisper. "You've got a lot to learn. Lucky for you, you're still a new lord, otherwise your people would be fucking disappointed." Avril trembled, her strength sapped by blood loss. She couldn't fight back, could only whimper as an unfamiliar sensation overwhelmed her, a brutal mix of pain and pleasure. Her vision blurred, consciousness slipping away. Then, the system's voice echoed coldly. "Life, plus 200. Attack, plus 80. Defense, plus 100. Lin Tian stood, straightening his clothes with a disappointed sigh. The stat gains were pitiful, far weaker than he'd expected. He muttered under his breath. Pathetic. Did this brat even earn her rank? What are you doing to my Avril, Goblin? A voice echoed throughout the chamber, shaking the very walls. Lin Tian barely had time to react before a searing blast of magic coming toward him, hurling him backward. His expression twisted into something savage as he activated his brutal roar skill, but at the last second, he twisted his mouth, directing the sound waves toward the magic beam. The recoil from the technique sent him flying backward just as a barrage of magic orbs exploded where he had been standing. Boom! The shockwave obliterated a massive section of the wall, sending debris flying. Dust and rubble filled the air as Lin Tian landed in a crouch, narrowly avoiding the deadly attack. You filthy goblin! How dare you touch my granddaughter! Kling's fury turned to horror when he saw Avril's lifeless body. His voice shook with venom. Your kind will be wiped from this world. I swear it! But before he could act, a wave of killing intent surged behind him. Alice, her eyes hollow, sword gleaming, struck before he could defend himself. The force sent him crashing through the wall. Kling gasped, blood bubbling from his lips as Alice loomed over him. His final words were a choked whisper. You killed them, the ones you were supposed to protect. You're unworthy of being the sword saintess. Unworthy of the holy sword. You desecrate the holy office. You should be nailed to the cross. Kling's mouth was still open, but his voice abruptly stopped. A black longsword flew over, piercing his chest and pinning him to the ground. Alice stepped outside calmly and Kling's eyes widened in terror as he struggled against his impalement. Clad in her obsidian armor that clung to her lethal grace, she stood as death incarnate. The once holy sword saintess had become something far more terrifying. Her piercing gaze now held the frozen stillness of a predator. Lin Tian exhaled, a rare flicker of unease in his chest. Even he hadn't expected the fallen sword saint to be this terrifying. Alice turned to him, her voice chillingly calm. Anyone else left to kill? Lin Tian forced a smirk. That's everyone. Thanks for the hard work. Later, Lin Tian and Effort descended into the hidden chamber. The walls were lined with ancient tomes, gold piled carelessly in corners. Lin Tian waved a hand. Take what you want. Effort bowed deeply, her voice firm with newfound resolve. I'll grow stronger, to serve you better. Lin Tian and Effort descended into the shadowy depths of the underground chamber. Inside, towering bookshelves covered nearly every inch of the walls, crammed with ancient tomes on magic, alchemy, and forgotten lore. Between the shelves, scattered piles of gold coins, gemstones, and other treasures glinted in the dim torchlight. The wealth was staggering, far beyond what either of them had anticipated. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Tian turned to Effort and told her she could take whatever she desired. Overwhelmed, Effort bowed deeply, her voice trembling with gratitude as she promised to study diligently, to grow stronger, and to serve him faithfully in the days to come. Lin Tian merely smiled faintly in response, his attention already drifting away from her words. His gaze was fixed instead on the heaps of gold dominating the room, a fortune beyond his wildest expectations. Though this wealth held no value in the human world, Lin Tian knew its worth among demi-human civilizations. The Dwarven Kingdom prized gold for its craftsmanship, while the Elven Kingdom traded it for enchanted artifacts. This hoard could buy armies, forge alliances, or secure rare magical knowledge. Meanwhile, in the grand halls of the Three Lions Empire's capital, a wine glass slipped from a noble's fingers, shattering against the marble floor. The sound was sharp, sudden, mirroring the shock rippling through the court. The king stood frozen, his face darkening as the words of the messenger sank in. The sword saint had betrayed them. Alice, the kingdom's most revered warrior, the unshakable guardian of the realm, had joined the goblin army. Worse, she had slaughtered both soldiers and civilians without mercy. The king's hand flew to the hilt of his sword, his knuckles whitening as he roared. Alice? How could she turn against her own people? If even a single word of your report is false, I will have your head. Now speak again, is this the truth? The soldier before him trembled but did not waver. Every word is true, your majesty, he confirmed, his voice steady despite the fear in his eyes. The king staggered back, his mind reeling. All of this, over the death of one young goblin? The consequences had spiraled beyond comprehension. Before he could gather his thoughts, a mage burst into the room, robes in disarray, his face glistening with sweat as he gasped for air. "Your Majesty!" he cried. "The city of Klingberg, it has fallen!" He knelt and said. When the Goblin Legion attacked Klingberg, the mages fought desperately to defend it. Yet amid the chaos, Alice shattered their heavenly gate, then slaughtered thousands, soldiers and civilians alike, even the mages who had stood in her way. The news struck King Charles II like a hammer blow. Once a mighty and resolute ruler, he now sat frozen upon his throne, as if turned to stone. His mind reeled in disbelief. How could a noble and virtuous sword saint betray her own people to defend the interests of goblins? It was madness. Then, the shock gave way to fury. Charles II gasped, his rage boiling over. His heavy breaths echoed through the holy sanctuary like the roar of a lion consumed by wrath. "You damned goblins!" he thundered. "Do you seek to destroy my empire? Do you truly believe you have the power to do so?" Without hesitation, he issued his commands. "Send word. Summon all ministers to the council. I will personally invite the Pope." With that, he strode from the chamber, his steps heavy yet regal. Before long, the royal council hall was filled with nobles, lords, and generals. The air was thick with tension, suffocating in its weight. Every man present already knew of Klingberg's fall. The king's voice was steel. "Today is a day of mourning, one that must be etched into the annals of history. We must never forget this pain. Let it seep into our very bones." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room. "From this moment forward, we declare war on the goblin tribes. We will reclaim Ephra. The city of Klingberg shall rise again from the ashes." The hall erupted in a thunderous cry. "War on the goblins! Reclaim Ephra! Rebuild Klingberg!" But then, a deep, measured voice cut through the fervor. "So this is why your Majesty summoned me." All eyes turned to the speaker. "Yet you must also realize," the voice continued, "that declaring war on the goblins is the same as declaring war on the Grand Tomb." The king met the speaker's perplexed gaze with unwavering resolve. "There is not much time left," Charles II said. "But before I die, I will leave behind a land of peace and stability for my people. The Grand Tomb is a looming catastrophe. It can no longer be allowed to exist." A heavy silence descended. The previous excitement withered, replaced by a gnawing dread. The Grand Tomb was no mere threat, it was a nightmare, its danger far surpassing that of the goblins. Every man in that hall understood, they must prepare to sacrifice everything. If they failed, the empire would be erased by monsters. Seeing the king's determination, even the Pope could not refuse. He rose and issued his own decree. "Send word to all holy temples. Mobilize every force. Gather them at the heart of the empire." As the army began its preparations, the king's voice rang out once more, his eyes blazing with conviction. "If God is with us, victory shall once again belong to the Three Lions Empire." Meanwhile, a host of goblins had returned from their raid, their ragged forms emerging from the depths of the Grand Tomb. Laden with spoils, gleaming treasures, enchanted relics, and sacks of provisions, they marched triumphantly into their territory. The sheer scale of their haul was staggering. It would sustain their tribe for months, perhaps even years. Yet when Lin Tian arrived at the tribe's encampment, he was met with an unexpected sight. The falcon, perched atop a weathered wooden post, was already waiting for him. Its sharp golden eyes locked onto his, unblinking. Lin Tian frowned. Why had the bird come to his domain unannounced? Before he could voice his thoughts, the falcon spoke. It explained that the honored ones had commanded it to retrieve him and bring him to the Grand Tomb. The creature assured him there was no danger. He need not worry. Though the summons took him by surprise, Lin Tian did not refuse. Without hesitation, he mounted his dragon, its obsidian scales glinting faintly in the dim light, and took to the skies alongside the falcon. Beneath them stretched a frozen wasteland, its icy plains cracked and lifeless. Or so it should have been. Yet, impossibly, the land below was blanketed in lush, verdant vegetation. Vines coiled around ancient ruins, and thick moss carpeted the earth, defying the bitter cold. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. This shouldn't exist. Whose territory is this? Lin Tian called to the falcon, raising his voice over the howling wind. They seem to be thriving. The falcon's response was swift. The fortress below belonged to werewolves. Their king, it added, was a level 10 beast, a formidable power in these lands. Persecuted by the church, they had been driven into exile, forced to claim this cursed land as their sanctuary. Yet, the falcon clarified, they were not under the Grand Tomb's rule. Lin Tian's breath caught. Werewolves? He had not known such creatures existed in this world. The revelation sent his mind racing. If werewolves dwelled here, what other races lurked in the shadows? A memory surfaced, whispers of an ancient feud between werewolves and vampires. He made a silent vow to uncover the truth of it later. Their flight carried them onward, past the werewolf stronghold, until at last they descended upon a crumbling, desolate castle. Its once mighty walls were now skeletal remains, its towers reduced to jagged teeth of stone. Darkness clung to the ruins like a shroud. They had arrived. Lin Tian landed beside the falcon, his boots sinking slightly into the earth. A sickening crunch echoed beneath him, shattered bones, remnants of the dead scattered across the ground. With a firm command, he ordered his dragon to remain outside. The beast snarled in protest but obeyed, its massive wings folding as it settled into a watchful crouch. Lin Tian then followed the falcon into the ominous structure before them. The moment they stepped inside, their feet met the intricate swirls of a magic formation etched into the floor. Lin Tian tensed, his hand instinctively hovering near the hilt of his sword. But the falcon remained unnervingly calm. "It is merely a conveyance," the bird explained, its voice smooth and assured. "A magical elevator that will take us to the master." Before Lin Tian could question further, the ground beneath them shifted. The elevator rose with an unnatural smoothness, ascending through unseen floors. At times, the world around them dissolved into absolute darkness, a void so consuming that it threatened to swallow sanity itself. Lin Tian clenched his jaw, his pulse hammering in his ears. Finally, the elevator halted. They had arrived at the highest floor, a vast, cavernous space, cold enough to steal breath. The air itself felt heavy, thick with ancient magic and the scent of frostbitten stone. Lin Tian's eyes adjusted slowly. Around him, monstrous figures lurked in the shadows, beings of twisted forms and impossible sizes, their eyes gleaming with predatory interest. Some were towering behemoths, their limbs coiled with muscle, others slithered like serpents, their scales glinting in the dim light. Then, as if sensing his presence, the beasts parted. A path formed, leading straight to the heart of the chamber. An oppressive aura surged forth, so dense it made the air tremble. At the center, seated upon a throne of bleached bones, was a figure of terrifying majesty. This was the Lord of the Grand Tomb, a level 100 Bone King, master of necromancy and dark magic. Its power radiated like a suffocating tide, its very presence warping reality. Lin Tian's lips twitched into a strained smile. Cold sweat trickled down his spine. How had humans ever defeated such a being? He wondered. How had they forced it into a treaty? Swallowing his fear, he dipped into a deep bow. "Good evening, O handsome and noble gentleman," he began, his voice dripping with exaggerated reverence. "Truly, a magnificent master!" The falcon beside him let out an almost imperceptible sigh, shaking its head. Lin Tian's words were far too casual, bordering on disrespect. The bird feared its companion had just signed his own death warrant. But before the Bone King could react, a soft chuckle rippled through the chamber. From the shadows beside the throne, a woman leaned forward, her lips curling in amusement. "Hey there, my friend," she said, her voice laced with mocking sweetness. "It seems you've misunderstood. Our lord is a woman." Lin Tian froze. The being seated upon the bone throne was not a king. It was a queen. The white bone queen studied him with an unreadable gaze before speaking again. "I've heard you conquered the city of Klingberg, and even recruited the Sword Saint into your tribe. These feats truly command my admiration."
The Bone King spoke, her voice smooth and commanding, like a queen addressing a subject. "It's fine." Her tone carried an eerie elegance, an unnatural grace that didn't match her monstrous form. "I heard you seized Kling Fortress and even brought the Sword Saint into the tribe. I'm very pleased." Hearing that feminine, regal voice, Lin Tian's mind cramped up in disbelief. This makes no sense. What does that thing even use to produce such a voice? The absurdity of it made him smile unconsciously, though he quickly suppressed it. With practiced humility, he replied, "Everything that happened was simply due to luck. A low-level goblin capable of doing all this. You expect me to believe it was luck?" She paused, then continued, her tone shifting to something almost amused. "Don't worry. I'm not blaming you. On the contrary, I'll reward you." Her skeletal fingers tapped the armrest of her throne. Albedo-kudan, to be favored by the great Bone King is an honor for you. Then, impossibly, she smiled. An unnatural expression that sent a chill down Lin Tian's spine. I also know taking down the Lizard Lord was your doing, she continued. The Eagles reported that the one currently managing that territory is a subordinate of yours. I understand your little schemes. A trace of embarrassment flickered in Lin Tian's eyes. He could only offer an awkward smile, his mind racing. How much does she actually know? The Bone King paused, letting the tension thicken. Then, with eyes full of disdain, she declared, If you want to seize the monster resources in my great tomb, I will allow it, but you will serve as the Southern Lord, and the monster lord of the entire great tomb. Silence. Lin Tian stunned, unsure if he'd heard correctly. It wasn't just him. The other monsters in the throne room, who had been idly amusing themselves moments before, froze in shock. What's going on? This was far too much favor. Murmurs erupted. Why would the Bone King make such a decision? Even Albedo, the Bone King's most trusted advisor, was visibly shaken. Honey, are you crazy? She blurted out, her voice sharp with disbelief. Even if I don't care about the monsters outside, handing control to a low-level goblin, even I think that's going too far. If he controls all the monsters in the Great Tomb, isn't that sending them to their deaths? Most of them will be eaten by goblins. Then, what's this? The Bone King's voice dropped to a whisper. Are you saying you're afraid of a goblin? Her gaze burned into Albedo, who immediately fell silent, her defiance crumbling. With a stiff bow, she stepped back, muttering an apology. The Bone King dismissed her with a glance, as if the outburst had never happened. Yet Lin Tian still couldn't believe it. She's just handing me authority over the entire demonized forest? True, he wouldn't be able to force high-intelligence races to obey, but countless low-intelligence monsters would fall under his command. And more importantly, he was allowed to hunt them freely. Before he could fully process the implications, the Bone King issued her final decree. From now on, you are the Southern Lord and Great Lord. Your tribe is permitted to hunt monsters in large numbers. But you will bear the responsibility. If anyone dares to invade the Great Tomb, you must resist them with all your might. Lin Tian bowed deeply, masking his racing thoughts behind a facade of gratitude. Many thanks for your grace, Great Bone King. I will destroy every enemy without fail. His voice was respectful, but his expression was deeply complicated. I see. Everyone here was an old fox, creatures who had lived for countless years scheming in the shadows. And now? He was a wanted criminal, hunted relentlessly by both the Triple Lion Empire and the Church. The Bone King wasn't rewarding him, she was making him the shield. They want me on the front lines, fighting their enemies, while they sit back and reap the benefits. A cold smirk tugged at his lips. How devious. Scene shift, and he returned home. When he delivered the news, Gobu's face lit up with unrestrained joy. He clapped his hands together, his voice brimming with admiration. Boss, you're amazing! Even someone that powerful treats you with respect. I admire you so much! But the Goblin Slayer's sharp eyes narrowed. Unlike Gobu, he saw the hidden danger lurking beneath the surface. His voice was low, edged with warning. Gobu, you idiot! We're about to become cannon fodder, and you're still here gushing like a fool? Lin Tian sighed, rubbing his temples. After years of scheming against others, he had never expected to be ensnared in someone else's plot, one that left him trapped, with no retreat and no clear path forward. The Goblin Slayer's voice was grim. A church that could suppress an immortal like the Bone King for decades. With our current strength, fighting them is suicide. Even with the Sword Saint here, victory isn't guaranteed. Lin Tian knew they had only one option: rest, recover, and prepare in secret. He forced a confident smile, masking his unease. I already have a plan. Don't worry. The final victor will be us, not the Empire, not the Church. But beneath his calm exterior, doubt gnawed at him. That night, Lin Tian activated the life simulation system. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Life simulation system initializing. Current scenario, becoming the Great Lord. The vision unfolded before him. Miraculously, he ascended as the Great Lord of the demonized forest. In reality, he was merely a pawn, a sacrificial piece in someone else's grand scheme. Trapped in an open conspiracy, he secretly mass-produced low-level goblins and trained an elite army. But it wasn't enough. 6 months later, the Empire and the Church launched their assault. His forces, like pebbles under a steamroller, were crushed without resistance. The simulation's verdict was merciless. Score 0 out of 100. Reward 0 vitality. Simulation end. Time progress 6 months. Lin Tian jolted back to reality, his breath ragged. 6 months. Not long, but enough to change fate, if he acted wisely. Beside him, Alice stirred, her soft voice cutting through the silence. Messenger, what's wrong? Lin Tian exhaled sharply. I'm wondering if there's any way to reach the epic tier before it's too late. Alice considered this, then nodded toward his hand. That's simple. You just need the right artifact, like the ring you stole. Lin Tian froze, staring at the ring he had forgotten. A spark of realization ignited in his mind. His previous approach had been too narrow, focused on crude forgeries when his enemies wielded enchanted steel. Goblin smiths could craft light armor, but full plate? Magical weapons? Impossible. Yet if he could arm his army with enchanted blades. He turned to Alice urgently. Is there any way to acquire a stockpile of magical weapons? Her reply was swift and crushing. No. Lin Tian's hopes shattered like glass. But Alice wasn't finished. Magical weapons are rare. Since the dwarves vanished, only 2 remain in the Empire. The Church? Rumors say they possess a world-class relic. The dwarves, once blessed by the gods, masters of the forge, had disappeared decades ago, taking their secrets with them. Alice's suggestion was cold but pragmatic. If you seek answers, ask within the Great Tomb. But be careful. If the Bone King learns of your search... Lin Tian's jaw tightened. Asking openly was suicide. Then, a memory flashed. The Dragon Mother. If anyone knew the dwarves' fate, it was her. The next day, Lin Tian mounted his dragon, its massive wings unfurling with a thunderous snap as they launched into the sky. The wind roared past them, carrying the salt tang of the sea as they soared toward the horizon. Hours passed, the sun blazing overhead, until at last, Dragon Island came into view. But something was terribly wrong. Where there had once been lush forests, and the echoing calls of dragons, now only a skeletal wasteland remained. Gaunt creatures, beasts Lin Tian had never seen, prowled the ruins. Dismounting, he pressed deeper into the island, his boots crunching over scattered bones, some still clad in remnants of dragon's scales. Silence. Then, memory struck like a blade. The Dragon Mother had spoken of this. She had never truly belonged here. To her, Dragon Island had been nothing more than a fleeting rebellion, a young dragon's whim. In her own words, she was barely more than a hatchling. By her kin's reckoning, no older than a human girl of 15. And not even among the strongest of her kind. The journey would be brutal. Potentially lethal. But if he succeeded, if he found them, the knowledge they held could change everything. Even if the Dragon Mother knew nothing, the elder dragons might. Decision made, he studied the sun's arc, aligned his path, and took flight. 5 days passed in a blur of wind and exhaustion. Then, the world tree erupted across the sky. Its trunk was wider than cities, its bark etched with grooves deeper than canyons. Above, its crimson leaves formed a second firmament, filtering the sunlight into a bloody glow. The sheer scale of it choked the air from Lin Tian's lungs. No legend from his old world could have prepared him for this. The closer they flew, the more the tree swallowed the horizon, until even his dragon seemed no larger than a speck of dust. Yet, after hours of searching, no dragons appeared. A thick, cloying mist engulfed them as they descended, its tendrils clinging like wet silk. Then, heat. A roar of molten fury. Below churned an ocean of lava, its surface seething with eruptions of liquid fire. One misstep, one faltering beat of his dragon's wings, and they would vanish into the inferno. Sweat revered down Lin Tian's back, his vision wavering in the blistering air. His dragon shuddered beneath him, wings straining. Nothing could survive this. Deep in the magma, something uncoiled. From the molten lava, a mountain-sized dragon emerged, its scales glistening like burning coal. Its icy, murderous gaze swept over Lin Tian, the goblin, and the small, low-born dragon beside them. This is no place for the likes of you. The colossal beast rumbled, its voice like grinding stone. Leave now, or bear the consequences. The sheer presence of the ancient dragon sent Lin Tian's smaller companion trembling in fear. It scrambled behind a boulder, as if the rock could somehow shield it from the overwhelming power before them. Several more dragons slithered from the mist-covered cliffs, each as massive as a giant lizard, their serpentine bodies stretching hundreds of meters. Their eyes locked onto the intruders. "Our dragon clan's territory, and now any kind of trash dares to wander in," one sneered, its voice laced with mocking amusement. Another let out a derisive snort. "Eat them. I wouldn't even dirty my mouth."
In the ancient dragon realm, none dare trespass uninvited. And goblins, it flicked its tongue in disgust, always leave a terrible taste in our mouths. It would be better to toss you into the lava than waste our teeth on you. The other dragons rumbled in agreement, their massive jaws parting as if ready to devour him in one bite. Desperation clawed at Lin's chest. He raised his hands, forcing his voice to remain steady. "Wait. I mean no harm. I'm a friend of the purple dragon mother." The effect was instantaneous. The dragons recoiled as if struck, their mocking laughter dying in their throats. Even the emerald-scaled brute stiffened, its claws digging into the rock beneath it. A tense silence fell over the cavern. Then, a blue dragon, its scales shimmering like sapphires, stepped forward, its voice hushed with disbelief. You know Furbus?" Lin blinked. "Furbus?" The dragon's nostrils flared. The purple dragon mother's true name. "And if you know her?" Its gaze darkened. "Are you the father of despair?" Lin's stomach dropped. "Despair?" Before he could process the name, the green dragon let out a sharp hiss and plunged into the lava below, its massive form vanishing beneath the molten surface. The other dragons exchanged uneasy glances, their earlier bravado replaced by something far more unsettling: fear. A scar-faced dragon leaned in, its voice barely above a whisper. "Despair is the offspring of the purple dragon mother and some goblin leader. A hybrid. A monster." Lin's mind reeled. If Furbus was the purple dragon mother's name, then that monster is my child? The dragons shifted uncomfortably. The blue one cleared its throat, its tone suddenly cautious. "If you truly are who you claim, then perhaps we should take you to Furbus." After a tense silence, Scar-faced Dragon turned, its massive tail flicking toward a tunnel of jagged obsidian. "Follow me. But the female with you must wait outside, the heat deeper and would cook her alive." Lin hesitated, then nodded to his companion. "Stay here. I'll return." As he followed the dragon into the depths, the others whispered among themselves, their voices laced with dread. "Despair's father, here?" One muttered. They knew that if Despair knew how we treated his father, they would all be doomed. Other dragon shook its head. "A goblin, fathering that abomination. What madness is this?" None had an answer. The tunnel led to a vast cavern. The dragon carrying Lin landed at the cavern's entrance, its massive wings stirring up clouds of ash. With a rumbling voice, it told Lin he would need to enter the cave alone, as Despair could be found within. The beast added that if Lin truly was the dragon-goblin hybrid's father, someone would come for them both later. The dragon explained it couldn't accompany him further, as it needed to inform the Dragon King of Lin's arrival. Lin nodded in understanding, waving his hand in gratitude for the dragon's assistance. Steeling himself, Lin turned toward the gaping maw of the cave. As he stepped inside, the stench of decay assaulted his senses. The cavern floor was littered with the remains of countless monsters, their carcasses torn apart with brutal efficiency, grim testament to the power of whatever creature made its lair here. Bones crunched beneath his boots as he ventured deeper into the darkness. As he stepped inside, his breast shallow. Lin wondered if the creature he was about to meet was a cannibal. Its lair was littered with bones, and the stench of devoured flesh hung thick in the air. The sheer size of the remains suggested that whatever dwelled here consumed even its own kind without hesitation. As the scene shifted before his eyes, Lin realized too late that Despair had noticed him. The dragon's massive golden eyes, slit like a serpent's, loomed far closer than Lin had anticipated. A low, rumbling growl vibrated through the cavern, sending tremors across the obsidian ground. Despair, whose full name was Despair Nidhogg, though Lin privately agreed that Despair was a melodramatic title, examined the intruder with palpable disdain. To the ancient dragon, the goblin leader was nothing more than a speck of dust daring to trespass in his domain. Lin knew he had to seize control of the situation before it spiraled into violence. But before he could speak, Nidhogg's jaws parted, revealing rows of dagger-like teeth, each longer than a man's arm. A deafening howl erupted from the beast's throat, shaking the cavern walls and sending molten droplets spattering from the ceiling. The sound was less a roar and more a promise, a prelude to slaughter. The dragon's breath reeked of sulfur and old blood, his hot, rancid saliva dripping onto the stone where it sizzled like acid. Lin barely resisted the urge to step back. One wrong move, and those teeth would reduce him to pulp in an instant. Yet, despite the terror clawing at his chest, Lin stood his ground. If this creature truly was his offspring, then it would listen, whether it wanted to or not. Nidhogg opened his mouth and said, "Who is this creature, and how dare he enter the lava cave?" Lin somehow maintained his footing, though the dragon's sounds forced to buckle his knees. Lin threw up his hands and shouted for the beast to stop. "Wait. Just give me a damn second to explain." To his surprise, Nidhogg stilled, his massive nostrils flaring as something flickered behind those predatory eyes. Recognition. Not trust, not yet, but enough curiosity to stay his killing instinct. Seizing the opening, Lin blurted the one card he had, "Your mother. She's the purple gold dragon mother, right? Furbus?" The effect was instant. Nidhogg recoiled as if struck, his spines bristling along his back. No mere goblin should know that name. The dragon's intellect, often underestimated, sharpened as pieces clicked into place. Before Nidhogg could gather his thoughts, Lin smiled and announced that he was Nidhogg's father. The dragon hybrid's face flushed with embarrassment and irritation. He scoffed, insisting that his father was a goblin and that Lin was nothing more than a scrawny green creature who looked nothing like him. Lin chuckled, wondering aloud if Nidhogg had ever actually seen a real goblin. But before he could press further, a strange shift came over the boy. A vibrant green aura began radiating from Nidhogg as he leaned in, inhaling Lin's scent. Something clicked. The smell was the same as his own. Green flames ignited across his body as his form began to change. Lin watched with curiosity as his son transformed, shedding his draconic shape until he stood in his human form. Suspicious, Nidhogg told Lin he should come with him to meet his mother, but warned that if Lin was lying, he would be eaten without hesitation. Lin, briefly taken aback by the boy's human appearance. He knew he had no choice but to follow. Lin strolled alongside the dragon child, making casual conversation. "You know, that little horn of yours is the spitting image of your mom's," he remarked. "Shame your temperament didn't come from her, too." The child's face flushed a brilliant shade of crimson. "Ugh, stop wasting words," she huffed, stomping her foot. "Let's just go already. You talk too much." "Oh, touchy about the temper, are we? I guess that's a sore spot," Lin thought, barely suppressing a grin. In the blink of an eye, the scenery around them warped and melted away, teleporting them straight into the heart of the dragon territory. They stood before the massive world tree, and without pause, the girl led him down, down, down into a labyrinth of glowing roots deep underground. She navigated the twisting, bioluminescent pathways with the unshakable confidence of someone walking to their own fridge for a 2 a.m. snack. She probably has a favorite root she leans against to read scrolls or whatever ancient, mystical beings do for fun. Lin, meanwhile, could scarcely conceal his wonder. Each step unveiled new marvels, a world hidden beneath the world, glowing with soft, innate magic. He smiled faintly, enveloped by the deepening sense of enchantment that seemed to breathe from the very walls. Abruptly, the girl halted. A smile brightened her face as she gazed up into the woven shadows of the great roots above. "Mother!" she called out, her voice clear and ringing. Lin turned at her cry, searching for the one she addressed. But before his eyes could find anything, the child spoke again, her question hanging in the mystical air. "Mother, is this man beside me my father?" Lin's gaze finally followed the dragon child's, traveling upward until he saw it. And by it, he meant a colossal, majestic head emerging from the very roots of the world tree like some kind of divine, scaly jack-in-the-box. His jaw, which had just recovered from its last floor meeting, dropped again. "Well, I'll be damned. It's the purple dragon mother." And she looked just as shocked to see him, her giant, luminous eyes widening in recognition. She truly never expected their paths to cross again. Lin's brain, already struggling with the father thing, now had to process a tree-embedded dragon. "How in the seven hells did you end up in there?" he blurted out, gesturing wildly at the roots. "Did you lose a bet? Get stuck redecorating? This is not a standard real estate choice." The dragon's voice, a low, resonant rumble, explained her predicament. In short, she'd been killed by that crazy woman, her one and only enemy. Now, the world tree was basically her magical life support system, a cosmic drip giving her just enough juice to not be fully, dead. All because of that lunatic, she sighed, who wanted revenge for some measly humans. A light bulb, powered by pure dread, went off over Lin's head. Oh. Oh crap. She means Alice. A wide, slightly unhinged grin spread across his face. Hey, about that, he announced, way too cheerfully for the situation. I found her. Alice. She's, part of my tribe now. Oh, and she's carrying my child. So small world. The purple dragon mother's shock was palpable, her giant eyes blinking slowly as if trying to reboot. But then, a deep, knowing calm settled over her. She almost smiled. She complimented him, saying he was truly different from all the others. No kidding, Lin thought, I'm the guy who accidentally collects his wife's mortal enemies. Finally, we learned the dragon child's real name, Zeo. The dragon mother turned her massive head to her daughter. Zeo, he is indeed your father. And do not underestimate him. He is truly powerful. Powerfully good at creating bizarre family dynamics. She urged Zeo to go to her father and live a good life. She then revealed the secret, while the other dragons in the Dominion called Xiao, apparently Zeo's true name. The despair. In truth, she was just shy and bashful, putting on a strong front so no one would think she was weak. The girl, Xiao, was mortified. Her cheeks burned as she shuffled toward Lin, looking at her feet. She couldn't even summon the courage to call him father. The word was too new, too overwhelming. Lin's heart did a weird, soft little flip. He got it. Without a word, he reached out and gently patted her head. It was a simple, affectionate gesture. A torrent of green aura exploded from the girl, engulfing the cavern in shimmering light and smoke. When it cleared, she had shifted into her smaller dragon form. She shot into the air, zipping around the cavern ceiling in pure, unfiltered joy, her flight patterns looking like a happy puppy chasing its own tail. Whoa, Lin thought, shielding his eyes from the magical glitter fallout. Talk about an emotional release. Note to self, head pats are apparently dragon superchargers. Even the purple dragon mother was pleased, though she noted with a hint of maternal concern that their child was growing far too quickly, bigger in less than a year than even the deeper purple dragon mothers. She theorized it might be the goblin blood in her, since goblins were basically the weeds of the fantasy world. They multiplied fast and got strong quick. Lin was happy for Xiao, but then he turned serious, facing the tree-embedded dragon. I need to ask you about something important, he said, his tone shifting. Do you know about the whereabouts of the dwarves? I need to get something done with them. The dragon mother was shocked. Why on earth would he want to find them? But she explained that even she had only heard rumors. Their whereabouts were a closely guarded secret. Then, she had an idea. Perhaps you and Xiao should go see the Dragon King. She must know their location. But their time was up. The dragon mother's form began to flicker slightly. My body is not fully shaped yet, she explained, her voice growing fainter. I must rest between conversations. With a final, grateful look, she thanked Lin for helping her get her revenge. And she decided, the moment her body was completely reformed, she would go see for herself what Alice looked like now, after being tamed. Great, Lin thought, watching her fade back into the roots. Just what I need. A playdate between my pregnant, sword saint wife and my tree-bound, formerly dead dragon baby mama. This is fine. Everything is fine. Lin stood in silence for a moment, processing the sheer absurdity of his life. So, to recap, I'm a dad to a dragon nicknamed Despair, my baby mama is a tree, and my next stop is asking a giant lizard monarch for directions. His thoughts were interrupted by a small, hesitant voice from above. Father? Zeo called out, finally mustering the courage. Are we leaving? Lin's face broke into a warm smile. Not yet, kiddo. First, we've got to go meet the big boss. The Dragon King. The scene shifted instantly, plunging them straight into the heart of a raging volcano. Molten lava bubbled and churned like a demon's soup kitchen, with only a few precarious rocks offering a path. The air shimmered with heat so intense it could melt your face off, and not in a good way. Every single dragon in the cavern stopped what they were doing to stare at Lin. Their massive, scaly heads tilted in unison, their expressions a hilarious mix of shock and utter disbelief. They were looking at him like he'd just shown up to a black tie event wearing swim trunks. The rumor was out, this mere goblin-looking dude was supposedly the father of Despair, thought, feeling the weight of their skeptical glares. The dragons couldn't process it. Nobody got that close to Zael, the dragon they called Despair, without becoming a light snack. This was a creature who'd devoured other dragons for brunch and asked for seconds without blinking. Seriously, she was the reason the local dragon population needed a support group. Meanwhile, some of the older, stuffier dragons grumbled amongst themselves. They thought the purple gold dragon mommy had made a huge mistake by mingling with another species. Talk about racist reptiles. They wept for their pure, crystal purple bloodline, now tainted forever. As if adding a little genetic variety was a bad thing. Get over yourselves. Lin ignored the whole lot of them. Their drama was boring. He had a mission. He zeroed in on the biggest, baddest dragon of them all, the Dragon King, and cut through the tension like a hot knife through butter. "Where's the dwarf kingdom?" he asked, his voice steady. A pompous white dragon, who clearly thought he was the king's press secretary, snorted. "The dwarves? Please. The humans have been hunting them since, like, forever. They're in hiding. You'll never find them. Don't even bother." Lin didn't even blink. He turned his head slowly, fixing the white dragon with a deadpan stare. "Cool story. But did anyone ask you?" he said, his tone flat. "Or did you suddenly become the Dragon King when I wasn't looking? Should I be bowing?" The white dragon recoiled as if slapped. His ego definitely just got vaporized faster than a water droplet in this hellhole. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling voice cut through the awkward silence. It was the Dragon King. "I know of the dwarves," he boomed. "There is another clan. But this knowledge, it comes with a price. 2 conditions." Lin's posture shifted instantly. "Game on. Name them," he said, all business. "First," the king roared, "you must stop Despair from hunting her own kind. No more dragon munchies." Lin shrugged. "Deal. As long as they stop picking on her first. Nobody bullies my kid. Even if my kid is a 700-meter-long, world-ending nightmare." Condition 1, handled. With the first condition settled, the Dragon King leaned in uncomfortably close. "The second condition," he whispered, his breath smelling of sulfur and secrets, "requires a more private audience. Follow me." Before Lin could ask what that meant, the king took off. They flew deeper into the volcano, which Lin didn't even think was possible. It was like descending into a pizza oven that was also, for some reason, inside a bigger pizza oven. The heat was absolutely insane. When the Dragon King finally landed, the rock beneath his feet didn't just melt, it vaporized with a dramatic whoosh. But Lin was able to withstand the insane heat, largely thanks to the protective dragon saliva barrier he'd been marinating in during the ride over. Talk about a weirdly effective sunscreen. He was just wondering if it was finally time to speak, when a wave of flaming aura erupted in front of him, so intense it made the air crackle. He turned around, and his brain did a full system reboot. The massive Dragon King was gone. In his place stood a breathtakingly powerful and alluring figure, a dragon in a magnificent humanoid form. She radiated the same terrifying, majestic energy as the purple gold dragon mother, just with a different color scheme. Well, that explains a lot, Lin thought, utterly stunned. From now on, we're definitely calling her the Red Dragon Mother. A woman now stood. She was breathtakingly beautiful, draped in a gown of fiery red silk. Lin Tian stared, his mind struggling to catch up. "Dragon King? You are." She didn't let him finish. "I don't want to beat around the bush," she stated. She stepped closer, the heat radiating from her. "The second condition is this: you will give me a dragon egg." Lin Tian's brain short-circuited. "A dragon egg? Is she asking me to lay an egg? How in the hells does that even work?" This was not the negotiation he had prepared for. Seeing his stunned silence, she made her offer. "As long as you agree, I will tell you the precise coordinates of the dwarfs." The goblin in him finally found its voice, laced with pure, unadulterated disbelief. "Goblin. Lord Dragon King, I'm just a goblin. Are you serious?" A flash of impatience crossed her majestic features. "Don't play dumb with me," she snapped, the temperature in the cavern spiking slightly. "The existence of the dragon Despair has already proven that goblin blood can sire powerful hybrid dragons." Her eyes narrowed, and the friendly pretense vanished, replaced by a cold, hard threat. "And if you refuse, you will never leave this lava cave." Well, that's a compelling argument, Lin Tian thought, a cold sweat tracing his spine despite the oppressive heat. He finally understood. the pieces clicked into place. Legend spoke of the ancient dragon lineages growing thin and weak. The succession of royal power depended entirely on the strength of one's bloodline. For millions of years, the throne had been dominated in turns by the most powerful purebloods, the majestic crystal dragons and the radiant light dragons. She, a ruler of a presumably lesser elemental bloodline, wasn't just making a proposition, she was launching a bloodline coup, and she needed him to do it. After a while, Lin Tian finally nodded. If this is your condition, then I have no choice but to comply. A lewd, triumphant smile spread across the Dragon King's face, and she licked her lips in anticipation. Well, that was easier than expected, she might have thought. In the next instant, she practically pounced, throwing herself onto Lin Tian and wrapping her arms around him in a grip that was more possessive than passionate. What followed was a brutal, frantic ordeal. Terrifying, raw sounds, a chaotic mix of grunts, sharp impacts, and strained protests, echoed off the cavern walls, making the very magma seem to blush. Be gentle! The Dragon King cried out, her voice a mix of shock and indignation. I am the Dragon King! You mustn't slap me around like this! This is not the dignified coupling of legends. I am a noble dragon, she insisted, though her protest was undercut by a gasp. After all, I never imagined that a tiny goblin like you could be this strong. A tired, almost imperceptible sneer touched Lin Tian's lips. She covered her mouth, stifling any further cries that might escape from the jarring pain. Seeing her struggle, Lin Tian let out another weary sigh. This is undignified for everyone involved. If it weren't so urgent, he stated flatly, I wouldn't have had to end this battle in record time. He withdrew, the ordeal concluded as abruptly as it began. I've fulfilled your request. Now you should tell me the location of the dwarf tribe. The Dragon King, wiping at her eyes, managed a shaky but genuine smile. The deal was sealed. Over 100 years ago, she began, her voice regaining some of its composure. I recall the Dwarven Kingdom building a very secretive outpost in the underground halls beneath the Rocky Mountain range. If there are any dwarves still alive, they will surely be there. The Rocky Mountains. Of course it's somewhere remote and freezing, Lin Tian mused internally. He gave a slight, acknowledging nod. Then take me outside. Without wasting another moment, he mounted the young dragon and took to the skies, setting a course toward the distant, formidable Rocky Mountain range in search of the dwarves' hidden underground halls. It's going to be a long flight, he thought, already feeling the chill of the distance to come. The Rocky Mountains were very far away. After flying continuously for several days, Lin Tian finally arrived. His eyes fell upon the endless, majestic rocky range, its lush greenery stretching far into the horizon. Even while soaring high above, Lin Tian remained extremely cautious. This is no longer the Three Lion Empire's backyard. The Rocky Mountains unmistakably belonged to a nation devoted to the worship of the Old Norse gods. He knew the dwarves' underground halls would certainly not be easy to find. His only real hope was to get lucky and spot a dwarf directly. From his aerial vantage point, Lin Tian scanned the landscape. He activated his keen vision skill, which sharpened his sight like a high-powered telescope, allowing him to see much farther and clearer than normal. All right, where are you, you bearded little miners? Just one of you, that's all I need. His plan was simple, spot a dwarf, swoop down, and persuade him to talk. It wasn't long before Lin Tian spotted a figure. But this one looked nothing like the dwarves from the stories. In his mind, dwarves were supposed to be rugged, stout, clad in leather, with thick beards, forever drunken and rowdy. Yet the one that crawled out of a rocky crevice on the mountainside looked exactly like a skittish human child. The boy was glancing nervously around, stretching out his hand to pluck a single, stubborn flower from the cliff face. If I can just pick this flower, he thought, then that girl, Xiao Mai, will finally notice me. It seemed he had risked sneaking out of the safety of the halls on a desperate romantic mission. At that very moment, Lin Tian immediately urged his dragon downward, landing on the cliff wall opposite. Greetings, dwarf! Lin Tian's voice called out. The boy's eyes widened in pure panic at the sight of a goblin and a dragon. A goblin? Here? I'm doomed! His sudden, frantic movement was his undoing. The rock slab he was clinging to broke free from the cliffside, and the boy plummeted straight toward the ground below. A sickening crash echoed through the quiet mountains. The boy was gravely injured, blood gushing continuously from his body. He trembled in terror, muttering weakly, Xiao Mei, I don't want to die yet. I still haven't won your heart. I'm still a virgin. Those were the dwarf boy's final words. Lin Tian slowly walked closer, his eyes void of emotion. Well, that backfired spectacularly. He only felt regret that he hadn't been able to ask anything yet. His original intent had simply been to talk. He never expected the boy to be so frightened he'd fall to his death. But even though the boy was dead, Lin Tian could still extract information. Immediately, he activated Fusion Devour, swallowing the boy's blood and flesh whole. In doing so, Lin Tian gained the ability to perfectly transform into the dwarf boy's appearance. Even the young dragon at his side, Xiao Huan, froze in shock, unable to recognize his master anymore. Lin Tian smiled to reassure him. Don't be surprised. This is the true power of aberrant fusion. After fusing, I can either retain my own form, or take on another's. His eyes instantly locked onto the mountain crevice the boy had crawled out of. Xiao Huan, stay here and wait for me. I must venture into the dwarven kingdom. Wait until I return. This time, Lin Tian's goal was not only to obtain a vast supply of enchanted weapons, he also wanted to seize the dwarves' legendary forging technology. With it, his tribe would be able to manufacture their own arms. When that time comes, the problem won't just be building a powerful army, it'll be building an unstoppable one. Excitement burned in his chest. Lin Tian leapt down and rushed toward the cavern. Following the narrow path, he advanced directly toward the dwarven kingdom. What he did not expect was that at the end of the tunnel lay an entirely different sky, an expansive, hidden world surrounded by towering mountain ranges. Before him stretched vast dark green forests, and most striking of all, Lin was totally shocked. The sight in front of him was damn majestic, and he felt a rush of satisfaction. All that crazy effort to get here? Totally worth it. Not in vain, not even a little bit. Just a second ago, he'd been stunned to find himself crammed into the body of some dwarf kid. Now, he was gaping at the dwarven kingdom, which was way more bustling and prosperous than he'd ever imagined. This place was hopping. Different species were everywhere, just hanging out, laughing, and actually looking like they were having a good time for once. Some folks were even wearing these ridiculous playful costumes, basically cosplaying as rabbits and bunnies, which, honestly, was not the grim, beard and ill dwarf aesthetic he'd been expecting. Lin had to admit, the dwarves' main city was vibrant and full of life. It was the complete opposite of that dark, creepy grand tomb he'd seen before. Compared to that depressing shithole, this place looked like a straight-up paradise. Like heaven on earth. And that's exactly what he was thinking when a voice cut through the noise from behind him. It was sharp and totally dismissive, basically dripping with attitude. What on earth do you mean by calling this place heaven? It demanded. Lin, or, well, the body he was currently borrowing, turned around to see a girl glaring daggers at him. She had that look, you know, the one that says you're something she just scraped off her boot. She didn't wait for an answer. Well? Where are they? She snapped. The flowers you were supposed to bring back for me? Or did you forget again? And that's when it clicked for Lin. Oh bro. He just landed himself in the middle of some serious teenage dwarf drama. The poor sucker whose body he'd stolen was named Dennis, and this girl berating him was his personal nightmare, a total gold digger who Dennis was desperately trying to please. She didn't hold back either. She launched into a full-on rant, insulting him without restraint, calling him useless and probably a bunch of other names under her breath. As her tirade washed over him, Lin quickly pieced the whole pathetic situation together. Dennis wasn't some hero. He was just a lovesick fool, a total loser chasing after a girl who was clearly just using him for free flowers and probably whatever else she could get. What a bunch of bullshit. Let's be real, she didn't give a damn about him. Dennis was just a walking wallet and a flower delivery service to her. All she cared about was what he could provide. So, Lin was seriously unimpressed. He just turned away like she was boring him to tears and muttered that she was straight up crazy. He had way bigger, way more important things to do than waste his time on some shallow, high-maintenance woman like her. This loser Dennis might have put up with it, but Lin sure as hell wouldn't. For the first time ever, the girl looked actually startled. She stepped closer, her voice a mix of disbelief and fury, and asked if Dennis was losing his damn mind. Did he really think he could talk back to her after all the attention she had, graciously given him? The audacity. But of course, this wasn't Dennis anymore. This was Lin running the show now. And Lin was done playing games. He leaned down, getting right in her space, and asked her why the hell he should be the one fetching her flowers. Who died and made her queen? Who gave her the authority to order someone around like a servant? If she wanted flowers so badly, she could get off her butt and move her own legs to pick them. The girl just froze. You could practically see the gears in her head grinding to a halt. She was completely stunned that quiet, pushover Dennis would ever dare speak to her this way. Sweat started beading on her brow as she tried to process this total personality transplant. Lin didn't give her a chance to reboot. He just shoved her aside with a casual push, not enough to hurt her, but enough to make his point crystal clear, and told her to move out of the damn way. She cried out, totally outraged. Was he insane? How dare he treat her like this? She started threatening him, screaming that he would never be forgiven, that she hated him now, and that he was nothing but a worthless piece of trash. Lin just smiled. A calm, infuriating smile. He told her it was actually good that she felt that way. Perfect even. The girl had never, ever been humiliated like this. Her face burned bright red with pure fury, and deep down, she made a silent vow. Oh, she would make Dennis regret this moment if it was the last thing she did. The scene changed, and Lin found himself scoping out a seriously old-school tavern. It wasn't exactly a 5-star resort, but since he knew precisely jack shit about the Dwarf Kingdom, this seemed like the perfect place to start. Everyone knows that taverns are basically gossip gas stations. All kinds of people roll through, and information flows as freely as the cheap booze. He sauntered up to the bar, trying to look like a guy who belonged there, and slapped down 2 gold coins. That was a baller move, enough to buy several bottles of the good stuff, or at least, the stuff they called the good stuff. As he turned around, bottle in hand, his eyes landed on a total 10 out of 10 sitting by herself to his left. Well, hello there. Figuring he had nothing to lose, Lin grabbed an extra bottle and ambled over with what he hoped was a charming grin. How about a drink? He asked, going for smooth but probably landing somewhere around eager puppy. The woman looked up, surprised for a second, before a tiny, amused smile cracked her face. She told him that, honestly, she wouldn't say no to a drink, but his flirting game was weaker than a watered-down beer. It was, frankly, kind of pathetic. Lin just chuckled, pouring the wine without missing a beat. He admitted she'd seen right through his sorry attempt. No point denying it. 3 full rounds of drinks later, the lady was completely wasted. Like, can't find the floor with both hands drunk. The wine had loosened her tongue big time. She started slurring about how, sure, his drinking capacity was a little lacking, lightweight, but at least he clearly had cash. That made him a damn sight better than the useless losers who just leeched off the Adventurers Guild all day. Lin's ears perked up. Adventurers Guild? What the hell was that? But before he could even get a question out, she was off on another rant. She explained, in a sloppy, boozy monologue, that after the kingdom ditched its army, all the soldiers had to do something. So, they rebranded as Adventurers. Sounded cool, right? Yeah, well, the problem was, ghouls and monsters were now running wild, and most of these so-called adventurers had gotten way too comfortable. Nobody wanted to take real risks anymore. They were all talk. Bingo. Lin saw his opening and ran with it. He nodded along, totally agreeing with her. He said, yeah, if someone could actually solve this monster problem, it would be a seriously great thing for everyone. The hero this place desperately needed. The woman barked a loud, drunken laugh. She told him that if some sucker actually managed to pull that off and defeat the ghouls, they wouldn't just be a hero, they'd be the hero of the entire dwarf nation. And a hero like that, she added with a meaningful hiccup, gets a direct ticket to see the king. No waiting in line, no paperwork, no bullshit. And that's when it clicked for Lin. This hero gig wasn't just some fantasy, it was a real, honest-to-goodness job title. If he could take out these ghouls, he'd get his face-to-face with the king. And from there, learning the dwarves' legendary forging techniques would be a piece of cake. It was the perfect plan. Exactly what he needed. The scene jumped to a traveler's in the next morning, where Lin woke up feeling like a goblin had used his head for drum practice. The headache was a real bitch. Bleary-eyed, he looked around and damn near jumped out of his skin. There, still asleep beside him, was the beautiful lady from the bar. Apparently, his night had gotten a lot more interesting than he'd remembered. His fumbling around woke her up. Lin tried to play it cool, acting like he totally meant to wake up next to a stranger, but internally he was scrambling, trying to piece together the fuzzy mess of the night before. The woman stretched and asked with a sleepy smile if she'd had too much to drink and maybe forgotten all the fun stuff they'd gotten up to. Then she slid closer, giving him a look. She told him that when he was drunk, he didn't act like any dwarf she'd ever met. Nope. He'd turned into some kind of unstoppable monster, in a good way, obviously. She laughed, saying it was a side of him no ordinary dwarf could ever pull off. But hey, she figured maybe that's what you get when you're a hybrid. Guy probably had stamina for days. This got Lin thinking, and a cold sweat broke out. He'd been this close to blowing his cover last night. It was a freaking miracle his transformation hadn't snapped and revealed his whole deal. Talk about a close call. The near miss sobered him up fast. He knew what he had to do next, win the king's favor by dealing with those ghouls. But who the hell was gonna believe one dwarf could handle that solo? That sounded like a great way to get called a bullshit artist, or worse, get eaten. His only real shot was to buddy up with someone at the Adventurers Guild. So, he immediately started getting dressed. The woman was surprised, asking why he was bouncing so early when the sun wasn't even up yet. Lin, all business now, just said he had some important stuff to handle and had to jet. She tried to stop him, asking for at least his name or where he lived, but Lin just gave her a mysterious smile and kept moving. This, of course, made her even more into him. As he headed for the door, she called out, telling him not to go. She'd never had that much fun or felt like she was in heaven until last night. Too bad, lady. Lin had monsters to kill. By first light, Lin was standing in front of this massive, intimidating building, the Adventurers Guild. The place was dead quiet. Like weirdly quiet. For a second, he wondered if the whole operation had just given up and gone home. But he went in anyway and was immediately greeted by two dwarf dudes hanging around inside. The first one basically said, "You here to join up and hunt some ghouls or what?" The second one seemed genuinely pleased, like he was tired of talking to the same old faces. He said it was always good to see a young guy with some ambition and gave him a warm welcome to their crew, the Carmen Guild. Lin figured it might be his only option in the whole kingdom, quiet or not. Since ghouls are no joke, one of the dwarves asked if Lin had any special skills he could show off, just to prove he wasn't some total loser who'd get himself killed 5 minutes in. Before Lin could even answer, the dude plopped a massive hammer on the ground with a heavy thud. This wasn't just any hammer. This was the famous wielding iron hammer. Basically, it was a weapon so powerful it could wrap its user in a full-body layer of steel protection. Think of it like a walking, fighting tank. Pretty handy for not getting your face ripped off. Lin Tian trudged through the forest with the rest of the Dwarf Guild adventurers, their boots sinking softly into the wet ground. Everyone was on edge, whispering to each other about how weird it was that no ghosts had shown up yet. The place should have been crawling with them. It was dead quiet, heavy with that gross purple miasma hanging in the air like someone had spilled fog mixed with poison. The dwarves tried to laugh it off, tossing around dumb jokes. One of them muttered something about how maybe the ghosts were scared of Dennis now. That got a few nervous chuckles, though not one of them realized the joke was on them. Dennis wasn't Dennis. It was Lin Tian wearing his face, and he was 10 times scarier than any restless spirit. As they pushed further in, the scenery shifted. Out of the haze, shapes flickered, 3 ghosts in front, more slinking behind them in the shadows. The party stiffened, waiting for the usual screaming charge. But instead, the spirits froze the second their eyes landed on Dennis, on Lin Tian. That's when the air changed. A red aura bled off him, sharp and heavy, like a warning siren only ghosts could hear. His killing intent rolled through the clearing, loud and clear. One more step closer and you're done. The ghosts picked up on it instantly. They didn't hiss, they didn't fight. They just bailed, darting back into the deeper dark like cowards who knew exactly what kind of monster they were about to mess with. The dwarves were left standing there, dumbfounded. "The hell was that?" one muttered. To them it looked like the spirits were making fun of them, pulling some kind of disappearing act just to screw with their nerves. But Lin Tian knew better. Those ghosts weren't dumb, not even close. They weren't the type to waste themselves on a fight they couldn't win. They'd taken one look at him, felt that pressure, and decided nope, screw this. Running was the only sane option. The adventurers finally pushed their way out of the tall grass that had been covering the path. They were crouched low the whole time, trying to avoid catching the attention of whatever spirits were lurking. But the moment they stepped out, the purple haze around them got thicker, curling and pressing in like it was alive. And then came the real problem, more ghouls, way more than before, spilling out from the deeper forest. Their shapes twisted in the fog, and with them came something heavier, nastier, the one actually calling the shots. The ghoul leader. The reason this whole damn forest was cursed. The lower-ranked adventurers freaked the hell out the second they saw it. Pale faces, wide eyes, panic written all over them. They hissed at Dennis, telling him to duck, hide, do anything but get noticed. This wasn't just a random skirmish, and they knew it. This was a horde. Dozens of the things, hell, maybe 3 or 4 times the numbers they'd ever seen before, all moving together under one commander. Fear poured off them like sweat. But Dennis? Dennis stayed calm. Dude just spoke steady, like none of this scared him, and said they shouldn't hide at all, they should fight, because beating these ghouls would mean rewards. The others tried to shut him up, stammering about how ghouls never came alone, always in swarms, and no sane person went toe-to-toe with a pack like that. But Dennis wasn't having it. He told them he was sorry, not for what he was about to do, but for brushing off their begging. He knew he had enough strength to end it. And then, boom, Lin jumped straight into the air, pulled out the sword Dennis had been given, and went right for the screeching horde. Their shrill cries split the air, this horrible sound that was supposed to crush any fighter's resolve. But it didn't touch him. He tore into them, slashing and hacking without a second of hesitation. One after another, the ghouls dropped, the ground soon littered with mangled spirit bodies. The adventurers just stood there, dumbstruck. Mouths hanging open, whispering like, what the hell, who even is this Dennis? It made no sense. These weren't simple monsters, they were ghouls, the kind even hardened warriors dreaded fighting. And Dennis just cut through them like he was slicing up a roast chicken in the kitchen. When it was all over, the forest was quiet again. The ghouls were gone. Their leader was gone. Dennis stood there holding the damn head of the ghoul leader in his hand like it was nothing but a trophy. He smiled calm, casual, and told the others it was time to head back, tell the king what happened. The adventurers flushed with shame, realizing they'd been useless. Still, they couldn't help but grin as they left the forest. Sure, they hadn't even lifted a finger in the fight, but thanks to Dennis, their guild's reputation was about to explode. People would credit them for clearing out the ghoul infestation, and their rank would shoot up. They were quick to agree with whatever Dennis suggested and started the march toward the Dwarf King's palace. By the time they reached the city, morning light was spilling over the rooftops. The palace wasn't some towering fortress, it was more like a massive mansion, dark stone mixed with carved wood, 2 stories tall but easily big enough to house 30 people. It had weight though, with its tall doors and guards stationed everywhere. As they got closer, a line of soldiers stepped forward and blocked their path. The guards announced flatly that the king was unwell and wouldn't be seeing anyone. The dwarven adventurers weren't having it. They pushed back, insisting they had proof, they'd show it, they'd demonstrate the threat was gone once and for all. But the soldiers just wouldn't budge. And then, from behind the doors, a woman's voice spoke, soft but commanding, telling the soldiers to move aside. The heavy doors swung open, and to everyone's shock, the ruler wasn't a king at all. It was a queen. Queen Dale is in this deep crimson dress that hugged her figure so perfectly. She had a fan held lazily in front of her mouth, but damn, her eyes? Sharp as knives. One look from her and the whole damn hall went quiet. The adventurers knew better. They bowed low and started spilling their report, telling her how the young man before her, Dennis, was the one who cleared out the ghouls messing with the forest and the kingdom. The second that name dropped, something shifted in her. Queen Dale's eyes widened, barely, and behind that fan she hid this tiny, sly smile like she'd just been reminded of a private joke no one else got. She definitely knew the name, or the guy. You could tell she felt something off, or rather, something rare, about him. Dennis wasn't like the other dwarves she'd seen, not even close. His whole vibe, his presence, his aura, it was different, stronger. Queen Dale made her little announcement in that clear, commanding voice of hers, saying the guild rewards would be sorted out later. Someone from the palace would haul them over to the guild hall. For now, she only wanted Dennis to stay behind. Everyone else? Out. And honestly, the adventurers couldn't have been happier with that deal. They bowed, thanked the queen like good little soldiers, and left grinning. That left Dennis, or at least, who everyone thought was Dennis. Lin figured this was his shot. Playing the part, he said he didn't give a damn about gold or random shiny spoils. What he wanted was bigger. He wanted to learn the art of forging. But he barely got halfway through the request before the queen snapped her fan shut and cut him off. Her full face was on display now, and with one lifted hand she told him straight that she'd have to think hard about what kind of reward he deserved. Nobody in her kingdom had seen someone so young show that kind of bravery in ages. Then came the catch. If Dennis really wanted to learn forging, he'd better be ready to pay a price. Inside, Lin almost rolled his eyes. He'd risked his life, fought like hell, and the whole reason he did any of it was to earn the right to study forging. And here she was, acting like he was just another beggar knocking on the palace doors. That sting of irritation must have shown on his face, because the queen gave him this sly little smile, half amusement, half warning. She told him not to get the wrong idea. Then, just like that, she flicked her fan again and dropped something that nearly knocked him off his feet. She'd heard a rumor, she said, that Dennis had spent the night before with her sister. For that alone, she claimed, he ought to be punished. But oh, since he had cleaned up the ghoul problem, she'd let it slide this time. If he wanted to learn forging though, well, those were personal terms. Lin froze. The words didn't click at first. Then his mind went back to that blonde from the night before and the mess he'd woken up in, and suddenly he understood exactly what the queen was hinting at. Worse, he realized she was framing him. Quick as he could, he tried to explain. It wasn't how it looked. He hadn't seduced anyone. He'd been the drunk idiot dragged into it, not the other way around. The queen didn't care. She brushed his excuses aside like dust off her sleeve. Details didn't matter to her. What mattered, she said, was whether Dennis would show her the same conscience he'd apparently shown her sister. Her eyes glimmered just above the fan, sharp and knowing. Lin could feel it, the weight, the shift. This wasn't about rewards anymore. Hell, it wasn't even about forging. The queen was laying down her own rules, her own terms. And Lin? He wasn't seeing any clean way out of this mess. The queen wasted no time, grabbing Lin Tian's hand and shoving it right between her massive, soft curves. She acted like it was the most natural thing in the world, but honestly, anyone watching would probably be too busy admiring the garden to notice. Flowers blooming everywhere, perfect cover for her little stunt. Lin Tian, though, stayed locked in his disguise as Dennis, trying to wrap his head around just how damn serious this woman seemed about dragging him into some workouts. While she flirted with him, his hand stuck in what most dudes would call heaven, Lin Tian's mind spun in circles. Is this for real? Is she actually serious? Or is this some set-up bullshit? He kept his expression cool, refusing to melt into her teasing. Deep down, he knew this was way too forward. They had literally just met. Acting reckless with someone like her could bring down a shitstorm later. So he told her straight, unless she made it clear she wasn't planning some sneaky crap, he wasn't about to just dive in. If he screwed up here, the consequences would be ugly. But the queen? She just smiled, cool as ever. Her answer was basically, boy, even if you wanted to act reckless, you can't. I'm the queen. I call the shots. What she didn't know was who Dennis really was, or what kind of monster Lin Tian could unleash if he dropped the disguise. But for now, he kept it under wraps. Then Queen Dale laid it all out. She didn't care about games, didn't care about consequences. The king was on his last breaths in the Darwin kingdom, and she was about to take the throne herself. Her plan? Find a hot, strong guy to stand by her side, and to her, Dennis ticked all the boxes. Muscles, good looks, and if her sister's gossip was true, some serious firepower where it counted. She even laughed about her husband's downfall, how the old bastard had burned out his stamina long before his years, wasting himself with non-stop fooling around and zero discipline. No training, no self-control, and now, nothing left in the tank. To her, it was just proof. She wasn't looking for romance, she wanted fun. And then came the kicker. If Lin Tian wanted access to Darwin's top-tier forging gear and a shot at leveling himself up, he had to play along with her little game. In the end, Lin Tian gave in. The system chimed immediately, flooding his stats, plus 240 health, plus 100 power, plus 102 defense. Not bad for a night that started with one hell of a weird proposition. Lien was still going at it, pushing through while the queen seemed to be enjoying every damn second of it. Between heavy breaths, he threw in a cheeky question, asking if now, after she'd been satisfied over and over, she was finally down to teach him the art of forging equipment. Before she could answer though, the door suddenly burst open. A soldier rushed straight into the queen's chambers without even knocking, face pale and breath ragged. He blurted out that the king's condition had worsened, that it looked like the old man had finally passed away. But halfway through his words, the poor bastard froze. His eyes went wide, face turning beet red when he realized exactly what he'd just walked into. He looked like he wanted the floor to swallow him whole, but he wasn't stupid. He knew his place and wasn't about to ask the queen what in hell was happening right in front of him. All he could do was stay kneeling, stammering for her to come see the king immediately. Queen Dale rose slowly, her thin, see-through gown catching the light as she stretched, a devilish grin pulling at her lips. To her, it felt like the gods had handed her a double prize on a silver platter. 2 back-to-back blessings in one day. Meanwhile, Lien was already pulling his clothes back on, muttering that he'd head back to the guild and check in on her later. But the queen had other plans. She stopped him cold, telling him straight up that he wasn't going anywhere. This palace was his home now, and whether he liked it or not, he'd be her new king. That left Lien staring at her like she just lost her damn mind. King? Him? He still had a ton of shit to take care of. This wasn't part of his plan. But before he could argue, the whole scene shifted to the king's chambers. Attendants swarmed the room, rushing about like ants, while the queen swept in behind them. The king lay sprawled on the bed, nothing but a frail, withered shell of a man. It didn't take Lien more than a second to figure it out. The old dude had been dead a while, probably propped up like a sad puppet just to keep up appearances. The moment Lien's eyes narrowed, Queen Dale caught it. She smirked and told him not to look at her like that unless he wanted her to crank things up and make them even more interesting. Then she started spilling the backstory. Turns out, she wasn't even the king's first wife. He'd basically dragged her into marriage 10 years back, when he was already half crippled and couldn't even stand on his own legs. His death wasn't exactly a shock, it had been coming for years. And that, she explained with a twisted kind of satisfaction, was exactly why she'd been so desperate to find someone strong enough to wear the crown beside her. The queen didn't waste any time. She told Lien straight up that he had to handle the coronation ceremony in the next couple of days. Until then, the boy could just wander around the palace and do whatever the hell he wanted. Lien gave her a formal yes, but Queen Dale shut him down right away. She hushed him, smiling all soft, and said he didn't have to call her queen anymore. She wanted him to call her darling, and she said it with this weird mix of affection and command. Lien, grinding his teeth inside but playing along on the outside, reluctantly went with it. For the sake of the treasure he was after, he gave in and called her darling. Fast forward a couple of days, and Lien was now standing in front of the gigantic treasury door. His face carried this stubborn determination, the result of 2 straight days of the queen's push-and-pull game. She tried every trick, soft and hard persuasion, day and night. But in the end, Lien's endless patience, sleepless nights, and fake smiles finally got him what he wanted, the key to the vault where the dwarves' legendary magic tools were supposed to be stored. The dwarves hadn't forged anything new in decades, sure, but they were no idiots. They had to have some backup stash for emergencies, right? At least, that's what the queen had told him. Now, in front of the lock, Lien followed her instructions. 2.5 turns left, 2.5 turns right, then another 2 turns left. Before the treasury could be fully unlocked, Lien had been forced to go through some strange old rituals, singing a couple of folk songs, moving through half-forgotten dances. It all felt more like some festival performance than a serious trial, but it had to be done. At last, the final note faded and the heavy door gave a slow response. A crimson eye appeared in the middle of the gate, unblinking, watching, and then the massive stone slabs began to part with a long, aching creak. The moment the opening was wide enough, Lien, still disguised as Dennis, stepped forward and froze. His face went stiff, his eyes wide with disbelief. The treasury was empty. Not just stripped, but hollow, as though wealth had been drained from it years ago. It hit him then, the previous king, lazy and spoiled, must have squandered the kingdom's legacy. The man had probably lived in comfort by selling off the dwarves' enchanted relics, feeding his whims while his people enjoyed the easy prosperity that came from equipment worth more than gold. As the thought sank in, Lien drifted deeper into the chamber, scanning every corner. That was when he caught sight of something tucked away at the back, a lone storage chest, dusty and forgotten. Inside it lay a collection of dwarven gear, worn but still radiating weight and presence. One piece in particular caught his eye, an old, pale green armor, faintly dulled with dust. When Lien's system scanned it, the name, Life Armor, appeared, along with its unsettling ability. The armor endured not by its own strength but by drinking its wearer's blood, feeding off the host to empower its defenses. It wasn't just protective, it had an awareness of its own, able to sense danger and react faster than any human reflex. Next came the blade. A dark, jagged weapon whose very shape carried menace. The system called it the Cursed Blade, crafted from the spine of a demon dragon. Its power deepened with obsession, the more consumed the wielder became, the more savage the blade's strength grew. Dangerous, intoxicating, the kind of weapon that would never rest easy in someone's hand. And finally, a pendant. An odd piece, holding the eye of a dark spawn, creatures with origins unknown, beings whose bodies dwarves harvested after their deaths. The eye held a sharp, all-seeing clarity, capable of piercing through illusions and lies. Yet with that gift came risk. It carried a will of its own, a tendency to bend its bearer under its influence if they weren't careful. Standing before the relics, Lien let out a slow breath. This wasn't ordinary forging. These weren't just weapons or armor. What the dwarves had left behind looked closer to living creations, infused with will, hunger, even awareness. It wasn't smithing anymore. It was something dangerously close to life itself. Lien couldn't help but wonder what the strange armor would do once it finally tasted blood. To test it, he bit down on his finger and let a few drops spill over the blackened metal. The reaction was immediate, violent, almost as if the armor had lashed out to attack him. But the truth was stranger. Instead of being harmed, Lin felt the armor pulling into him, merging with his body, and with every second that passed, his strength climbed higher. The process wasn't quick, but steady, almost rhythmic. The armor was being absorbed into him, and through that connection, Lien began to understand its nature. It wasn't just one form, it carried three. The first was sleek and humanoid, sharp in outline, like a second skin made for speed. The second form grew bulkier, muscle-like plating piling over itself. And then came the third, the heaviest, most impenetrable shape, a fortress of metal that demanded the most blood to maintain. When he released it, the armor didn't simply fall away. It flowed into a pendant at his chest, the surface glowing with a soft green light that fit perfectly with the goblin leader's aura. The pendant resembled a crystal, oddly beautiful, and Lien rolled it in his hand, eyes narrowing in thought. Just how much punishment could this thing really take? How strong was its defense when pushed to the limit? That question lingered as he turned to the next treasure, the demon blade. The moment his fingers curled around its hilt, an oppressive weight sank into him. He hadn't even lifted it, yet the sheer presence of the sword pressed down hard, suffocating in its power. Lien quickly made his choice. He wouldn't use this weapon himself. Instead, he would hand it to Alice once he returned to the goblin army. The sword suited her better. It struck him as a shame, though. Out of all the stockpiled magic tools in the dwarves' vault, only 3 stood out like this. The rest were nothing but scraps. The dwarves, who had grown lazy under comfort, would need to start the forge again, this time under his command. If he could push them into producing at least 20 decent items a day, the quota could be filled in about 2 months. That meant one thing, he'd have to stay here a while longer. Not that it was entirely a burden. The Dwarvian kingdom was his now, and life as its king had its comforts. He had a queen who made sure he was cared for, day and night, and the throne came with luxuries even he hadn't expected. For now, he could rule, prepare, and enjoy the spoils of power while his plans moved forward. The coronation was a wrap, and the kingdom was buzzing. Dale was officially crowned queen, with Dennis, or rather, Lin Tian in Dennis's body, right beside her as the new king. Their massive, blinged-out carriage, pulled by golden horses, rolled through the streets of the dwarven kingdom. A crowd of dwarves lined the route, checking out the new royals who were flanked by a serious-looking security detail of soldiers. On one side of the street, the female dwarves were totally losing their minds. Whispers zipped through the crowd, all centered on the gossip spread by the queen's sister. Was it true? Was the handsome dude riding with Queen Dale that much of a legend? The word was he had ultimate, record-shattering stamina, the kind that could satisfy anyone. The idea that this guy, Dennis, had broken some ancient dwarven record for pleasure made every woman who hadn't been with him green with envy. The chatter built to a crescendo of screams about how unbelievably manly and hot Prince Dennis was. The dwarven dudes, though? They were having the opposite reaction. They stood there, pissed off and confused. With their burly builds and serious stamina, they couldn't wrap their heads around how this seemingly regular guy had outdone them all. How could someone like Dennis possibly be stronger than them? It didn't make any sense. They grumbled, wondering how he not only managed to satisfy all those women but also snag the queen herself. Inside the carriage, our boy Lin Tian, as Dennis, was just soaking it all in, quietly stoked that the goblin racial perk he'd inherited was paying off in such a huge way. The plan was working like a charm. But then, the party came to a screeching halt. Some girl shoved her way right in front of the royal carriage, forcing it to stop. It was the gold-digging ex-girlfriend of the real Dennis. She started yelling her head off, accusing the imposter king of being a lying playboy who'd made her fake promises and then dumped her. As she rambled on with her nonsense, Queen Dale's annoyance was obvious. She shot a look at Lin Tian and asked, "Who is this person?" Of course, a scene like this was way too good for Lin Tian to pass up. A wicked grin spread across his face. Here was a perfect chance to have a little fun. "Oh, she's just some puppy that's been following me around," he said to Adele, his voice dripping with casual cruelty. "How could a nobody like her ever compare to you, my love?" Adele, hearing this, just nodded. It made perfect sense to her. Was there even a dwarf girl alive who wasn't obsessed with Lin Tian? They all were, from the youngest to the oldest. And after experiencing his talents firsthand, both she and her sister were absolutely sure of his devotion. This random girl was clearly just delusional. The crowd, totally on Lin Tian's side, started muttering and throwing shade. Who did this girl think she was? She must be completely off her rocker. She wasn't even that pretty, and she had the nerve to claim a superstar like their idol was ever into her? It was pure bullshit. The whole situation was just shameless, and totally humiliating for Xia. You could practically feel the awkwardness thickening the air. Her face turned beet red, and she was on the verge of tears. A stalker? Was he seriously calling her the stalker? In her head, she was screaming. This was all wrong. He was the one who used to chase after her. Why had he never mentioned he was this powerful? She convinced herself he was just pissed off. Fine, she decided. She'd be the bigger person. "I'll forgive you this time," she announced. "As long as you come back to me." That's when Lin Tian finally decided to speak, cool as a cucumber. "Xiaoma," he said, using that old nickname like it was nothing. "Since you had the guts to stop the queen's carriage, I guess I can't just refuse to forgive you." He paused, letting the hope build in her eyes before dropping the hammer. "So, let everyone here see how sorry you really are. Get down on your knees right now and beg. Really put your heart into it." Xia was stunned. Kneel? Was he out of his mind? She was about to tell him exactly where he could stick his demand when she really looked at him. The fancy clothes. The dude who'd single-handedly wrecked the undead army. The biggest shot in the city. The old desire and vanity kicked in. If this was what it took to get the old Dennis back, to have him chasing her again, maybe it wasn't so bad. So, under the weight of everyone's stares, Xia slowly sank to her knees. She put on this ridiculous, over-the-top, Biaoyan performance of ecstasy that was just grotesque to see. "Please, please forgive me, Master Dennis," she cried out. "Let me belong to you." The entire city square witnessed her humiliation. People were laughing and shouting insults, but Xia blocked it all out. In her mind, it was a small price to pay. Once she won back the old Dennis, she'd be the one laughing. Feeling smug, she started to get up. But Lin Tian just let out a cold laugh. "Guards," he said, not even looking at her. "Get this lunatic out of my sight. She's making me sick." Next to him, Adele giggled, adding fuel to the fire. "Oh, my love, you're so wicked." And just like that, Xia's fantasy shattered. She felt like her whole world was splitting apart. He'd deceived her. "Dennis!" she shrieked. "I did what you said. Why won't you forgive me? I'm even letting you chase me again, letting you sleep with me. Don't you want that?" Lin Tian finally turned to her, his expression completely indifferent. "With trash like you?" he replied. "Who would want to? You just did something that filthy in the middle of the street. You really think you're worthy of me?" With that, he turned away. He and Adele guided their carriage forward in all their grandeur, leaving her in the dust. Xia collapsed on the ground, completely broken. How could that bastard Dennis have changed so much? No amount of regret could even come close to describing the torment she felt. Meanwhile, people who remembered the old Dennis were secretly loving every minute of it. Finally, they'd seen him be this ruthless. The parade wrapped up, and the whole city plunged into a massive party. As for Lin Tian and Adele, they headed to the royal palace for the main event, a crazy lavish banquet with all the finest foods and drinks. The place was packed with noble ladies and their daughters, all vying for attention. Since Adele was the queen in this dwarven society, where women held higher status, the party was naturally dominated by these powerful wives and their families. It turned out that Lin Tian had been chatting with a trio of powerful women. Lin Tian greeted everyone with a smooth, polished charm that seemed to come naturally to him. "Good evening, I'm Dennis," he said, his eyes sweeping over the group. "To be in a room with so many stunning women tonight is a real honor." One was Duchess Jane, a legend when it came to crafting magical eyes, another was some royal bigwig named Vinny, and the third was none other than the dwarven Empress Lin herself. At one point, Jamila teased the queen, saying she had a real talent for picking men. She joked that the last one handed her the throne, and the new one, well, he had a smooth tongue and the kind of endless stamina every woman dreams of. Empress Lin leaned in, curiosity sparkling, and asked the queen if the rumors were true. Was everything with this new guy really that amazing? The queen didn't hold back. She explained that after 10 years of being totally stifled, the gods had finally decided to smile on her, and that smile looked a lot like a dude named Dennis. She even wondered out loud if their boy was somehow Zeus in disguise, given his insane, lightning, stamina. While this girl talk session was happening, Dennis, or as we know him, Lin Tian, was watching from the sidelines. He figured the gossip was doing exactly what he needed it to do. His plans were falling into place. Pouring himself some wine, his mind started racing. He knew the queen was new to the throne and her power was shaky compared to the king's. If she was serious about firing up the old Apollo furnace, which hadn't been seen in decades, and restarting production of magical tools, she was gonna face a ton of opposition. Lin Tian realized he needed to find the perfect moment to help her consolidate her power, and that wasn't something that would happen overnight. Later, the scene shifted to the queen's private chambers. The room was empty, except for Lin Tian, who was lounging with his ripped torso on full display. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Lin Tian was shocked. It definitely wasn't the queen. A woman slipped inside and pressed her fingers to his lips before he could make a sound. It was Duchess Jamila. She warned him not to shout, threatening that if he dared, she'd scream assault. She had the most mischievous, naughty look on her face as she started rubbing against him. She whispered that she totally regretted not getting to Lin Tian before the queen did. She could have shown him a way better time than the queen, who was basically a newbie at all this. As the Duchess got more hands-on, a stunned Lin Tian managed to ask if this was really a good idea, especially with the queen potentially walking in. He was starting to wonder if every woman in this dwarven kingdom was this direct and fearless. But seeing that Jamila had no intention of stopping, Lin Tian decided enough was enough. In a quick move, he grabbed her hands, flipping the script to show her who was really in charge. His mind was working fast. Even if Jamila was a duchess and a badass magical tool forger, if he could subdue her, it would be a huge win for his own plans. Lin Tian didn't put up any resistance. Why would he? At that moment, the power in the room didn't belong to him, it belonged to Jamila. She might have only been the wife of a duke on paper, but in practice she had more sway than most nobles could ever dream of. Not only did she have influence, she carried a talent that set her apart from almost every dwarf alive, the ability to forge weapons that ranked among the best in the world. Lin Tian knew it was the kind of gift that could turn kingdoms upside down. A person like her wasn't someone he could ignore, she was someone he had to use. Just as he was about to take the next step, a sharp voice rang from outside the chamber. "Is Her Majesty inside?" The sudden call froze both of them. Jamila's face drained of color for a split second before she moved with startling speed. In a practice motion, she slipped under Lin Tian's blanket, as if she had hidden like this before. The swiftness of it said everything. Lin Tian clenched his jaw, he had no choice now. If he didn't step out, it would only draw more suspicion. He pushed himself up and moved to the door. Outside stood Winnie and Linda, the two daughters of another duke. Compared to Jamila, their youth still clung to their faces, softening their features with a hint of innocence. But the look in their eyes told a different story. Whatever was going on in their heads, it wasn't as pure as their appearance suggested. They looked around, clearly searching for the queen. One of them asked where she was, saying they had matters to discuss. Lin Tian forced a smile, one that probably looked stiffer than he intended, and told them the queen hadn't returned yet. He asked carefully what business they had that brought them knocking so late at night. The sisters traded a knowing look with one another, their lips curving into sly smiles. They didn't even bother hiding the amusement in their eyes. When they turned back to him, both their gazes carried a weight that made him uneasy. "What a pity," one of them murmured. "If Her Majesty isn't here, then we'll just have to discuss it with you, Sir Dennis." Lin Tian's heart skipped. He caught the undertone instantly. He wasn't clueless. He could see the shadows tucked inside their sweet voices. But before he could come up with an excuse, the sisters pressed closer, tugging him back inside the room. Their eyes swept over him, tracing the lines of his body like they were cataloging every detail. And then, with a curiosity that was both playful and far too direct, their gaze settled lower, lingering with unspoken intent. Trying to mask his awareness, Lin Tian asked again, pretending to misunderstand what it was they wanted to talk about. But his words came out too tight, too hollow. There was no convincing them he didn't know. They leaned in even closer, almost draping themselves over him now, their voices dipping into whispers that curled like smoke. "We just want to know," one of them breathed, "what the strongest man in the kingdom is really like." At that moment, Lin Tian panicked and blurted out, almost in a cry, that he thought they were supposed to be having a discussion, so why were his pants being tugged down? Beneath the blanket, Jamila simmered with barely hidden fury. These little brats, she thought bitterly. What are they even pretending for? If I hadn't deliberately sent Adele away, would they have ever dared to sneak in here? Before she could act on her anger, a voice drifted in from outside the room. It was soft, almost coaxing. "Sis, are you in there? My dear sister, I'm not feeling well. Please come out and see me." The sound startled Winnie and Linda. In an instant they blew out the lamp, plunged the room into darkness, and scrambled under the blanket with Lin Tian. But the shock came when they realized they weren't alone under there. Jamila was already beneath the covers, glaring fiercely, and with a sharp gesture, she urged them all to stay silent. The atmosphere grew suffocatingly awkward. Nobody dared breathe too loudly, and the tension pressed down heavier than the blanket itself. The door creaked open. It was Adele's younger sister, the blonde dwarf girl Lin Tian had seen once before in the tavern. She sauntered in with a sly little grin, her tone half mocking, half jealous. "Hee hee, sis, don't be mad at me. Who told you to be so selfish? Hogging Dennis all to yourself." Without hesitation, she shoved the door wide and stepped boldly inside. The farce unraveled. Jamila, Winnie, and Linda couldn't take it any longer. They scrambled out from under the blanket, their faces stormy with shame and irritation, and they all turned dark glares on the intruder. The whole messy scene had collapsed into a pile of awkwardness so unbearable it felt worse than death. Covering their faces, the three women bolted from the room, fleeing in humiliation. Lin Tian stayed behind, left standing on the bed with a slightly regretful look. He hadn't expected those noble girls to be so daring, so lustful even. Still, in an odd way, the encounter had saved him a lot of effort. Their behavior had cracked open connections he would have otherwise had to spend time building. Now, his thoughts shifted back to his real purpose. It was about time to move forward with the Queen on the plan for producing magical weapons. Midnight came before Adele finally returned. She was weary from her day but still carried that lively spark in her eyes. The moment she saw him, she threw herself at Lin Tian with a fierce hunger, kissing him over and over, their passion quickly tumbling into fiery, consuming positions. Even in the midst of her embrace, Lin Tian spoke, his voice steady but urgent. "My love, there's something very important I need to tell you." The Queen's face flushed deep red, her words broken up by gasps and moans. In her mind, nothing mattered more than what they were doing right now. But Lin Tian pressed on, refusing to be swallowed by the moment. "My love," he said, "I think our kingdom is weakening day by day. We can't afford to wait. I propose we restart the Apollo Forge, mass-produce magical weapons, and rebuild the strength of the realm." His words pulled Adele's attention, even as her body continued to move with his. Surprised to hear such a heavy proposal in such a time, she shifted in his arms, her breath uneven. She admitted softly that yes, it was necessary, but the nobles would fight against it, and the common people might resist as well. Forging magical weapons, Adele realized, was nothing like hammering ordinary iron or steel. To even attempt it, they'd have to journey deep into the undercrypts, dig out rare veins of ore, gather priceless materials for the enchantments, and call upon the blessings of the dwarven gods while weaving in the most refined smithing craft known to their people. Only then could such weapons be brought into existence. Mass production? That was another matter entirely. Mobilizing an entire nation's strength would be necessary, yet the thought weighed on her. The people and the nobles had grown too comfortable, too complacent. And Adele herself had only just taken the throne. To issue such an overwhelming command right now, it might stir more resistance than loyalty. Lin Tian, however, answered in a calm, assured tone. He told her not to worry about the common folk. "The dwarves live for their drink," he explained. "If we promise that every worker who joins the forging effort will be given a free daily share of fine wine, they'll pour themselves into the task with all their strength. Not only will it motivate them, but it will also come across as a gesture of your generosity, something that will only strengthen your image as their queen." Then he leaned closer, his voice carrying the same quiet certainty. "As for the nobles, leave them to me." His hand drifted across her body, a gentle caress that startled her at first. Adele's heart fluttered. The plan sounded seamless, without flaw, and she almost let herself sink into that sense of security. But the touch suddenly turned rough, more forceful, sharp enough to bring tears to her eyes. She gasped, her protest spilling out, pleading words, a broken admission begging him to stop. She gave in quickly, nodding to his will. The chamber soon drowned in a different rhythm altogether, the air thick with the sound of indulgence and unrestrained abandon. The reopening of the Apollo forge went off without a hitch. The dwarves couldn't have been more excited. The massive forge, towering hundreds of meters high, gleamed like a monument to their ancestors. It wasn't just a machine, it was the legacy of an entire civilization, every bolt, rune, and engraving a piece of history. Once, this forge had produced weapons so powerful they had shaped the fate of kingdoms, and now it was alive again. Lin Tian had promised that if they could bring out 1,000 enchanted weapons, they'd have an army capable of facing tens of thousands. The dwarves believed him. They trusted him, not only for his ambition but for how he carried himself, calm and steady, like someone who understood both war and the hearts of those who would fight it. Work began fast. The forge roared to life with a thunder that shook the mountain halls. Teams were split up efficiently. Miners went deep underground to haul out fresh ore. Others kept the fires blazing, the heat pulsing like the heartbeat of a giant, and a group of skilled enchanters worked on the runes and symbols that would give each blade its power. The best blacksmiths, legends among their kind, took their stations at the forge, ready to turn metal into magic. To better understand every step of the process, Lin Tian offered to join the miners himself. The dwarves hadn't expected that. For someone of his rank to dig in the dirt alongside them, it moved them deeply. They started to see him not just as a leader, but as one of their own. The female dwarves couldn't help but stare. They whispered among themselves, eyes glinting with interest, smiles playing at the corners of their lips. Some of them even seemed to be sizing him up, as if wondering who might be bold enough to make the first move. By the time night fell, the day's labor had left everyone exhausted but satisfied. Lin Tian joined Adele for dinner. She looked across the table and told him how impressed she was, how his hard work at the mines had inspired everyone. Even the nobles, she said, had started putting in more effort since seeing him there, working like any ordinary craftsman. Lin Tian smiled, replying in his usual calm way that it was nothing more than what he ought to do. Then, his expression softened. Reaching out, he took Adele's hand gently and said that today marked the first day of mining, a small beginning, perhaps, but one that carried the weight of everything to come. Lin Tian had been thinking it over all afternoon. Sure, the royal family was covering everyone's drink expenses across the city, a generous move to keep morale high, but he figured it wouldn't hurt if he showed up in person. Maybe walk around, talk to people, cheer them up a little. That way, no one could complain he was out of touch. On the surface, it looked like he was being considerate, showing concern for the Dwarven Kingdom's well-being. But the truth was simpler. Lin Tian just wanted to make sure nothing interfered with the weapon forging process. Every day of delay meant trouble, and he wasn't about to let that happen. Adele, watching him prepare to head out, looked uneasy. Going out this late, what if something happened? Lin Tian just laughed it off, brushing aside her worries. If I can take down undead, he said with a smirk, what's out there that could possibly hurt me? After dinner, he threw on his cloak and headed toward the tavern district. From outside each tavern, he could already hear dwarves roaring with drunken joy. Inside, he kept the mood light, ordering drinks, clinking mugs, tossing a few words of encouragement around. He told them he was there to share a drink, to thank them for their hard work, and reminded them that if they kept at it, prosperity wasn't far off. The dwarves loved it. Sir Dennis, I've got to hand it to you. I respect you, though I'll admit I'm a little jealous. But hey, thanks to you, we've got all the wine we could want. Don't you worry, as long as there's drink, we'll keep working. Lin Tian smiled faintly at that. His plan was working perfectly. A city full of happy, drunk workers meant steady progress on the magical weapons. He could relax, at least for now. He moved from one tavern to the next, chatting, laughing, pretending to drink more than he actually did. The night dragged on, and the crowds only grew livelier. Eventually, though, he reached the last tavern on his list, a small, quiet place tucked at the end of a dim street. It looked almost deserted. Perfect, he thought. After a whole evening of noise, this would be the perfect spot to wind down with a proper drink. But the moment he pushed open the door, he stopped dead. The place was packed, wall to wall with people. And before he could even process that, A waitress in a neat maid outfit stepped right up to him, smiling brightly. "Welcome to Peggy's Tavern, sir," she said, her voice cheerful and lilting. "Would you like some spiced rum, white brandy, or perhaps something stronger?" The words barely registered. Lin Tian could feel every pair of eyes in the room on him, sharp, unwavering, almost predatory. A chill crept down his spine. Something was off. He looked around again, and that's when he noticed it. Every single person in the tavern was a woman. Lin Tian's stomach dropped. Damn it. I'm in trouble. All night he'd been drinking with men, laughing, blending in. But this was different. Something told him he just stepped straight into a situation he hadn't planned for. Logically, Lin Tian thought dwarves were supposed to love drinking, both men and women alike. So why had he never seen any women hanging around the taverns before? The answer hit him a second too late. They weren't absent. They were waiting. Waiting for someone like him to stroll right into their trap. He spun around instantly, every instinct screaming at him to bolt, but the waitress had already moved faster. The door clicked shut behind him, the lock snapping into place. When he turned back, every woman in the room was on her feet, their eyes shining with a mix of amusement and something a lot more dangerous. "Well, if it isn't Lord Dennis," one of them said, voice sweet as syrup as she looped her arm around his. "You must be thirsty. Come, have some water." Before he could protest, she'd already pulled him into the center of the room. The others followed, forming a loose circle around him like hunters closing in. Moments later, the waitress returned, smiling as if this were just another pleasant evening. "This is our tavern's special oolong tea," she said cheerfully, placing a cup in front of him. "You'll love it. Go ahead, have a full cup." Lin Tian frowned at the murky brown liquid, suspicion flickering in his eyes. But under all those expectant gazes, he didn't want to look weak. So he braced himself and downed the drink in one go. The burn hit him immediately. Heat shot down his throat and exploded straight up into his skull. His vision wobbled. "What the hell?" He snatched the bottle out of the waitress's hands, blinking hard at the label. "Special oolong tea, mixed with liquor, 92% alcohol." His goblin body wasn't built like a dwarf's. He could barely handle ale, let alone that kind of firewater. The room tilted. His head spun, his thoughts went fuzzy, and before he could even curse again, darkness swallowed him whole. When Lin Tian finally woke, it was morning, though he couldn't have said how long he'd been out. His entire body felt like it was made of fog, his limbs heavy and useless. It took hours, literally half a day, before he could even push himself upright. He blinked groggily and looked around. What he saw nearly made him choke. The enormous bed he was lying in was covered in dwarven women, half-dressed, tangled in sheets, sprawled every which way. Every single one of them was out cold. What the hell happened last night? He forced himself to stand, every muscle screaming. His mind screamed only one thing, run. But the moment he tried to move, his knees buckled, and he had to catch himself against the wall. Whatever happened, he wasn't sticking around to find out. He had to get those magical weapons and get the hell out of this cursed place before it finished him off. Later, in the Queen's chamber, the sound of quiet sobs filled the air. "My love, this is all my fault," Adele whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I should have stopped you from going out last night. If I had, you wouldn't be suffering like this." Lin Tian lay weakly on the bed, his skin pale, his breathing shallow. "Darling, I think I'm dying," he murmured before a fit of coughing shook him. Adele clutched his hand, her heart breaking. "No. You can't. You have to live, Lin. Please." He groaned softly, tilting his head before passing out again. Luckily, death wasn't ready for him yet. He was only half dead, completely drained, starved, and so malnourished he could barely lift his head. It took nearly 2 weeks of rest before he started to feel human again. He'd survived monsters, near-death encounters, and every kind of danger this world could throw at him, but never had he been humiliated like that. The memory alone made him grit his teeth. Almost dying in such a ridiculous way, that was a shame he'd never lived down. He swore right then that once he recovered, he'd start his life simulation again, find those magical weapons, and disappear from this insane place for good. But just as he was about to leave, a thought stopped him cold. Something important, something he'd almost forgotten, flickered in his mind. Before he could go, there was one thing he absolutely had to do. Lin Tian strode straight into the dwarves' main forge, a roaring inferno of fire and steel. Sparks danced through the air as hammers clashed against glowing red ore, the rhythmic pounding echoing like thunder. The dwarves worked tirelessly, their faces glowing in the orange light of molten metal. At the center stood Bill, the dwarves' chief blacksmith, an old man with arms like iron and eyes that had seen centuries of flames. When he spotted Lin Tian, he gave a hearty grin. "Lord Dennis, you look far better than before. Come to inspect our progress?" Lin Tian smiled faintly, shaking his head. He wasn't here for routine business. He told Bill his true purpose. He wanted a weapon forged by Bill himself, one capable of slaying the mightiest beings on the continent, the Bone King of the Grand Mausoleum, the Succubus Queen, and even the Church's holy armies. The air went still. Even Bill's seasoned heart quivered at those names, the kind of foes spoken only in whispers. But after a long pause, he slammed a hand to his chest. "If you mean to face such powers, Your Highness, then I'll forge you a weapon beyond compare." Lin Tian returned the highest dwarven gesture of gratitude, solemn and deep. With that vow sealed in fire and honor, he turned and headed for the armory, thoughts already racing ahead. "The hardest part is done," he muttered. "Now it's time to activate the simulation." The system responded instantly, flooding his vision with a glowing new scenario. Simulation log, Dwarven Kingdom Arc. You've endured countless trials to reach the dwarves' realm. After slaying hordes of undead, you've become a living legend, beloved by the queen, worshipped by every dwarven woman. But that fame came with problems. They started chasing you, literally chasing you, nearly draining your life in a tavern brawl of affection gone too far. To survive, you hid in the royal forge, studying under Jamila. Within a month, you crafted 700 enchanted weapons. Impressive, right? But then, the dwarven women went on strike. No more forging, no more mining, unless you joined them underground. Their goal? Possessing you. 3 options flashed on screen. Option 1, go with them, 100 points. Option 2, avoid them, 10 points. Option 3, act freely, 30 points. Lin Tian's eyebrow twitched. "If I pick one, I'll be eaten alive. If I pick 2, they'll still hunt me down." So he went with freedom. And chaos followed. Even with guards and the queen herself at his side, the women schemed endlessly. Traps, potions, ambushes. One night, to avoid being drugged, Lin Tian had to chug 2.5 liters of antitox potion just to stay conscious. 3 brutal months later, he finally escaped, battered but victorious. The results? 700 level 10 weapons. 250 level 11 weapons. 50 of world-class rank. As the system wrapped up, it flashed one final line. "Boys, protect yourselves. Too much charm can kill. Reward, plus 50% progress, plus 5 vitality. Recovery time, 3 months." When Lin Tian finally stepped out of the stimulation, his smile said it all. The nightmare was over. Before him stretched rows upon rows of radiant, gleaming weapons. The unity of an entire nation at work. What a sight to behold. Lin Tian couldn't help but grin, excitement flickering in his eyes. All the patience, the endurance, it had paid off. He was glad he hadn't forced things back then. Sure, he hadn't managed to forge a true half-moon tier weapon, but producing over 1,000 high-grade pieces in record time? That was more than he'd ever dreamed of. Just as he was basking in the victory, something glinted nearby. A pair of rings resting in a box. Lin Tian raised a brow. Spatial rings? But no, on closer look, they seemed like imitations, maybe crafted by some ambitious dwarf. Still, curiosity got the better of him. He poured a strand of mana into one, and instantly, a violent suction exploded outward, pulling every nearby magical weapon straight into the ring's core. Lin Tian burst out laughing. "Perfect. Guess I won't need to sneak anything out after all." But before he left, he remembered old Bill's words. A surprise gift was waiting. When Lin Tian stepped into the forge area, the air itself seemed to tremble. The spacious workshop, normally buzzing with smiths, now held only one figure, Master Bill. The old dwarf stood firm, hammer in hand, striking the glowing metal again and again. Around him, the dwarves watched in reverence. "By the gods, it's the Thunderbull horn," one whispered. "He's really forging a half-moon weapon," another gasped. Finally, Bill plunged the molten metal into a basin, not of ordinary alchemical fluid, but one filled with a blood-infused mixture. The forge hissed and roared as steam erupted upward. When the old master lifted the weapon again, its shape emerged, a long spear, glowing like molten lightning. Only one step remained. Bill straightened, his voice booming across the forge. "With the blood of our kin, we forged the divine weapon." At that moment, the skies outside split open. Thunder crashed, clouds whirled like a storm unleashed, and a blinding bolt of lightning tore down from the heavens, striking the spear in his hands. The flash was blinding. The shockwave threw every dwarf off their feet. Even Lin Tian had to narrow his eyes against the light. When the glow faded, the weapon pulsed with living power, a true half-moon magic spear, its aura shaking the forge itself. Lin Tian exhaled slowly, eyes glinting with awe. "So this is half-moon power," he murmured. "What a force." Bill explained that while it might not match the original's divine craftsmanship, it was still an extraordinary creation. The spear, Bill said, could suppress the undead while staying perfectly balanced with holy energy. It didn't resist divine power but flowed with it. That made it, in his words, the ideal weapon for you, Sir Dennis. Still, Bill cautioned that wielding such power came at a cost. The spear would drain enormous stamina, meaning only someone with Lin Tian's strength could truly control it. Lin Tian nodded, calm and confident, thanking Bill sincerely. He was just about to turn and leave when Bill's tone suddenly shifted. "Please, sir, don't go yet," he said quickly. "It's not truly yours. Not yet. The weapon won't answer to you until it recognizes your blood. You'll need to complete the bonding ritual. A few drops of your blood in the refining solution will do it. Once it accepts you, the spear will always return to your hand when thrown." Without hesitation, Lin Tian drew his blade and made a small cut across his palm. A few drops of blood slid down into the shimmering alchemical fluid beside the forge. The moment they touched, the mixture hissed softly, glowing with strange colors. Bill's confident expression faltered. His brows knit together, as if something unexpected had happened. Lin Tian noticed right away. "What's wrong?" he asked, his tone even. Bill glanced at him briefly, just long enough for Lin Tian to catch a flash of something uneasy, almost fearful, in his eyes. But the blacksmith quickly hid it, forcing a small smile and continuing the process in silence. When the ritual ended, the bond was sealed. The spear of Zeus now belonged solely to Lin Tian. From that moment forward, anyone other than him who dared to touch it would be consumed by its backlash. Bill, though composed, silently prayed that Lin Tian would use the weapon for the noble cause he had once spoken of. Lin Tian thanked him again, smiling faintly. He promised to make good use of it. He couldn't ignore the strange tension in Bill's gaze, that quiet mix of respect and fear. Still, the weapon was his now, and his path was set. That night, under the pale glow of the moon, Lin Tian packed his belongings and left the city without a sound. When the news reached the queen, she was stunned. The letter explained that Lin Tian had chosen to journey out into the world, determined to lead the dwarven race back to the surface. His words washed away all doubt about his motives and only strengthened his legend among the people. In their eyes, Lin Tian had become more than just a warrior. He was a symbol of hope and honor, walking his own chosen path beneath the open sky. Everything had gone perfectly for Lin Tian. His journey through the dwarven tunnels had been smooth. No one had suspected a thing. Every step closer to the surface felt like shaking off the weight of centuries. "If I stay underground any longer, my spine might actually snap," he thought with a smirk. Soon he would finally escape this wretched city too. But just as he reached the narrow path leading out of the mountains, only a few steps from freedom, a figure appeared in front of him. The moonlight caught the glint of silver armor, old yet spotless, shining with a faint blue glow. It was Bill. The kindly old craftsman looked completely different now. The warmth was gone from his eyes. He stood tall, war mace in hand, its surface pulsing faintly with an overwhelming aura. Lin Tian recognized it instantly. It was a world-tier weapon. "Sir Dennis." Bill's voice came out low and sharp. Then he stopped, his tone turning icy. "No. Maybe I should be asking, who are you, really?" It was the same Bill, yet not at all. The gentle blacksmith from the forge had vanished, replaced by the legendary warrior he had once been in his youth. Lin Tian met his gaze, pretending not to understand. "Why are you here, Bill?" he asked evenly, though his heart had already begun to steady into a colder rhythm. Bill gave a short, humorless chuckle. "Don't bother acting innocent. When you were wounded earlier, I saw your blood." His voice hardened. "It was green. There's only one race with blood like that, goblins." Lin Tian's eyes darkened, a dangerous light flickering within them. He hadn't wanted this confrontation, but there was no avoiding it now. Bill was a craftsman, yes, but if he went back and told the truth, every ounce of trust Lin Tian had built among the dwarves would collapse in an instant. Bill's eyes darted toward the ring on Lin Tian's finger, and fury rippled across his face. "That ring, You've filled it with all the magical weapons we forged together, haven't you? Lin Tian sighed softly. It doesn't have to end like this, Bill. I don't want to kill you. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Tian's figure flickered and vanished in an instant. One heartbeat he was there, the next gone, until a blur appeared behind Bill. His disguise dropped, revealing his true form, a goblin. Before Bill could even think to react, Lin Tian's kick crashed into his face. Bill hit the ground hard, his breath knocked out, and before he could move, Lin Tian's boot came down on his chest, pinning him with brutal force. The difference in power was clear as day. Lin Tian's strength had soared past 5,000, while Bill barely reached 2 or 3. There was no contest. Even so, Bill managed to lift his head, breathing hard, a crooked grin tugging at his bruised face. So, you really are a goblin, he said between breaths. And not just any kind, a high-ranking one. Tell me something, though, why bother gathering all those magic weapons? With your strength, couldn't you just take whatever you wanted? Lin Tian didn't move right away. His tone came out calm and steady, but there was an edge in it, cold and deliberate. What else would I do? He said. I'm preparing, for the Great Tomb, and for the Church of the Lionheart Empire. The words struck Bill like a hammer. His eyes widened, disbelief flashing across his face. The Great Tomb? And the Church? He echoed. Then it clicked. So that's why you had me forge all those weapons. You're not just building power, you're getting ready for something big. No wonder your strength feels beyond anything in our kingdom. A low sigh escaped him, part awe, part reluctant respect. You're not just powerful, Lin Tian. You're clever. You used us, sure, but you never meant harm to the dwarves. Maybe that's why I can respect you. And maybe when the time comes, you'll lead our people back to the surface. Under you, I think they'd follow. Lin hadn't expected those words. The idea of the dwarves willingly joining him, standing by his side, that was no small offer. It could shift everything. Turning away, Lin Tian spoke quietly, his voice softer than before. Master Bill, I'm glad you understand, he said. If we meet again in a few months, I'll welcome the dwarves into my empire. Bill's body trembled slightly as he lifted his head, watching Lin Tian's figure fade into the shadows. An empire, he muttered, almost to himself. After all these decades underground, even goblins are dreaming of empires now. Lin leaves the dwarven kingdom behind. It had been, 3 months since he'd last checked in? Yeah, 3 months. Long enough for things to either be fine or a total shitshow. When Lin Tian arrived, the tribe looked like someone had thrown a carnival and forgotten to tell anyone it was over. The place was loud. Goblins were everywhere. Not just a few dozen or even a few hundred. Nah, these green little maniacs had multiplied like rabbits on magic fertilizer. Over 50,000 low-level goblins and another 10,000 of the more badass, high-level kind. Lin Tian just stood there for a second, taking it all in like, damn, I leave you guys alone for 1 season and you build a goblin metropolis. Then, no wasting time, he went straight to business. Out came the magic weapons. A saber, a shield, an axe, and a warhammer, all handcrafted from rare minerals, practically humming with power. These weren't just for show either. They could boost and channel magic like nobody's business. Lin Tian handed them over to Gabamad, real calm-like, saying they could act as conduits for all sorts of flashy magical attacks. Next, Lin Tian turned to Gabikind and handed him a glowing spear and a tough-looking shield. He explained that they were called the Athena Spear and Shield, top-tier offense and defense. Then came Goba's turn. She got a literal world-tier trinket, the tear of the love god. Sounded corny, but holy hell, it was powerful. Basically, if Goba got hit with a fatal attack, this fancy crystal tear would wrap her up in a shield no one could break, unless, of course, true love decided to butt in. Goblin Slayer got the divine bracelet, which wasn't just jewelry, it was like a Pokemon storage device but on steroids. It could hold up to 6 living creatures inside, all loyal to the wearer, and he could summon them anytime. The best part? They got stronger the stronger their master became. And then came the Blazing God Bow, a weapon so powerful that once it was charged for 3 seconds, it guaranteed a hit every single time. No dodging, no luck, just boom, you're dead. After thinking for a bit, he also brought out a pair of elegant earrings, Kalen's earrings, they were called. Not world tier, just level 11, but still worth a small fortune. He explained the backstory. Some ancient goddess who was so gorgeous the other gods got jealous and, well, offed her. Now whoever wore these earrings would become the most beautiful woman alive. Finally, Lin Tian drew a sword and walked toward Alice. He spoke softly, telling her to take it and use her own strength to master it. The sword wasn't your average blade. It was a world-tier artifact called the Blade of Misfortune, fused with something called the Eye of Darkness. With Jamila's help, he'd managed to merge them, and the result was terrifyingly impressive. The weapon carried the raw might of the ancient dragon race and had a nasty little bonus, a malevolent spirit sealed inside. If the wielder could tame that evil soul, they'd gain the power of dark transformation, basically turning into one of those ancient war-born monsters that only lived to destroy. Lin Tian knew he wasn't strong enough to control that kind of chaotic power, but he figured Alice might be the one who could pull it off. Alice, though, didn't look thrilled. The weapon practically screamed, "Evil as hell." And she'd always pictured herself getting something blessed and shiny from the gods, not this. Seeing her hesitation, Lin Tian just shrugged and explained calm and steady that there was a powerful monster trapped inside the sword, and that she'd have to conquer it herself. If it ever ended up in the wrong damn hands, the thing inside could basically nuke the world. The guy explaining this to Alice wasn't exaggerating either. When Lin Tian warned her that if this weapon ever ended up in the wrong hands, the creature inside could bring ruin to the entire world, Alice froze. His words hit something deep inside her, something she couldn't quite name. Her eyes, which had been cold and guarded, flickered, then sharpened with fierce determination. Without a word, she reached out and wrapped her hand around the weapon's hilt. The moment her fingers closed over it, pain exploded through her mind. It felt like two massive, twisted forces were fighting for control of her very soul. Through the storm of agony, a vision tore across her thoughts, a monstrous dragon. Then came the voice, low, gravelly, dripping with malice. "Yes, it's you. Take me. Kill. Burn this world in war. Spread hatred. I'll give you the power to stand above creation itself." As the words coiled through her mind, thin red lines began to crawl along Alice's arm, glowing faintly under her skin like living veins. Her flesh darkened, her eyes turned the color of fresh blood, and for a moment she looked less human, more like the dark creatures of legend. Watching her transform, Lin Tian didn't flinch. Instead, he smiled faintly, eyes gleaming with quiet anticipation. Around them, Gabu and the other goblins stood frozen, pale and trembling. None of them dared to move. Even the distant beasts and humans of the tribe felt it, a primal dread stirring somewhere deep inside, as if their souls were remembering an ancient terror from the age when dark spawn ruled the world. Then something shifted. The voice in Alice's mind, so confident and cruel a moment ago, suddenly hesitated, cracking with uncertainty. You dare resist me?" it snarled. Alice's eyes flared with clarity. Through sheer will, she fought back against the corruption clawing at her heart. Her voice cut through the air, fierce and unshaken. "You think you can tempt me? The gods stand with me." A wave of divine light burst from her body, bright enough to drive the shadows back. The weapon trembled, the dark soul within it shattering under her power. Even the dragon in her vision lowered its massive head in defeat. When the light faded, Alice was gasping for breath, her chest rising and falling quickly, her eyes still glowing faintly with holy light. "The gods truly have guided me," she murmured, voice steady again. "This is the right path, holy envoy. I'll see it through to the end." Lin Tian nodded, his tone calm but certain. "The gods will always be with you." At that point, his doubts were gone. No matter what truths she might uncover later, no matter how much blood had already been spilled, Alice had crossed a line she couldn't return from. The only path ahead was forward, all the way to the end. Just then, Gabu broke the silence, as if remembering something important. "Chief! A few days back, that carnivorous bird lord came by. He looked terrible, one wing broken. Said he was looking for you, but you weren't around, so he left." Lin Tian frowned slightly. "Yeah," another goblin added. "We tried asking what happened, but he wouldn't tell us anything. Just said it was fine." Concern clouded Lin Tian's face. "I'll go to the carnivorous bird tribe myself," he said quietly. Something must have happened. Following his memories, he made his way through the vast forest of giants, moving fast until the familiar territory of the birdfolk appeared ahead. But the sight waiting for him there stopped him cold. Birdfolk were scattered outside their huts, every one of them wounded. Some had bloodied feathers, others bore deep gashes that exposed bone. When they noticed Lin Tian approaching, they flinched back in alarm. "Don't be afraid, it's me, Lin Tian," he called gently. He'd visited the tribe several times before, so they recognized him. Slowly, their panic eased, but their fear didn't fade completely. Lin Tian's expression darkened as he looked over their injuries. What happened here? He asked, his voice low. Even deep in this forest, who could have done this to you? Lin Tian was losing his damn patience. Where's your chieftain? Don't tell me he's the one who got hurt, he snapped, his voice rising like thunder as he scanned the camp. Then out came this trembling bird lady, feathers all messed up, voice shaking like a leaf. The Lord is sick, she squeaked out. Turns out she was the maid of their big-shot chieftain. The mighty bird lord, who used to strut around like he owned the sky, was lying there shaking like he'd caught the chills from hell. His eyes were shut, his breath was shallow, and the worst part? One of his wings was just gone. Lin Tian stared, completely gobsmacked. How the hell could that ever happen? The dude was supposed to be a legend, not a half-winged mess. He whipped his head toward the maid and said, "Talk now." Her voice cracked as she burst into tears. Between sobs, she said it was the Western and Northern lords. They were the ones who did this. Last time they came, they'd already beaten her husband half to death. The poor guy had wanted to ask Lin Tian for help but chickened out, thinking he'd drag Lin Tian's tribe into trouble. So, like an idiot, he went back alone. Then, she said, those same bastards came again, this time rolling in with their whole damn tribes. They broke his wing right in front of everyone and roasted it like it was some kind of sick barbecue. The room went dead quiet for a beat after that, except for her sobbing. She said they didn't stop there. They beat the whole tribe, every last one of them. Lin Tian's face twisted with fury. Those Western and Northern suckers, why the hell would they attack you? Aren't they scared of pissing off the Great Tomb? The maid wiped her tears, her voice all raspy. Apparently, it was all because her husband once vouched for Lin Tian to the Great Tomb, helping him rise to lord status. The jealous bastards never got over it. They wanted payback. Lin Tian's eyes went cold, like frostbite cold. He nodded slowly, every inch of him radiating death vibes. This is on me, he said quietly, his voice low and deadly calm. You all suffered because of me. He stood up straight, the look on his face saying he was about to go full Reaper mode. Stay here, he said. I'll be back soon. And just like that, he stormed out of the tent, no hesitation, no looking back, just pure, grim determination. Whatever came next, those bastards from the west and north were screwed. Lin Tian escorted Ephraia to the Eagle tribe after they left. When Lin Tian checked the wounded raptors and asked if she could mend them, she answered with quiet confidence that their external injuries were nothing she couldn't handle. She would cast a high-tier spell, Healing Rain. An emerald rain began to fall across half the encampment. It did not dazzle, it simply worked. Around them, the eagle folk murmured in disbelief and wonder, their relief swelling into joyous cries as they thanked the goblin who had brought her. Hope, long absent, began to return. Once the general wounds were tended, Lin Tian led Ephraia to the chieftain's hut. She examined him carefully, then reported that his bodily injuries could be healed, but his shattered wing was beyond ordinary recovery. To ease his agony, she invoked a super-tier spell, Star of Redemption. The spell dulled his pain, allowing him to breathe freely again. His eyes opened slowly, and his wife wept with joy as he sat up. The chieftain, Birdman, blinked in confusion. Am I dead? Or dreaming? He asked, testing his voice. You're alive, Lin Tian answered. And this is no illusion. I came to save you. Recognition returned to Birdman's eyes as he saw the familiar faces around him. Gratitude softened his features for only a moment before hardening again, fury flaring as the memory of humiliation burned fresh. Those who attacked us. His voice dropped low. They will pay. I'll help you see it done, Lin Tian replied. We'll gather the strength needed. From within his pack, Lin Tian drew out a relic, a pair of blade wings. Forged from red metal, they gleamed with faint silver light, each feather sharp and feather light, etched with dwarven runes that shimmered faintly. Birdman's eyes widened. Even without touching them, he could sense the artifact's power. This is too precious, he said. Lin Tian shook his head. Who needs wings more than one who's lost them? If you can't fly, how will you take revenge? Then Birdman nodded once. Very well. There's one condition, Lin Tian added evenly. Before these can be fitted, your remaining wing must be broken. Birdman's jaw tightened. Do it. Lin Tian gave no chance for hesitation. Pain tore through Birdman's body, a raw scream shaking the air, and still he did not relent. When the work was finished, the blade wings were bound to him. Birdman stepped into the open, spreading the new wings wide. The wind caught them at once, lifting him effortlessly. The Eagle Chief could hardly believe his eyes. These wings are unbelievable. Lin Tian, I don't even know how to thank you. He shouted excitedly as he looped back through the air. Lin Tian just gave a calm, almost indifferent reply. Don't mention it. They don't hold much value to me. Now get ready. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. I've been waiting for the thrill of tearing them apart. The Eagle Chief's eyes gleamed, fierce and hungry for revenge. I've been waiting for this moment too, he growled, his gaze fixed far off at the horizon. The flames of vengeance are burning. Their destination lay in the western lakes of the Grand Tamblins, a region overflowing with rivers, waterfalls, and glimmering pools. The place looked peaceful enough from a distance, almost serene. But beneath that still surface, countless monsters lurked in silence, waiting. At that moment, a big-eyed dragonfly hovered low over the water, dipping its tail to lay eggs. Just as it touched the surface, a webbed hand shot up from below, snatching it in one clean motion. The hand belonged to one of the Western Lake's rulers, a member of the Water God tribe. From a rock on a nearby hillside, the Eagle Chief pointed toward the lake. This is egg-laying season for those big-eyed dragonflies, he said. The aquatic beasts down there love feeding on their eggs. Don't trust that calm surface. There's a whole army hiding underneath. Behind him stood Lin Tian, the elf queen, a crowd of goblins, and Gabu the berserker. Gabu scratched his head, frowning. Fight underwater? Great, except I can't swim. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, his tone sharp but calm. Then we'll make sure we have goblins who can. Those water monsters will make perfect breeding stock. The elf queen let out a small sigh, her voice edged with exasperation. And how exactly are we supposed to get them to come out? They're underwater. They can sense how many of us are here. They're not stupid enough to surface. A faint, confident smirk crossed Lin Tian's face. I doubt this whole lake, one that stretches for miles, only has water monsters living in it. Without waiting for an answer, he lifted his hand and activated his summoning skill. The surface was so calm it almost looked frozen. Then, all at once, a thin red current bubbled up from below. Another followed. And another. Within moments, the water turned cloudy, spreading into a sea of crimson. A second later, chaos erupted. Hundreds of monsters burst from the lake, thrashing wildly. They weren't attacking, they were fleeing. Blood streaked their scales and fins, deep gashes ran across their bodies. What the hell happened? One shouted. They've gone mad. Another beast cried out in panic. The water monster lord rose from the depths, muscles rippling, his half-human, half-fish face twisted with fury. In his hand, he carried the corpse of a giant crocodile-like beast. With one loud crack, he crushed it in his grip, bones snapping under his palm. This is bad, he growled. Someone's controlling the beasts. Water Monster Lord. Level 90. HP, 2700. Strength, 880. Defense, 740. Combat power, 430. Lin Tian stepped forward. The Eagle Chief's voice came out cold. Didn't expect you to be sharp enough to notice. The Water Monster Lord froze, then squinted. Recognition hit, and he barked out a harsh laugh. Well, if it isn't the little bird I plucked bald a few days ago. Your feathers grew back fast, and you even brought friends. His gaze swept over the goblins behind Lin Tian, his expression curling into mockery. So, this is your grand army? A bunch of worthless goblin trash? A smaller water monster nudged him, pointing eagerly. Lord, look, a human woman! Only then did the water monster lord notice her. He licked his lips, smirking. Well, looks like we've hit the jackpot. Capture her. The moment he spoke, his army roared and charged. But Lin Tian didn't even blink. He released a deep, guttural roar. The sound rolled like thunder, bursting outward in a shockwave that slammed into the advancing monsters. Their bodies convulsed before collapsing, unconscious, all along the shore. Lin Tian's voice cut through the silence, calm but chilling. Kill the males for grilled fish. Keep the females. At his command, the goblins surged forward. Gabu led the charge, swinging his weapon with monstrous strength. Every strike punched straight through a monster's chest, leaving gaping holes that steamed in the air. Each blow was powerful enough to cleave a body clean in half. The elf queen darted between them, her bow flashing with every movement. Arrows hissed through the air, piercing straight through the foreheads of her targets. The water demon lord looked completely thrown off, like he couldn't make sense of how his entire force had been wiped out so fast. He kept darting his eyes around, wondering if those goblins were even goblins at all or something else pretending to be them? He started yelling for everyone to stop, his voice cracking with anger, only to freeze mid-shout when a razor-sharp slash cut straight across his face. It was the flesh-eating griffin, blades gleaming as he landed in front of the demon, practically declaring through his posture that he intended to make sure the demon never forgot what he'd done to them. The water demon lord let out a scream, twisting in pain, sputtering about how some filthy, oversized chicken dared to strike him. Fueled by rage, he lunged at the griffin with his claws ready to tear, but the griffin moved faster, much faster. In just a heartbeat, he'd circled around the demon's arm and shredded it into several gruesome pieces, each cut delivered without hesitation. The demon lord howled again, staring at his ruined arm in pure horror. Off to the side, Lin was watching everything with a slow grin, realizing he wasn't needed at all. The flesh-eating griffin was handling the fight on his own, and honestly, Lin knew he himself could have taken care of the rest anyway. Still, a thought crept in. The water demon lord's power jumps like crazy when it rains. He glanced at the clear sky, reassuring himself it wasn't going to rain anytime soon. But right as the demon lay wounded on the ground, he suddenly whipped his head back and started shouting at someone behind him, demanding she start crying already, and asking what she was waiting for. A moment later, a piercing scream echoed across the area. A woman, another monster, was wailing in raw, agonizing sound. Lin realized she wasn't just crying, she was the crying rain demon. And the sky responded instantly. Rain didn't just fall, it crashed down, heavy and endless. Lin and the griffin exchanged one look and knew instantly things were about to turn bad. The griffin spun toward him and said he needed to get out. Lin, the goblins, everyone. Because once the water demon species felt that rain, their powers were about to spike to something terrifying. It was already too late. The water demon lord had started laughing, this deep, echoing sound, while his eyes lit up a sharp crimson. With the rain pouring harder, his whole body swelled until he looked absolutely massive. The flesh-eating griffin heard that laugh and whipped around, but by then the demon lord was already winding up. One shriek from the towering creature blasted out like a shockwave, and the griffin got flung several meters back, hitting the water with a crash so hard the ripples shook the whole lake. The water demon lord didn't even look back. He jumped straight toward Lin, clearly assuming it was the goblin leader's turn to die. As his huge fist came down, Lin seemed to be doing something. The punch hit, and for a second the demon lord really thought he nailed it. A hole sat right where Lin should have been, and the monster burst into another round of laughter, convinced the goblin was already 6 feet under. But before that smugness could settle, the hole shifted. It wasn't damage, it was intentional. Lin shot up from inside it, and his hands weren't hands anymore. They'd stretched into sharp, wicked claws, dark and gleaming like they were meant for ripping through anything. As he stood, he told the demon lord, almost casually, that it was his turn now. The slash came fast. So fast the demon lord didn't even process what happened until pain tore through him and a scream ripped out of his throat. He couldn't understand how this tiny goblin had managed to hurt him at all, let alone this much. But Lin had activated the corrupted blood skill, and those devilish claws were eating away at the monster's power from the inside. Even the demon lord could feel it, something gnawing at him, breaking through scales he thought were unbeatable. But Lin wasn't done. He spun into the air, twisting his body as he charged up another attack, the same technique the water demon lord had used earlier, except Lin compressed it into a concentrated beam. The demon lord froze, realizing this goblin wasn't just dangerous, he was terrifying. Those claws were bad enough, but a beam with that kind of force could probably punch through anything he had. With fear finally kicking in, the water demon lord bolted, diving straight into the water to grab whatever speed boost he could from his own element. The flesh-eating griffin wasn't letting him off so easily, though. The beast took off after him immediately, wings beating violently as it chased him down. But the demon lord was desperate. As he fled, he yelled out toward the lake, calling, almost begging, for the lake ghost monster to save him. He clearly decided that even getting torn apart by whatever lurked beneath was still better than dealing with Lin head-on. The griffin knew that name. The moment he realized what the demon lord had summoned, he froze and dropped the chase entirely. He wasn't going anywhere near that thing. And right on cue, the lake surface split, and something horrific crawled out. Its skin looked bone-white, like it hadn't seen sunlight in centuries. Several heads screeched over one another, all of them shrill and unstable, like a chorus of spirits gone insane. Chains wrapped around its whole body, dragging behind it as it moved. Even brushing against it for a second left the griffin's legs coated in a spreading black miasma. He panicked instantly and shot into the air, racing back toward Alice to cleanse himself. When he reached her, he blurted out what the lake ghost monster really was, an evil spirit that used corpses and chains like puppets. If Alice even got scratched by that aura, her life force would drain straight out of her. Alice listened, but she already seemed to know exactly what she wanted to do. Without hesitating, she drew her devil's sword. The moment the blade came out, she sent an evil spirit flying toward the monster, a massive dragon-shaped force that snapped its jaws wide and bit straight into the ghost's heads. One bite. One blow. And the lake ghost monster was done. The flesh-eating griffin just stared, stunned out of his mind. He had never imagined a weapon could still take out a demon that easily. The moment the water monster lord plunged into the lake's depths, Lin Tian didn't show the slightest concern. From beneath the shifting water, he simply curved his lips, as if amused by the idea of his prey trying to flee. It was as though he was thinking, escape? You really believe that's possible? Before anyone could guess what he planned, the sky split open with a deafening roar. Lightning spiraled around Lin Tian as he pulled out the spear of Zeus, arcs of electricity dancing wildly across his body. Without so much as a warning, he hurled the spear straight into the lake. The impact was instant. A blinding explosion of lightning consumed the water's depths, so bright that even those watching from afar had to shield their eyes. A colossal pillar of lightning slammed down from the heavens, detonating in the lake like a celestial hammer. Water erupted upward in towering waves. Even Alice, who had witnessed countless battles, was left wide-eyed, another world-grade artifact, and one far more destructive than she'd imagined. The lake, stretching for dozens of miles, turned into a graveyard. Monster corpses floated everywhere, thick enough to cover the surface. Almost nothing beneath remained alive. The water monster lord emerged as well, more accurately, drifted upward, his entire body charred black, eyes rolled back, clinging to life by a thread. Lin Tian let out a cold snort, as though commenting on the weather. Lucky or unlucky, hard to say. If you hadn't been underwater to soften the lightning, one strike would have sent you straight to the afterlife. When the water monster lord finally regained consciousness after who knows how long, he first felt a strange warmth, almost pleasant. But that comfort evaporated the instant he realized he was completely paralyzed. And once his vision cleared, madness nearly swallowed him whole. That warmth came from a massive bonfire. Around it, goblins were roasting water monsters, some already dead, some still screaming as they cooked alive, their cries slicing through the air. One freshly awakened monster spotted his lord and wailed, begging for salvation. The water monster lord sucked in a sharp breath. His mind crumbled as he saw who was on the rack directly before him, his younger brother, fat sizzling, dripping into the flames. Lin Tian tore off a chunk of roasted belly meat, tasted it thoughtfully, and nodded as if reviewing a fine dish. Not bad. Kinda like fish, but more tender. The belly's even better. Watching this scene, the water monster lord trembled uncontrollably, rage and despair twisting together. You beasts, you damned goblins! Return my family! Oh? You're awake. Lin Tian replied with a lazy grin. Lin Tian turned around and lifted a freshly roasted skewer to his mouth, golden juices dripping from the meat. That was the last straw. Do you even know what you're doing? The water monster lord roared, veins bulging, eyes bloodshot with frenzy. Nearby, the man-eating bird watched quietly, conflicted for a moment but ultimately unmoved. He muttered coldly. And when you and that northern lord wiped out my tribe, did you hesitate? Consider this your retribution. The water monster lord froze, unable to respond. Regret, hatred, and helplessness warred inside him. Then his gaze shifted to the side, where several female water monsters were tied up and being dragged away by goblins. His teeth ground together in fury. What are you doing with them? Don't you dare! If you have the guts, kill my tribe outright! Lin Tian waved a hand dismissively. Relax. I won't kill them. They're useful. If they weren't so ugly, my goblins would have handled them already. Something inside the water monster lord snapped. Trembling, he pleaded, voice cracking. I beg you, please spare my surviving clansmen. They had nothing to do with this. If you want someone to take responsibility, take me. Apologize? Lin Tian chuckled. Doesn't exist in my vocabulary. Everything he knew about goblins, what he thought they were, was shattered. All he could feel now was pure terror. True cruelty, true cold-bloodedness, true mercilessness. Only now did he understand. Grinding his teeth, he hissed. I swear. I'll kill every last one of you someday. Lin Tian paused mid-bite, glanced at him with curiosity, and asked, "Who said you'll stay alive long enough?" The water monster lord froze, and then laughed bitterly. "As if you'd dare kill me. I am the Western Lord appointed by the Demon King himself. That golden lizard you killed was nothing. You really think you can do the same to me?" The man-eating bird leaned in and murmured to Lin Tian, "Remember, lords in the Great Tomb can't fight each other. If one lord kills another, it sparks a full-scale war. Last time a lord tried to devour the rest to become the Great Overlord, the Bone King erased him instantly." But Lin Tian only waved him off. "Don't worry. I know exactly what I'm doing. I'll make him die in the most hopeless way possible. Even if he complains to the Bone King, doesn't matter." The Bone King had made one thing painfully clear. Out of everyone following him, Lin was the piece no one could afford to lose. Anyone else could fall, but not him. Next he said they were heading out to make the Northern Lord understand what true regret felt like. Lin intended to erase every lord who hinted at rebellion. War was coming, and he refused to leave even the smallest chance for an ambush. In his mind, a single misstep could ruin everything. And so, the party set off for the north. The northern part of the Great Tomb stretched endlessly, an ocean of white buried under eternal snow. As the cold winds started biting into the group, Lin raised his hand without hesitation and summoned a glowing sphere. The heart of Apollo, a world-grade artifact floating like a miniature sun above his palm. Even from a distance, its heat felt enough to melt stone. Yet in Lin's control, the blazing star behaved obediently, giving off only gentle warmth instead of scorching fire. Alice finally asked, half bewildered, just how many artifacts Lin had managed to get from the dwarves. Lin only replied vaguely, something close to enough, clearly unwilling to reveal more. At his current strength, even holding so many artifacts was dangerous. If word got out, hunters and rivals would swarm him. But thanks to the heart of Apollo, the bitter cold faded little by little. The real issue, though, was finding the Northern Lord. Among the 4 great lords, he was the only one who isolated himself completely. Nobody even knew how strong he truly was. Lin didn't waste time. He activated the Great Overlord's summoning authority, spreading a command across the land. The previously silent snowfield immediately stirred. Snow mounds burst open as creatures of every kind emerged, 3-tailed snow mice with fuzzy coats and clueless Tibetan fox expressions, phantom snow owls drifting above with headlights for eyes, and many more kinds of monsters answering his call. The man-eater bird let out an admiring sigh, muttering that being a great overlord was unbelievably convenient. With a single thought, Lin could command monsters from anywhere. And seeing how far Lin had already grown shattered the bird's old belief that goblins were naturally weak or stupid. Time passed until finally, a tiny figure fluttered toward them, a snow spirit, palm-sized with crystal-like wings, usually adorable but now covered in bruises and cuts, struggling just to stay in the air. It managed to speak, reporting that it had found the Northern Lord, then its strength gave out. Leah quickly caught the little spirit in her hands, holding it carefully as its vision slowly cleared. When the spirit urged them to follow, saying the Lord was hiding inside a cave, a faint, almost impatient smile tugged at Lin's lips. But Leah couldn't ignore the injuries and asked what had happened. And the truth streamed out. Snow spirits were intelligent enough to ignore Lin's summons, but after years of oppression under the Northern Lord, this one had finally chosen to rebel. Snow spirits were born during months-long blizzards and revived again with the next storm after death. Their greatest value was the snow spirit stones they produced, stones packed with terrifying amounts of mana, capable of instantly boosting a monster's level. In the human world, they were priceless treasures. For decades, the Northern Lord had enslaved the spirits, devouring countless stones and refusing to release even a single one, no matter how tortured or close to death. Lin's smile deepened. Snow spirit stones were incredibly useful for strengthening monsters, so the Northern Lord's cruelty only cemented Lin's decision that the man had to be removed. Before long, the group reached the cave entrance. Violent demonic energy surged outward, heavy and raging, but no one stopped. They stepped into the darkness without hesitation. A furious roar exploded from within, the voice echoing wildly. "Where's that little worm? Get over here! Want another beating? This time I'll kill you!" A red-furred monster sat squatting on the cold ground, looking messy and worn out, a snow elf trapped in its fist. The monster muttered in a low, threatening growl that even if the elf could revive, it would just keep killing her, until you can't crawl back to life anymore. Its grip tightened as if to prove the point. It didn't get the chance, An arrow suddenly cut through the air and punched right through the monster's hand. The creature let out a scream that bounced off the cave walls, dropping the elf in shock. The monster slowly turned toward the entrance. Lin Tian and his group stood ready. Leah, bow still raised, was clearly the one who had fired. The monster's voice echoed around them, demanding to know who the hell they were and how they dared walk into its territory. The snow elf trembled at the sound. Lin Tian didn't bother responding to the monster. Instead, he looked at the snow elf and flashed a small, almost casual smile, asking whether that was the guy she wanted him to deal with. If he took the monster out, she'd follow him, right? The elf nodded so fast it was almost frantic, just wanting someone who wouldn't treat her like the red-furred beast had. Right then, the monster finally spotted her perched on Leah's shoulder. Rage twisted its expression as it roared that the ungrateful worm dared to betray him after everything he'd done to raise her. And now she'd brought strangers here to settle scores? In the middle of his rant, his attention shifted, freezing for a second when he noticed the predator bird. Recognizing him, the monster tossed out a string of insults, mocking the bird's new metal wings and demanding to know where the old ones were, claiming he wanted to roast and eat them so nothing would go to waste. He laughed as he said it, asking why the bird looked so offended. Did those iron wings make him think he was untouchable? Because he'd broken them once, and he could break them again. The predator bird snapped back, shouting for him to shut up and getting ready to charge straight in, but Lin Tian held out an arm to stop him. Seeing Lin Tian step forward instead only made the monster laugh harder. The whole cave seemed to rumble with it as he mocked the bird for thinking he could win by hiring what he called that trash goblin. He even added that he didn't remember hitting the bird hard enough to break its brain. That was the last straw. Gabu Kwang roared with fury, firing up every magical artifact he had at once. A burst of blinding energy shot across the cave, multiple beams ripping through the monster's body. In a heartbeat, the creature's upper torso was torn apart, pieces blown everywhere. Even so, Lin Tian's group didn't relax. They knew well enough that taking down a monster like this was never that easy. The moment everyone expected finally happened. The snow around them suddenly pulled together, gathering like it had a mind of its own and rebuilding the snow monster from scratch. As its new body formed, a smug, taunting voice drifted through the cold air. It sounded almost amused as it claimed they were strong, but not strong enough, insisting their attacks barely counted as scratches. It bragged that in a place like this, where snow ruled everything, it couldn't die. Here, it declared, it was basically a god. By then, the creature's body had already finished regenerating. With a lazy flick of its hand, a blizzard whipped into existence, filling the cave in seconds. Snow came down so thick that vision disappeared entirely. Its laughter echoed from every direction, bouncing off the icy walls, impossible to track. It kept shouting that it was the strongest ruler, commanding them to die in its endless storm. Seeing the blizzard closing in, Alice instinctively lowered her stance, readying herself. But before the snow monster even managed to figure out where she was, its entire body was suddenly sliced apart, clean, fast, countless pieces. Alice had moved with effortless grace. She'd braced herself for a tough opponent with crazy high defense, but the moment her blade went through him, she realized it felt almost ridiculous, like cutting into a cake. No resistance, no weight. Farther away, the snow monster reformed again, this time with red fur and a face twisted in panic. It kept stuttering, unable to understand what had just happened or what that overwhelming pressure had been. Even with its ability to regenerate infinitely, its whole body trembled. Something deep in its soul screamed at it that it never wanted to feel that sensation again. Just then, Lin Tian cranked up the power of the Apollo heart. The cold around them evaporated instantly, turning into thin, trailing mist. In the distance, the snow monster's expression froze, this time in sheer horror. It sensed something deadly creeping up its spine. Before it could react, Gabuin, who had been invisible the entire time, locked onto it and didn't hesitate. His void dagger plunged forward, slicing right through the creature's chest and leaving a huge hole. The monster died again, barely even making a sound. Chaos spun through its thoughts. Who were these things? How was this happening in its own territory? Rage and fear tangled together as it screamed that this was its land and it was the ruler here. That was when the predatory bird finally leaped into action, calling out that it was its turn and claiming it would shred the creature a dozen times over. And it did. Even though the monster could revive endlessly, its body was fragile, and every death hurt. The raptor blurred across the ground like a streak of light, its wings sharp enough to carve through anything. Wind roared around it, nearly forming a tornado as it ripped through the monster again and again. Within moments, the creature had died dozens of times. Eventually, it broke. From within the snowstorm, its voice cracked as it begged for help, screaming that it couldn't take it anymore and calling them lunatic. It shouted for a one-on-one fight instead, clearly desperate. This time, it didn't revive immediately. The blizzard stopped. Its body collapsed into a heap of loose snow that dragged itself pitifully across the ground, terrified that one more death might break whatever was left of its sanity. Lin Tian finally stepped forward, calm as ever, saying the rest was his job. Tormenting the creature endlessly wouldn't kill it. He motioned for everyone to back away. Lin Tian pushed the Apollo heart way past its usual limit, cranking the output until it blasted past 1,000 degrees. The moment he did, a wave of fire roared out of him. It wasn't just hot, it exploded outward like a sudden sunburst, swallowing the snow monster in a single sweep. The frost covering the ground didn't even get the dignity of turning into puddles. It just flashed into steam with a violent hiss, filling the air with thick white fog. The ice around them practically blinked out of existence. The snow monster didn't fare any better. Its body sagged and slumped, melting into a formless pile. Even in that state, it somehow sensed Lin Tian moving closer. That creeping heat felt like something worse than injury, more like the promise of being erased completely. It panicked. Don't come closer. I'll die. Seriously, stay away, I'm going to die. Its voice shook as it tried to pull itself back together while dragging itself across the ground. But in that half-melted state, it was painfully slow, limbs forming and collapsing as fast as it tried to crawl. Lin Tian stepped through the swirling clouds of steam, appearing almost calmly, like someone who already knew how this would end. He closed the distance with steady, unhurried steps, saying in a dry tone that he found the creature pretty interesting, and wondering out loud why else he'd have come all this way if not to kill it. The creature's panic spiked. It yelled that it had only caused a small misunderstanding, swearing none of this was worth killing over. It even tried to throw titles around, reminding Lin Tian that it was the Northern Lord and warning that the Demon King would be furious if anything happened to it. Lin Tian didn't react to any of it. He just rushed in. The heat hit the monster full force again. Its body sizzled loudly, like snow dropped onto burning metal. The creature's scream bounced off the cave walls, desperate and cracking. Stop, stop. I'm melting, it wailed as its face warped and drooped, features sliding downward like wax under a blowtorch. And it kept oozing apart, piece by piece, unable to hold itself together under the relentless heat closing in on it. The snow monster's whole body began to melting, its face sagging into a droopy, melting mess that dripped like overheated ice cream. The heat coming off Lin Tian was way too intense, so intense the creature couldn't even twitch. All it could do was melt away bit by bit. Funny enough, this miserable slow drip fade seemed to be the only way to actually kill it. Watching the monster collapse into slush, Lin Tian suddenly paused, something about the scene sparking a weird déjà vu. He crouched down, scooped up a small piece, and, without overthinking it, gave it a taste. After a second, he decided it wasn't bad at all. More like strawberry ice cream, actually. That was enough to make him take a few more eager bites. The snow monster let out a tortured roar, half agony and half pure disbelief. From the way its voice cracked, it seemed to be yelling that he was eating its flesh right in front of it, and if Lin Tian wanted to kill it, he should just kill it outright rather than torment it like this. Right then, a system notification chimed in his mind, congratulating him on obtaining the skill Snow Preservation Environment. Lin Tian froze in surprise. Getting a skill from casually tasting monster slush? Pretty impressive. Still, even if he could create an extreme cold environment, he wouldn't survive the chill himself, so he triggered mutant fusion, absorbing a larger chunk of the creature's melting body. If he could mutate into something closer to the monster's form, then cold resistance wouldn't be an issue. He even commented to himself that the snow monster's regeneration in ice ability was pretty solid, and wondered aloud if he could snatch that too. With that thought in mind, he kept eating. The snow monster was in so much pain it was on the verge of passing out. It screamed that he'd already eaten its chest and ears, then suddenly froze in terror as Lin Tian reached for another piece. Its voice shot up several octaves as it begged him not to eat that part, its little brother. Lin Tian gagged instantly, stumbling back and flinging the questionable chunk away like it was cursed. He muttered that he had almost eaten something he definitely shouldn't have and decided this was probably a good moment to stop before he traumatized himself. The snow monster screamed again, its voice tearing apart as it accused him of throwing its happiness everywhere and letting it evaporate, claiming Lin Tian had made it lose its love. By now its body was nearly completely melted. Even in its final seconds before evaporating into thin air, it managed to spit out one last hateful warning, that the demon sovereign would never forgive Lin Tian, and that it would be waiting for him in the afterlife. Hearing that name made Lin Tian's eyes narrow. Right before the creature vanished, he shut off the Apollo heart. He said he had changed his mind. Letting it die this easily was too cheap. He really should kill it and destroy its soul while he was at it. The snow monster had no idea what he meant, but pure survival instinct exploded inside it. It twisted around, desperately trying to regenerate, and sprinted toward the cave entrance. It clearly believed staying even one more second would get it killed. As it fled, still half melting and half reforming, it screamed back curses, swearing that Lin Tian would regret every second of this treatment. The rest of the group finally caught up behind him. The raptor glanced at the retreating monster and asked if Lin Tian wanted him to chase it. Lin Tian said there was no need. The creature would definitely come back. He added, calm but terrifyingly cold, that he'd release the water monster lord as well. Despite his calm tone, something icy sinister wrapped around his words, making everyone who heard him feel a chill crawl straight down their spine. No one argued. They all knew Lin Tian hadn't been planning to kill either monster anyway. Killing them would break the rules of the Great Tomb. Inside the Great Tomb, the water monster lord and the snow monster were sobbing miserably, their tears practically streaming like busted fountains. They were ranting to anyone who would listen, saying the great demon lord had no idea how much they'd suffered. The water monster was shaking as he explained that goblins had slaughtered countless members of his tribe and eaten every last one. They'd even kidnapped many of their females and turned them into breeding tools. The snow monster jumped in, saying he'd been minding his own business up in the northern snowfields when those same goblins rushed him out of nowhere. And worst of all, he insisted with dramatic despair, Lin Tian had eaten him piece by piece. Thanks to that, he'd even lost his love. On the highest step sat the same figure who always occupied it, albedo, and above her, presiding over everything, was the master of the tomb of Nazar, the incarnation of ultimate darkness, the skeleton king. As the two lords whined loudly, none of the other demonic beings reacted. They just kept silent, acting like they heard absolutely nothing. Only Albedo glanced at the two pitiful monsters and commented that even if the goblins were strong, shouldn't the two of them feel at least a little embarrassed losing this badly? Before either monster could respond, Veronica's hoarse voice filled the hall. She told Albedo to take the two lords to the goblin tribe, and added that she trusted Albedo already knew exactly what she was supposed to do. Darkness then swallowed her figure completely until she faded away. The snow and water lords practically lit up with excitement. If Albedo was going to intervene, then surely they'd get their revenge. They both dropped to their knees, thanking the great demon lord with trembling voices. Not long after, a pillar of black-purple light erupted from the center of the goblin tribe, proof that someone from the tomb of Nazar had just arrived via teleportation. At that exact moment, Lin Tian was busy supervising a breeding session. He looked up, frowning at the bright column. Gobu hurried to explain that during Lin Tian's absence, people from Nazarick had shown up and installed a teleportation system, and she hadn't been able to stop them. Lin Tian waved it off and told everyone to keep working, saying he'd handle the situation personally. Up in the sky, Albedo descended slowly, stopping about 5 meters off the ground, radiating an overwhelming presence that made the air feel heavy. The water and snow monsters tumbled out of the teleportation light behind her, trembling but trying way too hard to act intimidating. Seeing the whole entrance, Lin Tian couldn't help mocking them, saying he'd actually expected the Bone Queen instead of them. Albedo didn't even glance at Lin Tian at first. She simply surveyed the area with obvious disgust, muttering that the place looked like a breeding farm, and an extremely productive one at that. Even she, proud succubus demon that she was, seemed thrown off. She admitted she had never seen a goblin tribe of this size in any historical record. She even told Lin Tian that he clearly knew how to run a tribe if he'd managed to take over a human city so easily. She said she was starting to believe he somewhat deserved the title of Great Chieftain. But then she stopped mid-sentence, eyes widening. Her gaze had locked onto someone behind Lin Tian, Alice, stepping out of the tent in full jet-black armor. Albedo instantly remembered her, the Sword Saint Alice. She'd seen her once before, but now something about Alice felt different, far more dangerous. The sheer pressure Alice radiated now was several times stronger. Albedo couldn't figure out what had happened to her. Alice walked up behind Lin Tian, her sinister aura practically crackling in the air. She asked him calmly if he needed her to deal with the noisy pest. Lin Tian just told her there was no need, that she should go back into the tent and rest. Hearing the way she addressed him sent a jolt through Albedo, who tightened her expression even further. Why would a sword saint address a goblin as "my lord emissary" and obey him so willingly? Just what kind of monster was Lin Tian? Meanwhile, the other goblins had become completely mesmerized by Albedo's beauty. Their eyes turned blood-red, filled with obsessive, lustful hunger, drool practically dripping down their chins. Lin Tian shot them an annoyed look and asked Albedo why she'd come here, whether Bone King had sent her just to stand around doing nothing. Albedo kept studying him, interest growing the longer she looked. She muttered that he really did seem different from the other goblins. He was the only one who could look at her calmly. The goblin, Lin, eyed the succubus lady and asked what she was even doing there. He warned her that if she wasn't going to talk, he didn't have time to waste. The succubus didn't take it seriously at all. She slipped into that smooth, seductive attitude she always carried. She teased him, saying he shouldn't act so cold, and apologized for misjudging him earlier. Back then, she explained, she hadn't realized he'd turned out this hot, so to her it was all just a tiny misunderstanding. Behind them, the Snow Yeti Lord and the Water Demon Lord exchanged confused looks. They whispered to each other, wondering if this was actually the same succubus they knew. She wasn't acting distant or icy like she normally did, and now she was giving all this attention to a goblin. Lin ignored the two lords altogether. He told the succubus that even if it was a small matter, she still needed to explain herself. Before she could answer, the Water Demon Lord shouted at her from behind, telling her to hurry up and accusing Lin of trying to kill them. He even reminded everyone that technically, according to the Grand Tomb's rules, Lin was the one who should have been executed. The succubus suddenly turned on them. Instead of taking their side, she snapped at both lords to keep quiet and kneel before Lin instead of causing drama. And in a blink, without letting them argue, she bent their wills and forced them onto their knees in front of the goblin. Lin took the moment to mention that one of them had threatened to eat him earlier. The succubus didn't even flinch. She casually suggested that instead of them eating Lin should roast the Water Demon Lord over a fire, then make the Snow Yeti Lord eat him instead. That way, she said, the whole mess would sort itself out. Lin just stared at her, realizing she was going way harder than he'd ever expected, especially considering all he had done earlier was throw around nonsense threats. The demon lords trembled, wondering why the succubus was suddenly siding with Lin and turning on them. The succubus told them both to look into her eyes, then firmly added, "You too," making sure they obeyed. The moment they met her gaze, their resistance vanished. Her charm hit so hard they didn't even think of fighting it. With dreamy, love-struck expressions, they agreed to whatever she wanted from them. A short while later, the Snow Yeti Lord was happily roasting the Water Demon Lord over a fire like it was the most normal task in the world. The goblins gathered around, practically drooling as the smell of roasting meat filled the room. The succubus leaned closer to Lin, wondering aloud if this bit of domination was really all he wanted, or if he planned on doing something with her instead. Lin shut it down immediately, saying he wasn't interested and that he would handle the rest of the punishment himself. He added that he couldn't guarantee whether the demon lords would make it out alive. Hearing that, the succubus snapped back to reality a little. She reminded him that these were still lords of the Grand Tomb, and she'd been inside the place long enough to have authority too. She couldn't just let him do whatever he pleased. But Lin slowly turned toward her, eyes glowing a deep, sharp crimson. The sight made her tense up right away. Nervous but yielding, she told him to go ahead and do whatever he wanted with those filthy demon lords. Before slipping away, the succubus lady told Lin that since she was handing him this kind of authority, he'd better be ready to take responsibility for whatever he planned to do next. And with that warning, she vanished. The instant she disappeared, the haze of her hypnotic charm broke apart like shattered glass. The Snow Yeti Lord blinked himself awake, staring at the half-roasted water demon lord and then at the spot where the succubus had been. He muttered in confusion, trying to figure out why the succubus lady had taken Lin's side of all people. The water demon lord, groaning from the burns he'd collected, also dragged himself upright, clearly just as lost. Lin didn't bother clarifying anything. He looked at them with that bright crimson eye and told them with a smile that they didn't need to know what he'd done with the succubus lady. What they did need to think about, he said, was the exact moment they were going to die. The killing intent rolling off him was loud enough without words. He kept going, casually explaining that his life was about to get a whole lot easier. No more running, no more stress. He added that he'd turn the Water Demon clan into his daily breeding machinery and treat the entire snow field like his personal playground, collecting snow spirits and eating ice cream whenever he felt like it. The Water Demon Lord, panicking, immediately tried to switch sides. He insisted he wanted to join Lin and help with whatever he was planning. But Lin wasn't even remotely convinced. With a flick of his hand, he ordered a hybrid goblin to move behind the Water Demon Lord and slice him up like neat sushi strip. The hybrid obeyed without hesitation. Next was the Snow Yeti Lord. He didn't even get to beg for mercy before another hybrid slammed him over the head, sending him screaming as blood sprayed across the ground. When both lords finally collapsed and lay there twitching, Lin just stared at them, breathing a little too hard, looking almost fascinated by the sight. After a second, he focused again and called over one of the hybrid. Lin sent him to the human empire to gather intel on the Holy Temple, repeating the order and reminding him that staying alive came first. Information wasn't worth anything if the scout died getting it. Then he turned to Gabu, asking if the 1,000 goblins he'd told her to select were prepared. Gabu immediately confirmed everything. All 1,000 were top-tier, fully developed, exactly what he'd asked for. Lin nodded and told her to bring them in because he had something important to announce. Soon enough, all 1,000 hybrid goblins gathered. Lin stood on a raised platform, looking over them. Most of these elite goblins had never even seen him in person before. He opened by asking if any of them knew who he actually was. Instantly, the whole crowd erupted, shouting his name and praising him like he was the greatest thing to ever happen to their species. Beside him, the Goblin Slayer woman stepped forward and casually mentioned that she already had all of them under control. No need for speeches or drilling ideologies into their heads. The way she said it surprised Lin. He hadn't expected things to be this smooth. Still, he laid out his instructions. He told the goblins he'd be taking them somewhere soon, and during the trip, they weren't to speak to anyone except him. No exceptions. The hypnotized soldiers nodded in complete agreement. When Lin turned away, he pulled Gabu aside and told her to train the goblins like crazy while he was gone. If the Holy Temple attacked, she was to prioritize survival and escape immediately. And if anyone from the flesh-eating Griffin clan came asking about him, she should say he'd gone out on a scouting mission. As he stepped closer, Gabu grew flustered but insisted she had everything covered. Lin nodded again, knowing exactly what was at stake. They had to prepare every trump card they could manage, against both the Holy Temple and the Grand Tomb. The Goblin tribe's future in the Grand Tomb depended on what they set up now. The final battle he'd been waiting for was no longer just a distant idea. It was almost here, finally taking shape right in front of him. With only 2 months left before the Empire officially launched its war against the Great Tomb, everything was already on a tight countdown. According to the simulation system Lin Tian relied on, that amount of time wasn't just sufficient, it was more than enough if everything went according to plan. Lin Tian turned his attention to the snow spirits and made his stance clear. He assured them that their safety would be guaranteed, as long as they handed over every snow spirit stone they produced. From their perspective, it was a simple trade. Protection in exchange for resources. The spirits accepted almost immediately, leaving Lin Tian with nothing to do but wait patiently while the stones were continuously produced. At the same time, preparations for the final stage were already underway. To build a goblin army strong enough to matter in the coming conflict, Lin Tian personally led 1,000 goblins deep into the snow mountains for brutal, specialized training. There was no rest involved. The goblins fought non-stop, constantly consuming snow spirit stones supplied by the spirit. The effect was overwhelming. Like a violent flood tearing through the land, the goblin army swept across the entire region. Every monster they encountered became nothing more than sustenance. Each battle fed the goblins' experience, skills, and rapid growth. The results were far beyond expectations. Every single goblin climbed to level 70, steadily evolving into leader-tier beings. Some went even further, mutating into rare forms: giant goblins, goblin mages, demonic goblins, and other unstable variants. The most shocking development was the emergence of a mutant overlord class, Holy Sword Goblin. Its combat power alone reached an astonishing 5,500 points, standing far above the rest. Tian gave Alice direct orders to take over the goblins' combat training. He made it clear that she was to be relentless. While the goblins had undergone daily training in the past, their intelligence and levels back then had been too low to retain much of it. Most of that early training had likely faded away. Now, things were different. Every goblin had reached leader tier, with intelligence nearing completion. Teaching them techniques, formations, and battle instincts was no longer a struggle. Alice responded without hesitation. She expressed that formalities were unnecessary, especially with the final holy war approaching. She was fully prepared to give everything she had. Training began immediately. Battles erupted across the camp as Alice pushed the goblins to their limit. Armed with magical artifacts and guided by her ruthless instruction, the goblins sharpened themselves day after day. Movements became cleaner, attacks more precise, and coordination nearly flawless. Step by step, they stopped resembling ordinary monsters and started functioning like perfected killing machines, molded specifically for the war ahead. About 10 days later, everything was finally set. Before Lin Tian headed back to the tribe, he made one last arrangement. He promoted a mutant goblin who had already reached Overlord tier and appointed it as the overseer of the area, giving it the name Gobu Sword. The creature's body was abnormally sturdy, towering close to 2 meters tall, with muscles packed tightly beneath its green skin. In its grip rested a world-tier weapon, the Demon Sealing Sword. The blade had a terrifying ability. Any magical power directed at it would be absorbed, stored, and then hurled back at its attacker in return. Lin Tian spoke to it seriously, making sure the warning was unmistakable. From now on, Gobu Sword was to remain here without exception. Without direct orders, it was not allowed to step outside, not even a single pace. Hearing this, Gobu Sword responded without hesitation. It nodded hard, almost eagerly, making it clear it understood. In its mind, everything it possessed, its strength, status, and weapon, had all been granted by Lin Tian. Serving him with its life was only natural. Satisfied, Lin Tian acknowledged this loyalty and finally left, returning to the tribe alongside Alice. Time was becoming dangerously tight. There was no guarantee the Mindum Empire wouldn't choose today of all days to declare war. The pressure hung over him as he made his way back. When Lin Tian finally arrived and saw the sheer scale of the goblin population, even he couldn't hide his shock. The numbers were overwhelming. In just 2 months, the tribe had expanded far beyond what he had anticipated. He remembered asking for more goblins, but not this many. At present, the tribe housed roughly 80,000 small goblins, 30,000 large goblins, 8,000 hero race goblins, and 100 leader-tier goblins. Just feeding them all was a nightmare. Every single day, tens of thousands of monsters were consumed simply to keep the tribe running. As soon as Lin Tian appeared, the girls within the tribe rushed over happily, surrounding him with excitement and relief at his return. Seeing his expression, Go quickly explained what had happened. Since Lin Tian had emphasized the need for more goblins, Go had gone all in, burning through massive amounts of resources to accelerate their reproduction. Lin Tian clicked his tongue in realization. That explained everything. On the way back, he had noticed something strange. High-level monsters were scarce, and low-level ones were practically non-existent. Now it made sense. The Great Tomb had clearly been stripped clean of its reserves to support this explosive growth. After processing that, Lin Tian shifted his focus and asked about someone else. Gobian still hadn't returned. That absence lingered in his thoughts, especially with war possibly looming any moment now. After checking the surroundings again and again, he still didn't spot that familiar figure anywhere. It felt wrong. Normally, the moment Lin Tian returned, that guy would already be there. When Lin Tian brought it up, Goang could only shake his head. He said no one had seen the man for over a month. The worry had been gnawing at him the whole time. He even muttered that the guy should be fine, right? Lin Tian frowned at that. He didn't like hearing it, but there wasn't time to go searching now. Whatever had happened would have to be dealt with later. He pushed the thought aside and turned to more urgent matters, asking the Goblin Slayer about the weapons. This was critical. Weapons decided everything, especially against low-tier goblins. Their defense was weak, but their numbers were terrifying. Give each of them even a scrap of iron, and it would be enough. One stab per goblin could easily send human soldiers straight to their grave. The Goblin Slayer pulled out a small notebook and began calculating carefully. He reported that they had prepared 50,000 short swords, 20,000 sets of iron armor, and another 20,000 long swords. On top of that were roughly 5,000 miscellaneous weapons. The rest of their stockpile consisted mostly of shields, spears, and lances. He added that time had been the biggest issue. If they'd had more of it, everyone could have been equipped with iron weapons and properly fitted armor. Lin Tian gave a low hum after hearing the report. He didn't ask for more. From his point of view, this was already well beyond expectations. He made it clear that the work done so far was more than enough. Then everything shifted. A black shadow rushed in at full speed, clearly panicked. The man barely slowed down as he shouted that the situation had changed. They needed to leave immediately. At this point, he said, there was basically no chance of winning anymore. Everyone frowned and turned toward the voice. It was Go Tian. His body was marked with several wounds, and his face was tight with anxiety. Goang hurried forward and supported him before he could stumble. Lin Tian stepped closer, keeping his tone steady as he told him not to panic and to explain exactly what had happened. Go Tian tried to calm himself, though his breathing was still uneven and his emotions far from settled. Once he managed to speak clearly, he delivered the news. The Lionheart Empire had already mobilized 100,000 soldiers, every single one of them fully equipped in heavy armor. The words hit like a blow. Lin Tian felt his heart skip for a brief moment as the meaning sank in. 100,000 heavily armored soldiers. The situation had just escalated far beyond what they'd prepared for. Everyone understood just how terrifying a fully armored soldier really was. Wrapped head to toe in heavy steel, they were basically walking iron boxes. Hard to break, hard to stop. Sure, they weren't fast like lightly armored troops, but they didn't need to be. They advanced steadily, grinding enemies down through sheer endurance. And now, the Lionheart Empire had somehow equipped 100,000 of these monsters. The moment Lin Tian realized that, everything clicked. That had to be the reason. In every previous simulation, no matter how the situation was adjusted, the result was always the same: his death. The picture became clearer in his mind. The Lionheart Empire was likely ready to burn through its entire national treasury just to win this war. Even if they survived, the losses would leave them so weakened that neighboring nations could easily swoop in and devour what remained. Alice, standing quietly beside him, looked just as grim. She warned that this time, it wasn't only the Lionheart Empire they were up against. The church was involved too. From her point of view, the priority was survival, endure now, no matter how humiliating it felt. The church was almost certainly mobilizing its full strength, and there was a real risk that they could be wiped out completely. That concern was quickly backed up. Reports confirmed that the church had already gathered nearly 5,000 people from across the world. Among them were 500 Holy Crusader guards, all wearing heavy armor and carrying massive greatswords. And the rest, priests and supporters alike, were far from harmless. Goblin Slayer added his thoughts as well. He suggested that retreating might still be an option. If given time, he could subjugate a super great overlord race tribe and use that power to flip the situation around later. Lin Tian listened, then responded slowly, almost calmly. Retreating sounded simple, but the reality was cruel. With goblins spread across the entire continent, where could they even go? Was there any place in this world large enough to hide an entire goblin tribe? To be born a goblin, he said, was to be born with sin already stamped onto your existence. Because of their low status, everyone wanted to beat them, hunt them, erase them. Their only perceived value was to serve as sacrifices to fuel the rise of stronger races. Even goblin kings never lived long, eventually hunted down and exterminated by humans or something worse. Those words cut deep. Even the elf queen, listening quietly, felt a heavy ache in her chest. Still, she believed that confronting the Empire head-on right now would only lead to annihilation. Years of effort, planning, and sacrifice would vanish in an instant. But Lin Tian didn't see things the same way. He didn't dwell on the lives or deaths of small goblins or large ones. To him, hesitation was the real death sentence. If they were going to fight, then they would fight to the bitter end. And if they chose not to fight, then nothing would ever change. He understood that better than anyone. In his mind, only one outcome offered even a slim chance of survival. Once war truly erupted, the great tomb of Nazar would be forced to intervene. That intervention would cause devastating losses on both sides, and in that chaos, the goblin tribe might finally slip through the cracks and survive. With that decision settled, Lin Tian wasted no time. Orders went out immediately. Every ounce of strength was to be mobilized. More weapons and armor were to be forged without delay. All preparations were to be completed at once. There was no turning back now. 100,000 soldiers stood perfectly lined up, every one of them wrapped head to toe in polished silver armor. As the army marched forward, their voices rose together, shouting slogans about humanity's future, about fighting bravely and wiping out every last monster. Inside the city, the sight sent waves of excitement through the crowd. People cheered until their throats hurt, hearts swelling with confidence as they watched the knights move out. To most of them, this looked like the beginning of a sure win. But not everyone felt that way. An elderly woman stood quietly among the crowd, watching the shining formation slowly fade into the distance. Tears slipped down her face, heavy and bitter. In a low voice, she wondered if the gods were laughing at them. From her point of view, monsters killed to survive, and humans did the same when fighting monsters. The difference, she believed, was that monsters acted on instinct alone, while humans dressed their violence in ideals. She questioned whether the God who made this world had truly meant for things to turn out like this. It didn't have to be this way, yet somehow, it always ended up the same. In her mind, neither side was truly innocent, but neither was truly guilty either. That left one unsettling question hanging in the air. If no one was wrong, then who was really to blame? Far away from the cheering city, inside Linton's tribe, the atmosphere was anything but celebratory. The moment Linton ordered more weapons to be forged, the entire tribe snapped into motion. Goblins flooded deep into the great tomb, stripping iron ore from every vein they could find. Days passed in a blur of exhaustion and fire. By the end of it, every low-tier goblin had been outfitted with iron armor. The giant goblins were fully armed as well, and alongside the remaining monsters from the great tomb of Nazar, Linton's forces finally stood ready for war. Even so, something still weighed on him. Anise lingered in his thoughts, refusing to fade, no matter how prepared they were. That uneasy calm shattered when a goblin scout sprinted back from the front lines, breathless and tense. He reported that the Empire's forces had already reached the area near the Great Tomb and were holding their position about 30 li away. The distance made Linton pause. He remembered there was a relatively flat plain around that area. In his mind, it was obvious. They were planning to start the war there. He calmly ordered the scout to keep watching and report back with any changes. Once alone, Linton moved to a quiet spot and activated the life simulation system. A war on this scale was chaos waiting to happen. There were too many variables, too many powerful individuals capable of turning the tide on their own. One wrong decision could cost him everything. If he wanted even the smallest edge, he needed the system to help him correct mistakes before they became fatal. The system came online. It identified the current scenario as the Great War with the Empire. It reminded him that 300 days had passed since he'd been transmigrated into this world, and that this battle marked the most critical turning point he'd faced so far. The numbers spoke for themselves. His tribe consisted of 80,000 low-tier goblins, 30,000 large goblins, 8,000 goblin heroes, and 100 goblin chieftains. By any standard, it was the strongest goblin tribe history had ever seen. In the simulation, Linton led his massive army straight onto the battlefield while triggering a summoning skill at the same time. From the depths of the great tomb of Nazarich, 20,000 low-intelligence monsters poured out, thrown into the fight as expendable force. Even with numbers on his side, the moment he laid eyes on the Empire's formation, a heavy pressure settled over him. 100,000 fully armored soldiers stood waiting, and among them were 30,000 heavy cavalry, an overwhelming sight no matter how many troops he commanded. The war exploded the instant both sides clashed, their roars colliding before steel ever did. Almost immediately, reality turned cruel. The Empire's fully armored soldiers were far stronger than expected. Goblins fell in droves, faster than Linton could process. The The casualty exchange spiraled into a brutal 5-to-1 ratio, and watching his forces get cut down at that pace felt unreal, even inside the simulation. Just as the situation threatened to spiral completely out of control, Demon King Veronica entered the battlefield. She unleashed a terrifyingly powerful skill, summoning grotesque black goats that stormed into the fight. For a brief moment, the pressure eased. The casualty rate slowed, and it looked like the tide might finally stabilize. That hope didn't last long. Once the church committed its full strength, the battlefield shifted again, this time decisively. Lin Ten realized too late that he had become the primary target. The Empire's elites and the church's top-tier powerhouses locked onto him at once. Attacks rained down in dense, overwhelming waves, leaving him nowhere to retreat. In the chaos, Gobu Kwang died trying to protect him. Alice was badly wounded, captured before she could escape. Lin Ten himself couldn't break free. The simulation made it painfully clear. He had been trapped by fate, reduced to nothing more than a chess piece of the Great Tomb. The battle ended in disaster. Both sides suffered devastating losses, yet no one truly won. The system delivered its cold summary. In a world ruled by individuals with absurd levels of power, exposing himself so openly was no different from stepping straight into hell. The score settled at 40 points, granting 40 life points as a reward. The life simulation ended, and time advanced by 1 day. Lin Ten snapped back to reality and forced himself to breathe, pushing down the fear that had crept across his face. He hadn't expected to die so easily, not even in a simulation. He was already level 90, with total combat power reaching 6,800. And yet, none of that had mattered. He still couldn't survive a single full-scale battle. The realization hit him hard, leaving his spirit shaken. After calming down, he began to understand why. The true strength of the church's elites had been impossible to judge accurately. Based on Demon King Veronica's performance alone, it was clear the old Pope's combat power was nearing 10,000, far beyond anything Lin Ten could handle head-on. Unless he could seriously injure the Pope using blood destruction and weaken him first, killing him outright would be nearly impossible. That left only one option: an ambush. Lin Ten understood now that revealing himself too early was a fatal mistake. He would need to stay hidden, let the Demon King summon even more monsters, and wait for the right moment. As the realization settled in, he sank into deep thought. From here on out, every step had to be taken with extreme caution. One wrong move, and next time, hell wouldn't just be a warning, it would be real. Deep inside the Great Tomb, a massive projection screen quietly replayed everything that had happened: scenes from the forest, movements within the Empire, every critical moment laid bare. The images were the result of a powerful spell jointly cast by 3 eyeless witches who shared a single eye between them. They were known as the Black Witches. Long ago, they had been human and loyal servants of the church. That loyalty had earned them nothing but a curse. After crossing Demon King Veronica, they were twisted into their current grotesque forms. The lone eye they shared was called the Divine Eye, an artifact said to see everything, and even glimpse the future itself. As the scenes unfolded, Veronica watched with clear interest. A faint, amused smile curved her lips. From what she could tell, those goblins were about to throw the world into serious chaos. Turning her attention toward the Black Witches, she ordered them to predict how the coming war would end. The witches didn't dare hesitate. They lifted the eyeball and began chanting ancient, forgotten incantations. Almost immediately, something went wrong. Blood began to seep from the eye, and the pain hit them all at once. Their screams echoed through the tomb as they writhed in agony. Through clenched teeth, one of them managed to report that the Pope himself was involved in the battle. Because of that, they couldn't see the outcome clearly. Still, there was something else, something vague but terrifying, that one of the witches sensed before trailing off mid-sentence. That hesitation snapped what little patience remained. A sharp demand cut through the air, demanding to know exactly what they had seen. After a long, trembling pause, the witch finally answered. She said she had seen the birth of a new god. All 3 witches reacted instantly, their expressions exaggerated and distorted as they stretched their arms outward, as if worshipping something far beyond comprehension. The sight only darkened Veronica's mood. Her face hardened, and then she exploded in rage. She dismissed the vision as nonsense, declaring that if gods truly existed, she would have been dead long ago. With that, a surge of black demonic energy burst outward like a tidal wave, blasting the 3 witches away. Watching from the side, Obito couldn't help but mutter in awe that for a mere goblin to cause this kind of ripple, their lord truly was something else. Despite her disdain and dissatisfaction with Linten, she couldn't deny his capability deep down. Veronica, however, let out a cold snort. In her eyes, Linten was nothing more than a disposable pawn. She declared that it was time to settle things completely with both the Empire and the Church, and that preparations should begin at once. She ordered the release of that man. Just then, Obito sensed a teleportation formation activating. Realizing Linten was the one arriving, she quickly opened a corresponding teleportation channel on the Great Tomb side, allowing him to pass through safely. Linten slowly materialized before them. Obito forced a stiff smile and greeted him, asking whether he needed something. Linten didn't waste time on pleasantries. After a quick glance around, he got straight to the point. He explained that the situation was serious. The Empire's Mind Masters and the Church's forces had already set up camp near the outer edge of the Great Tomb, roughly 30 kilometers away. Veronica responded as if this were news to her, casually remarking that the war was about to begin and asking how he planned to handle it. While speaking, Linten quietly inspected her attribute panel. Demon King Veronica, Level 100, Undead. Class, Heretical Summoner. Titles included Hand of Heresy, Immortal Cain, and Dark Summoner. Her lifespan stretched over 3,800 years. Her strength and defense stats were high but not absurd, and her listed skills focused heavily on summoning and enhancement. Her equipment, Death Shroud and Staff of Darkness, completed the picture. Total combat power, 9,999. Looking at the raw numbers alone, she didn't seem overwhelmingly superior. In fact, her base stats weren't much higher than Linten's own. But that surface comparison was misleading. Her real threat came from her skills, her class, and her equipment working together. That combination made her terrifying in actual combat. Linten also remembered the system's warning that she would later summon a black goat creature. It reinforced a truth he was beginning to understand. Every race had natural limits to its attributes, and only gods, or beings that surpassed normal racial boundaries, could break free of them entirely. After taking a brief moment to gather his thoughts, Lin Tian finally stepped forward and began delivering his report. He explained that he had followed every order precisely as instructed. The military forces under his command were nearly ready, and their numbers had already hit the upper limit of what they could realistically manage right now. From a numerical standpoint, they couldn't push things any further. Still, he admitted there was a serious problem. When it came to fighting human knights clad in steel armor, they were clearly at a disadvantage. With that in mind, he suggested that waiting around would only make things worse. In his view, launching a preemptive strike was the smartest move. His proposal didn't receive an immediate response from Veronica. Instead, Obito cut in first, clearly irritated. He snapped that Lin Tian was talking nonsense and questioned whether their lord was someone who could just act freely on a whim like that. Before Obito could keep going, Veronica raised her voice and shut him down. She said that was enough. This wasn't a trivial matter, and since the coming battle required it, she would personally lend a portion of her power. As she spoke, she lightly tapped her staff against the ground. In the blink of an eye, the scenery changed. The three of them were suddenly hovering high above the goblin tribe. Below them, the goblin army stretched out in a dense, restless mass. The noise alone was overwhelming, and the sheer number of bodies packed together was shocking. Even Lin Tian found himself caught off guard. He hadn't expected their population to explode to such an alarming size in only a few days. Veronica, however, barely reacted. Her gaze swept across the army once, calm and detached, before she casually remarked that it wasn't bad at all. She told Lin Tian he had done well, and added that if he managed to survive the upcoming major battle, she might consider allowing him to become her servant. On the surface, her words sounded almost generous. In reality, her attitude had nothing to do with respect. She simply saw Lin Tian as useful. Deep down, she felt nothing but intense disgust toward goblins. Lin Tian responded with a stiff smile, thanking her for the compliment as he lowered his head in a show of obedience. Yet behind that gesture, his expression was twisted with contempt. Internally, he bristled at the idea. Being told to serve her felt insulting. He cursed the thought, wondering how close he'd come to lashing out if she weren't just a walking pile of bones with terrifying power behind it. Veronica raised her staff once more and declared that this was exactly what they deserved. She announced that she would now strengthen the army. As she named the spell, Supreme Magic, Heterodox Summoning, the air itself seemed to react. A massive magic circle spread across the sky in an instant. Layer upon layer of multicolored light overlapped, releasing a wave of magical pressure so intense it felt suffocating. Violent winds tore through the air, howling like whispers from something demonic. From within the circle came eerie, distorted laughter, sharp and grating, reminiscent of cackling imps. Then something began to emerge. A jet-black heterodox creature slowly descended from the magic circle. Its massive body towered over 10 meters tall, completely covered in writhing tentacles that moved as if they had minds of their own. It had no eyes, no ears, no arms, only 3 goat-like hooves supporting its bulk and 2 enormous mouths that stretched unnaturally wide. It didn't resemble any known living being, instead looking like a grotesque lump of flesh that defied normal description. This abomination was known as the Black Goat Evil God's Egg. As Lin Tian's vision filled with its status panel, the numbers made his breath hitch. Level 100. A heterodox race, no class, carrying titles that marked it as the ultimate evil egg of the Black Goat Evil Godmother and a devotee of heresy. Its health alone was staggering, its defense absurd, and its overall combat power overwhelming. The moment Lin Tian processed the information, everything clicked into place. Now he truly understood why Veronica's combat power was considered so terrifying. She hadn't boosted the army indirectly. She had directly summoned a level 100 demonic existence onto the battlefield. Lin Tian stared at the monstrous thing overhead, disbelief flashing through his mind. He couldn't help thinking how the hell anyone was supposed to fight something like that. The so-called Black Goat Evil God's Egg made no sense to him. An egg? Someone else's unfinished creation? It was absurdly huge, and its attributes were ridiculously high for something that was supposedly incomplete. And yet, as he studied it more closely, a hint of disappointment crept in. Aside from its outrageous vitality, it didn't seem to have any obvious abilities. No skills, no special traits, nothing that stood out at first glance. That thought barely had time to settle before something went wrong. Without warning, a crushing wave of fear surged up from the depths of Lin Tian's soul. His body stiffened, his vision swam, and the world tilted violently. He swayed in midair, almost losing his balance, his heart pounding as if it were trying to escape his chest. For a split second, he couldn't even understand what was happening to him. That was when Veronica's voice cut in, sharp and warning him not to make the same mistake again. She explained that staring directly at the creature would erode mental strength. Creatures like that didn't need flashy abilities. They attacked the mind itself. With that monster acting as support, she added calmly, the goblin army at least wouldn't be wiped out in a one-sided massacre. She then laid out the division of labor without hesitation. The Empire's forces were his problem. The church she would handle personally. With that, Veronica turned away and left, departing alongside Abito, as if the overwhelming presence she had summoned was nothing more than a tool she had already finished using. Lin Tian let out a quiet breath he hadn't realized he was holding. So this was the difference in their strength. Before he could dwell on it further, 2 goblin scouts rushed over in a panic, reporting that people from the Empire were moving toward their position. Almost immediately after, another goblin came barreling in from the distance, dragging a man behind him. He loudly announced that he had caught someone. The captured man thrashed violently, shouting insults and demanding to be released. The goblin responded by slamming him hard into the ground before reporting that the man was an Imperial scout requesting an audience. His companions were hiding in the nearby mountains, and all of them had already been surrounded. Lin Tian's expression hardened instantly. His gaze turned cold as he asked whether the man wasn't afraid of death. The scout forced himself to steady his breathing. He refused to show fear, not because he felt none, but because he had come with a purpose. Straightening his posture, he loudly declared that he was a representative of the Empire, here to formally declare war. The scout's heart seized. A sudden, inexplicable terror flooded his body, making his legs shake so badly he nearly collapsed. Even so, he forced himself to stay upright and stammered that he had delivered the message and requested permission to return and report. That was as far as he got. A sharp flash cut through the air. Alice moved without hesitation. With a single clean motion, her blade severed the scout's head. The body dropped lifelessly as the skull rolled across the ground, eyes still wide open, frozen forever in a mix of pain and terror. Alice glanced down at the severed head on the ground and spoke in a cold, almost distant tone. She said that, at last, he was free. In her view, both of them had been deceived by demons, and death was the end of that lie. Right after that, Lin Tian stepped forward and quietly asked if everything was ready. Alice nodded without hesitation, saying they could leave whenever he gave the order. Lin Tian then moved through the massive goblin army at an unhurried pace. The scale of the force was overwhelming. Behind him stood the upper ranks, the core figures who made up the army's true combat strength. They positioned themselves at the front, leading clusters of savage demonic beasts and goblins alike. Once the formation settled, the army began to move. The black goat evil god's egg surged ahead almost immediately, acting like a mindless killing machine. It charged forward without slowing down, its massive body plowing through the forest. Watching the thing rampage ahead, Go Kwang finally couldn't hold back his unease. He asked Lin Tian what that thing actually was, admitting that the longer he looked at it, the creepier it felt. He also complained about how it kept smashing trees for no apparent reason. No one answered him. The goblin standing beside him stayed silent, not because he was ignoring the question, but because he genuinely didn't know the answer. More importantly, the face Go Kwang was talking to wasn't Lin Tian's at all. A moment later, Lin Tian appeared behind him, currently disguised as an ordinary elite goblin. He bluntly called Go Kwang an idiot and explained that the one walking ahead earlier had just been a decoy. He reminded him again not to stare at that thing and finally explained what it was, a heterodox creature known as the black goat evil god's egg. Stripping it down to the basics, he said, it was literally just an egg. It didn't understand human speech, and it certainly wasn't something to treat like a normal summon. Go Kwang scratched his head, muttering the name to himself as if trying to process it. Then, suddenly, his eyes lit up as a new thought hit him. If it was an egg, he wondered out loud, didn't that mean it could mate and produce offspring? That single question sent a chill straight down Lin Tian's spine. Gaoyan flew over and smacked Go Kwang on the head, scolding him for letting his thoughts drift into nonsense right before a fight. He told him to focus and asked how he could even think about something like that, calling him a perverted goblin without hesitation. Go Kwang shot back angrily, asking how Gaoyan still had the nerve to criticize him when he'd clearly gone over to look too. As the two goblins kept bickering, Lin Tian went quiet, lost in thought. Then his expression shifted. For some reason, Go Kwang's words started to sound strangely reasonable. He realized he might not be a pure-blood goblin after all. It struck him that everything in the world could reproduce. The black goat evil god's egg supposedly came from one of the 7 evil gods. Even if that story was just a legend, the fact that the egg existed at all suggested there was some truth behind it. An idea formed quickly. If he could create new life, wouldn't that make him the rightful partner of the black goat goddess? In that case, it would all be completely legitimate. With that thought, Lin Tian quietly backed away toward the rear of the goblin army. Without drawing attention, he suddenly broke formation and slipped away, moving carefully toward the black goat evil god's egg. Up close, it was enormous, rising like a massive tower. Worse than its size was its presence. Anyone who looked at it felt increasingly uneasy, as if their thoughts were starting to unravel. Even Lin Tian struggled to endure it. He clenched his teeth, shut his eyes tight, and told himself he had to finish this quickly. This was a path no one had ever taken before, and he would be the first. Gathering every bit of courage he had, he charged straight toward the black goat evil god's egg. At the same time, the goblin army continued its slow advance. The countless monsters moved together, their heavy steps shaking the forest floor as they marched forward. After arguing for a bit, Go Kwang suddenly stopped talking. He glanced around suspiciously at the goblins behind him and asked where the boss had gone. He complained that they all looked the same and that he couldn't tell which one was in charge. Gobian swore under his breath and told him to shut up already, saying the boss had probably been driven crazy by Go Kwang's nonsense. The scene shifted to the joint encampment of the Empire and the Church. Rows of tents filled the area, fenced in and watched over by towers, while soldiers patrolled in tight, disciplined formations. Inside the command tent, King Charles II was furious, swearing non-stop and demanding to know why the scouts still hadn't returned. He wondered if they'd been killed again and cursed the goblins for it, calling it a blatant provocation. If they didn't even send envoys back, how was he supposed to know whether they intended to negotiate or fight? Unable to listen any longer, Cleen spoke up to calm him, saying His Majesty shouldn't waste his anger on goblins. Precisely because they were goblins, he added, they were capable of doing things like this. Just then, a frontline scout rushed in and reported that the goblins had arrived. Charles II sneered, saying they'd finally shown themselves, and swore to bring Alice home no matter what. He immediately led the others out of the command tent, quickly organizing the troops and preparing for battle. But as violent tremors shook the ground beneath their feet, everyone's expression grew heavy. Something felt very wrong. People stared ahead, unsettled by the strange presence that made them feel uncomfortable both physically and mentally. The scale alone was shocking. At least 100,000 goblins, along with an overwhelming number of monsters. Many couldn't believe a goblin tribe could have grown to this size in just half a year. Fear spread through the ranks. Charles II clenched his teeth and forced himself to stay calm, snapping that there was no reason to panic. They had 100,000 heavily armored soldiers, and even twice that number of monsters could still be crushed. A trembling Marquis asked about the two pitch-black objects on the battlefield, saying that simply looking at them made his skin crawl and asking where they had come from. At that moment, the cardinal stepped forward and opened the Holy Scriptures, explaining that those were heretical creatures known as the eggs of the black goat evil god, recorded in ancient text. He instructed everyone to avoid looking directly at them. According to the Scriptures, the black goat evil god periodically expelled such eggs, though he hadn't expected them to appear here. Even after the explanation, many were still confused. Most had never even heard of the black goat evil god, a name from ancient times. Charles II didn't dwell on it and instead asked about the Pope's whereabouts. The cardinal replied that the Pope remained at the rear, while he himself had come forward to help initiate the battle. As he spoke, he drew his sword. It was the holy sword once wielded by Alice. Originally a level 11 magic artifact, it had been split into the blade and the cross-shaped hilt due to the rarity of high-tier artifacts. Now reunited, it was known as the Holy Cross Greatsword, capable of unleashing its full original power, also called the Holy Cross Sacred Sword. Charles II's expression darkened as he stared at the blade, saying quietly that it should return to its original owner. By then, Lin Tian's army had advanced into the central area of the battlefield and begun deploying formations. The Imperial army moved as well, every step and adjustment perfectly synchronized, their movements shaking the earth. Sunlight reflected off silver armor, creating a blinding glare as a powerful military presence pressed forward. On Lin Tian's side, everything was calm. They waited in silence for the enemy to approach. With a single glance, Charles II fixed his gaze on the low-level goblin standing at the very front. He asked the person beside him if that was really the one, if he was truly just a low-level goblin. The answer came back immediately. Yes, it was the same goblin they'd seen before. Cleen ground his teeth, his face twisted with hatred. He would never forget what Lin Tian had said or what he had done. The idol and goddess he worshipped above all else had been defiled by a goblin. Then Charles II noticed a familiar face. Pale, flawless skin and clear azure eyes stared back at him, but the innocence once within them was gone, replaced by cold darkness. Everything else faded from his attention. He shouted for Alice, saying he had come to bring her home and ordering her to return at once. Cleen called out too, asking if Princess Alice still remembered him. He reminded her of how they used to train together and how she always defeated him easily. He said that if she was willing to change her mind and stand with the Empire, they would not pursue responsibility for the previous civilian massacre. Her response came sharp and furious, telling them to shut up. She warned them not to mention those people again, saying she still had killing to do and would never go back. She told Charles II that for over 10 years, she had endured suffering to protect those people, only for them to push her toward death in the end. Those words erased the last of Charles II's hope. As he stared ahead, all that remained in his eyes was pain. For over a decade I suffered, all to protect those people. And in the end, they were the ones who wanted me dead. Right then, the Cardinal Archbishop slowly drew his cruciform sword. Alice, he called, his voice cold. Look closely. Do you recognize this? Have you truly forgotten the duty the Church placed upon you? The moment Alice saw the sword, Her anger seemed to blaze even hotter. "Why don't you take a look at mine instead?" As she spoke, she drew the blade of ominous misfortune. A wave of dark, violent energy shot up from it, so powerful the sky itself seemed to dim. A huge, swirling vortex opened above them, wildly devouring the flames that wreathed Alice, pulling the raging energy from the ground all the way into the clouds. Watching this, the Cardinal Archbishop's face went stiff. His eyes were fixed on that terrible sword. He could sense a threat he really didn't want to face. At that moment, a low-level goblin at the front of the monster ranks piped up, its voice carrying Lin Tane's command. "That's enough. Are you trying to block the Master's will, you shameful parasites clinging to Alice?" The creature's tone was downright rude. Charles II's face twisted with rage. "Lin Tane," he roared, flecks of spit flying. "I truly did underestimate you. You vile creature, how dare you make so many of these monsters in such a short time? What in the world have you done to Alice?" Even the Cardinal Archbishop had reached his limit with the insult. He pointed his sword straight at Lin Tane. "You beast! Do not slander us. If anyone here is a bloodthirsty warmonger, it is you. There is nothing left to say. Let this war begin." Hearing that, Lin Tane just smiled a little, looking almost innocent. "Wait, I know you're excited, but let's not rush. I'm not like you. I don't enjoy all the blood and violence. I'll give you one chance to surrender." The Cardinal Archbishop's face twitched, his mouth working. "You shameless monster. Stop your lies. Our knights are justice incarnate. We represent the Lord's will. The only violent, bloodthirsty ones here are you monsters." Charles II threw up a hand, cutting him off. "Your Eminence, talking is useless. Warriors of justice," he bellowed. "Wipe out these monsters. Take back our saint." A unified roar erupted from the army. King Charles II personally led the cavalry charge, thundering toward the monster lines. The great battle had officially begun. Lin Tane instantly ordered the larger monsters forward. "Don't let them form up," he commanded. "If they get their defensive line, they'll overpower us in close combat." The monsters surged ahead without hesitation, their eyes glowing a fierce red, completely unafraid as they slammed into the wall of armored knights. "Good heavens," gasped one of the knights, his voice trembling. "What are these things?" As wave after wave of gigantic beasts bore down on them, a cold, gripping fear took hold, the kind that sinks right into your bones. Yet the soldiers did not fall back. They ducked behind their shields, teeth gritted, holding the line with everything they had. But even their best effort couldn't withstand the impact of monsters standing 4 or 5 meters tall. The Empire's front line shattered in an instant. Hidden within the chaos, Lin Tane saw it, the perfect moment to strike at the heart of their forces. On his command, wave after wave of goblins surged into the broken Imperial formation, forcing a brutal, close-quarters brawl. Even with their overwhelming numbers and crude iron armor, they were still outmatched by the Empire's fully armored soldiers. The fight quickly bogged down into a messy, grinding stalemate. Seeing this, King Charles II barked new orders. "Lancers, saber cavalry, target the large monsters first. Shield infantry, reform the line, now." At once, the sharp neighs of warhorses cut through the din from both flanks of the battlefield. Groups of cavalry surged toward the center, the thunder of hooves shaking the ground and bearing down with crushing force. To the infantry, cavalry was the very image of death itself. Where they charged, goblins were trampled into the mud, offering no chance to fight back. Several saber-wielding cavalrymen swung their weapons in unison, carving into a giant, tusked boar. Under a relentless barrage of strikes, the level 5 monster was quickly brought down. Once one target was dealt with, the cavalry immediately wheeled toward the next. A smug smile spread across Charles II's face. "Let me show you the iron might of the Empire," he roared. "Crush every last one of them. Smash their skulls." Lin Tane watched the scene calmly, though his expression grew serious. He realized this was the exact reason he had failed in his earlier simulations. The cavalry was simply too powerful. "In the future, I'll need forces like this," he noted. But this time, he wasn't worried. Suddenly, jet-black tentacles erupted across the battlefield, snatching warhorses and riders right out of the air. They were hurled straight into a massive, gaping maw that waited behind the lines. The sickening sound of flesh and bone being ground apart echoed without end. Sparks flew as the black mountain goat eggs entered the fray. To the cavalry, and to the entire Imperial army, They were a waking nightmare. From the body of each creature grew more than 10 pitch-black tentacles. Countless soldiers were seized, lifted into the air, and forced to watch at close range as that enormous mouth pulped flesh and blood. Many were so terrified they nearly lost control on the spot. The air filled with the screams of utterly despairing men. Right at that moment, blades of brilliant sword light tore through the air. In an instant, several massive holes were ripped open in the bodies of the Black Mountain goat-eggs. The Cardinal Archbishop had appeared, rescuing the captured soldiers. His voice was ice-cold. "Leave these two abominations to me. You deal with the goblins." Immediately, he shot up into the air, gripping his cruciform sword, and unleashed a relentless flurry of slashes. Streams of sword light poured down continuously, streaking toward the enormous goat-eggs. The massive creatures had no hope of dodging. If nothing changed, it was only a matter of time before the Cardinal Archbishop cut them down. But fortunately, just as his assault closed in, Alice appeared in front of the Black Mountain goat-eggs. She raised her demonic sword high and unleashed a single, overwhelming slash. The strike completely obliterated the Cardinal Archbishop's entire offensive. Alice's expression was terrifyingly cold. Hellfire enveloped her entire body. And there, amid the chaotic sea of slaughter, she began to advance, step by deliberate step, toward the Cardinal Archbishop. She didn't turn around. The knights faced her from a distance. One of them pleaded for her to come back, calling out to her as their sword saintess, as if the title might still reach her. Another knight shouted after her, saying she didn't have to keep going like this, that she was heading down the wrong road. But their voices faded as Alice Nia silenced them herself. Then the bishop's voice entered, sharp and furious. His aged face filled the view as he demanded to know why Alice Nia had slaughtered the very people she had sworn to defend. The accusation hung heavy as the fire continued to burn around her. Alice stood to the side, flames curling behind her. The bishop kept speaking, asking whether someone like her still deserved the Empire's faith, or the respect he himself had once placed in her, when Alice was a child. From above, the bishop looked down on her and reminded her that she had been chosen by God. He spoke as if this path, soaked in blood and fire, was meant to cleanse her sins, as if obedience itself was salvation. The distance between them became clear in the wide view, the bishop standing high above, untouched, while Alice remained below, surrounded by bodies and fire. He declared that for the Empire to endure, she had only one choice, to follow God's laws without question. His face hardened as he continued, saying her pain, her fear, and her weakness were flaws that needed to be erased. Only then, he claimed, could she become the perfect sword saintess. Scene shifted to the present. Alice finally lifted her head. Her expression was calm, but her eyes searched his face as she questioned what he had said about raising her, about trusting her. She said there was something she wanted to ask him, as she asked if he felt any regret. Turning slightly, she spoke again, saying he was the one who had pushed her onto a path filled with nothing but killing and obedience, stripping everything else away. The bishop watched her in silence. Then his body began to shine, golden light pouring out as massive wings formed behind him. He declared that she had fallen too far, that she could no longer be saved, and that he would erase this mistake with his own hands. He rose into the air, a vast golden magic circle forming above him, marked with the name of his spell. Power gathered as the light intensified. From the sky, a towering beam of gold descended. From the shattered ground, a vortex of swords twisted upward, metal spinning in a violent spiral as the earth continued to break apart beneath it. Alice rose into the air as the storm answered her call. Purple energy wrapped around her, spectral blades circling her body as she released the attack known as Steel Tempest. The bishop thrust his hand forward and formed a shield of golden light. He named it his Holy Light Barrier, pouring power into it just as the first wave of purple blades slammed against it. His foot hit the ground with force, cracks spreading out from the impact as he anchored himself in place. He looked up, eyes wide, strain clear on his face as the pressure kept building. Behind Alice, something far darker took shape. A massive shadow emerged, its form unmistakable as a dragon, purple eyes burning as she invoked demonic dragon death soul. The air around her grew heavier as its presence filled the battlefield. The bishop clenched his teeth, holding his ground as the power pressed down on him. Then the dragon's enormous claw came crashing down onto the golden barrier, sending a sharp metallic clash through the air. Pain and shock flashed across the bishop's face as he shouted, demanding to know what kind of power she was wielding. In his mind, the sensation felt like being ripped apart by a living nightmare, as though an evil dragon itself was tearing into him. He continued to fight against the overwhelming force above, eyes locked upward as the clash of light, shadow, and steel raged on. The king rode forward on horseback, wrapped in animal pelt armor as a golden aura flared around him, shaped like a roaring lion. Power surged outward as he activated Lion's roar of invincibility, his presence dominating the battlefield. A sharp order rang out, telling the troops to attack at once. Soldiers rushed ahead with weapons raised, charging straight into the fight. Steel collided as swords met, clashes spreading across the field. In other areas, different groups were already locked in combat, the battle unfolding on all sides. Amid the chaos, the king seized a brown-haired man. He shouted that he had finally caught Lin Tian, his voice filled with satisfaction. From behind, Klein stepped forward without hesitation and struck in a single clean motion, instantly severing the goblin's head. Lin Tian's body dropped forward as his head fell away, the scene washed in red tones as his form disappeared from view. Klein stood over the body and laughed, celebrating what he believed was Lin Tian's death. Across the battlefield, soldiers erupted into cheers, shouting that they had won. Someone called out that the enemy leader was dead and demanded the remaining forces surrender. Yet Lin Tian's face, shown elsewhere, carried only confusion. In his thoughts, he wondered why they hated him so much. Suddenly, a figure identical to the king looked up and shouted in shock, recognizing someone who should not have been there. A hooded figure stepped forward, red eyes glowing beneath the shadow of the cloak. The true goblin revealed himself, calmly saying that Alice Nia had come with him by choice, and that he was the one now in an awkward position. He casually asked how his substitute's acting had been, sounding confident that it had fooled everyone. Nearby, King, now shown in golden armor, looked toward the goblin with a measured expression. He admitted that he finally understood what had happened and that he had underestimated him. They had all been completely deceived. Klein then stepped forward and requested a duel. He said he had spent 6 months training, driven by burning hatred, preparing for this moment. The goblin turned slightly, a faint smile visible beneath his hood, and accepted, saying he would give Klein the chance he wanted. Klein declared that he had come today for revenge for himself, for Alice, and for the entire empire. In his eyes, this burning fury was unstoppable, and he demanded to know whether Lin Tian could survive it. The moment the words left his mouth, Klein lunged forward and struck. He attacked head-on, convinced that his strength alone would be enough to finish the monster standing alone before him. Lin Tian didn't move from his spot. He simply reached out and pulled a short, razor-edged dagger into his hand. There was no fear in his expression. Instead, a faint, mocking smile appeared as he lifted the blade and met Klein's punch directly. At that instant, a terrifying wave of power surged from behind Klein. His strike swelled with explosive force, far beyond what it had been a second earlier. Cracks raced across Lin Tian's dagger, spreading faster than the eye could follow. Then the blade shattered completely. Shards flew outward like arrows, tearing into Lin Tian's body. Blood spilled freely as wounds spread across his torso. The surrounding goblins were shaken to their core. They had never imagined seeing Lin Tian injured, let alone pushed to the brink like this. Klein didn't give him a chance to recover. The moment Lin Tian's defense broke, another punch followed, aimed straight for his head. Klein believed this blow would end everything. Lin Tian's body was hurled away, and a violent explosion of energy erupted at the center of the battlefield. Dust and smoke surged upward, swallowing the scene and blinding everyone nearby. When the air finally settled, the monsters stared in horror at the massive crater left behind. Some goblins cried out in panic, asking how their boss, who had promised to lead them across the world, could fall like this. Another hurriedly swore that even if their leader was gone, the dream of conquest would continue. Klein and King Charles II stood stunned by what they were seeing. They exchanged uneasy looks, both wondering the same thing: was Lin Tian truly dead? The answer came instantly. Klein suddenly coughed up blood, his face contorting in pain. A bone-chilling, killing intent wrapped around him from behind. Before anyone could react, a horrifying sight unfolded. A cold blade had pierced straight through the chest of a knight standing nearby. Through the drifting smoke, Lin Tian slowly rose to his feet, still holding the posture of having just thrown the weapon. An overwhelming pressure poured from his body, sending fear through everyone watching. His eyes glowed crimson with murderous intent as he mocked the humans for believing they could kill him so easily. Klein staggered, clutching at his wounds, unable to understand what had happened. He shouted in disbelief, cursing Lin Tian for surviving. Nearby, King Charles II watched his most trusted subordinate fall, and a roar of grief and rage tore from his throat. Before the king could act, thunder cracked through the sky. A bolt of lightning slammed down in the next second, reducing Klein to charred remains. With open contempt, Lin Tian stepped on the corpse, pulled free the spear of Zeus, and turned his gaze toward the king. He openly taunted him, claiming all that rage for himself, and calmly asked who would be next. Charles II burned with fury and prepared to charge forward, but Herbert rushed to stop him. He warned the king to wait, saying that things weren't as simple as they appeared. This might not even be Lin Tian's true body. Herbert quickly scanned the battlefield. He knew that losing control now would mean total annihilation. As he spoke, massive monsters surged forward like a tidal wave, closing in on the remaining human forces. A gigantic goblin rushed toward them, and Herbert charged to intercept it, driving his weapon clean through its body. To his shock, the creature's strength was far weaker than expected. That realization filled him with dread. This goblin, too, wasn't the real one. The situation collapsed rapidly. A thunderous roar erupted from behind, stunning several members of the order. Slaughter followed immediately. Gawain climbed up a horse's hind legs in one smooth motion. His void dagger flashed, killing a knight instantly. Without the royal battle standard support, the knight's strength barely posed a challenge. Nearby, Go Kwang used chains to bind two knights, lifted them into the air, and hurled them straight into the goblin horde. Elsewhere, a four-armed goblin charged forward and brought its massive axe down, cutting a knight apart in a single strike. Bloodshed spread across the battlefield with terrifying speed. Watching his comrades fall, one knight forced himself forward and drove his spear into the shoulder of the four-armed goblin. Though he managed to wound it, fear filled his eyes as he desperately shouted for Herbert to protect the king and get him out alive. Herbert, riding hard and waving the battle standard, fought to break the stunned state gripping their forces. He tried to escort the emperor away, but it was already too late. In the distance, atop a colossal beast, Leah drew her bow to its limit. An arrow glowing with eerie green magic tore through the air at impossible speed and struck Herbert from behind, driving toward his heart. The impact slammed into his shoulder, sending a surge of agony through him. Seeing his final protector gravely wounded, King Charles II screamed in horror. Herbert collapsed, his vision fading. With the last of his strength, he urged the king to abandon him and escape. The battlefield echoed with unwilling fury as the loyal knights stared at the devastation the monsters had unleashed. Lin Tian walked forward slowly, his expression filled with triumph and scorn. He mocked the humans openly, declaring that it was their arrogance, their desire to wipe out the goblin race, that had led them to this miserable end. The armored knight stood at the front of the human line, armor scarred but his stance firm. He shouted that he would fight the monster before him until his last breath, making it clear he had no intention of backing down. Across from him, Lin Tian stood calmly, watching the knight and the surrounding human soldiers as if he were observing something already decided. The knight raised his voice again, declaring that this would be the end of it all. Lin Tian didn't respond with words. A crackling red aura spread around him as he lifted his spear, power gathering at its tip. One beam struck directly against the knight's armor, driving the force through him. The impact dropped the knight to his knees. Blood slipped from the corner of his mouth, and his head lowered as defeat pressed in. In his thoughts, he apologized to his king, regretting that he could no longer stand by his side. Just before his life faded completely, the knight released his final spell, Immortal Will. A blinding surge of power burst from his broken body, turning him into a radiant core in the middle of the dark battlefield. The force spilling out shattered the ground around him, cracking and collapsing everything nearby. Seeing this, Lin Tian immediately ordered the goblins to pull back. At this stage, the knight was no longer truly alive, only a body moving on borrowed power. There was no reason to waste time or lose more troop. Once the skill ended, the knight would fall on his own. The four-armed goblin praised Lin Tian without hesitation, saying his judgment was sharp and efficient. With just a bit of planning, the strongest human knight had already been dealt with. Even so, the knight kept fighting. In moments, every goblin still close to him was cut down. Watching this loyal knight spend his last moments as a weapon shattered King Charles II. His will collapsed entirely. The sword slipped from his hands and sank into the ground, left standing upright on a battlefield filled with bodies and smoke. He screamed, asking why everything had turned out like this. Faced with the cruelty of war, he could do nothing. He had never imagined that goblins he once dismissed could wield such overwhelming power. Nearby, the battle between Alice and the Grand Archbishop raged on. Alice surged forward like a violent wave of dark purple energy, cutting through the night. Her sword carried the deadly gale slash, tearing forward with lethal force. The Grand Archbishop met it calmly, wings carrying him as he dissolved the attack. His advantage was no longer absolute, but Alice still couldn't end him quickly. She rushed back into close combat. Slash after slash followed, sword light ripping through the air. Wherever her blade passed, church soldiers fell. Armor split apart and the ground was soaked red. The gentle holy maiden was gone. What remained was destruction given form. The Grand Archbishop showed no concern for the knights pulled into their clash. Instead, he felt regret. In his thoughts, he admitted it was a shame. If Alice had remained the church's holy maiden, her future might have surpassed even the Pope. Alice shouted back, telling him to stop talking and die. Dark purple light surged as anger consumed everything else. Suddenly, a massive greatsword came down from the side. The ambush caught her off guard and made it clear that the church's leaders were not careless opponents. Drawing on experience and her new strength, Alice jumped back in time. The strike split the ground apart, leaving a deep chasm behind. From the smoke, a silver-armored knight stepped forward. The church's reinforcements had arrived to bring the battle to a close. He reported respectfully that they had come under the Holy Mother's orders. The Grand Archbishop acknowledged them and warned that a demonic dragon's soul was sealed inside Alice's sword. The knights responded together that they understood. A beam of pure holy light then descended from the sky. In an instant, the knights and the Grand Archbishop vanished. The space around Alice shifted, and moments later they reappeared all around her, charging at once and striking without mercy. Alice hurried to block the attacks, then pushed off the ground and retreated, barely avoiding being surrounded again. Using that opening, the Grand Archbishop began chanting high-level magic. A massive surge of holy power descended like a divine pillar, meant to erase anything judged impure. Alice found herself trapped inside a tightening formation, a brilliant magic array above her sealing off every escape. She realized how bad the situation had become. The holy light was already wearing down her resolve. Before she could think further, the knights attacked again. Great swords blazing with divine power crashed down in an endless wave. Alice could only defend as violent clashes echoed again and again. The fight grew increasingly brutal. Each collision shook the battlefield. Alice held on through sheer determination, but the knights' coordination slowly pushed her back. One of them broke through and forced her into a dangerous retreat. She reached the very edge of the barrier. The golden light erased anything it touched, and part of her hair vanished the instant it brushed against it. She told herself she couldn't step back any further. One more step, and she would be erased completely. Pain and exhaustion blurred her vision, but she endured. At that moment, the Grand Archbishop descended from above, his intent hidden beneath holy power. Alice sensed it, but there was no time left. Blades cut into her, and the pain made her feel that the world had no place for someone labeled a mistake. King Charles II shouted for the Grand Archbishop to stop, begging him not to harm Alice. He insisted that she wasn't evil and could still be saved, trying to use his authority to halt the execution. The Grand Archbishop replied coldly that it was already too late. She had no path back. Alice dropped to her knees, overwhelmed by pain. The Grand Archbishop raised his holy sword, deciding that today he would end this mistake. He brought the blade down without hesitation, believing that anyone who refused to submit to the churches had no right to exist. The Cardinal Archbishop slowly reached his hand toward Alice and quietly told her goodbye. Right behind him, King Charles II shouted for her to stop, his voice breaking as he yelled no. A glowing sword shot straight toward Alice's back, its blade shining as it rushed at her. But before it could reach her, dark energy suddenly burst out from her body, spreading around her in thick waves, and a smooth, almost playful voice spoke to her, calling her a sweet girl. From the shadows, the form of a woman appeared, a demon with a calm smile. She told Alice that she looked worn out and suggested she rest, saying she could handle everything from here. Alice looked up at her and firmly told her to be quiet. She said she wouldn't fall for her tricks. The demon faced her directly and explained that Alice had it wrong. She claimed she only wanted to share her power. She added that if Alice died, the church would capture her, and she would never be able to taste blood again. The demon's smile widened as she casually pointed out something else. She asked Alice if she really wanted to die at their hands. Alice lowered her gaze, her body trembling slightly. After a brief pause, she looked ahead again, her expression steady, and admitted that the demon was right. A blinding light burst outward. The demon's voice echoed again, saying good, and that now she would. Before she could finish, crimson energy exploded from Alice in a violent surge. The ground rumbled as a deep boom rolled through the air. Knights nearby were thrown backward by the sheer force of the pressure. Staring at the overwhelming energy, the Archbishop muttered that this aura felt wrong. His eyes widened as he demanded to know what it was. Around Alice, a massive spiral of blood-red power twisted upward into the sky, swirling wildly as eerie laughter echoed from within it. A twisted smile spread across dark Alice's face. Someone nearby stared at her in horror and shouted that this was Darkborn. An Imperial soldier immediately started yelling orders, telling the troops to protect His Majesty and not let him get anywhere near her. Another soldier responded that they understood. King Charles II watched the chaos unfold, quietly calling Alice's name, worry written all over his face. The Cardinal Archbishop raised his voice and ordered everyone to kill her immediately. He insisted she couldn't be allowed to leave the divine sanctuary field. Dark Alice threw her head back and laughed, saying that finally she could truly enjoy herself. Red energy swept across the battlefield, crashing into soldiers and sending them down as their screams filled the air. The Archbishop coughed, blood staining his lips, and muttered that the situation had turned dangerous. He lifted his hand, gathering brilliant light into his palm, and began casting a super tear spell. A massive beam shot forward and struck Dark Alice directly as the system announced, "Sacred Judgment." An Imperial soldier rushed to him and reported that their own men might get caught in the attack. The Archbishop answered sharply that there was no time to think about that. He told them to hold the line and stressed that she must not complete her transformation into Darkborn. If Darkborn fully emerged, he warned, the entire world would fall. Dark Alice's laughter echoed again as she declared that she would be reborn in this grand war. Inside the storm of power, a golden version of Alice stood face to face with the demon. She firmly told the demon that it was enough. If this continued, she said, she would kill her first and told her not to push her. The demon calmly replied that they needed just a little more. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to defeat their enemies. She added that it was almost done. Golden Alice raised her voice again, repeating that she had told her to stop. Light and darkness collided violently, crashing into each other as the battlefield shook under the force of their clash. The demon replied calmly, saying they should focus on finishing the problem in front of them first. Back on the battlefield, Dark Alice lifted her demonic sword high into the air. A system voice announced, "Super Sword Technique." A glowing magic circle formed above her, humming as it spun. Then another appeared. And another. Red energy poured across the sky as the system declared, "Sea of Blood Abyss." The Cardinal Archbishop looked up, stunned, and shouted that there were 4 magic circles. He said it was impossible. Imperial soldiers charged forward, yelling that they had to take her down as fast as they could. Dark Alice swung her blade in a single, smooth motion. A sharp slicing sound cut through the noise. The Archbishop quickly shouted for everyone not to rush in recklessly. He warned that if she grabbed them now, they would die instantly. He ordered them to attack from a distance and weaken her with magic. The Holy Knights raised their weapons and spells. The system announced, "Lance of Radiance." One soldier shouted as beams of holy light fired toward her. Dark Alice moved straight through the attacks, slipping between the streaks of light with incredible speed. A heartbeat later, a massive explosion tore through the infantry line. The Archbishop watched the destruction unfold, his expression grim. He admitted that she was truly a terrifying demon and said it looked like they would have to summon the Pope. No matter what happened, he insisted, Darkborn had to be destroyed. After cutting down every knight in her way, Alice, wrapped in that terrifying dark form, stepped right up to the Archbishop like she'd been invited. She gave him a sideways look and casually asked if someone like him seriously thought he could take her down. Before he could answer, she dashed forward. Steel clashed against steel. The Archbishop barely managed to lift his glowing holy sword in time. Dark energy from Alice's blade slammed into the blinding light of his weapon. For a second, it looked evenly matched. Then cracks spread across his holy sword. A heartbeat later, it shattered. Alice's strength was way beyond what he had imagined. In one clean strike, his arm was gone. He stumbled back, mind racing, wondering where she learned swordsmanship like that. That level belonged to the legendary knights of the Sword Kingdom, not her. The knights behind him panicked and rushed in to shield him. Alice smiled, sharp and amused. She said she'd been born on battlefields and had ruled over humanity's fear for centuries. Then she added that a human who only lived a few decades daring to challenge her was almost funny. And with that, she charged again. The knights threw themselves at her, yelling for the Archbishop to retreat. Scarlet arcs flashed through the air. One by one, they dropped. Blood painted the ground. The Archbishop called out a subordinate's name, but the knight, with his last breath, told him to run and inform the Pope. The Archbishop looked at the scene, fury and frustration written all over him. He clearly understood he wasn't winning this. So, under the protection of his remaining men, he retreated. The dark entity didn't chase right away. She simply watched. Alice's lighter soul form appeared beside her, saying they should finish him off immediately. But the dark entity stopped her, explaining that the Pope wasn't someone they could handle right now. That was when Lin Tian and the monster army leaders arrived. He told Alice not to pursue. Her body was already overloaded, and if they didn't treat her soon, she'd lose control of the dark entity entirely. The dark entity brushed it off, saying Lin Tian didn't need to worry. Once the war ended, she'd disappear on her own. For now, there were still plenty of enemies, and if things got dangerous, she could help. Alice seemed to agree. The Pope hadn't shown himself yet, and no one really knew how strong he was. But Lin Tian wasn't buying it. He knew the dark entity had her own agenda. Without wasting time, he ordered Urfrid to cast a purification spell. The dark entity immediately protested, saying it felt like being tossed into a pile of filth, and asking if they'd all forgotten she just saved them. No one stopped the spell. A beam of pure light engulfed Alice. The monster army watched silently. Stabilizing her power came first, feelings later. When the light faded, the dark form was gone. Alice collapsed. Lin Tian quickly told Orpha to heal her. As the healing began, something changed. The battlefield, soaked in blood moments ago, grew strangely calm. Golden light spread across the sky, piercing through the dark clouds. It poured down onto the land. Then Lin Tian felt it, an overwhelming pressure descending over the entire area. Alice, barely conscious, muttered that it was world-class magic. Heaven's descent. The Pope had finally made his move. Above them, golden clouds twisted into a massive vortex. From it, countless white-robed figures descended, surrounding the black mountain goat monster from every direction. Holy light flooded the battlefield. The monster legion cried out in agony. Under Heaven's descent, every demonic creature was weakened by one tier, while every holy class was strengthened by one. Just like that, the battlefield flipped. Lin Tian watched everything unravel. He couldn't believe the old man had acted so quickly. And where were Veronica and the others? They were supposed to show up. Looking at his fallen subordinates, he quietly said there was only one option left. He activated a special skill, absorbing the body of a fallen knight. Green light wrapped around him, and in seconds, he looked just like the enemy. As he prepared to leave, Alice called out, asking where he was going. Calm as ever, Lin Tian replied that he was going to figure out how to deal with that old man. He told them to stay put and keep things steady. Then he looked up. Floating high above was the Grand Cathedral, the source of that terrifying power. That was his destination. Knights and holy officials kept descending from it, their presence heavy enough to make the ground tremble. And then Pope Douglas appeared. Golden light radiated from him, grand and overwhelming, like a god stepping into the mortal world. A status panel appeared before Lin Tian's eyes. Level 100. Race, human. Class, divine pope. Titles, supreme faith. Light of the world. Lin Tian didn't need to think long about it. This wasn't someone you fought head-on. So Lin Tian, disguised as a regular knight, quietly slipped into the enemy formation. From the outside, he looked completely ordinary, just another soldier basking in holy light. But inside, he was calculating fast. He couldn't help noticing how ridiculous the combat power around him felt. These soldiers were slightly stronger than Veronica, and that alone had been enough to make her hold back before. No wonder she hadn't rushed in. Lin Tian figured there was only one option left: test the Pope himself. He told himself that once this mess was over, he'd settle the score with certain people properly. As he moved forward, he mentally complained about Veronica and the others for not backing him up. Some very creative revenge ideas crossed his mind, but he shoved them aside. Focus first. Petty grudges later. When he reached the central area, he dropped to one knee, playing the part of a knight with urgent news. He raised his voice respectfully, announcing that he had something critical to report. Before he could say more, a white-haired nun stepped forward. She was calm, graceful, and way too eye-catching for a battlefield. In a soft voice, she told him there was no need to rush and that he should stand and speak slowly. For a split second, Lin Tian's brain went in an unhelpful direction. That thin white robe was not exactly helping his concentration. He quickly reminded himself this was not the time for distractions. Mission first. Hidden in his hand was a ring containing his trump card. The plan was simple. Wait for the right opening, pull out the spear of Zeus coated in decayed blood, and drive it straight through the Pope. And then, Pope Douglas move. A terrifying beam of light dropped straight from the sky, locking onto Lin Tian's position like it had GPS. Before he could react, the blast swallowed him whole. The explosion tore through the area, sending up a massive cloud of dust and flattening everything nearby. When the smoke thinned, Lin Tian was on the ground, coughing up blood. He muttered that it was lucky he had life armor on. Without it, that single hit would have ended the story right there. Even with it, his insides felt like they'd been put through a blender. He forced himself back onto his feet, heart racing. How was this even real? For the first time, he truly understood why Veronica had hesitated. But retreating wasn't an option. Lin Tian lifted his head toward the sky. Dark clouds began gathering overhead. Thunder rolled across the battlefield. If the Pope wanted to drop divine judgment from above, then fine. It was time to answer back. A huge green vortex suddenly opened above the battlefield. From inside it, a gigantic monster arm pushed its way out. The moment it appeared, the massive arm smashed straight through the world-level magic skill Heaven's Descent. Streams of holy light shattered instantly, and golden fragments scattered across the sky like broken glass. Lin Tian watched the destruction in front of him. From the look on his face, it was clear he understood something important. The power in this place had already reached a level far beyond anything he had dealt with before. Not long after that, an enormous figure appeared in front of him. It looked like a towering skeleton wearing armor with golden edges. This figure was the Bone King, Veronica. Veronica spoke to Lin Tian and thanked him, saying he had been extremely useful as bait against the Pope. Because of his help, she had gained enough time to complete the supreme spell Hand of Calamity. She also made it clear that she hadn't come alone. Behind her stood a massive legion of gigantic monsters, all ready to finish the battle. With confidence in her voice, Veronica told Lin Tian that the situation was already decided. From this moment onward, her side would take control of this place. She then ordered him to go back and lead the goblin army to wipe out the remaining knights. Lin Tian acted as if he was badly wounded. He told her he needed treatment and said he felt like he might not survive much longer. Veronica showed no interest at all. To her, a pawn that had already served its purpose didn't matter anymore. She simply told him that if he could no longer fight, he should just stay where he was. Someone would come treat him after the battle ended. Lin Tian didn't look surprised by her response. His expression turned calm and cold. He commented that Veronica's plan was quite clever. From the moment their goal was achieved, they had already decided to throw him aside. Lin Tian also wondered out loud if they were really that worried about him growing too strong. Then he quietly remarked that if they could treat him with that kind of attitude, they shouldn't complain when he decided to take back everything he had built. Lin Tian slipped his hand inside his cloak and pulled out a strange potion. Without hesitation, he opened the bottle and drank all of it in one gulp. In his mind, he had already made a decision. He would never let anyone treat him like a tool again. Meanwhile, the monster army from the Great Tomb advanced forward like a massive wall of flesh and muscle. The gigantic creatures marched toward the Pope's forces, their eyes filled with violent hunger as they stared at the holy knights. On the opposite side, Pope Douglas and the people around him watched the approaching monsters with visible fear. Douglas raised his voice and demanded to know what Veronica really wanted. He asked why she insisted on continuing the battle and causing even more death. From the way he spoke, it seemed he was truly tired of the endless killing. Veronica immediately rejected his words. She said the Pope himself was the real reason behind all those deaths. According to her, all she had ever wanted was to live an ordinary life, but the Church had always interfered with the affairs of the Great Tomb. Douglas shouted back angrily. He said that talking about an ordinary life made no sense for her. In his view, she had died long ago and now existed as nothing more than a skeleton. He said someone like her should simply remain buried in a grave. Veronica responded with a mocking tone. She pointed out that Douglas was already very old and standing close to death anyway. She even suggested that he might as well become her subordinate. At least that way, just like his son, he wouldn't die from old age. When Douglas saw his own son standing behind Veronica like a puppet, his anger exploded. His face twisted as he shouted in rage, unable to accept what had happened to his family's bloodline. Veronica didn't seem interested in arguing any longer. She raised the staff in her hand and pointed it directly at him. She told him that this battlefield wasn't the place for their final fight and suggested they settle everything today. Right after that, she cast the spell Kingdom of Darkness. The moment the spell activated, both Veronica and Pope Douglas disappeared at the same time. Entering a separate battlefield meant only for the two of them. Nearby, Abito laughed with excitement. She said it was finally their turn to fight. Without delay, she ordered her subordinates to eliminate every member of the Church. The battlefield quickly descended into chaos as the two armies collided. Swords clashed against claws, and the knights struggled to hold their formation. But the monsters were far too strong. Abito moved across the battlefield at incredible speed. Every attack she launched brought down another knight. Seeing his soldiers being cut down one after another, the bishop finally stepped in. He summoned a massive golden cross and called out sacred execution as holy light burst from his hands. The glowing cross shot forward and struck Abito in midair, forcing her down to the ground. The force of the attack sent powerful shockwaves across the battlefield. Abito cried out as the holy light burned her body. She tried with all her strength to break free, but the bishop's sacrificial magic was far too powerful. She couldn't escape. Then she looked up and saw something terrifying. A blazing pillar of fire was falling from the sky. The bishop had already made his decision. He was prepared to sacrifice his own life to completely destroy her with one final purification spell. At that exact moment, a dark hand with sharp claws settled on Abito's shoulder. Right as the incoming strike was about to reach her, Alice appeared in her darkened form and pulled Abito away from the spot. She swung her blade in a smooth motion, cutting through the glowing magical fragments raining down from the sky. The clash rang out across the battlefield, and in the next instant the bishop's attack was sliced apart. But the moment that attack broke, a beam of golden light suddenly appeared right in front of Alice. The distance was too close and the speed was too fast. There was no time for her to move away. Then, without warning, a burst of flames smashed straight into the golden beam. The beam shattered instantly. When the dust slowly cleared, Alice was still standing. Even so, she showed no appreciation for Abito's help. In a cold tone, she said she would personally deal with the archbishop. At that point, the archbishop was already close to losing control. He begged the Holy Mother to allow him to use the most forbidden sacrificial magic. According to him, the darkness had to be purged. He said the monster Alice had to be destroyed, even if it meant giving up his own life. The Holy Mother told him to calm down. She reminded him that their mission was simply to keep the monsters in place. The Pope would return soon. The Archbishop clenched his teeth. He clearly understood the price of the spell he wanted to use. It would cost him his life. But in his view, if he waited any longer, he might not even get the chance to die in battle. The Holy Mother stayed silent for a moment. She fully understood the terrible cost of the magic he was asking for. With deep sorrow in her heart, she finally cast a supreme spell. Flame of Atonement. It was a super-tier magic that turned his body into a vessel for divine wrath. Alice and Abito both stared at the transformation. They quickly realized what had happened. The Archbishop had touched the power of an angel. To be precise, the the power of a 12-winged seraphim. Anyone who used this spell would burn to ashes after 10 minutes. But during those 10 minutes, their power would rise to terrifying levels. Alice narrowed her eyes as she felt the heat rising from the ground. She told Abido that the next 10 minutes were going to be hell for everyone. For now, she suggested they move away from this place. Meanwhile, the Archbishop stood surrounded by holy flames. His power kept climbing higher and higher as he shouted that every monster would be burned to ashes. He had traded his future for 10 minutes of absolute destruction. Then he shot down from the sky like a meteor. The impact created a massive crater, and even the ground began to melt under the intense divine power. The shock wave blasted Abido far away, and blood spilled from her mouth as she was thrown back. Alice barely managed to stay upright while violent winds from the explosion pushed against her. The Archbishop rushed forward and threw a blazing punch directly at Alice. He shouted that her judgment had finally arrived. A gigantic pillar of fire erupted, sweeping forward and wiping out everything in its path. Nothing remained behind it except ashes. Alice watched the attack racing toward her. Every possible escape route had already been blocked. For a brief moment, she accepted that this was the end. Then suddenly, a pair of shining golden boots stepped onto the grass. King Charles II had arrived, wearing legendary golden armor. He calmly walked forward and positioned himself in front of Alice, standing between her and the incoming attack. He took the entire blast head-on. Alice stared at him, stunned by what she was seeing. She couldn't believe that someone had stepped in front of that attack to protect her. King Charles II gave a gentle smile and softly called Alice's name. At that moment, he looked like a father who had finally managed to do something for his daughter. Right at that moment, a huge blazing fireball rushed straight toward him. A second later, a deafening explosion burst across the battlefield. During those final moments, King Charles II remembered the day he first brought Alice into his life. Back then, she had been a lonely and pitiful child. He had promised her that she would have a home from that day on. He had also promised that he would protect her like a real father. Now, with his strength already fading, the king quietly apologized. He said that the empire could no longer be saved. Still, he wanted to use his remaining life to repay everything she had given him over the years. He ended by telling Alice he was sorry. Alice stood silently among the ruins. Around her, dark fragments of souls slowly drifted away into nothing. Not far behind her, the Archbishop had watched the entire scene unfold. His body trembled as regret filled his mind. He quietly asked himself what he had done. In his own words, he realized he had killed the king and wondered how many more mistakes he might end up making. Alice's anger rose rapidly, turning her presence far more terrifying than before. She rushed straight toward the Archbishop and declared that he deserved to die. The Archbishop no longer showed any intention of resisting. He simply remained where he stood while Alice's blade cut through the air. Moments later, his body fell to the ground, ending the life of the fanatical clergyman. After that, Alice remained standing alone in the middle of the battlefield. A dark aura slowly spread from her body, as if it intended to swallow everything nearby. Albedo walked over and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. She tried to comfort Alice, saying that everything would be fine and that they would always stay by her side. Alice gave no reaction to those words. Instead, she walked directly toward Gokwang and calmly gave an order. She told him to gather every goblin who had reached hero level. According to her, the time had come to launch an attack on the capital. Alice's sudden decision left Albedo confused. After thinking for a moment, she told the three-headed wolf Cerberus to follow Alice. She also instructed the beast to obey every command Alice gave and report back immediately. By this point, the battlefield had already turned into a complete slaughter. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, the Empire's knights were still fighting. At the same time, they kept urging the Holy Mother to leave immediately. They explained that the king had already fallen. Even if they managed to hold the monsters back for a while longer, the overall situation had become hopeless. They warned that if she stayed any longer, her life would be in serious danger. Just then, the sky suddenly split open. A brilliant golden beam of light shot down from above. Angel Gabriel came crashing down onto the battlefield, though her body was already heavily damaged. The impact shattered the ground and created a massive crater. Inside that crater, Pope Douglas struggled as he forced himself to stand up. Gabriel turned her cold gaze toward him and called him a traitor. She demanded to know why he kept standing against them and asked what any of this had to do with him. At that moment, another figure appeared in the sky. Veronica arrived, and beside her stood the fallen angel Lucifer. Lucifer wore a faint smile as she openly provoked Gabriel. She explained that she originally had no interest in getting involved in this conflict. However, once she learned that Gabriel was part of it, she felt she couldn't miss such a perfect chance for revenge. Lucifer then added in a cold voice that Gabriel had been the one who framed her in the past. Lucifer continued her vow, saying that one day she would return to the divine court. When that day came, she promised she would make Gabriel kneel before her and beg for forgiveness. Gabriel took those words as a deep insult. Her anger burst out as she shouted back, calling Lucifer a wretched traitor. But Gabriel already understood the situation. Victory was no longer possible. She looked toward the knights who were still fighting desperately on the battlefield. With a heavy voice, she told them that Eden would never forget what happened that day. She promised that their sacrifice would be avenged. According to her, the Great Tomb and the goblins would one day pay the price. Right after saying that, Gabriel disappeared completely. Left behind was Pope Douglas, who had already lost the strength to continue fighting. His body collapsed onto the ground. The Holy Mother rushed to his side and fell to her knees beside him. Tears rolled down her face when she realized he was about to die. With the last bit of strength remaining in his body, Douglas weakly told her to travel to the Sword Kingdom and the nearby nations. He explained that the church still had enough power in those places to protect her. After finishing those words, his life finally came to an end. Not far away, Veronica quietly watched everything. Her face showed no emotion, as if the entire situation had unfolded exactly the way she expected. The victory filled her with confidence. In a cold tone, she mocked the outcome. She said that Douglas's final move had been quite disappointing. In her view, those who called themselves angels had fled the moment they saw their old enemy. At that point, Veronica believed that no one left could defeat her. No matter how powerful Douglas had once been, she now saw him as nothing more than ashes. Alba looked at her with clear admiration and said that no matter how strong their enemies were, none of them could compare to Veronica's intelligence. Then Albedo asked what they should do about the goblins and Lin Tian. Veronica answered calmly that those people had already lost their value. She told Albedo to deal with them however she wished. If Albedo wanted to wipe them out just to vent her anger, that was also fine. Hearing that, Albedo's face turned slightly red with excitement. In her mind, she thought that her lady treated her very well. She even imagined the day she could personally cut off Lin Tian's head and hang it inside the dark holy temple. Veronica, however, had already shifted her attention elsewhere. She slowly walked toward the Holy Mother and suggested that she join the Great Tomb. The Holy Mother refused immediately. With clear anger, she said those monsters only understood killing and lust. According to her, she would rather die than ever surrender to them. Veronica looked at her coldly and asked if she truly had no desire to keep living. The Holy Mother responded with a cold snort. She said that if she had feared death, she would not still be standing there. If Veronica wanted her dead, she told her to do it right away. Veronica let out a quiet sigh, sounding somewhat disappointed. She said it was a pity that the church had brainwashed her so deeply that she no longer knew how to value her own life. Because of that, Veronica said the woman had greatly disappointed her. Then Veronica added that in that case, she shouldn't blame her for what would come next. As she spoke, Veronica began activating a forbidden heretical summoning technique. At that exact moment, a radiant golden holy grail suddenly appeared in the air. The object released an overwhelming pressure. A massive surge of holy light burst out from the chalice and shot directly through Veronica's body. She cried out in pain and quickly looked toward the source of the attack. The presence she felt was something she could hardly believe. Within the shining light, a figure slowly appeared. It was the corpse pope. In his hand was the endless holy grail, a sacred artifact capable of allowing even the dead to cast world-class magic. Veronica, shaken by the sight, demanded to know how he had managed to escape the kingdom of shadows. The corpse pope answered in a cold voice that Douglas had sacrificed himself to bring his soul back. The purpose was simple: revenge. At that moment, holy power erupted violently across the battlefield. The corpse pope shouted that before he disappeared again, he would send the entire demon legion to hell. To defend herself, Veronica immediately summoned the ancient entity known as the Old Worm. Just like that, a clash between two terrifying powers began. The destructive force released from the Holy Grail spread across the battlefield like divine punishment. Everything in its path was swept away. Monsters across the battlefield screamed as holy flames burned through them. The power was far beyond what most of them could handle. Even Albedo was struck by the attack. She cried out desperately, calling for Lady Veronica to save her. Meanwhile, the corpse pope poured every remaining bit of strength into the attack. He declared that before he vanished, he would grind every demon there into dust. Under the overwhelming power, Veronica dropped to her knees. At that moment, she finally realized the mistake she had made earlier. By dragging Douglas into a one-on-one battle inside the Kingdom of Shadows, she had unknowingly created the chance for this counterattack. If things continued like this, her body would not last much longer. Standing on the edge of defeat, Veronica's eyes turned crimson with hatred. She shouted that they had forced her to do this. Right after that, she activated the supreme forbidden technique. It was the heretical summoning of Urim, the ancient ruler. Moments later, something massive answered. Urim emerged from the void, so enormous it swallowed the sky in shadow. The moment Urim appeared, the undead Pope's assault fell apart. He couldn't keep fighting anymore. He dropped to his knees, using both hands to steady himself on the ground. Around him, the radiant flames that once surrounded the monster army disappeared, but by then, it didn't matter. Every monster had already been reduced to nothing but skeletons. With his last strength, the undead Pope shouted in anger, calling them mad creatures and warning that the world would eventually be destroyed by their own actions. Then his tone shifted, and he begged his god to save humanity. His desperate voice echoed through the battlefield, mixing with the dust and smoke rising into the air. Veronica watched in silence, thinking that all of this had started because of the Pope's own mistakes, which had drawn the attention of those heretical elder beings. Behind her, the crack in space slowly closed, ending the summoning at last. The cost, however, was heavy. Veronica could feel all her strength draining away. She leaned on her staff, barely standing, and told Albedo to take her away from the battlefield. Albedo quickly stepped in to support her, reassuring her that everything was fine now. She said they had already won and promised to bring her back to the demon castle right away. She added, in a softer tone, that the three of them, her, Veronica, and Alice, would finally live peacefully together. Veronica looked out over the ruined battlefield, quietly reflecting that after decades of struggle, even something as powerful as the church had ultimately fallen to monsters. Just then, a voice broke the moment. It called out to the Queen of Bones, Veronica, congratulating her on such an impressive victory, followed by a light, mocking laugh. Both Veronica and Albedo turned toward the sound at the same time. Lin Tian stood there, leading a massive army of goblins. For a brief second, Veronica looked caught off guard, but she quickly steadied herself. She questioned how he had already recovered from his injuries and where such a large goblin force had come from. Lin Tian answered calmly, saying his injuries had never been serious to begin with. As for the goblins, he explained they were all his loyal subordinate. That answer shook Veronica again. She couldn't figure out how he had managed to gather so many powerful goblin leaders. Albedo, on the other hand, didn't hide her hostility. She fixed her gaze on Lin Tian and said there was no point in talking any further. With so many goblin leaders present, she suggested they should just eliminate him and turn the goblins into servants of the Great Tomb. Lin Tian responded with a faint, teasing smile, asking if she was really certain about trying to kill him. Inside, he mocked them, thinking that the demon had finally revealed her true side and that he'd make sure she regretted ever showing up in this world. Albedo didn't hold back. Driven by anger, she rushed forward to prove her strength. Her sharp tail whipped through the air in a fierce arc, aiming straight at Lin Tian, and a burst of crimson energy flared the moment it struck. Albedo's eyes went wide when her attack stopped mid-strike. A second later, pain hit her, and she realized her tail had been hurt in the clash. She quickly demanded to know what Lin Tian had used to block her. Veronica spoke up, warning her that Lin Tian was wearing world-class armor. That only made Albedo more irritated. She couldn't accept that someone she saw as a mere goblin could have equipment like that. Without wasting time, she summoned her weapon and decided to use her strongest charm technique. Pink, glowing hearts began to appear all around, filling the space and wrapping Lin Tian inside a strange, dreamlike field. Albedo moved in fast, completely sure that no man could resist what she had just unleashed. Lin Tian didn't react. He stood there quietly, giving the impression that he had already fallen under her control. Seeing that, Obito got closer, convinced the fight was already over. But right when she let her guard slip, Lin Tian suddenly moved. He called out his weapon and swung his spear, creating a powerful swirl of energy that pushed her attack aside. Obito was caught off guard as her technique failed right in front of her. Lin Tian didn't give her time to recover. He activated the lightning ability of his weapon, and a bolt came crashing down onto her. Obito cried out as the flash of light swallowed her, and the impact sent her flying across the field. She hit the ground hard and couldn't get back up. Lin Tian looked at her calmly and said he had no interest in that kind of trick. He explained that during his time in the Dwarf Kingdom, he had already been exposed to plenty, so effects like that didn't work on him anymore. Veronica watched all of this, clearly surprised that such a strong charm spell had no effect on him. Still, she believed he had picked the wrong opponent this time. Without hesitation, she activated her own magic. A glowing red circle spread beneath her feet as she cast a super-tier summoning spell. In an instant, hundreds of undead knights appeared, each around level 95, fully armed and ready. Their combined strength formed a massive force prepared to crush anything in front of them. Lin Tian took one look and immediately gave orders. He told his subordinates to spread out and use their magic tools to wear the enemy down. Both sides moved at the same time, and the grassland quickly turned into a chaotic battlefield. The Goblin army, equipped with world-class weapons, started gaining the advantage almost right away. Every strike cut down groups of undead knights, especially when the Demon Lord level goblins stepped in. With weapons like those, their power became even more overwhelming. Watching the fight unfold, Veronica started to realize she had misjudged Lin Tian. It became clear to her that he had been building his strength in secret, waiting for the right moment. By letting the church and the Great Tomb clash, he had set things up to gain the most out of the situation. Knowing the battle wouldn't go in her favor if it dragged on, Veronica took out a bateau and chose to withdraw. A purple portal opened, and she disappeared through it, leaving Lin Tian standing on the battlefield as it closed behind her. One of his subordinates asked if they should chase after her right away, but Lin Tian shook his head. He said it was already too late. By the time they reached the tomb, Veronica would have recovered enough to fight again. At that moment, the Holy Mother approached him and offered her help. Lin Tian looked at her carefully and asked what she could actually do. Holding the Holy Grail close, she spoke with a steady voice and proposed a deal. She said she could use the artifact to locate Veronica and send Lin Tian straight to the Great Tomb. In return, she wanted him to eliminate Veronica so the souls of the fallen from the church could finally rest. As she spoke, a system panel appeared in front of him, showing her details. Kaisadv, a level 99 Holy Mother of Light. Despite her titles and defensive abilities, her direct combat power was surprisingly low, clearly focused on support and healing instead. Lin Tian studied the information for a moment, then let out a small, confident smile. He said he never planned on letting his enemies walk away anyway. Now that he had a way to track them down, there was no reason to hold back. The Holy Mother warned him that the Holy Grail only had enough energy left for a single teleport. If it failed, there wouldn't be another chance. Lin Tian didn't seem concerned. He simply told her to use the magic and send them to the Great Tomb right away. Not long after, a burst of magic lit up a distant valley. Word spread quickly that the hunt had started. Deep inside a shadowy castle hidden within the Great Tomb, a spatial gate opened. Veronica and Obito stepped through, both drained and weakened, completely unaware that something was already closing in on them. Obito was clearly upset. She said she hadn't expected Lin Tian to ignore her charm magic, and she made it clear she wouldn't let it go. She talked about making him suffer, turning his life into something miserable. Veronica, on the other hand, sounded confident. She believed Lin Tian wouldn't make it through the night, saying that once they recovered their magic, everything would return to normal. Before anything else could be said, a massive explosion tore through the castle. The walls gave way instantly, and light poured into the tomb, wiping out the darkness that once filled it. They both turned toward the source of the destruction. What they saw made everything worse. Their last bit of hope disappeared along with the collapsing structure. Through the dust and smoke, Lin Tian walked in, calm as ever. Beside him stood the Holy Mother, and behind them was a group of Overlord-level goblins. It wasn't just an attack anymore. It was a clear show of power. Veronica couldn't hide her shock. She pointed out how strange it was for someone like the Holy Mother to stand next to Lin Tian. It didn't make sense to her at all. Even so, Abito moved without hesitation. She stepped in front of Veronica and told her to leave, saying she would hold them off. Loyalty like that was rare, especially in a place where everyone fought just to stay alive. Lin Tian didn't waste time. He gave a simple order, and the goblin sword rushed forward immediately. It moved with overwhelming speed, far beyond what Veronica had expected. Realizing they had no chance, Veronica stepped in and pushed Abito away, trying to protect her. But that small action wasn't enough. The goblin's sword struck instantly, cutting through her defenses and ending her resistance on the spot. Abito watched it happen right in front of her. Her expression changed as everything sank in, and she let out a cry filled with anger. She said she would make everyone there pay for it. But that anger didn't last long. The pressure coming from Lin Tian crushed it completely. When Abito tried to rush forward, Lin Tian lifted his weapon and called down a bolt of lightning. It struck her directly, forcing her to endure wave after wave of pain. Lin Tian looked at her with a faint smile and said there was no way he would let her do as she pleased. He added that people seemed to misunderstand him, asking who decided he was just some weak goblin. In his view, power wasn't about status. It belonged to whoever could force others to bow. Nearby, Veronica, barely holding on, spoke up. She asked Lin Tian to end her life and spare Abito, also pleading with him to stop using lightning on her. Abito rejected that idea immediately. She said there was no way she would submit, not like this. Lin Tian found their exchange amusing. He said he had listened to their judgment long enough. Then he questioned what made her status as a high-ranking demon so important, asking if that was the reason she looked down on him. He told her he would show her what it meant to kneel before someone she once considered beneath her. As he spoke, another wave of lightning came down. Abito's resistance slowly faded under the relentless force. Her voice, once full of confidence, turned into desperate pleas as she begged him to stop. She couldn't understand why he was treating her this way, saying there had never been any real hatred between them. Her words caught both Veronica and Lin Tian's attention. Lin Tian glanced at her, then let out a quiet laugh, saying he almost forgot the two of them were together. Right after that, Lin Tian didn't stop. He kept calling down lightning, striking both of them again and again. Their screams echoed through the tomb, blending into something almost rhythmic, like a distorted chorus that refused to end. As time passed, Abito's voice grew weaker until it faded completely. Silence took over. Both of them lay motionless on the cold stone floor. Veronica had already lost consciousness, while Abito's faint, uneven breathing made it clear she had given up resisting. Lin Tian calmly gave his next order. He told the goblin sword to keep one of them alive and use poison to make sure she couldn't fight back at all. He explained that killing her now would be a waste, since everyone had a role in what he was planning. Just then, a strange sound broke the quiet. It caught Lin Tian's attention immediately. When he turned around, he saw Veronica standing again. A red aura surrounded her as she started laughing, saying he was naive if he thought an undead could be killed so easily. The Holy Mother quickly stepped closer to Lin Tian and warned him. She said that, from what she knew, undead beings couldn't truly be destroyed, since their existence went against natural laws. Lin Tian glanced at her, clearly unimpressed. He questioned how someone in her position could not know how to deal with something like this, then said he would show her how it was done in a more practical way. He ordered the goblin sword to take Veronica away and keep watch over her at all times. He also instructed it to regularly drain her magic using the demon sealing sword, making sure she stayed under control. Soon after, they left the tomb behind. The two of them stood on a cliff overlooking the human kingdom. Lin Tian took a slow breath, enjoying the open air. The battle was over, and everything that came from it now belonged to him. He then looked at the Holy Mother, his gaze steady as if measuring her worth. He casually asked how he should deal with her, but the weight behind those words was obvious. The Holy Mother lowered her head. She admitted that the situation in the Great Tomb was finished, and with the church gone, she had no real reason to keep going. Even so, she asked him not to harm innocent people. She said she was willing to give up her own life if it meant peace for them. Lin Tian studied her expression before replying that he could agree, but only under two conditions. Hearing that, she hesitated for a moment, then said she would accept anything, no matter how harsh, as long as humanity wasn't completely wiped out. Lin Tian told her he didn't need her life. What he wanted was something else entirely, complete submission. He said the entire human race would bow through her as their symbol. Then he laid it out clearly. The kingdom would surrender and swear absolute loyalty to the goblins. It wasn't rescue, it was control, just shaped in a different way. He continued with the second condition. Most of their food supply would be handed over, and human women would be required to raise goblin children. If those terms were accepted, he said, human life would continue as usual on the surface. A faint smile appeared on his face as he explained that this approach was far more efficient. Instead of destroying everything, he would turn humans into a system that supported the goblins' rule indefinitely. The Holy Mother couldn't hide her reaction. She said it was hard to accept that something like this was being proposed so casually. To her, it turned survival into something far worse than defeat. As they walked along the narrow path, the direction of the world quietly shifted. Lin Tian seemed certain about what would come next. He believed that, over time, people wouldn't need to be forced anymore. Instead, they would start competing for the chance to serve him, all driven by the simple need to survive. We open on a scene of absolute devastation, where the once proud walls of the capital now stand as silent tombstones over a field of fallen soldiers. Humanity's defeat wasn't just about losing land, it meant their faith in the gods had completely fallen apart. The Goblin Legion stood in perfect formation, filling the entire plaza. A new era had clearly begun, one where the strongest decided who lived and who didn't, without needing any reason. The Saint Mother stood there, staring at the ruined kingdom below. The destruction left her shaken, and she questioned Lin Tian, asking why all of this had happened. Lin Tian answered casually, saying it was just an accident. He explained that his subordinates had already cleared everything out before he even arrived, and honestly, he found that pretty convenient since it saved him time. Not long after, Lin Tian walked over to his group. Alice mentioned that everything that needed to be handled was already done, and the rest was up to him now. He gave a simple nod and said they had all done well. Soon, the goblin leaders rushed forward, excitedly asking what rewards he had taken from the great tomb. They were amazed that he had managed to capture Veronica, the Bone King, alive. Their excitement quickly turned wild, and they started celebrating in their own chaotic way, already imagining what they could gain from it. Then someone pointed out the obvious. It was just a skeleton. That single comment threw the group into disorder as they began arguing over the spoils. Annoyed, Lin Tian threw a punch to shut them all up. In his army, order wasn't maintained through talk. It was enforced directly. After that, he summoned Veronica along with the remaining monsters from the Great Tomb. They lined up neatly, waiting for his next command. Lin Tian then asked Veronica if her loyal subordinates would try to rescue her. Clearly irritated, Veronica said that with Alice present, those monsters had no chance anyway. She then turned to her subordinates and told them directly that she was now a prisoner. From that moment on, they were to obey the goblins' orders. She added that they could refuse if they wanted. Lin Tian immediately picked up on something hidden behind her word. He didn't take risks. He glanced at Alice, and without needing to say anything, they understood each other. In the next moment, Lin Tian made his move. His spear, wrapped in a massive sphere of lightning, pierced straight through a giant monster. Veronica reacted with anger, asking why he suddenly attacked, but things didn't stop there. At the same time, Alice moved and cut down the three-headed hound in an instant. The goblins followed right after, rushing forward and wiping out the rest of the giant monsters. Within seconds, every remaining creature from the Great Tomb was gone. Lin Tian looked satisfied. He explained that these creatures were perfect resources since the goblins were about to evolve into Lord-tier monsters. After consuming them, they would grow even stronger. The goblins agreed to let Go Kwang eat first, thinking they would all get their turn soon anyway. Go Kwang, however, had his own thoughts. He figured once he became stronger, he could just hunt better prey on his own without relying on Lin Tian. Meanwhile, Veronica watched everything with clear shock. She couldn't believe Lin Tian would use such a method to force his subordinates to evolve. She told him directly that he was cruel and warned that if she ever got the chance, she wouldn't kill him quickly, she would make him regret existing. Lin Tian responded calmly, saying he was just reducing risk. If they had tried to rescue her while he was off guard, that would have been a problem. He reminded her that losers didn't get to make demands. Right then, Go Kwang's body began to change. His muscles expanded rapidly, breaking past his limits as a dark violet aura surrounded him. A status-like presence appeared, showing overwhelming growth. Go Kwang had reached level 80 and evolved into a goblin troll, with power that placed him among the strongest beings in the world. A nearby goblin assassin was stunned, realizing that something once seen as worthless now had the strength to crush entire armies. Even Veronica couldn't make sense of it. This kind of transformation completely went against everything she believed about power. After evolving, Go Kwang proudly showed off his strength and even suggested capturing more women for Lin Tian as a celebration. Lin Tian told him to drop that idea. There were more important things to handle. The scene shifted to the central plaza, where thousands of citizens were gathered, trembling with fear. Standing above them, Lin Tian looked down like someone inspecting livestock. He told them not to panic, saying he had no intention of killing them. Instead, he claimed he would give them a better and more prosperous life than before. His words sounded reassuring, but something about them didn't sit right. A man from the crowd stepped forward and demanded to know why anyone should trust a monster. His voice stirred the crowd, and their fear slowly began turning into anger. Lin Tian explained that he planned to build an empire and needed them to help defend against other nations that might invade. He framed it as a matter of survival. The man refused to accept that. He argued that a true ruler needed the support of the people, not just force. He insisted that Lin Tian would always be seen as a monster, and without their cooperation, a few thousand goblins could never build an empire. Lin Tian gave a faint smile and simply asked if that was really the case. Then he stepped down and walked toward the man. The crowd moved aside, no one daring to interfere. The man backed away, asking if Lin Tian planned to kill him, warning that doing so would ruin any chance of building an empire. In an instant, Lin Tian raised his hand and ended the man's life. Lin Tian then stated coldly that he had never planned to be a benevolent ruler. From the very beginning, he had chosen to rule as a tyrant. In his view, true power didn't need approval, it only needed fear and submission. The crowd broke into screams, people collapsing in terror. That single act crushed any remaining will to resist. Above them, the Saint Mother questioned him again, her voice shaking as she asked why he had broken his promise. Lin Tian glanced at her and replied that some people simply chose their own end, and there was nothing he could do about that. He made it clear he had no interest in playing the role of a kind ruler. He then announced new laws, a 70% food tax, and a rule that every woman must bear at least 10 goblin hybrid children. In return, he guaranteed food, clothing, and survival. At that point, the kingdom had effectively turned into something else entirely. The people cried out in despair. Such a tax meant starvation, and the rest was something they couldn't accept. Some chose death instead. The Saint Mother closed her eyes and told them the truth. The church and the kingdom were gone. If they refused this path, other human nations would invade and wipe them out anyway. She said humans could be just as ruthless, and no matter what they chose, resistance would only lead to destruction. With visible pain, she stepped forward and tried to convince them that surviving, even under these conditions, was better than being completely wiped out. But the people still couldn't accept it. They asked how this kind of life was any different from death. Despair spread across the plaza. To prove her point, the Saint Mother began removing her sacred garments in front of everyone, using herself as an example. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Lin Tian and asked if he could grant her one request. Lin Tian watched her with clear interest as she lowered herself in front of him, trying to preserve even a small chance for her people to survive. She admitted that she would use herself as an example, hoping to protect what little hope remained. Lin Tian responded with a faint, amused smile, asking if she was really planning to offer herself right there in public, turning her humiliation into proof of his rule. After that, he left the noisy plaza behind and moved into a darker area. There, a massive lump of flesh lay hidden, covered in twisted tentacles and lined with sharp teeth. It was the corpse of the black mountain goat embryo, an ancient creature with terrifying vitality. Standing in front of it, Lin Tian sensed an unstable but powerful energy. He wasn't satisfied with just ruling humans. He wanted to create an entirely new race under his control. As he examined the writhing mass, he wondered if it could be considered his creation. The embryo already showed immense potential, but it needed a strong enough host to grow properly without consuming them too quickly. At that moment, Albedo's voice echoed in the distance as she was dragged away by goblins. She cursed Lin Tian, calling him a monster and swearing she would take revenge someday. Lin Tian showed a faint smile. To him, killing wasn't the harshest outcome. Turning an enemy into something useful, that was far more effective. And at that moment, he had already found the perfect candidate. After hearing the Holy Mother's proposal, Lin Tian walked over to her and told her she didn't need to rush into sacrificing herself. He said there was still plenty of time to figure things out. But the Holy Mother didn't waver. She made it clear she wanted to be the first to step forward, saying it would make it easier for everyone else to accept the terms for survival. She said she was ready to do whatever it took. As people watched her prepare to give herself up, panic spread. The crowd cried out, begging her to stop. In the end, the citizens lowered their heads and accepted every demand the goblins had made, hoping they could at least protect the holy maiden they cared about. For them, pride wasn't worth more than survival anymore. The Holy Mother quietly accepted what was coming. Her eyes showed sadness, but her resolve didn't change. She understood this was the only way left to save the Empire's people. At the same time, Lin Tian had his own problem. After fighting non-stop, his body was worn down, especially the pain in his waist. He knew he couldn't push himself any further right now, so he decided to recover first before doing anything else. The Grand Castle stood still as everything changed hands. Lin Tian relaxed on the throne, enjoying the feeling of holding control over the entire royal city. Then he gave the order. Starting today, the goblin tribe would live here. Gobu's sword stepped forward and reported that Veronica had been locked up securely, while Albedo was also under control and waiting for childbirth. Hearing this, Lin Tian showed a small, calculating smile, as if everything was falling perfectly into place. He then ordered a massive feast for his army, turning the conquered city into a place of celebration. To him, ruling wasn't just about strength. It was also about rewarding followers and keeping their loyalty. Soon, bonfires lit up the imperial square as the goblins celebrated wildly. They ate, laughed, and treated the defeated like entertainment. During the chaos, a strange scene played out. Gaoyan laughed as human girls attended to him, and he took the chance to tease Go Kwang. He asked why Go Kwang looked so miserable when he had been so excited about gaining power earlier. Another goblin joked that they should stop before Go Kwang started crying. That only made Go Kwang more self-conscious. He complained tearfully about his huge, awkward body, saying it kept him from enjoying the same things as humans and made him feel awful. Lin Tian watched with a faint smile and said he hadn't expected Go Kwang to be struggling this much, but there wasn't anything he could do about it. Then Goblin Slayer spoke up, saying that if Go Kwang reached King Tier evolution, he could change his body size. Both Lin Tian and Go Kwang were surprised. So Goblin Slayer explained that monsters who reached that level would have bodies closer to human size. Hearing that, Go Kwang immediately rushed over and begged Lin Tian to teach him how to evolve faster, saying he couldn't wait any longer. Lin Tian told him to calm down and wait a few more days. He explained that once new enemies showed up, Go Kwang would have plenty of chances to absorb life force and grow stronger. Right then, the Holy Mother approached again and asked if Lin Tian could help her immediately. Lin Tian found her persistence a bit surprising, but he didn't refuse. He agreed and stood up, leaving behind Goblin Slayer's curious look. Still, he knew he had to deal with his condition first. He told the Holy Mother to wait for him at the Holy Temple while he went to recover his strength. As he walked toward the stables, the horses reacted nervously, clearly sensing something was off. Lin Tian looked around, searching for something suitable to absorb. He finally stopped in front of a strong warhorse. It wasn't the best one there, but it was enough for what he needed. Then Lin Tian activated his skill, Mutated Fusion. A strange green glow appeared in his hand as he reached out and touched the horse. A burst of energy spread out as Lin Tian and the warhorse were wrapped in a glowing surge, showing a harsh transfer of life force. When it was over, Lin Tian stretched his body and casually remarked that his waist finally felt better, as if the stiffness had completely faded. The horse, however, had already turned into a dried-out corpse. He let out a quiet breath and wondered aloud if his condition had really been that bad, saying it was just a simple divine graft. Under the moonlight, Lin Tian made his way toward the Holy Temple, carrying himself with calm authority. At the base of the steps, The Holy Mother and Alice were already waiting. When she saw him approach, the Holy Mother lowered her head respectfully, showing that she had fully accepted her new role. She then told Alice she would head inside first. A faint blush appeared on her face, but before she could move, Alice stepped in front of them, clearly bothered by something. Alice said she had a few questions, leaving the Holy Mother confused. When asked what she meant, Alice pointed up at the sky and started talking about how the stars didn't look as bright tonight. She even brought up the poorly cooked roast from earlier, complaining about it in an oddly unrelated way. The Holy Mother quietly watched her, then finally asked what she was actually trying to say. After a brief pause, she directly questioned whether Alice was trying to stop her from going with Lin Tian, adding that she was ready to do anything as long as it meant the people could survive. Alice's face turned red as she quickly explained that she was only worried about Lin Tian, saying she wasn't sure he had enough stamina to handle it. Standing nearby, Lin Tian laughed and casually asked if she was feeling jealous. Alice immediately denied it, though her expression made it obvious she was flustered. Lin Tian then placed a hand on her shoulder and thanked her for waiting. He suggested they all head into the holy temple together. Alice still looked unsure about his condition, but Lin Tian simply smiled, showing complete confidence in himself. From a dark corner, 3 other women, Gobu, the Elf Queen, and Goblin Slayer, watched quietly, their expressions filled with anticipation. Soon, they followed as the doors of the holy temple closed behind them, marking the start of a long night under Lin Tian's control. Elsewhere, about an hour later, Go Kwang stood alone in the palace courtyard. He reflected on himself, admitting that his own habits had cost him things that mattered. He quietly hoped that Lin Tian would help him change his form soon. Not long after, he heard strange sounds coming from the direction of the holy temple. He paused, trying to make sense of it, gradually recognizing familiar voices. The noises hinted at what was happening inside. Hidden behind a nearby bush, Go Kwang listened, feeling a mix of envy and admiration as he thought about Lin Tian's restored strength. To him, it felt like a new era had begun, one where Lin Tian's power extended beyond just control, reaching into every part of the conquered world. Hiding in the bushes, Go Kwang watched everything go down, and honestly, he didn't know whether to admire Lin Tian or just feel miserable about himself. The guy's stamina was on another level, and Go Kwang couldn't help but think, what the hell is this shit? How is he even human? And yeah, that thought didn't help. It only made things worse for him. A loud, miserable scream broke the quiet. Go Kwang ended up collapsing right there, crying like he'd just lost the most important thing in his life. Total meltdown. By the next morning, the Empire's palace felt eerily quiet. The place had already changed hands, and everything carried this heavy, tense vibe. Lin Tian sat casually on the throne, looking completely at ease. He told Alice and the matron to take people with them and head out to nearby towns, spreading word about the new rule. He made it clear that if only nobles delivered the message, regular people wouldn't trust a single word. From his point of view, keeping an empire running wasn't just about weapons and force. It was about getting people to accept what was happening. He basically saw it like this. Fear might work at the start, but acceptance is what lasts. To figure out what came next, Lin Tian decided to use the system's life simulation feature. He wanted to see how this Goblin Empire would actually play out. A system notification popped up right away, summarizing things like it was reading a story back to him. It explained that after everything he'd done, destroying the Great Tomb, wiping out the church, and taking over the Lion Empire, the Goblin Kingdom was now officially established. It also mentioned that the matron had already started spreading terms for peaceful coexistence between goblins and humans. Surprisingly, that part was working really well. But then things took a turn. By the 4th day, 3 human kingdoms, the Sword Kingdom, the 3-Leaf Kingdom, and the 4-Leaf Kingdom, joined forces and launched a full attack on the city. Lin Tian raised a brow at that. He didn't expect them to move that fast or work together so smoothly. The system then gave him 3 options, laying them out clearly. Fight head-on and gain a big reward. Shut the gates and try to talk things out for a smaller gain. Or just give up and run if things went south. Lin Tian didn't hesitate much. He figured he might as well test things properly, so he chose to fight in the simulation and see what the enemy was really capable of. The result? Yeah, it wasn't pretty. The system described how he had confidently opened the gates and faced the enemy head-on. But even with skill and effort, it didn't matter. The enemy force was massive, hundreds of thousands strong. Even after taking down tens of thousands of soldiers, his entire army was eventually wiped out. Just like that, the newly built Goblin Empire collapsed. The system wrapped it up bluntly, against a determined and ruthless enemy. He didn't even have room to breathe. The final score? 20 out of 100. Not great. Lin Tian leaned back, taking it all in. He understood now that with 3 empires working together, there were bound to be some seriously strong fighters on their side. Regular goblin soldiers couldn't compete, and even someone like Alice might struggle against the top human elite. So yeah, this wasn't something he could fix with small adjustments. He needed something big, something powerful enough to flip the entire situation. That's when he set his sights on the ancient dragon clan. From his point of view, if the game was already stacked against him, then there was no point playing fair. A smart player doesn't just move pieces. He changes the whole board. Over in the Sword Kingdom, things were getting intense. Preparations for what they called the biggest crusade ever were in full swing, and the whole place felt like it was about to explode with energy. That night, a huge banquet was held. The 3 kings showed up, along with all the top figures. It was loud, flashy, and packed with power. Among them, Syl quietly stood out. She looked stunning, almost unreal, calmly reading her book like none of the noise mattered. People kept sneaking glances at her, whispering to each other. Beside her, Sylph carried herself with effortless elegance, like she belonged above everyone else there. Meanwhile, Gilbert and the other king named Gilbert weren't even trying to hide where their eyes were going. They kept staring at the maids with shameless interest, acting like they'd forgotten where they were. Then there was Sylph, the Sword King's covenant spirit. Her beauty really lived up to the rumors. People couldn't help but compare, thinking human women just didn't come close. There was something about her that felt pure but also dangerously captivating. One of the Gilberts kept staring at her without holding back at all, and yeah, his intentions were obvious. King Edward didn't like that one bit. He slammed his hand on the table and told them straight up to show some respect toward his covenant spirit. Sylph, though, didn't seem bothered. She calmly told them to stop wasting time and focus on what actually mattered, destroying the monsters and taking back the Lion Empire. One of the Gilberts just smiled and played along, saying of course they would. But then he casually brought up how she had said she hated the monsters in the Great Tomb, and since they had already dealt with the ones in the Lion Empire, he wondered what kind of reward they'd get. Sylph looked at him and simply asked what he wanted. Her eyes made it clear she already knew he wasn't asking something simple. The fat king, Gilbert, started making crude suggestions, treating the whole thing like some kind of joke. Edward had enough. He cut in, clearly angry, and told them to stop. His patience hit its limit, and he slammed the table so hard it broke apart. The 2 kings just laughed it off, acting like it was all a joke. They waved it away, saying the women present were already more than enough, and tried to shift the mood back to drinking and planning the next day's attack. The banquet ended on an awkward note. Edward walked off, not realizing what was already being planned behind his back. Not long after, both Gilberts secretly sent out magical messages. They were already plotting to take Edward out during the battle, and claim Sylph for themselves. Because honestly, the most dangerous enemy isn't the one standing in front of you, it's the one smiling beside you while hiding a blade. Back at the battlefield, things looked completely different. Veronica was chained up and hung high in the air like a display. She kept shouting, demanding to be let down, but no one listened. She was being used as a clear message, to provoke the enemy and show off the goblin army's strength to the massive human force approaching. Lin Tian stood on the city walls with his commanders, calmly looking down at the endless sea of soldiers below. There were hundreds of thousands of them, stretching out as far as the eye could see. Down below, the human commanders were confused. Their reports said Veronica had taken over the Lion Empire. So why were goblins in control now? One of the subordinates explained that the previous battle had been so overwhelming, they could only watch from far away. They just assumed Veronica had won. One of the Gilberts started thinking back, and said he might have seen this before. He suspected the leader up there was the same goblin who caused trouble in a small town a year ago. He didn't expect that small group to grow this fast. With things getting unclear, King Edward suggested they pause and rethink their strategy. But Gilbert wasn't interested in waiting. He was too focused on charging in, and honestly, getting what he wanted from the women around Lin Tian. He pushed to attack immediately without discussion. Up on the wall, Lin Tian activated Hawkeye, sharpening his vision as he carefully observed every detail about the enemy. Their movements, their strength, everything. Edward still insisted that rushing in without enough information was a bad move. He ordered Gilbert to pull back. Gilbert just called him a coward and ignored the command. Instead, he started casting a massive spell, world-tier magic, Hell Forest, just to show off and intimidate everyone watching. At the same time, Lin Tian's system quietly revealed something ridiculous. Despite being level 99, that king was dealing with severe kidney problems. Another Gilbert got excited seeing this and laughed loudly before activating his own spell, Extreme Evil Domain. Right then, the sky itself seemed to tear open as a huge black sphere slowly formed above them. And just like that, the entire battlefield felt heavy and dangerous, like something big was about to go down. The moment the dragon showed up, the allied human forces fell apart. Just seconds earlier, tens of thousands of soldiers had been full of confidence, but now they were running in all directions, trying to escape the massive shadow covering the ground. King Edward shouted orders, telling everyone to spread out and stay alert, but even he couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. Standing in front of him was a colossal dragon stretching over 1,000 meters, something he had only ever heard about in legends. King Gilbert looked even worse. His face turned pale as he stared upward, unable to make sense of why a creature with that kind of destructive power would suddenly appear right here on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Lin Tian stood on the city wall, quietly watching the enormous green dragon move through the sky. His expression stayed calm as he commented that in just a few months, Xiao He had grown into something truly massive. Down below, Edward tried to steady himself. He pulled out his sword and started giving orders to prepare for a dragon hunt. He still held on to the idea that killing the dragon would make him a hero known across the entire continent. The difference between the two sides was obvious. Edward's side was filled with restless energy and forced determination, while Lin Tian remained completely composed. Before the army could recover, two more shadows appeared in the sky. A scarred black dragon and a white dragon surrounded by crackling lightning descended, making the sky feel heavy, like it might give way at any moment. Lin Tian watched them arrive with a slight smile, saying that Scarface and the Thunder Dragon had finally made their entrance. The moment Edward saw them clearly, his confidence started fading. He recognized the scarred dragon as the one that had dealt serious damage to the Allied forces 9 years ago. Then he realized the identity of the white dragon, a creature rumored to have wiped out millions. That realization crushed whatever hope he had left. Xiao He lowered its massive body and spoke respectfully to Lin Tian, calling him father. It explained that someone had come looking for it, saying his father was in danger. Then it glanced down at the humans, its tone filled with clear contempt as it mentioned it hadn't expected such insignificant beings to dare cause trouble for him. A heavy pressure spread across the battlefield, weighing down everything. Alice and the others could only stand there, holding their breath as they stared at the scene. Right in front of them stood one of the strongest beings among the dragonkin, a creature capable of wiping out an entire kingdom with a single breath. And yet, it casually addressed Lin Tian as father. Lin Tian reached out and lightly touched Xiao He's scales. He confirmed that he had sent someone to find it, then added that next time, it should address that elder more politely as Uncle Hawk. Alice looked at Lin Tian with clear admiration, thinking to herself that he really was someone extraordinary, an envoy capable of winning over even a massive dragon like this. It became obvious to her that the person she served had the power to reshape the entire world. Not far away, King Edward had completely lost his footing. His belief system had fallen apart. He couldn't accept what he was seeing, a goblin standing as the father of a black dragon. In his eyes, the world no longer made sense. He wondered if this was even the same world he once knew. At the same time, the true nature of those in power started to show. Faced with death, their confidence quickly faded. Gilbert panicked and urged everyone around him to retreat immediately. He suggested leaving the army behind for the Sword King to deal with while they went to seek help from the dragon-slaying guild. As some of the men began pulling back, Lin Tian let out a mocking smile. He made it clear that this wasn't a place where people could just come and leave whenever they wanted. A sharp red glint passed through his eyes as he gave a simple order. He told the dragons it was time to move a little after staying quiet for so long. His goal was clear: wipe out the ones below. Hearing that, Gilbert and the other kings quickly changed their approach. Their tones softened as they tried to negotiate, saying they wanted to avoid unnecessary losses. They even went as far as offering to hand over female disciples for Lin Tian to do as he pleased with, hoping that would buy them a way out. Lin Tian shut that down without hesitation. From his point of view, this wasn't a balanced fight, it was completely one-sided. And once it was over, everything they owned would fall into his hands anyway. Still unwilling to give up, the kings tried one last approach. They attempted to tempt him, hoping desire might keep them alive. Magic started to gather in their hands as they cast an illusion spell, trying to trick the senses with something appealing. In the blink of an eye, the two fat kings changed appearance, turning into attractive women who pleaded softly, asking not to be harmed. Standing nearby, Edward couldn't hide how disgusted he felt watching this. He shouted at them, asking where their pride and dignity had gone. Lin Tian didn't respond. He simply watched in silence, his expression showing nothing but cold disdain for the entire display. Lin Tian turned toward the black dragon and casually asked what it was waiting for. That simple question sealed the fate of the tens of thousands below. Xiao Hei's eyes lit up, and a deafening roar tore through the sky. Darkness spread across the allied formation, like a signal that everything was about to end. From above, streams of blue energy dropped down like falling blades, erasing anything they touched in an instant. Panic took over the human army. Soldiers ran in every direction, but it quickly became clear their speed meant nothing against the relentless magic pouring down from the sky. Scarface spoke up, reminding Xiao Hei about the Dragon King's rule. Dragons weren't supposed to attack humans, or there would be consequences again. Lin Tian immediately cut in, saying Xiao Hei was protecting its father, and that made it justified. He added that he would handle any trouble that came from this, even if it meant dealing with the dragon cult himself. That was enough for Scarface. Its gaze shifted toward the battlefield, and something cold and ruthless showed in its eyes. With the reason settled, it moved without hesitation. A blast of dragon breath surged forward, sweeping across the battlefield and swallowing thousands of soldiers at once. The ground trembled under the intense heat as explosions followed one after another, turning the entire area into a burning hell with no escape. One by one, the Allied soldiers disappeared, leaving behind only scorched traces where they once stood. King Edward ran through the burning chaos, shouting that he would never forgive the goblin who had destroyed everything he built. Not far away, Gilbert watched in horror as his 200,000 elite troops were completely wiped out. His voice broke as he realized all his plans had collapsed in front of him. In desperation, he slammed his hand onto the ground and activated a massive magic circle, his final attempt to buy time. A powerful spell erupted. Huge vines made of energy burst from the earth, twisting and crushing everything in their path as they shot straight toward Xiao Hei. Above them, the massive shadow of the dragon loomed, creating a scene that felt almost unreal. Xiao Hei noticed the attack but didn't react with any concern. It opened its mouth, releasing a deep green breath packed with destructive force. The blast swept forward and tore through the giant vines, clearing them away instantly. The two kings could only shout in fear. They had never seen a dragon use something like this before, and whatever confidence they had left was gone. All that remained was the urge to escape. Across the battlefield, emerald flames spread like a nightmare, swallowing everything in sight. A terrified soldier shouted at the retreating Edward, asking if His Majesty was really such a coward. He mocked Edward for calling himself a sword saint while abandoning his army and running faster than anyone else. Edward didn't even bother turning around. He yelled back that they were the crazy ones for provoking an ancient dragon. According to him, history had already proven that killing one required at least a dozen of the world's strongest fighters working together. As Edward rushed past the fleeing crowd, a wounded soldier reached out and begged him for help. Edward simply shouted for him to move aside. A moment later, the soldier disappeared behind a wave of green fire. His screams echoed through the battlefield as the flames consumed him alive. In his final moments, he cried out in anger, asking why the king had abandoned them after promising an easy victory. Before turning to ash, he cursed Gilbert with every bit of strength he had left, swearing he would never forgive the betrayal. Far above the battlefield, Lin Tian stood quietly on a jagged cliff, watching the burning chaos below. As he looked over the sea of emerald flames, he wondered whether all the hatred and resentment left behind would eventually create wandering spirits. Still, his attention quickly returned to practical matters. The Kingdom Alliance had been crushed, and the battlefield was now covered with hundreds of thousands of corpses, perfect material for gathering experience and strengthening his forces. Soon, Scarface and several elite followers arrived beside him. One of them asked if they should hunt down the surviving humans who escaped, but Lin Tian calmly refused. Instead, he thanked everyone for their efforts before shifting the conversation toward the purple-gold dragon mother. He asked about her recovery. The answer wasn't good. They explained that the world tree could no longer support her condition, and things were getting worse. As a crystal dragon, her life depended entirely on a dragon crystal. When Lin Tian asked if there was any lead, Alice stepped forward with information. She revealed that a dragon crystal was being kept inside the trophy museum of the Dragon Slayer Guild. The guild itself had existed for over 1,000 years and remained independent from every nation, powerful enough to rival entire empires. Its members were elite fighters obsessed with hunting dangerous creatures and displaying their remains as trophies. Lin Tian originally wanted to leave immediately, but Alice quickly warned him not to underestimate them. She explained that the guild was home to someone known as the One-Eyed Owl, a terrifying figure feared across the entire continent. Even the former emperor avoided confronting her directly. Lin Tian recognized the title immediately and mentioned that this woman had successfully hunted massive sea beasts multiple times before. Wanting more details, he turned toward the Bone King, who remained chained nearby. Lin Tian demanded everything he knew about the one-eyed owl. The skeleton scoffed at first, calling Lin Tian a hypocrite and complaining that he only cooperated because Rebecca's life was being used against him. But the moment Lin Tian's dragon daughter sincerely asked for help, his attitude changed almost immediately. He revealed her real name, Elizabeth Tilly, a 29-year-old dark-skinned woman obsessed with hunting powerful prey. Then he started rambling about her height and body proportions until Scarface finally lost patience and told him to stop wasting time. After awkwardly clearing his throat, the skeleton finally explained properly. Elizabeth Tilly was a demigod, half human and half divine, possessing strength close to his own level. She also served as the leader of the Dragon Slayer Guild branch located in the capital of the War Empire. The moment Lin Tian heard that, he realized it was the same region connected to the Dwarf Kingdom. As he thought things through, he started wondering whether demigods like her truly had ties to ancient legendary gods such as Zeus or Poseidon. At first, he ordered Scarface to prepare for departure, but he quickly reconsidered. Sending dragon race fighters with combat levels around 9,000 against an enemy above 10,000 would basically be suicide. After thinking it through, Lin Tian decided caution was the better option. Now that they had just taken control of the capital, rebuilding and stabilizing the Goblin Kingdom came first. He told everyone to relax and enjoy a proper feast with Gobuyu, saying they deserved a break after everything that had happened. As the group prepared the grilled meat, Lin Tian told his dragon daughter to enjoy the meal first and said they could talk about the mission later. Not long after, he stood alone beneath the night sky, quietly planning his next move while realizing he still needed far more strength before challenging the Dragon Slayer Guild directly. Meanwhile, deep inside the nearby ruins, a massive goblin continued stuffing itself with corpses. It laughed excitedly, bragging that it would soon evolve into a king-class monster and finally hunt humans freely. Then a cold voice suddenly interrupted it, telling it to be quiet. The goblin looked up in annoyance, only to find a ghostly blue spirit floating above it, surrounded by icy flames. Fear hit instantly. The goblin screamed about a ghost and sprinted toward the city gate where Lin Tian's group was gathered. It collapsed in front of them, begging its boss to save it. Lin Tian immediately looked toward the entrance as eerie blue flames spread across the area. An army of vengeful spirits slowly emerged from the fire, their voices echoing with a single command. Kill them. Leading them was a heavily armored spirit knight wrapped in blue flames while carrying a long spear. The goblin panicked and tried drawing its sword, but Lin Tian immediately shouted at it to get back inside the city. He warned everyone that physical attacks were useless against these enemies because true spirits couldn't be killed through ordinary method. Heavy footsteps echoed through the night as Lin Tian and Gokong ran across the area, trying to escape the pursuing soul fiends. The noise quickly caught the attention of Gobu and the Dragon Clan members nearby, who were busy roasting meat. Xiao Hei looked around in confusion, unable to understand why his father was suddenly running like that. Gobu casually assumed Lin Tian was hurrying over because the roasted meat had just finished cooking. But a moment later, everyone saw the real problem. Countless spirits floated through the air, surrounding the entire area from every direction. Lin Tian immediately shouted for the Holy Maiden, urgently telling her to use divine magic to destroy the spirit. Scarface and Alice watched the massive wave of vengeful souls charging toward them, both growing tense. Alice couldn't understand what went wrong. The Holy Maiden had already performed prayers for the dead earlier, so these souls should have already passed on peacefully. The Holy Maiden slowly closed her eyes, pain showing on her face as she realized the truth. The hatred carried by these soldiers was simply too strong. Ordinary prayers no longer worked on them. Left with no other choice, she decided to use a supreme-grade spell. Her lips moved softly as holy power gathered around her. After focusing all her energy, she unleashed her strongest purification skill. Gate of Heaven. A massive pillar of divine light crashed down from the sky, covering the entire army of spirits behind Lin Tian. The holy light slammed into the black smoke of resentment, creating deafening explosions throughout the battlefield. The spirits screamed as the divine magic purified them one after another. Only then did Lin Tian finally stop running. Beside him, Gokong looked completely shaken as he held his chest and muttered that he had nearly died from fear. The Holy Maiden explained that the soldiers' hatred toward Edward and the nobles who abandoned them was so overwhelming that it turned them into vengeful spirits after death. As glowing fragments of soul fire drifted through the air, she quietly said she pitied the soldiers who died without finding peace and wanted to guide them to heaven properly. But before she could continue, Lin Tian suddenly stopped her. He told her to wait because he felt these spirits could still be useful. The Holy Maiden looked at him in confusion, unsure what he was planning. At that moment, a massive armored specter slowly appeared within the blue ghostly flames. It was Lawrence, a level 90 soul knight commander. Filled with rage and terrifying resentment, Lawrence roared furiously and swung his blue flame sword directly at Lin Tian. But Lin Tian didn't move at all. Instead, he calmly asked a single question that immediately made Lawrence stop. "Were you really killed by us or by your own king?" Lawrence angrily accused Lin Tian of avoiding responsibility and insisted they were all guilty. Lin Tian calmly admitted that he had indeed killed many soldiers. But he pointed out that it was their king who started the pointless war and sent countless men to die before abandoning them in the end. Lawrence stayed silent for a moment because he couldn't deny it. Lin Tian continued pushing further. He told Lawrence that his king forced them to leave their homeland, fight a hopeless battle, and then run away while they were left behind as wandering souls. Then he asked whether Lawrence truly wanted to disappear so meaninglessly. Seeing hesitation appear in the spirit knight's eyes, Lin Tian immediately offered him another path. Instead of fading away uselessly, Lawrence and the other spirits could join his legion and take revenge together. And if they refused, Lin Tian bluntly warned that he would have the Holy Maiden purify every soul present without hesitation. Lawrence remained silent for a long time before finally asking what would happen after they killed the king. The moment Lin Tian heard that question, a faint smile appeared on his face. He already knew Lawrence had accepted the idea. Lin Tian promised that after their revenge was complete, he would allow the Holy Maiden to properly guide them to heaven with respect. According to him, that was a far better ending than endlessly wandering around filled with hatred. Lawrence glanced toward the Holy Maiden standing behind Lin Tian with her calm, holy aura. He clearly understood that if the spirits fought her directly, they stood no chance. But at the same time, he couldn't accept disappearing like this without accomplishing anything. In the end, Lawrence slowly nodded and agreed to cooperate. Lin Tian then told him to hide for now. Once the time came to attack the Sword Kingdom, he would summon Lawrence and the Spirit Legion personally. Lawrence gave a formal salute in the style of the old knights and declared that the moment Lin Tian called his name, he would appear immediately. After that, both his body and the entire Spirit Legion slowly dissolved into blue particles that drifted into the night sky. The street finally became quiet again. Standing among the ruined battlefield, Lin Tian let out a small sigh of relief. He thought it was fortunate these spirits still had their minds intact. If they had been mindless zombies instead, the only option would have been fighting until one side was destroyed. Overall, Lin Tian considered this battle a huge success. Not only had he gained an enormous amount of experience from the dead soldiers, but he had also recruited a powerful spirit army. He was already planning to use his blizzard skill to freeze the corpses so they could be preserved as future training resources for stronger goblin unit. Nearby, the Holy Maiden silently watched Lin Tian as he stayed busy thinking through his plans. Then the sound of loud chewing suddenly broke the atmosphere. She turned and saw Gokong sitting on the ground happily eating roasted meat like nothing had happened. The Holy Maiden could only shake her head helplessly. Just moments ago, Gokong had nearly collapsed from fear after seeing the spirits, yet now he was eating enthusiastically as if the whole thing never happened. For him, food clearly came before everything else. Between bites, Gokong let out a loud burp before curiously asking Lin Tian how many more people he needed to eat in order to evolve. According to him, he had already devoured tens of thousands, but his body still showed no changes. Lin Tian checked Gokong's status panel and noticed his level had already reached 100, the current limit. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Lin Tian muttered that reaching this level should normally trigger evolution. That made him suspect Gokong's natural potential might not be high enough to break through on its own. At that moment, Goblin Slayer walked over. Lin Tian immediately asked if she knew why a goblin capable of evolving still couldn't advance further. Goblin Slayer calmly explained the reason. Right now, Lin Tian was the Goblin King. According to the natural order of goblins, two kings could not exist within the same tribe at once. Since Gokong had no intention of fighting and killing his own king, he could never evolve into a royal-class goblin. Hearing that instantly made Gokong panic. He frantically waved his hands and insisted he had absolutely no interest in becoming king. To him, simply following Lin Tian like this was already enough. He didn't care about evolving further. Goblin Slayer smiled slightly and said there was still another option. Gokong could travel to other goblin tribes, kill their kings, and devour them. By doing that, he could evolve independently without ever opposing Lin Tian. The moment Lin Tian heard this, he immediately realized how useful that idea could be for the future development of the Goblin Legion. He looked toward Gokong and promised that in the future, he would personally lead him to conquer other goblin tribes and help him evolve. Gokong became overjoyed and repeatedly bowed his head, thanking Lin Tian for taking care of him. Lin Tian smiled with satisfaction while quietly organizing plans in his mind. There were still 5 days left before the life simulation system could be used again, making this the perfect time to prepare for long-term expansion. Under the watch of the Goblin Legion, the captured prisoners were gathered together in a large open area. Nervous whispers spread everywhere as fear filled the crowd. Nobody knew why they had been brought there. Some even wondered if they were about to be turned into fertilizer. Without the holy maiden nearby to reassure them, the prisoners became even more terrified. Lin Tian slowly stepped forward with a cold expression and looked over the kneeling crowd. In a calm but firm voice, he asked which among them held the highest status. After a few seconds, a fat man with a beard and mustache nervously stepped forward while sweat poured down his face. Trembling, he introduced himself as Charles, a low-ranking noble and merchant from the kingdom. Charles quickly bowed toward Lin Tian, his voice full of fear as he carefully asked what orders the Goblin King intended to give them. The people of the newly conquered city stood nervously in front of Lin Tian, all of them lowering their heads while trying to hide their fear. Among the crowd, a fat middle-aged man cautiously stepped forward. Lin Tian glanced at the number floating above the man's head, showing an overall ability score barely above 1,000. Weak by his standards, but at least the man still had enough courage to speak despite shaking from fear. Lin Tian quietly observed the humans for a moment. Even though they were weak, he could still see a little backbone in some of them. After a brief silence, he calmly decided that this man could temporarily act as the leader responsible for managing the humans. The fat man instantly became more nervous. Lin Tian casually asked if his name was Charles. Charles hurriedly nodded. Before the man could panic further, Lin Tian calmly explained that he had no interest in slaughtering them. What he wanted instead was for them to increase food production and livestock farming for the Goblin Empire. The humans stared at him in complete shock. Grow crops? Raise animals? For a moment, nobody could process what they had just heard. In all their years living through war and fear, no monster ruler had ever asked humans to farm peacefully instead of turning them into slaves or food. Seeing their stunned reactions, Lin Tian simply stretched out his hand and scattered several seeds onto the ground. Then he instructed Isabella to use healing magic on them. Standing beside him, the beautiful blonde woman immediately obeyed. Soft green light flowed into the soil as healing magic continuously poured over the seeds. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the seeds rapidly sprouted. Tiny green shoots burst from the earth before quickly growing into fully matured golden wheat. The humans watched with wide eyes. The wheat looked healthier and richer than anything they had ever seen before. Every grain almost looked like a precious gem. Charles nearly lost his balance from shock as he stared at the harvest. He excitedly exclaimed that if every seed produced crops like this, a single harvest could feed an entire family for years. The surrounding humans became emotional as well. Some even started crying after seeing such an enormous amount of food appear instantly. Nearby, several people dug potatoes from the soil and quickly discovered the harvest output was several times greater than normal. Lin Tian simply smiled faintly and explained that these were specially enhanced magical seeds. As long as the humans continued selecting the best crops and replanting them generation after generation, food production would keep increasing endlessly. The humans began looking at Lin Tian like he was some kind of divine figure. Many immediately dropped to their knees while loudly praising him and celebrating the rise of the Goblin Empire. Lin Tian only chuckled lightly and told them not to get emotional too quickly because he still had more things to show them. After saying that, he ordered the humans to follow him. Soon, Lin Tian led them toward a large fenced enclosure. Inside were several huge wild boars with glowing red eyes and violent tempers. The beasts slammed against the fences while growling aggressively. Charles quickly warned Lin Tian to be careful because wild boars were notoriously difficult to raise. According to him, they were aggressive, reproduced slowly, and even produced lower quality meat than cattle. Lin Tian simply smiled after hearing that. He told the humans they were thinking too simply. The reason livestock remained difficult to manage was because nobody had ever seriously tried selecting and evolving them properly before. Before anyone could fully understand what he meant, Lin Tian casually stepped over the fence and walked straight toward the raging boars. The humans panicked instantly. Then dark energy suddenly burst from Lin Tian's body. The charging boars were slammed into the ground almost immediately, their legs breaking under the crushing pressure. Lin Tian calmly looked down at them and casually remarked that once their legs were broken, they naturally became obedient. The humans watched the terrifying scene in stunned silence. Afterward, Lin Tian finally explained his real plan. Through controlled breeding over several generations, the wild boars would slowly evolve into domestic pigs. Pigs reproduced rapidly and produced large amounts of meat, which would completely solve the empire's food shortage problems. The humans became overwhelmed with excitement. Many shouted that Lin Tian was humanity's savior. Others emotionally declared they wanted to devote their lives to the Goblin Empire. Some women in the crowd even excitedly yelled that they wanted to give birth to dozens of children for Lin Tian. Hearing all of this, Lin Tian quietly smiled to himself. This was exactly the result he wanted. Once humans became emotionally attached to the Goblin Empire and dependent on its prosperity, controlling them would become far easier. Not long after, Lin Tian returned alone to the palace and quietly activated his system. A glowing blue screen immediately appeared in front of him. The system announced the start of a simulated life scenario. According to the simulation, the Goblin Empire entered a period of rapid expansion under Lin Tian's leadership. Humans began reclaiming huge areas of land for farming, increasing crop production by more than 300%. Every household received livestock to raise, and living conditions quickly became far better than in previous generations. At the same time, large numbers of women voluntarily entered reproduction centers, hoping to bear Lin Tian's descendants. Meanwhile, prisoners captured from rival kingdoms were kept alive and assigned as future labor workers. Half a year passed rapidly inside the simulation. The first massive harvest exceeded all expectations, causing food reserves across the kingdom to overflow. Goblin armies expanded every single day while new cities rapidly formed around the capital. The system eventually summarized the results, stating that after 1 year of development, the Goblin Empire's foundation had become completely stable. Both the economy and military strength were now growing at astonishing speed. Soon another system notification appeared, asking whether the user wished to continue into the next storyline. Lin Tian calmly selected yes. The moment he accepted, dazzling light exploded around him. When the light faded, he found himself seated on a grand throne while wearing magnificent royal clothing and a golden crown. Below him, countless citizens shouted his name while praising the greatness of the Goblin Empire. Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes and looked down at the cheering crowd. In a calm voice, he declared that although he was still the Goblin King, anyone who became a citizen of the Goblin Empire would receive his protection. Then his expression turned colder. He warned everyone that his mercy only applied to his own people. Toward the humans of foreign nations, he would show absolutely none. Instead of fear, the crowd responded with even louder cheers and admiration. Standing high above the kingdom while endless praise echoed through the city, Lin Tian quietly smiled to himself as the Goblin Empire officially began its rise. The system eventually summarized the results, stating that after 1 year of development, the Goblin Empire's foundation had become completely stable. Both the economy and military strength were now growing at astonishing speed. Soon another system notification appeared, asking whether the user wished to continue into the next storyline. Lin Tian calmly selected yes. The moment he accepted, dazzling light exploded around him. When the light faded, he found himself seated on a grand throne while wearing magnificent royal clothing and a golden crown. Below him, countless citizens shouted his name while praising the greatness of the Goblin Empire. Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes and looked down at the cheering crowd. In a calm voice, he declared that although he was still the Goblin King, anyone who became a citizen of the Goblin Empire would receive his protection. Then his expression turned colder. He warned everyone that his mercy only applied to his own people. Toward the humans of foreign nations, he would show absolutely none. Instead of fear, the crowd responded with even louder cheers and admiration. Standing high above the kingdom while endless praise echoed through the city, Lin Tian quietly smiled to himself as the Goblin Empire officially began its rise. Lin Tian stood on the fortress balcony, calmly reviewing the current strength of the Goblin Empire. According to the latest reports, his forces now included 2 million low-ranking goblins, 30,000 treants, and 10,000 beast-type units. The number of higher-ranking races hadn't grown much over the years, but Lin Tian wasn't disappointed at all. If anything, he was pleasantly surprised. With 2 million goblins alone, he already had enough power to clash against hundreds of thousands of elite human soldiers. The growth of the empire had gone far beyond his original expectations. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed through the fortress halls. Gobu rushed over excitedly and reported that a large group of centaurs had appeared outside the city. Not dozens, several thousand. The news immediately caught Lin Tian's interest. The centaur race had once been considered one of the strongest demon races under the Sword King Empire. But after a major campaign launched against them, their race had been scattered and forced into hiding. Lin Tian never expected them to appear here. Soon, he and Alice stood atop the city wall, looking down at the gathering outside the gate. Leading the group was a female centaur named Fienna, a level 99 warrior. As Lin Tian checked her information, he learned she was the daughter of a former centaur chief and one of the last surviving descendants of her people. Her class was Brave Iron Rider, and she possessed a world-class ability capable of greatly boosting the speed and strength of allied cavalry. What drew Lin Tian's attention even more were the 4 jade-colored tails behind her. Looking down from above, he casually asked whether they had come to attack him. Fienna immediately shook her head and respectfully explained that there had been a misunderstanding. They weren't there to fight. They wanted to join the Goblin Empire. For a brief moment, even Lin Tian looked surprised. Join him? The centaurs quickly explained that they shared common enemies with him. Humanity and the Sword Kingdom had driven them from their homeland and reduced them to wandering refugees. After hearing about the rise of the Goblin Empire, they decided to seek a new future there. They explained that their race had suffered greatly over the years. Once they had been proud warriors living freely on their own lands, but now they had been hunted, displaced, and pushed into constant survival. Compared to everything they had endured, swallowing their pride no longer mattered. Lin Tian listened quietly before finally responding. Since they had already made their choice, he had no intention of making things difficult for them. However, joining the Goblin Empire came with conditions. Anyone accepted into the empire had to fully devote themselves to its prosperity and work for its future. In truth, Lin Tian was already interested in taking them in. Centaurs were naturally excellent cavalry unit. If he could build mounted forces from their race, the military strength of the Goblin Empire would rise dramatically. But before Fianna could react happily, one hot-headed centaur suddenly stepped forward and challenged Lin Tian directly. He declared that they would never submit so easily. Lin Tian simply shrugged. He didn't care. In his eyes, the weak had no right to make demands. If they wanted to challenge him, they were free to try. He even added that if any of them stepped 1 meter closer, he would treat it as a declaration of war against the Goblin Empire. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Just as the reckless warrior prepared to continue arguing, Fianna suddenly stepped in. Her expression turned serious as she announced that she accepted Lin Tian's conditions. The surrounding centaurs were shocked. Many protested immediately, saying they had come seeking refuge, not servitude. Others argued that the Goblin Empire had only recently risen and questioned why they should accept terms that humiliating. Lin Tian simply laughed after hearing their complaints. Seeking refuge? He reminded them that the Goblin Empire had been built through countless battles and sacrifices. Rivers of blood had been spilled to create everything standing before them now. Why should outsiders be allowed to enjoy those results for free? Without contributing anything, expecting benefits was nothing more than fantasy. The centaurs quickly fell silent. Deep down, they knew he was right. After a brief silence, Lin Tian offered a compromise. He told the centaurs that if they could provide useful information about the Sword Kingdom, he would allow some of them to join the Goblin Empire as reserve members. The moment Fianna heard that, her eyes widened slightly. After thinking for a moment, she revealed an important secret. Near the Sword Kingdom existed a place known as Savage Cave. Over the years, a massive goblin tribe had formed there, and rumors claimed a goblin king was now ruling over it. The instant Lin Tian heard those words, his interest rose immediately. He knew about Savage Cave. It was originally an abandoned mining region that later became a breeding ground for monsters. If a goblin king had truly appeared there, then something major must have happened. A faint smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. It seemed the matter of goblin evolution was finally starting to show real result. Without hesitation, he ordered the city gates to be opened and allowed the centaurs to enter. But the moment they stepped inside the Goblin Empire, the centaurs froze in disbelief. The streets were lively and crowded. Humans openly sold goods throughout the city while shops lined the road. Blacksmiths worked at their furnaces, merchants traded supplies, and farmers moved through the markets carrying fresh produce. Everywhere they looked, races that normally should have been enemies were living together peacefully. The centaurs could barely believe what they were seeing. Children happily ran through the streets while eating roasted sweet potatoes. One young centaur excitedly shouted toward Fianna, claiming the sweet potatoes were the best thing he had ever tasted. The adults weren't acting much better. Some shamelessly stole food meant for livestock, while others sat on the ground crying tears of happiness as they stuffed sweet potatoes into their mouths. For them, even simple food like this had become a luxury they hadn't enjoyed in years. Watching the scene unfold, Lin Tian didn't even know how to react. The once proud centaur race, feared across the continent, was now fighting pigs over sweet potatoes. For a second, he seriously wondered if they had all lost their minds. Meanwhile, Fianna stood quietly in the middle of the bustling streets, looking around at the peaceful atmosphere and the smiles on everyone's faces. Slowly, she clenched her fist. For the first time in many years, she finally saw hope. If her people could rebuild themselves here and regain their strength, then maybe one day they would no longer have to bow their heads to anyone. And for the sake of that dream, she was willing to accept Lin Tian's conditions. Lin Tian continued staring at the scene with a completely blank expression. Even the small goblins standing nearby looked speechless. Together, they silently watched as the legendary centaur warriors fought over livestock sweet potatoes like starving children. The centaurs eventually noticed Lin Tian watching them. Instant embarrassment spread across their faces. One of them quickly stepped forward, lowered his head, and sincerely apologized. He explained that they meant no disrespect at all. They had simply been starving for far too long. Lin Tian personally led the centaurs to their new living area. He told them this was a land of freedom, a place where races wouldn't hunt or discriminate against one another. The young centaur boy immediately threw himself into a pile of soft hay, laughing happily. After spending so long running and hiding, simply having a safe place to sleep felt like a luxury. Fianna and the other centaur warriors lowered their heads and thanked him sincerely. Lin Tian responded with his usual calm attitude. He reminded them not to forget the agreement they had made and informed them that food would be delivered soon. He also mentioned that, in a few days, the breeding program would begin. In his view, a powerful empire needed a variety of races, and the centaur cavalry would become an important part of strengthening the Goblin Empire. A faint, calculating smile appeared on his face as he thought about his future plans. He still intended to deal with the Goblin King in Savage Cave and help Gokong continue growing stronger. Before that, however, there was something else he needed to check. As he casually walked through the fortress corridors, Lin Tian suggested that Gobu Tian accompany him to inspect Abido's condition. For some reason, he had a feeling that something had gone wrong. The prison corridor was dark and gloomy. Their footsteps echoed through the silent hallway. When they arrived, the scene waiting for them looked like something out of a nightmare. Abido lay weakly on a pile of straw. Nearby, a goblin guard was sprawled in a pool of blood. In the center of the cell floor, a large black hole had appeared. Gobu Tian immediately assumed something had broken in from outside. He moved toward the hole, intending to investigate, but Lin Tian stopped him. His eyes had already pieced together what happened. This wasn't an attack from outside. It was an escape from within. The tunnel was the route the creature had used to leave. Every clue pointed to something far more dangerous than they had expected. Abido's abdomen had been torn open, leaving behind a horrifying cavity. The succubus looked exhausted and traumatized. Her face was pale and fear filled her green eyes. Between shaky breaths, she begged for help. Not long afterward, Catherine was called to the cell. She immediately used healing magic to close the terrible wound. Warm golden light surrounded Abido as her condition slowly stabilized. The moment she recovered enough to speak, she burst into tears. According to her, the child she had given birth to wasn't a normal child at all, it was a monster. She grabbed onto Lin Tian's clothes tightly as she described what had happened. The creature had consumed her internal organs for nourishment before forcing its way out of her body. Afterward, it killed the guard right in front of her and disappeared. Lin Tian listened quietly and asked her to describe the creature's appearance. He needed to know exactly what kind of being had been born. Abido recalled a pitch-black goblin with goat-like horns and eyes filled with malice. It hadn't looked like a child. It looked more like something that had crawled out of an abyss. After hearing her description, Lin Tian reached a troubling conclusion. The creature seemed to have inherited the violent instincts of goblins while also gaining the power carried within succubus blood. It might even possess potential approaching that of a demigod-level existence. The situation was slowly moving beyond what he had originally planned. In his mind, he pictured a dark-horned monster growing stronger by endlessly devouring everything around it. For the first time, Lin Tian began to realize he might have underestimated just how dangerous creatures from this world could become. Then a system notification suddenly appeared before him. The message announced that a brand new title had been created. The system congratulated Lin Tian on obtaining the title, Father of the Evil God. Along with the title came a reward of 100 life points. More importantly, the notification confirmed the truth. The child that had just been born was far more extraordinary than anyone had imagined. Lin Tian found the new title both ridiculous and a little embarrassing. A goblin king suddenly becoming the father of the evil god was not something he had ever expected. Still, he quickly pushed those thoughts aside. After all, the title also represented a unique achievement. Not everyone could honestly claim they were the father of an evil god. Before leaving, Lin Tian ordered his subordinates to keep a close watch on Abido and the tunnel. If the creature ever returned, he wanted to know immediately. With that, he left the gloomy prison area behind and continued inspecting his territory. Morning sunlight spread across the city as it buzzed with activity. As Lin Tian walked through the streets, people greeted him with cheers and words of praise. Their loyalty no longer came solely from fear. Many were genuinely grateful for the stable life the Goblin Empire had given them. Vienna watched the scene with surprise. She asked why the humans living there didn't seem afraid of a goblin ruler. Lin Tian calmly replied that when people were treated fairly, fear naturally faded away. His answer left her thoughtful. The scale of the empire and the loyalty he inspired were far beyond what she had expected. To her, Lin Tian no longer seemed like an ordinary goblin. He carried himself like a true emperor. Curious, Vienna asked about his ultimate goal. She felt his ambitions were clearly much bigger than simply eating well and producing descendants like most goblins. Lin Tian looked at her and said his dream was actually the same as hers. The answer caught her off guard. Seeing her confusion, he asked whether she didn't want the centaur race to become a respected people instead of a race looked down upon by others. His words struck directly at her deepest feelings. As he spoke, Lin Tian recalled the days when he had first arrived in this world. Back then, he had been trapped in the body of a weak goblin and hunted by humans as if his life had no value. Those memories of humiliation and hardship had become one of the driving forces behind everything he had built. If he couldn't live as an ordinary human, then he would make the name Goblin something the world could never ignore. He wanted goblins to become a symbol of dignity and strength. He wanted them to stand as equals alongside humanity. And his ambitions didn't stop there. One day, he intended to raise goblins above humanity itself, perhaps even above the gods. A fierce determination shone in his crimson eyes. Vienna stood quietly, stunned by the vision he described. For the first time, she began to see the future he was trying to create. Just then, Gokong suddenly interrupted. He scolded Fiona for allowing the king to walk on foot and suggested that she let Lin Tian ride on her back as proof of loyalty. The suggestion instantly made Fiona blush. Among centaurs, allowing someone to ride on their back carried special meaning. It was a deeply personal act that symbolized complete trust and submission. Gobu Tian quickly stepped in and told Gokong to stop talking nonsense, saying that Lin Tian surely had his own reasons. The conversation immediately became awkward. Lin Tian ordered everyone to be quiet. He acknowledged the customs of the centaur race and made it clear that he had no intention of forcing Fiona to do anything just to satisfy his authority. Hearing that only made Fiona's feelings grow more complicated. She gently bit her lip as her cheeks became slightly red. Lin Tian had shown respect for her people, and his vision for the future had deeply moved her. At that moment, she felt she had finally found a ruler worthy of following. After a brief hesitation, Fiona voluntarily invited Lin Tian to ride on her back. This time, it was Lin Tian who looked surprised. Centaurs were famous for their pride and stubbornness. He never expected Fiona to make such an offer on her own. Fiona lowered her gaze and quietly urged Lin Tian to mount the horse before she reconsidered her offer. Since she had been the one to invite him, she felt slightly awkward about the situation. Lin Tian accepted immediately. Without any hesitation, he climbed onto the horse and settled directly behind her. The short distance between them caught Fiona off guard, causing her body to tense up from embarrassment. Sensing her discomfort, Lin Tian asked whether something was wrong. Fiona steadied herself with a slow breath and assured him that everything was fine. She told herself that she would eventually become accustomed to it. Not long afterward, the group resumed their journey. Riding near the front, Lin Tian appeared completely at ease as the procession moved forward. Behind him, Go Kwang and his men followed on their special mount. The ride proved exceptionally smooth, and Lin Tian found himself quite pleased with the arrangement. The faint scent drifting from Fiona's long hair added to the comfort of the trip. As far as he was concerned, no other mount could compare to the one he was currently riding. Far away, a very different scene was unfolding at the headquarters of the Dragon Slayer Guild within the War Empire. The enormous structures that filled the stronghold stood as monuments to the guild's prestige and authority. After abandoning their armies, the three kings had retreated there. Gilbert eagerly suggested that King Edward tour the guild's trophy museum, and Edward quickly agreed. While appearing interested in the exhibits, he was actually using the opportunity to evaluate the guild's true strength. He wanted to know whether they possessed enough power to deal with Lin Tian's three dragons. Inside the museum, enormous dragon skeletons dominated the displays. Their towering remains served as evidence of the guild's long history of hunting and killing dragons. Elsewhere, shelves held preserved hearts, severed heads, and other remains taken from dangerous monsters. Each trophy carried the name of the individual responsible for the kill. As they walked through the exhibits, Gilbert paused before a preserved beastkin catgirl specimen. He repeatedly commented on her beauty while staring at the display with obvious interest. Nearby, an overweight man was equally fascinated. He openly declared that he would pay any price to acquire the specimen for his own disturbing purposes. The tour eventually brought them to the passage leading to the museum's 5th floor. This level contained the most valuable trophies collected by the Dragon Slayer Guild's guildmaster. King Edward was surprised to learn that a single person's achievements occupied an entire floor. Upon entering, his attention was immediately drawn to a glowing purple crystal displayed at the center of the room. The object was the dragon core of the legendary crystal dragon. Around it were numerous rare remains and precious body parts gathered from extraordinary creatures. When Edward read the name engraved on the plaque identifying the owner of the collection, he stopped in place. The trophies belonged to the guildmaster, Elizabeth Timon. What shocked him even more was the realization that she had somehow acquired the Dragon King's core. For countless years, that core had remained in the Dragon King's possession, making it one of the most remarkable trophies in the entire museum. At that moment, Edward finally understood why the Dragon King had vanished in recent years. Without its core, survival would have been impossible for long. A cold smile appeared on his face as he considered the implications. In his view, once the Dragon Slayer Guild became involved, the fate of Lin Tian's 3 dragons was already drawing near. Meanwhile, deep within the desert, Lin Tian's group continued pushing through powerful sandstorms that swept endlessly across the wasteland. The harsh conditions were taking their toll on everyone. Go Kwang struggled to keep pace and eventually began grumbling that Lin Tian was moving far too quickly. He complained that those following behind were barely able to keep up and felt as though every bone in his body had become dry and fragile after traveling through the desert for so long. After some time, the group arrived at a rocky overlook above a large valley. Fiona studied the landscape below and confirmed that they had finally reached the location they had been searching for. One of the goblins leaned forward to inspect the area beneath them and remarked that he had no desire to stay in such a dreadful place any longer. He urged the others to descend immediately and prepared to jump down first. Before he could do so, Lin Tian stopped him. Something about the terrain below had attracted his attention. He directed everyone to examine the unusual patterns scattered across the sand and pointed out that hidden sand traps were spread throughout the valley. According to his assessment, anyone who jumped down carelessly would likely end up becoming food for the creatures lurking underneath. The goblin immediately crouched down to take a closer look. Curious about what was concealed beneath the sand, he activated his clairvoyance ability. As his eyes began to glow, his vision pierced through the thick layers below the surface. What he discovered matched Lin Tian's warning perfectly. Massive sandworms armed with rows of razor-sharp teeth were waiting beneath the ground for unsuspecting prey. He quickly informed Lin Tian that the valley was filled with enormous sandworms and described them as terrifying creatures. Fiona explained that despite the region's isolation and danger, the local goblin tribes had managed to survive there by hunting sandworms for food. According to her, the creatures were so important to the goblins that they were even used in their methods of reproduction. After hearing the explanation, Lin Tian understood why crossing the area would not be simple. Fiona, however, appeared completely unconcerned. With a small smile, she explained that there was an easy solution to the problem. A glowing magic circle soon appeared beneath her feet as she activated a spell. She calmly stated that they could avoid the danger altogether by flying over it. Moments later, both Fiona and Lin Tian slowly rose into the air. The sight left the three goblins completely baffled. They stared from the cliff in disbelief, unable to understand how a centaur could fly without possessing any wings. Not long afterward, the goblins managed to follow after Lin Tian. One of them waved from a distance and called for the remaining two to hurry over as well. The group soon arrived at a massive mining tunnel and entered its depth. As they traveled through the passageways, Fiona explained that the mine was rich in elemental iron, the valuable resource used by the Sword Kingdom to forge its weapons and equipment. While moving deeper underground, Lin Tian reminded everyone to remain alert. He explained that goblins often adapted to the environments in which they lived and could evolve in very different ways depending on their surroundings. A goblin king that had developed inside a place overflowing with elemental energy would undoubtedly be far more dangerous than ordinary goblins. Keeping his warning in mind, the group continued forward with caution. Eventually, they reached a long flight of ancient stone stairs that descended deeper into the mine. Following the steps led them into an enormous underground chamber unlike anything they had seen before. Towering purple crystal pillars stretched from the cavern walls in every direction, filling the vast space with a faint, mysterious glow. As he observed the extraordinary sight, Lin Tian asked how Fiona could be so certain that the Goblin King was hiding there. Fiona explained that her tribe had once sought refuge within these caverns many years ago. Because of that, she still remembered the location of the Goblin settlement and was confident that they were heading in the right direction. As the group moved through the ruins, they passed along a dark stone corridor that showed clear signs of age and decay. While riding her horse, Fiona looked around the abandoned passage and explained that conditions in the area had once been far worse. She recalled that food had been almost impossible to find there. Even basic vegetation and grass had disappeared. She went on to explain that the shortage had eventually become so severe that more than a dozen members of her tribe had starved to death. With no way to survive in such an environment, the survivors had been forced to leave and search for another refuge. Hearing her story, Lin Tian reached out and gently held part of her cloak. He reminded her that those events belonged to the past and no longer needed to weigh on her mind. Fiona turned toward him and quietly agreed. Her expression softened before the group continued onward. The mine tunnel stretched deep underground, supported by old wooden beams that lined the passage. After traveling for some time, they noticed a bright light shining in the distance. Go Kwang immediately pointed toward it and excitedly announced that there was light ahead. Before anyone could move forward, Lin Tian ordered the group to stop and wait. He narrowed his eyes and carefully examined the air around them. After a moment, he remarked that he had detected a familiar scent. In his judgment, it smelled like goblins. Realizing caution was necessary, Lin Tian explained that the terrain ahead was unsuitable for a large group to advance together unnoticed. Moving as a unit would only make them easier to detect. He therefore ordered one of his scouts to investigate the area alone. The command was carried out immediately. A goblin scout with glowing red eyes emerged from the surrounding shadows, acknowledged the order, and disappeared once again. A short while later, the scout returned from his mission. Emerging from the darkness, he quickly reported back to the group. Standing before Lin Tian, Fiona, Go Kwang, and the others, the scout revealed that an enormous goblin force was gathered nearby. According to his estimate, there were at least tens of thousands of goblins occupying the area. He then provided a detailed breakdown of their strength. Among the enemy forces were a king-class goblin, 1 dominant class, 3 chief class, 50 hero-class warriors, and more than 300 greater goblins. The remainder consisted of lower-ranked goblins. The scout also reported another important discovery. They were not the only group interested in the goblin tribe. A team of human adventurers had gathered near the entrance of a different tunnel and appeared to be preparing an assault of their own. After hearing the report, Lin Tian considered the information carefully. Based on the scout's observations, he estimated that the adventurers had reached legend rank. Each member likely possessed at least 4,000 combat power, with their average strength potentially exceeding 5,000. After calculating the situation, Lin Tian appeared satisfied with the information he had gathered. He then decided to investigate personally. Leaving the rest of the group behind, he walked alone toward the bright exit at the end of the tunnel. Before departing, he instructed everyone to remain where they were and wait for his signal before taking any action. The story shifted to a different location. Far from the mine, the headquarters of the Dragon Slayer Guild stood proudly behind towering white walls decorated with blue banners. Mounted prominently on the building's exterior was a massive bronze dragon head, serving as a symbol of the guild's achievements. Inside one of the guild's spacious halls, a high-ranking member named Steven stood in heavy black armor. Ranked 44th within the Dragon Slayer Guild, he maintained a respectful posture while facing the guild's leader. Nearby, Elizabeth Tilly, the legendary guild master known as the One-Eyed Owl, rested comfortably on a sofa. Elizabeth appeared completely at ease. A confident smile formed on her face as she questioned where the troublesome little rats had come from. Standing before Elizabeth Tilly, Edward Hitt confidently introduced himself as the King of the Kingdom of Swords. Beside him, a sweating and nervous Gilbert introduced himself as the King of the Three-Leaf Magic Kingdom, while Gilbus cheerfully added that he was a king as well. Seated across the lavish banquet table, Elizabeth Tilly calmly listened in silence. Elizabeth Tilly lounged comfortably on her sofa and casually took a drink from a small bottle. Without showing the slightest concern, she ordered her subordinates to kill the visitors and bury their bodies beneath the demon flowers as fertilizer. The order immediately frightened Gilbert. Desperate to save himself, he hurriedly explained that they had not come with hostile intentions. Instead, they were seeking assistance in hunting an extremely powerful target. That response finally caught Elizabeth's interest. Lowering her bottle, she looked at him with an amused smile and remarked that he should have mentioned the prey first. She then instructed him to explain everything in detail. Gilbert quickly revealed that their original objective had been the conquest of a nearby goblin empire. However, their campaign had unexpectedly been stopped by 3 ancient dragons guarding the area. He described the creatures as enormous, each measuring more than 800 meters in length. According to him, the strongest among them was a terrifying black dragon that was nearly 1,000 meters long. As the room fell silent, Elizabeth admitted that she had never heard of a black dragon approaching that size. Stephen stepped forward and expressed his doubts. He advised his guild master not to take the story seriously, reminding her that the only known ancient dragon exceeding 1,000 meters was the elemental fire dragon. Based on that fact, he concluded that the 3 men were most likely lying. Before anyone could continue the discussion, Elizabeth suddenly vanished from her seat. In an instant, she appeared directly in front of Edward Hitt. The sudden movement left Edward completely unprepared. A crimson aura erupted from Elizabeth as an energy-cloaked hand seized him by the face and lifted him into the air. Looking at him with a cold smile, she warned that anyone who lied to her would not survive the consequences. Terrified, Edward insisted that every word was true. Suspended helplessly above the floor, he begged her to believe him and repeatedly swore that he was not lying. Elizabeth simply watched him struggle before letting out a quiet laugh. A moment later, she released her grip and slammed him into the floor. Edward crashed onto the tiles and slid backward across the room. Standing calmly beside Stephen with her hands tucked into her pockets, Elizabeth observed that although the man was clearly cowardly, he did not appear to be lying. She then ordered Stephen and several others to investigate the matter personally. If the report proved accurate, she stated that she would become involved herself. Stephen immediately accepted the assignment. He assured her that he would uncover the truth and added that if the men had fabricated the story, they would be executed on the spot. Gilbert quickly spoke up again. Still drenched in sweat, he insisted that the information was genuine. He confidently claimed that the goblin responsible would exceed all expectations and might even become Elizabeth's next worthy prey. The scene then shifted away from the Dragon Slayer Guild and returned to the underground caverns. Deep beneath the surface, a vast goblin settlement stretched across an enormous cavern illuminated by firelight. Dozens of goblins gathered around a massive campfire. Observing the scene from above, someone remarked that the place was much larger than expected. The observer was Lin Tian, who had disguised himself as an ordinary goblin by wearing a brown hood and altering his appearance. Hidden atop a rocky ledge overlooking the settlement, he carefully studied the area below. After examining the structures within the camp, he concluded that the stone building at its center was most likely the Goblin King's residence. Soon, his keen eye skill activated. A blue glow appeared in his vision as the skill began analyzing everything around him. Through its enhanced perception, he discovered 4 human adventurers concealed in the shadows of the cavern. The system immediately displayed their estimated power levels. One possessed a combat rating of 5,400, another measured 6,000, while the remaining 2 each registered around 5,600. After reviewing the information, Lin Tian smiled slightly. It appeared that the adventurers were still waiting for the right opportunity to strike. Rather than continuing to observe, he decided to take action himself. Hidden behind cover near the edge of the settlement, Lin Tian prepared to make his move. The disguised Lin Tian holds up a sword with both hands, excitedly calling out to his boss that he just found an incredible treasure lying around outside. In response, heavy, green, clawed feet step forward onto the rocky ground. The towering Goblin King stands there gripping a massive weapon. He angrily reminds his subordinate of the hierarchy, stating that lowly grunts need to kneel, greater goblins need to bow, and even hero-class ones have to lower their heads in his presence. A system panel pops up, officially revealing the oversized boss as GOBLIN, a level 95 Goblin King stacked with monstrous stats and packing a highly dangerous skill called Cocoon Rebirth. The Goblin King's eyes glow red as the shiny new weapon catches his attention. He snatches the raised sword to inspect it, completely shocked to find a high-tier magic item, and demands to know where the grunt got his hands on it. From under his hood, the disguised Lin Tian flashes a wide, sinister smile and casually repeats that he just found it outside. GOBLIN praises the find, declaring that the tribute is more than enough to spare his pathetic life. Meanwhile, a short distance away, two human adventurers watch the entire exchange from behind a rock. One of them stares in absolute disbelief, wondering how on earth a tiny grunt managed to stumble across a Tier 8 magic item. Hiding together, the two adventurers whisper frantically. They realize that with the Goblin King now wielding such a broken weapon, their raid just got a whole lot harder. Back at the standoff, Lin Tian looks up from his kneeling position and casually mentions that he actually has one more item to show him. This instantly pisses off the boss. GOBLIN yells down at the disguised goblin, furiously demanding to know who gave this lowly trash permission to speak and asking if he has a death wish. Down below, a green fist clenches tightly, trembling with restrained anger. In the darkness of his own mind, Lin Tian weighs his options. He realizes that if he kills the boss right now and accidentally triggers that annoying Cocoon Rebirth skill, the fight will drag on, basically handing a free and easy victory to those hiding humans. Changing his approach, Lin Tian points off into the distance right behind GOBLIN's back, casually informing the boss that there are a bunch of humans hiding up there. The giant goblin pauses and slowly turns his head to look over his shoulder. His gaze locks directly onto the adventurers, who are practically standing out in the open near the cave entrance. A terrifying, menacing grin stretches across the Goblin King's face. Looking back down, he scoffs at Lin Tian, admitting that the pathetic little goblin at least has decent eyesight. Without hesitation, a massive, blinding green energy blast erupts forward as the boss unleashes his attack. As the chaos unfolds, the disguised Lin Tian stands off to the side, smiling wickedly with glowing red eyes. He quietly admits to himself that he really just wants to see exactly how strong that Cocoon Rebirth skill actually is. The Goblin King finds himself completely surrounded by four human adventurers. A purple-haired adventurer grits his teeth in frustration, angrily admitting how humiliating it is that a lowly goblin managed to see right through their hiding spot. But GOBLIN isn't intimidated in the slightest. A menacing, toothy smile creeps across his face as he mocks the intruders, questioning if these humans seriously just marched right into his tribe's territory to die. The oversized boss calls out to his children, announcing that it's finally their turn to strike. Answering his call, an entire army of armed green goblins aggressively charges forward into the cavern. Meanwhile, safely out of the crossfire, the disguised Lin Tian leans casually against a rock wall, quietly watching the chaos unfold. He muses to himself that the boss's arrogant attitude earlier made him seem like a real threat, but he fully plans on crushing the giant bit by bit when the time is right. Down in the fray, a female adventurer suddenly retaliates, unleashing a massive, blinding yellow energy blast directly at the enemy. The attack instantly infuriates GOBLIN. He instantly activates his Death Sandstorm skill, summoning a massive, violent tornado that aggressively swirls around his towering body. The intense, destructive winds of the storm instantly shred apart several large, terrifying insect-like creatures that get caught in its path. As the swirling debris fills the air, a giant, terrifying shadowy figure slowly looms directly over the four trapped adventurers. Watching from the sidelines, the disguised Lin Tian looks on in genuine surprise, wondering to himself if there was actually a trick like that. Down in the cavern, system text pops up directly over one of the giant insect monsters, revealing its combat power sitting at an intimidating 3,000. A thought crosses the tiny goblin's mind, realizing that these sandworms originally only had a combat power of 2,000, meaning their strength just suddenly shot up by a massive margin. Down in the fight, the female adventurer steps up and fiercely activates her destructive explosive flame skill. Without hesitation, a massive, roaring pillar of fire erupts forward. The intense flames completely engulf the giant insect monster in a blazing inferno. As the attack finishes, thick smoke and dust violently swirl across the rocky ground. But as the haze clears, the terrifying sandworm steps right out of the smoke, completely unharmed by the devastating attack. The four human adventurers huddle tightly together, completely surrounded by the looming shadows of the monster horde. One of them nervously asks the captain what they should do now, absolutely terrified that they can't even put a single scratch on these beasts. The captain instantly yells at them not to panic. Suddenly, he shouts out, calling upon his super sword technique, the Harris Greatsword. Charging forward, the purple-haired adventurer unleashes a massive, glowing slash directly into the monster's shell. Watching the desperate counterattack from the darkness, he quietly admits to himself that these humans actually had a hidden trick up their sleeves all along, feeling incredibly thankful that he didn't recklessly rush into the fight earlier. Down below, the Goblin King frantically runs toward the massive, bloody corpse of one of his giant insect monsters, desperately crying out for his precious children not to die. He screams into the cavern that he is entirely relying on them to help him conquer the Kingdom of Swords and build his grand empire. Panicking over the heavy losses, the oversized boss extends his arm and frantically orders all of his surviving monsters to immediately retreat and dispel the massive sandstorm. The terrifying mandibles of a giant insect monster clatter loudly as the beasts obey the command and begin to fall back into the darkness. However, the sudden retreat leaves Gobchang completely wide open. Seizing the perfect opening, two of the human adventurers instantly charge straight toward the distracted boss, declaring that this is finally their chance to strike. Without hesitation, one of the adventurers shouts out the order to kill him and aggressively activates her super magic, violently shooting massive, glowing dragon-binding chains straight forward across the battlefield. The Goblin King's massive green hand is instantly bound tight by the glowing golden chains. Seeing the oversized boss trapped, a white-robed male adventurer flies straight up into the air surrounded by glowing symbols, declaring that this is finally their chance to kill him. Down below, the purple-haired adventurer charges forward holding a glowing blue sword. Floating high above, the white-robed adventurer fires off multiple yellow energy blasts downward to heavily barrage the boss. A severed green hand violently hits the rocky ground. Gobchang stands there holding his bloody stump, glaring furiously at the humans and warning them not to push him any further. But the purple-haired adventurer isn't intimidated in the slightest. He confidently scoffs right back at the monster, promising to push him until he dies and asking what he's going to do about it. With a fierce battle cry, the purple-haired adventurer aggressively slashes his glowing sword downward. Following up the combo, the adventurer quickly slashes right through Gobchang's torso, but his blade just phases uselessly through a weird, purple, ghostly form. The adventurer looks completely shocked as the attack misses its mark. Watching the desperate struggle from the sidelines, the disguised Lin Tian remains completely calm. Suddenly, Gobchang's giant green body begins melting down entirely into a massive green puddle right in front of them. Holding his sword, the purple-haired adventurer looks down in absolute shock, wondering out loud what just happened and why the boss suddenly melted. The large puddle of green slime spreads across the ground before rapidly starting to harden. A tall, green cocoon-like structure quickly forms right out of the puddle. Realizing exactly what's happening, the purple-haired adventurer screams out in sheer panic, recognizing it as a cocoon and desperately yelling for his team to destroy it before the monster can be reborn. Without a second thought, he violently slashes a massive blue energy wave directly at the cocoon. But as the dust settles, a terrible realization sets in. Looking completely desperate, he cries out to his captain, revealing that his magic attack didn't work at all. Striking the green cocoon directly with his sword, he frantically shouts that the shell is as hard as iron and they can't pierce it. Realizing the sheer danger they are in, the captain quickly orders a full retreat, warning his team that there is something seriously wrong with this monster. Sweating profusely, the purple-haired adventurer completely panics. Suddenly, the green cocoon violently explodes in a massive burst of green energy. From within the thick green mist, a humanoid insect foot slowly steps down onto the ground. As the smoke clears, a tall, incredibly muscular humanoid insect creature stands tall, marveling at its brand new body. Standing proudly, the newly evolved Gobchang declares that his new form is absolutely perfect. The insect creature tilts its head down to glare at the humans. Staring back at the terrifying new boss, the purple-haired adventurer looks absolutely terrified. Without wasting another second, the massive insect creature commands his giant insect monsters to tear the humans apart. The large monster's shadow looms ominously over the cavern as it roars aggressively. Seeing the terrifying beasts close in, a female adventurer screams for everyone to run. The purple-haired adventurer can only watch in absolute horror as a giant insect rapidly approaches his team. Beside him, one of the human adventurers breaks down crying, desperately begging the captain to save him. Suddenly, the female adventurer screams out her teammate's name in pure terror. In a horrific instant, a silhouetted figure is violently impaled, spraying blood everywhere across the cavern walls. The purple-haired adventurer looks down at his own body, shocked and bleeding heavily from the brutal attack. Walking over casually, the insect creature calmly speaks down to the defeated human. Standing triumphantly over the bleeding adventurer, the newly evolved boss mocks him, stating that with the little magic power he had left, he never should have been wandering around here. He casually admits that if the human had actually activated his light element form, he might not have been able to withstand the attack. With his victory secured, the insect creature spreads his arms wide and laughs maniacally. He proudly declares that with this new power, he no longer needs to be afraid of being hunted by the Kingdom of Swords, promising that his sandworm kingdom will finally rise right here in this desert. But his grand victory speech is suddenly interrupted. The disguised Lin Tian casually steps right out from the shadows, smoothly telling the boss that he also wants a piece of his kingdom. Smiling wickedly with one glowing red eye shining from under his hood, the tiny goblin asks if he can have a share. The massive insect creature snaps his head back in pure surprise, completely shocked to see the little runt again. He aggressively demands to know how that piece of trash is still alive, furiously asking what goblin tribe he actually comes from. As the boss stares down the grunt, a massive, terrifying demonic aura takes the shape of a shadowy figure standing right behind the disguised Lin Tian. A thought crosses the insect creature's mind as he senses the massive threat, realizing that despite looking like a low-class goblin, that tiny runt actually possesses incredibly strong demonic energy. Cursing out loud, he wonders how he's going to get rid of this dangerous new enemy without it. Deciding to just crush him with raw power, the insect creature violently activates his sandstorm domain skill, aggressively summoning a massive tornado right in the middle of the cavern. A massive, terrifying shadow of the giant insect creature looms over the disguised Lin Tian and the two other goblins. Thinking to himself, the panicked boss vows to just wait until his cocoon rebirth skill cooldown is finally over, promising that he will definitely come back and violently tear them all apart. Without another word, the insect creature forcefully leaps off the ground, attempting to make a quick escape. The disguised Lin Tian just smiles brightly. Looking up at the fleeing monster, the tiny goblin cheerfully asks why his boss is suddenly leaving without even saying goodbye. In an instant, the disguised Lin Tian whips out a massive, glowing blade crackling violently with energy. Without hesitation, he fiercely activates his skill, Divine Thunder Punishment, bringing a giant, crackling blade crashing straight down toward the boss. The insect creature's foot forcefully touches down as he tries to land, but he is instantly blasted backward by a massive, explosive impact. The sheer force sends the boss violently crashing right into a rocky cavern wall. Struggling in the rubble, the furious insect creature looks up and angrily shouts at the goblin to get lost. But it's completely useless. A massive, devastating wave of blue energy shoots straight forward, violently blasting the insect creature. As the boss is blasted backward by the intense blue lightning, a massive glowing blade violently pierces straight through his hard chest. Looking down at the massive weapon impaling him, the insect creature's face twists into pure shock. He stares in absolute disbelief, wondering how this is even possible since his new bones are supposed to be harder than absolutely anything, yet this tiny goblin pierced through him so easily. The disguised Lin Tian casually stands below his impaled boss. He smoothly taunts the giant insect, pointing out that he hasn't even done anything yet, but the boss still ran away that fast, casually asking him exactly what he is so terrified of. Looking upward at his trapped opponent, the disguised Lin Tian smiles wickedly and casually mentions that the more he looks at that cocoon rebirth evolution ability, the more he actually likes it, deciding to see if he can take it for himself. Terrified by the threat, the insect creature frantically asks what the tiny goblin is planning to do, desperately looking around in absolute panic. He frantically screams out that he is still the Goblin King and demands respect. But his cries fall on completely deaf ears as a terrifying voice echoes out the single command to devour. Without warning, a massive shadowy figure with long tendrils lunges aggressively forward from the darkness. The shadowy tendrils instantly wrap tight around the completely panicked insect creature. Seconds later, a system panel pops up in front of Lin Tian, officially congratulating him on successfully stealing the passive cocoon rebirth skill. Smiling wickedly and resting his chin on his hand, the disguised Lin Tian quietly admits to himself that he never expected he could steal an opponent's skill with just a few bites. Completely satisfied with his new prize, the tiny goblin turns around and casually walks away, telling his goblin berserker that the rest of this so-called Goblin King is entirely his to finish off. With the main threat handled, Lin Tian calmly orders GOBLIN and the others to clean up the battlefield, reminding them not to waste any of the adventurer or goblin corpses lying around, which the loyal subordinates quickly acknowledge. A system panel pops up revealing GOBLIN's newly updated stats as a level 83 bone warrior. This is immediately followed by another panel confirming GOBLIN's status as a level 81 shadow assassin. GOBLIN stands tall, aggressively facing off against GOBLIN and GOBLIN. A massive system panel pops up over the glowing GOBLIN, officially confirming his massive upgrade to a level 95 Goblin King. Looking up at the beast, GOBLIN remarks that the berserker has completely changed, admitting that he almost didn't recognize him since he's no longer just a giant, stupid lump. Completely ignoring the insult, GOBLIN enthusiastically flexes his glowing green muscles, excitedly shouting out to his boss that he's finally small again. Bursting into maniacal laughter, the berserker declares that his new form is absolutely perfect and he can finally have some fun with the humans he likes, while GOBLIN just sighs, noting that the meathead is exactly the same as always. A bit later, Lin Tian speaks up, casually mentioning that the potential of goblins is actually quite terrifying. He points out that if every tribe developed like theirs, they could easily conquer the entire world. His companion dismisses the thought, stating that it's easy to say, but goblins have never actually led the world or made any significant impact, adding that compared to his natural talent, regular goblins are still incredibly far behind. Reflecting on his journey, Lin Tian looks completely serious. He thinks to himself that if he hadn't transmigrated with a system, he would have definitely died the first time he arrived here, realizing that dreaming of conquering this cruel world would have been completely impossible. Turning around, he casually walks toward the bright exit of the cavern, deciding that it's finally time to head back and prepare. A wicked smile creeps across his face, his red eyes glowing in the darkness as he proudly declares that it's time to eradicate every single country that has ever caused trouble for them. Standing safely before his large blue system screens, the tiny goblin excitedly notes that he's been saving up for so long to reach 500 life points, and it's finally time to exchange them for a top-tier item. A system warning pops up, confirming that exactly 500 life points are required for supreme-level skills. The panels cycle through his massive options, first displaying the devastating Triple Calamity skill. Next, it shows the terrifying Anubis's Soul Drain. Finally, it presents the Eternal Frozen Realm. Lin Tian casually swipes horizontally across the skill icons, dismissing them. He muses that while all these skills are powerful enough to drastically change the course of a battle, none of them actually suit his current need. Suddenly, his glowing green hand reaches out, crackling with intense blue energy as he locks onto a different option. A new system panel pops up, officially displaying the Lucky Snatch skill. Holding his chin thoughtfully, he realizes that it's a limited-time exchange. Reading deeper into the description, he notes that the skill isn't limited to physical objects and has 0 type restrictions, meaning its degree of freedom is absurdly high. A mischievous grin spreads across his face as he admits this broken skill is absolutely perfect for him. System text officially confirms the purchase, successfully acquiring Lucky Snatch. Holding his glowing green hand up, Lin Tian slyly asks the system if the lack of restrictions on objects also means there are absolutely no restrictions on target. The system hesitates but ultimately confirms that conceptually, he is absolutely correct. Smiling as wide as possible, Lin Tian warns the system not to blame him for what happens next. A system panel pops up, desperately begging the host not to act recklessly and pleading with him not to do anything inappropriate. But it's too late. Another system panel pops up, officially confirming that he successfully stole the 500-point Anubis's Soul Drain skill for absolutely free. Lin Tian looks completely shocked and overwhelmingly excited, screaming out that his insane bug exploit actually worked. However, a massive red system panel immediately pops up, warning him that due to a detected bug, the system will now go into maintenance for a full month, locking him out of the life simulation feature. Reading the heavy penalty, Lin Tian's face instantly drops into a completely deadpan, annoyed stare. He shrugs it off, admitting that 1 month without the simulation isn't the end of the world and the free supreme skill was completely worth it. The scene shifts to a wide, breathtaking view of a massive walled city surrounded by a river. High up on a nearby cliff, a group of human adventurers rides their horses toward the stronghold. One of the armored adventurers confidently scoffs, noting that a lot of trash has been trying to establish countries lately. The captain aggressively threatens his companion, warning him that if they don't find proof that these goblins are connected to an ancient dragon, he'll personally finish him off first. The companion's eyes widen in sheer shock and terror. Suddenly, a panicked shout echoes out that they are coming. Lin Tian stands calmly at the forefront, ready for what is about to happen. Beside him stands Alice, Elf, and Gobu Kwang. Alice immediately recognizes the approaching threat, mentioning to Lin Tian that those people are actually from the notorious Dragon Slayer Guild. Hearing the name, a questioning thought echoes in the goblin's mind. Glancing sideways to analyze the situation, Lin Tian watches as the 3 heavily armored human adventurers proudly ride forward on horseback. He notes to himself that he didn't expect the group to be that strong, realizing they are actually formidable opponents. Suddenly, the lead rider, Steven, angrily scoffs from his horse. He confirms that the targets really are just a bunch of goblins and angrily demands they stop talking. Declaring that he doesn't have any more time to waste, he aggressively demands they hand over the ancient dragon they're hiding, loudly proclaiming that today is the perfect opportunity to slaughter every last one of them. Standing with his arms open in genuine confusion, Lin Tian bluntly points out that there isn't even half a dragon anywhere near him, completely baffled and asking if they are all crazy. He wonders out loud who would ever believe a group of goblins actually has a connection to an ancient dragon. Furious that the target is denying it, Steven violently grabs his blonde companion Edward by the collar. He aggressively demands a reasonable explanation right now, threatening to chop him up on the spot for dragging them all the way out here for absolutely nothing. Terrified for his life, Edward desperately begs him to wait. He frantically reminds Steven about the old Pope Douglas and the monster Veronica, revealing that both of those legendary figures were actually defeated by this very goblin, while Steven just glares back furiously. Refusing to believe it, Steven angrily asks if Edward thinks he's stupid enough to be played with. He points out that Douglas and Veronica were the strongest beings on the continent, and even their guild master failed to defeat them, calling the claim an absolute insult to the guild. Screaming defensively, the terrified Edward swears on his life that he isn't lying at all, insisting that the fall of the Lionheart Empire was also this goblin's doing and begging Steven to connect the dots. A menacing, greedy smile suddenly creeps across Steven's face. He realizes that if Edward is telling the truth, then this tiny goblin is actually a top-class prize that surpasses even Douglas and Veronica. He excitedly shouts out to his brothers that they've just found the absolute biggest catch of their entire lifetime. Meanwhile, Lin Tian stands completely unfazed, his body heavily enveloped in a dark, terrifying red aura as one of the humans excitedly claims that bringing his head back to the guild will earn them the best display spot in the museum. Watching the chaotic arguing, Alice quietly warns Lin Tian to be careful, stating that everyone in the Dragon Slayer Guild is completely crazy. Standing beside him, she points out that while they look somewhat normal on the outside, on the inside they are incredibly extreme, obsessive, and entirely unpredictable. Listening to her serious warning, Lin Tian casually murmurs to himself. A wicked, mischievous smile creeps across his face as he eagerly waits to see exactly what these arrogant humans can do. Holding up a glowing, crackling orb of energy, Lin Tian smiles wickedly, asking who exactly is the crazier one here. Instantly enraged, Stephen violently charges forward on horseback, his massive axe completely engulfed in flames, screaming that the goblin is an absolute idiot. He furiously orders him to die and aggressively calls out his Heracles' savage charge skill, without hesitation, launching a devastating attack. But right as the attack lands, Lin Tian aggressively activates his Lucky Snatch skill, causing an incredibly bright, blinding light to instantly erupt all around him. Caught off guard by the intense flash, Alice quickly covers her face. Nearby, Stephen and Steve also frantically shield their eyes from the blinding light, completely confused and asking what exactly is going on. Suddenly, one of them screams out for everyone to retreat, warning the group that this is theft magic and stating that if their weapons are stolen, their combat power will drastically decrease. Reacting quickly, a heavily armored foot violently stomps the ground to stop his momentum. Stephen stands completely ready, still firmly gripping his massive axe. A menacing, arrogant grin spreads across his face as he mocks the tiny goblin, gloating that his luck stat clearly isn't that high since his weapon wasn't stolen, though he admits his heart was beating fast and he actually got goosebumps. But a second later, Stephen looks down at his own chest in absolute confusion and sheer shock. Standing a short distance away, Lin Tian completely deadpans as he casually holds up a pink bra by the strap while his two female companions watch in stunned silence. Seeing the deeply guarded secret exposed, the terrified blonde adventurer begins profusely sweating, his eyes widening in absolute horror. Absolutely disgusted, Lin Tian frantically flails his arms around while holding the pink bra, screaming that he really can't believe a muscular man in heavy armor was actually carrying something like this, calling him absolutely crazy. Completely humiliated, Stephen furiously screams out from the background, demanding the damn goblin give it back and threatening to tear him apart with his bare hands. Trying to save face, Stephen and Steve angrily draw their swords and glare furiously at the goblin. They desperately tell their older brother not to panic, promising to help him defeat the monster. But Lin Tian isn't done. His green hand holds up a pair of pink lace underwear, and system text officially congratulates him on successfully stealing Stephen's lacy underwear. Next, his green hand holds up a large bouquet of fake flowers, and another system message congratulates him on stealing Steve's giant fake knob. Realizing that the Lucky Snatch skill is literally designed to steal the items most deeply cherished by its targets, Lin Tian looks absolutely horrified, absolutely disgusted by his cursed loot. Lin Tian screams out asking what the hell all these disgusting things are, dramatically complaining that it's making him completely sick. In the background, Stephen suddenly crouches down, frantically clutching his groin in pure panic as he cries out to his brother that the precious item he gave him has been completely stolen. Right beside him, Steve also drops to a crouch, desperately clutching his own groin and crying to his second brother that the precious amulet he wears day and night is suddenly gone. Stephen completely snaps, his eyes widening in pure rage as he screams furiously that absolutely no one is getting out of here alive. With a final, furious roar echoing across the cavern, Stephen violently swings his giant axe, aggressively unleashing a massive, devastating energy wave straight at the goblin. Down below, Lin Tian frantically throws his hands up, using his own glowing magic to desperately block the massive blue energy blast. Refusing to let up, Stephen aggressively leaps forward, violently swinging his massive glowing axe once again. Another massive, devastating beam of crackling blue energy violently shoots forward across the battlefield. After launching the massive attack, Stephen stands firmly in place, tightly gripping his axe and staring down his target. On the other side, Lin Tian desperately holds up a glowing blue bow to defend himself while a large goblin standing next to him panics, frantically asking his boss what the human is doing. Standing completely ready with his giant axe, Stephen arrogantly scoffs, asking the goblin if that's really all he can do. The Lin Tian quietly curses to himself, deciding that they just need to try and hold these crazy humans off for as long as possible until Fiona finally arrives with her troops. Alice and her squad didn't hesitate, charging aggressively straight into the fray. Determined to keep the arrogant knights at bay, Stephen let out a deafening roar, shouting that the goblin's pathetic resistance was nothing more than a futile struggle. The second the words left his mouth, he triggered his skill. A colossal, ethereal titan suddenly materialized on the battlefield, its massive, flaming fist locking dead center onto Lin Tian's group, perfectly positioned to deliver a lethal finishing blow. Reacting instantly, Gobushan threw himself to the front of the formation. He desperately yelled for everyone to get behind him, raising his massive bone shield high in the air to take the overwhelming force head-on. The Titan's burning fist slammed into the barrier, setting off a catastrophic, earth-shaking explosion. Watching the struggle, Lin Tian quickly deduced that even a shield that thick wouldn't be able to endure such terrifying raw power for much longer. Wasting no time, he ordered Gobu Kwang to trigger the king's domain. Gobu Kwang responded with an earth-shattering roar, violently stomping his foot into the dirt to activate his ability. The king's domain violently erupted into existence. A complex, glowing crimson magic circle rapidly expanded across the scorched earth, wrapping the entire goblin army in its protective glow. Watching the display, Stephen just sneered. Completely convinced it was nothing more than a flashy, meaningless parlor trick, he mockingly challenged the goblins to see if they could survive a second punch. Almost immediately, a second blazing fist rocketed down with even more devastating force than the first, violently shattering Lin Tian's entire defensive perimeter in an instant. Alice and the rest of the crew scrambled, narrowly dodging the jagged debris launched into the air by the blast. Gobushan, however, wasn't so lucky. Seeing him lying completely motionless in the rubble, a panicked Ephraim sprinted over, frantically checking his vitals after he had absorbed the brunt of that devastating strike. Strangely, even though the massive bone shield had been blown several yards away, it was completely scratch-free, proving its mind-bending durability. Stephen was genuinely stunned, but that shock quickly morphed into naked greed. He couldn't wrap his head around the fact that a lowly goblin had managed to tank his full-powered assault. Right then and there, he decided that the bone shield absolutely had to be a world-class artifact. Spotting an opening, another knight suddenly broke out of cover and charged straight at Lin Tian's scattered group. Laughing like a maniac, the knight made a mad dash directly for the discarded shield, fully intending to snatch it for himself. But before he could reach his prize, the solid ground beneath his boots violently cracked open. From the pitch-black fissure, the glowing, blood-red eyes of the assassin Gobu D locked onto him, making the knight jump out of his skin. A razor-sharp blade exploded upward from the dirt. Caught completely mid-stride, the knight had zero chance of dodging. Pure terror flooded his expression, but right as Gobu D moved to deliver the fatal strike, a blistering counterslash caught the goblin assassin, knocking him back down. The knight stood frozen in place, hyperventilating after cheating death by a hair. He shot a look of profound gratitude over towards Stephen. Wearing a smug grin, Stephen looked incredibly pleased with himself for swatting away a goblin assassin so effortlessly. Pivoting his attention back to Lin Tian, he arrogantly promised that the goblin leader was the next one on the chopping block. Right at that tense moment, Gobushan finally groaned and regained consciousness. Seeing this, Lin Tian quickly threw up a hand signal, ordering his entire squad to fall back. His eyes were shining with a cold, ruthless intensity. Without wasting a single word of banter, Lin Tian triggered his ultimate brutality skill. Supercharged by the lingering effects of the king's domain, his aura exploded, becoming infinitely more terrifying than anything he had shown before. Across the battlefield, the knights suddenly buckled as an invisible, overwhelming pressure crushed down on their shoulders, making them feel like their physical strength was being siphoned away drop by drop. With Lin Tian's terrifying display drawing the undivided attention of every knight present, Gobu Kwang capitalized on the distraction. He materialized silently behind one of the armored warriors, immediately unleashing a powered-up version of his shadow assault. The lethal strike obliterated the knight in an instant. A nearby knight screamed in absolute agony as he watched his younger brother get dragged mercilessly into a suffocating black hole of dark energy. Stepping out of the shadows, Gobu Kwang calmly looked over to Lin Tian, requesting permission to mop up the rest of the enemies himself. Even as he asked, a dense, crackling sphere of black magic began to coalesce in his palm. Getting a quick nod of approval from his leader, Gobu Kwang hurled the attack forward. Stephen found himself standing completely alone. A tidal wave of pure rage erupted inside him. He unleashed a furious roar, violently rejecting the humiliating defeat playing out in front of him. But his anger quickly shifted back to shock when he spotted Gobu D slowly dragging himself out of the ruined earth. Stephen genuinely couldn't believe the assassin had survived his earlier counterattack. The goblin's flawless, synchronized teamwork was so deeply unnerving that even a battle-hardened veteran like him was starting to feel the cold creep of genuine fear. To make matters worse, the sinister light still radiating from the magic domain beneath his boots was actively eating away at his mental resolve. Desperate, Stephen barked an order at Gilbert and his companion, demanding they hold the goblin frontline back just long enough for him to hunt down whoever was keeping the domain active. Scanning the newly engaged duo, Lin Tian quickly picked up on a dangerous reality. Even though the two knights didn't look like much on the surface, together they possessed the firepower to cast world-class magic. Moving in perfect sync, Gilbert and his older brother began flying through a series of hand seals, prepping a catastrophic spell known as the Giant Cloud Cage. Without warning, massive, thick green vines erupted from the soil, violently coiling and wrapping around anything unlucky enough to be in their path. Lin Tian instantly shouted a warning to his crew, recognizing that the thorny vines were highly poisonous. Refusing to be pushed back, Lin Tian tapped into the power of the god of death. He cast Anubis Soul Devourer, summoning a dark force meant to swallow the battlefield whole. Gilbert's eyes widened in absolute terror as a gigantic, spectral avatar of Anubis, wreathed entirely in blazing purple flames, loomed up right behind him. A despair tore from Gilbert's throat as the titanic, spectral form of Anubis plummeted from above, crushing his entire body beneath its suffocating, insurmountable mass. The manifestation of the skill was incredibly brief, lasting a mere 10 seconds, but that fleeting window was more than sufficient to utterly break the Fat King's spirit. Suddenly, a thunderous detonation rocked the battlefield. Colossal chunks of the surrounding flora were violently ripped from the earth, launching into the sky and raining debris in all directions. Amidst the chaos, Lin Tian's voice cut through the destruction, urgently commanding his allies to push the advance without stopping. The World Vine's capacity for regeneration was nothing short of miraculous. If they paused for even a fraction of a second, the encroaching tendrils would entomb them completely, cutting off any hope of survival. Just as warned, the terrifying regeneration speed of the world-class creeping roots becomes a nightmare reality. With a sinister, echoing rustle, the massive green tendrils violently weave back together, sealing the newly blasted opening and threatening to swallow whole the soldiers trapped beneath their overwhelming shadow. Fiona surges into the fray at the head of a heavily armored vanguard, her voice echoing across the battlefield as she announces their arrival to the Goblin King. Hearing Fiona's arrival echo across the chaotic battlefield, the Goblin instantly recognized the shift in momentum. With an evil, confident smirk stretching across their faces, they realize their moment has come. It is finally time to turn the tables and slaughter their foes. Gazing at the oncoming charge, Stephen's face twists in pure horror and utter disbelief. Centaurs? Weren't those legendary half-beast warriors supposed to have been wiped out ages ago? He grits his teeth in a mixture of fury and desperation, completely unable to comprehend why such an ancient race would ever align themselves with a horde of goblins. Lifting a glowing weapon high toward the sky, the commander lets out a battle cry that echoes across the chaotic battlefield, ordering everyone to attack and completely crush their foes without holding back. With bloodthirsty war cries of kill echoing across the battlefield, the heavily armored goblin vanguard charges forward like a juggernaut of polished steel and green rage. Raising their massive polearms with terrifying coordination, the ferocious horde surges ahead, ready to impale anyone standing in the path of their unstoppable advance. Panic spreads like wildfire through the enemy ranks as the overwhelming reality of their situation sets in. Desperate screams to retreat ring out across the chaotic battlefield, with fighters crying out in utter disbelief at the endless swarm of green-skinned warriors. Encircled from every direction by bloodthirsty goblins brandishing spears and heavy axes, any hope of escape rapidly evaporates into the dust of combat. A sinister, confident smirk curls across Lin Tian's face as he looks down at the desperate forces below. Even if an absolute monster could slay thousands with their bare hands and incinerate 30,000 more with destructive magic, it means nothing against the sheer scale of his 100,000-strong goblin army. No matter how legendary or powerful his opponent might be, reversing a tide of this magnitude is nothing more than a pipe dream. Before he can even process the chaotic slaughter unfolding around him, a dark, sinister hand wrapped in a crackling purple aura grips him firmly from behind, freezing the blonde fighter in pure, unadulterated terror. Emerging from the shadowy shroud with an ominous purple radiance, a terrifying figure with piercing red eyes locks onto its helpless target. With a menacing whisper that freezes the blood in their veins, the sinister entity coldly asks where they think they're going, promising to personally deliver them straight to hell. Overwhelmed by pure, suffocating terror, the panicked fighter flails helplessly as he is cast into the dark abyss. Screaming at the top of his lungs in total despair, he desperately begs for anyone to save him, unwilling to accept his demise as he stares right into the cold eyes of a true Grim Reaper. Amidst the suffocating terror and chaotic slaughter of the battlefield, pure desperation takes hold of the front lines. Realizing they stand no chance against the overwhelming onslaught, a battered warrior screams at his comrades to flee, begging them to deliver a frantic message. To tell Guild Master One-Eyed Owl that he must come down personally if he wants to end these monsters once and for all. As the embers of chaos flicker across the battlefield, the sharp-eared elf warrior readies her radiant, glowing blade. Glancing sideways at her companion, she questions why he's letting the remaining survivors escape, casually reminding him that when they teamed up, fighting and dying for his personal cause was never part of their agreement. Before the conversation can even settle, a violent shockwave erupts with a deafening crash, tearing through the earth and launching shattered stone into the air as the battlefield explodes into total chaos. A torrent of golden flames explodes across the sky as the sharp-eared warrior descends like a blazing comet, her radiant weapon surging with fiery intensity. Down on the ground, the armored fighter can only glance back in grim determination, feeling the blistering heat of her burning aura close and before the full force of her strike crashes down. Teeth gritted so tightly they threaten to shatter, every muscle in his face strained against the crushing heat. With eyes wide in raw desperation and fury, he braced himself for the impending impact, refusing to break even as the overwhelming force surged down upon him. A sharp, sickening spray cuts through the roaring heat as the brutal strike tears past his defenses, spewing a crimson arc into the scorched air. In the wake of the brutal strike, a menacing shadow looms amidst the infernal glow, painting the scorched sky in hues of violent crimson and violet. Before he can even recover from the crushing blow, the horde of heavily armored goblins surges forward, tackling him to the ground in a ravenous frenzy. Metal grinds and armor sizzles under the sheer weight of the mob as demonic screeches echo out, commanding the swarm to tear him apart and devour him on the spot. Before the enemy can even regain his footing, Alice surges forward with furious momentum, her weapon crashing against his defenses in a violent burst of sparks. The sharp, deafening clang of steel echoes across the battlefield as both warriors lock forces, the air crackling with intense, high-octane pressure as they clash in a deadly test of speed and power. Veins bulging with fury, he roars in sheer disbelief as the chaotic nightmare unfolds. The official war declaration clearly promised an honorable one-on-one duel, yet he now finds himself drowning in an endless sea of ravenous goblins. Glaring at Alice through bared teeth, his voice trembles with bitter betrayal. He had always respected her honor, never imagining she would sink to such shameless, deceitful tactics. Sparks fly as their heavy blades lock together in a tense stalemate, the air thick with murderous intent. Shutting down his foe's frantic accusations of dishonor, the black-haired warrior makes it bitterly clear that Alice had nothing to do with this strategy. He was the one who mobilized the relentless horde, and while the enemy may have envisioned a chivalrous one-on-one duel, no such promise was ever agreed to on this battlefield. Admitting he underestimated them, the man warns his opponent not to celebrate too soon, declaring that despite his side losing the war, he will be the ultimate victor. Vowing to return and take his revenge, the enemy retreats in a sudden surge of water. Alice apologizes for letting the enemy escape, but Edward reassures her, noting that simply holding off someone far stronger than herself was already an impressive feat. Lin Tian instructs Alice to lead an expedition against the Kingdom of Sword before Edward can absorb the Kingdom of Magic, reassuring her that the Darkborn will support her while he visits the Dragon Slayer Guild. Lin Tian determines he must travel to the Dragon Slayer Guild alone to gather information and locate the Dragon Crystal to resurrect the Purple Dragon Mother. Before departing, he realizes he almost forgot one other important matter. Lin Tian asks his guard about Rebecca's recent condition, only to learn that she has been completely silent and unmoving in her cell for the past few days. The black goat's egg drains sanity upon direct eye contact, leaving Rebecca in a dying state after she locked eyes with the fetus growing inside her. Lin Tian dismisses his guard, who respectfully obeys and steps back, leaving him alone with the bound prisoner. Since Rebecca is completely unconscious, Lin Tian realizes he has no choice but to rely on luck, build a new anchor, and hope she can return. Targeting the bound succubus Rebecca, Lin Tian triggers his system prompt to execute a lucky snatch and steal her trait of absolute obsessive devotion. Rebecca lets out a sharp scream as the trait extraction takes effect. Now conscious, Rebecca frantically screams for him to release her, shouting that she missed her darling deeply. As she struggles against her chains, Lin Tian demands that she calm down and tell him everything she knows about the baby inside her womb. The overwhelming force of the system overwrites Rebecca's shattered psyche, instantly washing away her past as a frantic, unhinged obsession takes hold. Flushed with intense devotion, her crimson eyes lock onto Lin Tian, her breath coming in heavy gasps. Her mind has wiped clean of everything else. All that remains is a desperate, burning desire to be near him, pleading fervently that he is the only thing she can think about and that she wants nothing more than to merge with him completely so they will never be separated again. A sharp, violent crack echoes off the damp stone walls as a heavy palm strikes across her face, cutting off her unhinged pleas in a single, brutal instant. The impact snaps her head back, forcefully shocking her frantic mind back to reality within the cold silence of the dungeon cell. Baring his sharp fangs in sheer frustration, Lin Tian barks at her to pull herself together for just one moment. With tension crackling in the cold dungeon air, he demands that if her love for him is truly genuine, she needs to stop her frantic babbling and spill every single detail she knows about that child. Despite the harsh strike snapping her attention back, Rebecca's composure immediately shatters under the weight of her intense obsession. With her cheeks burning crimson and her breath coming in shallow, frantic gasps, she manages to blurt out that while she can still sense the exact location of the child, her control over it has completely slipped away. But any lingering shred of logic quickly vanishes, replaced by a desperate, feverish devotion as she gazes back at Lin Tian, panting that nothing else matters, because he is the only thing she truly desires. Lin Tian face-palms in utter exasperation, cursing under his breath as he realizes her mind is consumed by nothing but lust and feverish devotion. Realizing that logic won't reach her in this state, he grimly accepts that if he wants to extract the vital information he needs, he may just have to swallow his pride and sacrifice himself to play into her wild desires. Within the cold, shadowed depths of the dungeon, muffled cries and desperate moans shatter the silence. The heavy air thickens with raw tension as muffled gasps of pain and pleasure echo beyond the heavy wooden bars, proving that Lin Tian has made his grim choice, sacrificing his own pride to give in to Rebecca's unhinged desires if it means prying the crucial truth from her lips. The succubus is left completely flushed and panting for air, totally overwhelmed by what just went down. Meanwhile, Lin Tian casually hitches his pants back up like it was just a routine workout. He voices his surprise that a literal succubus was still a virgin, but she defensively insists that nothing improper ever happened with Lady Veronica, so of course she's pure. Skipping the post-care entirely, Lin Tian locks in and demands she finally spill the tea on the black goat's egg. If her guess is right, Lin Tian is currently heading straight for the Kingdom of Magic. With a population of hundreds of thousands, letting him feast freely there could evolve him into an unprecedented half-divine goblin. He realizes he needs to time his move perfectly to capture and tame him before he spirals completely out of control, turning him into the ultimate trump card against rival empires. Lin Tian flies high above the clouds on the back of his massive red dragon. They touch down at the foot of a mountain, standing just a dozen miles outside the War Empire's domain. Gently petting his red dragon Xiao Huan, Lin Tian tells her to head back for now, warning that pulling up together into enemy territory will instantly blow their cover, promising to find a way home once his business is handled. Lin Tian bids farewell to his dragon as it takes off into the sky, telling it to stay safe on the flight back. He reminds himself that he's still locked into his goblin form, meaning infiltrating the Dragon Slayer Guild will require a proper disguise. Before he can even figure out a plan, random voices ring out through the woods, spotting him and shouting that there's a goblin. Two random guys spot him and immediately start talking big, convinced taking down a weak goblin is their ticket to flexing in front of the village girls. Lin Tian just hits them with a dark smirk and a quiet humph. Cut to a moment later, and fresh blood splashes across the ground. Both overconfident hunters are already laid out flat on the dirt, completely wiped. Lin Tian notes he was just trying to figure out a way to score a disguise earlier, but convenience literally delivered one right to his doorstep. The War Empire is low-key thriving, with packed streets and massive castles dominating the skyline. Taking a bite of his snack, Lin Tian admits he didn't expect this place to be so ridiculously prosperous. Walking through such a lively town makes him want to drop some cash. Too bad his pockets are completely empty, leaving stealing as his only option. Standing in front of some ridiculously grand spires, Lin Tian finally pulls up to his destination. Gazing at the giant fancy gates, he assumes this extra-looking compound has gotta be the Dragon Slayer Guild. He hits the gate with a solid knock, fully expecting someone to come open up. Total radio silence. Not a single soul comes to answer. He checks the time, sure it's early morning, but shouldn't someone be awake by now? Since nobody is opening the door, he decides waiting is overrated and simply vaults right over the massive gate. He steps up to the massive ornate entrance and bangs on the front door, peering through the slight crack in the door to check out what's taking so long. He spots the entire hall packed with rowdy adventurers getting drunk, completely drowning out his knocks. Realizing subtle knocking won't work, he decides to make a loud scene so he can finally sign up for the Dragon Slayer Guild. Turning around to see what was behind him, his danger meter immediately spikes into the red zone. Standing right behind him is an absolute giant of a woman, making him look like a complete side character by comparison. Her status window reveals Elizabeth Tilly, a berserk titan warrior dubbed the embodiment of violence and beer connoisseur, sitting on a casual overall power rating of nearly 11,000. Bro is sweating bullets after seeing a power level over 10,000, wondering if he's actually staring down One-Eyed Owl, a guild master from the Dragon Slayer Guild.
This certified baddie is tied to a tree in the dark forest. She's giving total damsel in distress energy, expecting some Sigma male with W-Riz to swoop in and save her. Instead, our reincarnated MC, Gorals, rolls up, but he isn't playing the simp. This absolute Chad just stares at her ropes and hits her with the ultimate toxic fuckboy line, asking if she's just practicing for some kinky bondage. He ignores her tears and effortlessly mogs a squad of hidden human hunters like they're nothing. Meanwhile, back at the fortress, the guard captain is in his office getting his weapon handled by a desperate pick-me girl. He's feeling like a top 1% high-value alpha. But just as he's about to reach his peak, a soldier bursts in. Furious, the captain shoves the tradwife wannabe away, zips his pants, and stomps outside to execute the beta cuck who ruined his climax. But his ego instantly shatters. Sitting in his courtyard is a massive mountain of bloody armor from his elite squad. Turns out, Gorals didn't just survive. He scored a private VIP session with an exotic goblin girl boss. This literal material girl loved his tragic backstory so much, she let him completely explore her inventory. Now, buffed to the moon and leading a monster army, Gorals is marching to the fortress to show that soyboy captain what a real alpha looks like. For a full recap, check out the channel and the link in the description. Be sure to take a look if you'd like to watch the complete video.
Elizabeth Tilly glares down at the intruder, demanding to know who had the nerve to pound on her door and barge into their quarters so early in the morning. Terrified for his life, Lin Tian presses his hands together in a desperate plea, frantically apologizing and confessing that he only wanted a chance to join the prestigious Dragon Slayer Guild. Towering over him with raw hostility, she leans in close, asking what good his eyes are if he can't even see who he's messing with, while the panicked boy desperately cries out that he was simply overwhelmed by her legendary reputation. Before he can finish his excuse, a heavy boot violently slams into him with crushing force. Keeping her leg extended to pin him firmly in place, she coolly admits that while flattery is nice, stepping into someone else's space uninvited carries a steep price. Her sharp gaze narrows with ruthless intent, promising that barging into their quarters without an invitation requires a harsh, unforgettable lesson. Frozen in absolute terror, the recruit is left completely speechless, trembling under the sheer weight of her overwhelming presence. Paying him no further mind, she turns back inside, furiously chewing out her fellow guild members for leaving her passed out drunk in a roadside ditch all night instead of carrying her to bed. Mid-gulp from his wooden mug, Georgia suddenly pauses, instantly sensing a terrifyingly familiar aura looming right above him. Towering over him with an imposing gaze, the boss scolds him for running wild the moment she turned her back. Georgia frantically begs for mercy, recalling the sheer humiliation of being tied up in the street after his last drunken binge, but she coldly declares that his growing arrogance calls for yet another brutal lesson. Without batting an eye, she hurls the massive vice commander straight across the hall, sending him crashing violently onto the pavement outside. Watching the chaos unfold from the sidelines, the recruit breaks into a cold sweat, utterly bewildered by the Empire's terrifying obsession with drinking and its absurd punishments. Downing another mug, the guild leader arrogantly taunts the entire room, daring anyone to step forward since none of them can best her in a fight or outdrink her at the table. The tavern erupts into raucous cheers as eager fighters line up, determined to take on the seemingly impossible challenge. Baffled by their reckless confidence, the newcomer asks why anyone would risk such public humiliation only for a seasoned warrior to reveal the stakes. Anyone who outdrinks their boss gets to claim the guildmaster title, ask for any personal favor, or even win her hand in marriage. A sly smirk crosses Lin Tian's face as the true stakes of the challenge finally sink in. All around him, the rowdy tavern descends into total chaos, with burly fighters screaming to strip the latest loser naked and hang him from the rafters to dry. Stepping boldly into the center of the hall, Lin Tian announces his challenge to the boss, prompting bewildered whispers and angry shouts from the surrounding thugs demanding to toss this brat out. Looking down at him with a predatory grin, the silver-haired leader accepts, promising to drink him into oblivion before deciding what cruel punishment awaits him. The entire room falls quiet as the brutes ponder what terrible fate should befall such a reckless newcomer who dared to challenge their boss. Leaning in close, the woman tilts Lin Tian's chin upward, admiring his smooth, handsome face and noting how surprisingly unblemished his skin is for a warrior. Bursting into uproarious laughter alongside her crew, she playfully proposes that once he loses, they should gift him to the lonely old widow down the street to do with him as she pleases. Lin Tian simply smirks, casually asking what happens if she ends up losing instead. Amused by his sheer audacity, the guild leader lays down the ultimate stakes, promising that the victor can claim the title of guildmaster, demand any single favor, or even take her as his wife. Without a shred of hesitation, Lin Tian agrees to the wager, boldly asking whether they should settle it over fingers or dice as the towering brutes glare down at him. For grueling hours of relentless drinking pass, leaving the mighty boss hunched over a massive barrel in total misery, shocking the entire tavern, who can barely fathom that a random newcomer managed to drink their leader under the table. Swirling another empty mug, Lin Tian casually urges her to tap into her earlier fire, while the staggering boss begrudgingly admits he's far tougher than most of her own men. Seeing her pushed past her limit, Ashius, the third-ranked fighter of the Dragon Slayer Guild, steps in to support his commander, gently suggesting they finally call it a night since the tavern's entire alcohol supply is completely drained. Refusing to admit defeat, the heavily intoxicated leader grabs him by the collar, slurring an aggressive order to go out and buy even more booze. Before she can finish her stubborn demand, her strength completely gives out, collapsing straight onto the wooden floor before the startled priest can even react. Boss! Boss, are you alright? Panic breaks out as the crew rushes over to their collapsed leader sprawled helplessly across the floor, completely overwhelmed by the brutal drinking contest. Before anyone can steady them, a violent retch cuts through the air, unleashing a glorious, blinding rainbow of pure regret directly into the unfortunate subordinate's face. Completely drained and drained of strength, the defeated warrior flops lifelessly onto the velvet sofa, drowning in the aftermath of total intoxication. Groaning as consciousness slowly returns, they clutch their throbbing head in sheer confusion. What happened? Weren't we still drinking? Boss, you just lost to that kid, the followers nervously admit, struggling to carry the thoroughly wasted Lin Tian, who merely groans in his drunken stupor. A fierce, impressed smirk spreads across the leader's face as memories click back into place. Ah, right. Kid, you're a lot tougher than I thought. Refusing to back down on their word, the leader announces that defeating them in drinking earns Lin Tian access to their prized battle archives, declaring their next destination with a booming shout, the museum. Under the quiet, silver glow of the night moon, the majestic spires of the grand estate rise silently into the dark sky, awaiting their arrival. Stepping into the museum's top floor, the massive Tier 12 skeleton trophies reveal why the Dragon Slayer Guild boasts to no kingdom. Standing before a colossal, luminescent purple gem, Georgia brags about tearing out the crystal dragon's core with her bare hands, a fight that cost her an eye. Leaning heavily onto Lin Tian with drunken pride, she claims she could crush it effortlessly today, while Lin Tian realizes this is the exact core needed to revive the purple dragon mother. Flashing an innocent, cheeky grin, Lin Tian playfully asks if she could just gift the useless trophy to him as a souvenir. Without a shred of hesitation, Georgia turns with a sharp, piercing glare, shutting him down instantly with a cold, absolute refusal.
Elizabeth laughs off Lin Tian's request for the loot, explaining that guild rules dictate spoils can only be taken by force, and his tiny frame isn't beating anyone. Lin Tian can't help but cringe at how absurdly backward this place is. However, since he somehow outdrank her, she offers him a loophole: join the Dragon Slayer Guild, level up under her wing, and try beating her later. Hearing this, Ashius immediately freaks out, arguing that letting an ordinary-looking kid join breaks every protocol they have. Elizabeth hits him with a terrifying death glare, asking if he has a problem with her call. Fearing for his life, Ashius instantly caps, claiming he was just practicing a ghost communion technique. With the threat settled, Elizabeth passes out cold on Lin Tian. Seeing her down, Ashius immediately tasks the new recruit with hauling their drunk boss back to rest. And just like that, under the quiet night sky, Lin Tian officially secures his spot in the guild. Floating right in front of him is the massive purple core dragon crystal, pulsing with an insane amount of magic. Without wasting a single second, a surge of green energy wraps around it, drawing it directly into his spatial ring. Lin Tian inspects his ring, admiring how he can still feel the crystal's overwhelming mana radiating through it. Realizing that taking just the crystal would make him the primary suspect after being rejected earlier, Lin Tian decides to go big, or go home and steal literally everything. With a wave of his hand, he vacuums up the entire giant dragon skeleton and every bone in sight straight into his ring. Lin Tian smirks to himself. Nobody here knows he has a spatial ring, and normal people can't move stuff this massive anyway, meaning whoever notices these items missing will just blame some random thief. Walking deeper in, he spots a gigantic monster corpse specimen. To anyone else, it's just a display piece, but to him? That's pure, free experience points sitting right there. He places his hand directly onto the giant specimen and activates his devouring skill, sucking the energy straight out of the corpse. Grinning at the ridiculous loophole, he realizes being a goblin actually has massive perks. As long as it's a corpse, he can devour it to level up with zero effort. Without hesitating for a single second, he unleashes his devour skill to drain the massive specimen whole in one massive swoop. The EXP pours in instantly, driving his stats through the roof as his level skyrockets past 80, 90, and straight to level 101, officially shattering the continent's limit. As a radiant green aura surges around him, he confirms the Gobmoon bloodline talent allowed him to bypass the limit entirely, deciding it's best to stay hidden in the Dragon Slayer Guild for now to avoid the one-eyed owl's suspicion. Meanwhile, back at the Dragon Slayer Guild headquarters, the boss relaxes on her couch, laughing off her loss to him in yesterday's drinking contest. She offers him any reward he wants for winning, so he looks her dead in the eyes and casually asks to marry her instead. Instead of kicking him out, she just smirks right back and asks how soon they should set the wedding date. The entire room erupts as her guild members slam into the hall, unable to process what they just heard. When she calls them out for constantly telling her to get married before, her giant comrade points out that a weak-looking guy like him would literally get crushed into meat paste the second things get physical in bed. Ashius pulls the kid aside to warn him that the boss is way too much to handle, advising him to find someone soft instead. But the kid stands firm, declaring he fell in love at first sight and has zero regrets. Out of nowhere, Elizabeth swoops in and snatches him up, laughing that she loves loyal guys who won't try to run away. She cheerfully explains that young guys bounce back fast, meaning she can use him as her personal punching bag whenever she gets bored, claiming a little beatdown from his wife Build's character. Showing off her absolute unit of a physique, she casually manhandles him like a ragdoll, while he freezes in pure terror. Realizing what he's actually signing up for, the kid instantly retreats to Ashius and admits that maybe this marriage idea was a massive mistake. Meanwhile, the giant guildmate breaks down over getting dumped naked in the street the night before, while Ashius pretends he didn't just hear the word marriage. Too late. Elizabeth looms over him like a terrifying dark shadow, ordering her new husband to the wedding hall while he desperately begs to change his request. Before he can even try to run, someone stomps down right in front of him. Elizabeth instantly pins him to the ground, towering over him with zero personal space. She grabs him by the throat, asking what kind of punishment he thinks he deserves for being the first person ever to reject her proposal. Reaching toward his chest, she purrs that she's about to test if his heart actually loves her or not. Lin Tian sweats profusely, screaming that she's taking the joke way too far. Suddenly, Elizabeth breaks out into wild laughter, admitting she was just teasing him so he wouldn't wet his pants, leaving Lin Tian convinced she's utterly insane. Kicking back casually, she asks what he actually wants from her, and Lin Tian asks if they can start by working on his strength. She agrees on one condition: he can't leave the Dragon Slayer Guild until she beats him in a drinking contest, and he immediately accepts. Lin Tian smirks to himself, relieved that Alice is taking care of the Sword Kingdom business so there's no rush to return. The pair head out to the open courtyard to begin their training session. Elizabeth stretches her arms and orders him to throw his strongest punch, while Lin Tian nervously asks if she promises not to counterattack. Growing impatient, Elizabeth threatens that if he doesn't strike right now, she's going to hit him first.